white magic, black magic, alchemy, transmutation, and the arcane arts that touch the soul. The great wheel of a new era is about to set sail that I, Wright Luggas, am both the ruler and the pioneer. Chapter 1. The Hogwarts Acceptance Letter. Since the conclusion of World War II, the advancement of technology and civilization has led to a reduction in the number of orphans. However, the orphanages that relied on this for survival have lost many avenues for funding, struggling to subsist on government grants alone. Light had just delivered the milk, and, as the sun gradually rose, its rays briefly pierced through the dense fog of London. As he reached the doorway, he overheard a conversation. "Mr. Cott, Light is a very good and exceptional child. Please do not harbor any prejudice against him. Mrs. Cott, I intend to adopt a child to inherit my business. An Asian child holds no significance for me." "All right," Light replied. "Light, I am deeply sorry. The person who promised to adopt you seems to have heard some gossip and has abandoned the plans for adoption." Mrs. Cott sighed as she looked at Light, who was munching on bread. "It's all right, I do not mind such matters. I have found my own path," Light replied nonchalantly. "It's fine, Mrs. Cott. I have awakened, and I expect the school will be writing to me soon," Light stated with calm assurance. Mrs. Cott watched as Light took a piece of bread upstairs, her heart filled with confusion. What awakening? What school? Light arrived at a shabby, dim room at the corner of the second floor. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of 6 old wooden beds and a large communal table, both exuding a sense of the passage of time. Sitting down by his bed, Light closed his eyes and delved into his mind, slowly coalescing his spirit into a humanoid form. A slender figure with delicate features, black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, identical to that of a boy in reality, emerged in the depths of his consciousness. Deep within his mind stood a towering stone tablet, inscribed with completely unfamiliar characters. Light stood before the stone tablet, unaware of the meaning of the inscriptions. Yet, simply by standing there, information began to manifest. Light Luggas, Zhouyang. Milestone, soul of another world. Milestone, the beginning of fate. Milestone, awakening of magic. Milestone points, 3. Magic. 1. The magic value of an average adult wizard is 5. Magic none. Skills none. Milestones can be achieved by completing tasks, granting milestone points that can be used to upgrade learned magic and magic capacity. Light withdrew his spirit from the depths of his mind. He murmured, "If it weren't for my knowledge of Voldemort having stayed at Wood's orphanage and the hints from the stone tablet, I would never have dared to confirm that I am in the Harry Potter world. Thank goodness I know otherwise." Blindly allocating milestone points to magic could have led to a quiet demise. As magic surged within him, he watched the piece of bread slowly levitate, his thoughts swirling. "In my previous life, I perished from overwork and now transcend into this one, where I can witness the wonders of magic. This is indeed a blessing in disguise. But it is coming soon, isn't it? It's already July 10th. Hoo. A white owl perched on the windowsill, clutching an envelope in its beak, tilting its head to gaze at Light through the glass. Light exhaled deeply and cautiously opened the window. The owl flew in, depositing the envelope on the table. Light steadied his excited heart, quickly grasping the envelope with his right hand while offering the piece of bread in his left to the owl, which accepted it without hesitation. Upon taking the letter, he noticed that the envelope was made of parchment, the address elegantly inscribed in green ink. Wood's Orphanage, Mr. Wright Luggas, recipient. It has arrived. It has finally arrived. Suppressing his excitement once more, he carefully opened the envelope. The first page read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Wizarding Federation, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Luggas, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to begin on September 1st. Headmaster Female, Minerva McGonagall, turning to the second page. Uniforms. First-year students are required to have 1. 3 plain work robes black. 2. A plain pointed hat for daytime, wear black. 3. A pair of protective gloves dragon hide or similar material. 4. A winter cloak black with silver fastenings. Please note, all student attire must bear a name tag. Textbooks. All students must prepare the following books. Standard Spellbook, Beginner by Miranda Goshawk. The Wizard by Bashida Bashart. Theory of Magic by Ada Bay Wolflin. Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philida Spore. Magical Potions and Elixirs by Arseni Gig. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. Dark Magic, a Self-Defense Guide by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. A wand. A cauldron pewter, standard size 2. A set of glass or crystal vials. A telescope. A brass scale. Students may bring 1 owl, 1 cat, or 1 toad. Parents are specially reminded that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Light carefully read through the 2 pages of parchment, his heart surging with emotion. In the voice of an 11-year-old, he expressed his hope to attend Hogwarts and experience the magical wonders. Light smiled at this, stroking the fluffy head of the owl and chuckling. "Thank you, Mr. Owl." Watching the owl fly away with the envelope, a surge of information resonated from the stone tablet in his mind. Milestone achieved. The beginning of magic. Milestone points. 1. Chapter 2. The Broken Cauldron Pub. Upon perceiving the message conveyed by the stone tablet, Light paid little heed to it. After all, the accrued mileage points held little significance in the absence of a wand and magic. Uncertain of the correlation between the silently formed conditions and magical power, he remained cautious. After watching the owl soar into the distance, Light prepared to continue his odd jobs, delivering newspapers. Although he was aware of his admission to school, he still needed to work. Otherwise, Mrs. Cott would grow worried. Descending the stairs, he encountered Mrs. Cott just as he was about to step outside, and he briefed her on his plans. While Mrs. Cott responded with agreement, her heart was troubled, pondering if this child, Light, might have been disheartened. Light continued his routine with the same diligence as before, delivering milk in the morning, newspapers at noon, and collecting milk bottles in the afternoon, embodying the steadfastness of one who had been battered by the trials of society. Upon spotting a towering figure, he instantly recognized the person and hurried over. He thought to himself, "It's Hagrid. I expected Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick, but Severus Snape is entirely out of the question. I am not pureblood." Mrs. Cott had already acquainted herself with the disheveled, but imposing half-giant, understanding the circumstances surrounding Light's journey to Hogwarts. As she was about to invite Hagrid inside, Light had already reached the doorstep. Mrs. Cott waved to him upon his approach. "Hello, I am Light Rags Light," he declared before Hagrid. Gazing up at the man whose beard did not obscure his round, plump face and bright, beady eyes, he continued. Hagrid laughed heartily and replied, "Hey there, I'm Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and this is Harry, your future classmate." It was at that moment Light noticed the slight figure obscured by Hagrid's massive presence. The small body, clad in ill-fitting clothes and wearing tattered round glasses, bore long hair that could not conceal the lightning scar upon his forehead. "Hello, I am Light Raglight. Just call me Light," he said, extending his right hand towards the prophesied savior. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter," Harry timidly responded, also extending his hand. Just then, the stone tablet in Light's mind trembled, delivering a message. Complete the prophecy of the savior, mileage point 1. Receiving this information, Light maintained a composed demeanor as he shook Harry's hand. Seeing the introductions made, Mrs. Cott invited everyone inside. Hagrid, however, repeatedly declined, his deep voice rumbling, "We're running out of time," as I got delayed searching for Harry. "We still need to gather the supplies for new students." With that, he gently ruffled Harry's hair with his large hand. At this point, Mrs. Cott expressed her concern, asking, "I wonder how much these things will cost. We are facing some difficulties." Hagrid, with a good-natured smile, replied, "Students like Light are sponsored by the Ministry of Magic, but repayment is required after graduation. There is no need to worry for now." "That is truly wonderful." Mrs. Cott sighed in relief. "Then we shall be on our way." Hagrid led Harry and Light to the nearest bus stop, while Mrs. Cott watched them depart. Hagrid, accompanied by Harry and Leite, traversed the Thames on a bus before embarking on the underground train that crossed half of London. After emerging from the subway, they navigated through a labyrinth of narrow alleys, twisting and turning. Leite and Harry felt almost dizzy from the convoluted path, prompting Hagrid, who led the way, to slow his pace. Muttering about the inconvenience of Muggle travel, he lamented that if they had flue powder and a portkey, they could arrive directly without the tedious navigation. "What is a Muggle?" Harry inquired, slightly fatigued. "Those are individuals devoid of magical abilities, like your uncle and aunt and Mrs. Fig," Hagrid elucidated. "Therefore we, along with those who have yet to attend school and those already studying, are wizards." "What if I arrive at Hogwarts only to find out you were mistaken?" Harry asked, his expression a mixture of concern and exhaustion. "Do not fret. The school is indeed operational, and there can be no mistake. Even if there were, it would not concern us," Hagrid replied, momentarily flummoxed by the barrage of questions. After a brief interruption from Leite, Hagrid regained his composure and articulated, "We are wizards, not mere magicians, and Hogwarts is the finest magical institution in the world. It cannot be mistaken." As he finished speaking, Hagrid stepped out of the alley and halted, gesturing towards a pub across the street. "That is our destination," he announced. Together, Leite and Harry gazed at the establishment across the thoroughfare. The sign, caked in dust and grime, read The Leaky Cauldron, hanging precariously from an aged building. Nestled between a bookstore and a record shop, the pub seemed invisible to the patrons of those stores, who instinctively steered clear of it. Hagrid led Leyte and Harry across the street and pushed open the door to the pub. Upon seeing Hagrid as companions, the previously boisterous bar gradually succumbed to silence. An elderly woman, resembling a witch, approached, trembling as she asked, "Which one is Harry Potter?" Harry instinctively shrank back. Hagrid gently placed a hand on his shoulder, stating, "This is he." Suddenly, a cheer erupted, and the quiet pub swelled back to life, now erupting in shouts of Harry's name, as though he were a celebrity. Stunned, Harry gazed blankly at Hagrid and Leyte. Leyte, with a knowing smile, observed the scene with keen interest, as if witnessing a legend unfold. As more patrons gathered around Harry, Hagrid pushed through the crowd, raising his voice, "We have matters to attend to and must take our leave." As he spoke, he maneuvered Harry through the throng. Still shaken, Harry turned to Leyte and asked, "What's going on? Why are they all focused on me?" With an air of mystery, Leyte replied, "It's a long story that cannot be unraveled in a moment. You will understand in due time." Hagrid then led them to the bar, where a middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron. I'm the proprietor, Tom. What can I get for you?" Hagrid waved his hand, indicating that they would talk another time, as he had matters to attend to. After saying this, he began to lead Le and Harry towards the back door. Suddenly, the stone tablet trembled, and Le received a message from it. Completion of the milestone. Dark Lord's gaze milestone point increased by 1. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. Upon receiving the message, Le instantly became alert, though his expression remained calm and composed. While Le was quietly on guard against the Dark Lord, an overpowering scent of garlic wafted through the air. As a young man, his head wrapped in a thick bandage, approached, the aroma intensified. Hagrid, either sensing the smell or spotting the individual, greeted him with a smile, "Professor Quirrell, it's been a while." The bandaged Professor Quirrell greeted Hagrid in a hushed tone before fixing his gaze on Harry, stammering with excitement, "Harry Potter, it's a pleasure to meet you." Observing the scene, Le couldn't help but smirk, greedily thinking, "Isn't this the perfect moment for another milestone point? The first meeting of the Savior and the Dark Lord?" Suddenly inspired, Le decided to introduce himself to Quirrell, saying, "Hello, Professor. My name is Leyrags." He extended his hand for a handshake. Quirrell, appearing anxious, rubbed his hands together and then awkwardly shook Le's hand, seemingly fearful of something. Just then, the stone tablet chimed in with another message, completion of the milestone. Contact with the Dark Lord milestone point increased by 1. After shaking hands with the smiling Le, Quirrell continued to stutter. "I am your teacher for this year's defense against the Dark Arts class." Noticing Quirrell's desire to say more, Hagrid interjected, "I'm sorry, Professor. We can discuss this in detail once school starts. We are a bit pressed for time." Seeing the peculiar professor, Harry pulled Le aside and whispered with concern, "That professor is quite strange. I have a bad feeling. Surely not all the teachers at the magical school are like this?" In response to Harry's worry, Le nonchalantly replied, "It's just this Professor Quirrell who is like that." But then, recalling the ever-challenging Snape, he amended, "I don't know. I'm just a first-year student as well." While Harry and Le conversed, Hagrid unexpectedly produced a small umbrella and said to them, "The entrance to Diagon Alley is right here. Wizards typically come here to purchase their goods. To enter Diagon Alley, you must touch these bricks in a specific order, like this." He then tapped the wall with the small umbrella several times. The wall emitted a series of clicking noises and suddenly recessed inward, folding and transforming into an arched doorway. Hagrid led the way through the arch, followed closely by Le and Harry. As they passed through the door, Le, despite being mentally prepared, was utterly astonished. Before them lay a long street, about 5 meters wide, with smooth cobblestones laid evenly on the ground. On either side were an array of strange and marvelous shops, with display windows showcasing an eclectic assortment of peculiar items. Wizards clad in robes strolled along the street, entering shops to make purchases, while owls and crows flitted about in the sky. As Wright remained in a state of astonishment, the monument transmitted another message. The journey through the magical realm had commenced, and a milestone had been added. At that moment, the leading Hagrid rumbled, "We must first visit Gringotts to procure some funds. There are numerous items we need to acquire." Wright followed closely behind, his gaze wandering in awe, eager to absorb every sight. Upon reaching a fork in the road, they beheld a towering white edifice across the way. Hagrid gestured grandly towards the structure, proclaiming that as Gringotts, the bank for wizards and aside from Hogwarts, it is the most secure location. With that, Hagrid ushered Wright and Harry into Gringotts. The entrance featured a gleaming bronze door, flanked by vigilant goblin guards clad in crimson-trimmed uniforms, their watchful eyes scrutinizing all who entered. Advancing further, they encountered a striking silver door, adorned with an imposing inscription. Enter, O stranger, but beware. Insatiable greed leads to dire consequences. To take what is not yours, to reap without toil, shall invite severe punishment. Thief, heed this warning, for what you summon may not be treasure, but misfortune. Hagrid guided Harry and Wright into an expansive marble hall, where a magnificent chandelier hung from the ceiling, supported by 4 massive stone columns, illuminating the opulent space. Dozens of goblins, diminutive yet impeccably attired in suits and ties, busied themselves at a long counter, conducting various transactions. Wright was captivated by these peculiar beings, reminiscent of goblins, with their elongated ears and protruding eyes, eagerly observing their every move. Harry, curious, tugged at Hagrid's arm and whispered, "What are these creatures?" Hagrid responded with a nod, instructing Harry to wait a moment as he led Wright towards the counter to commence the process of securing a student loan. Approaching a youthful goblin, who was meticulously counting coins, Hagrid's imposing figure cast a shadow over the goblin, causing it to tremble slightly at the sight of him. Nevertheless, the goblin quickly regained its composure, and with a sharp voice, inquired, "Greetings, what business do you wish to conduct?" In a lower tone, Hagrid placed the documents on the counter, stating, "I have a prior appointment to arrange a student loan for Hogwarts, applicant Wright Luggas." The goblin swiftly examined the paperwork, confirming its authenticity before retrieving another document and addressing Wright. "Very well, confirmation of identity is complete. Please sign here." The goblin indicated the bottom of the parchment. After affixing his signature and ensuring everything was in order, Wright received an interest-free student loan provided jointly by the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. Upon witnessing Wright complete the transaction and obtain the funds, Hagrid turned to him and said, "Harry's process for acquiring money differs from yours. You wait here for us, and once we finish, we shall proceed to purchase the items." With that, he gestured for Harry to come over and handle the transaction. Light expressed no objections, watching as they made their way to the vault belonging to the Potter family. Chapter 4. Ollivander's Wand Shop. Light observed as Hagrid and Harry were escorted into the vault by a goblin. He recalled the original story, where the sight of that mountain of gold coins was truly enviable. While his thoughts wandered, he suddenly remembered Quirrell, who had been possessed by Voldemort, appearing at the leaky cauldron. This thought ignited Light's curiosity, prompting him to speculate whether the Philosopher's Stone could grant him experience points. Light collected everything. Hagrid called from the door, awaiting their arrival to shop. Harry's voice roused Light from his reverie. As the two approached, Hagrid began, "The first step to becoming a wizard is to acquire a wand. This is the most important reason for our visit." As he spoke, he led them to a shop with an old, narrow facade, where a wand lay displayed on a cushion in the window. The sign above the entrance read, "Ollivander, established 382B, C, makers of fine wands." Hagrid pushed open the shop door and bent to enter. The doorbell chimed, and Light and Harry followed in as the sound echoed. The interior was modestly sized, apart from the counter and a long bench. It was filled with thousands of slender boxes containing wands, stacked haphazardly all the way to the ceiling, giving the impression of neglect. At that moment, a silver-haired elder emerged silently from behind the shelves. In the dim light of the shop, he seemed to emanate a faint glow, as if he were the sole source of illumination within. Upon seeing the proprietor, Hagrid boomed, "We've come to purchase wands. Both are new students at Hogwarts." He then introduced Harry and Light to the owner, Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander regarded the duo, nearly squished together by Hagrid, and said, "Hagrid, please wait at the door. I will find the suitable wands for them." Hagrid complied without objection and stepped outside, allowing Light and Harry to stand apart. The two then greeted Ollivander. "Good day, sir. I am Wright Luggas." "Hello, I am Harry Potter," Harry added. Ollivander nodded and inquired, "Who shall go first?" Harry glanced anxiously at Light, who, sensing his unease, spoke up, "I shall go first." A smile spread across Ollivander's face as he replied, "Very well, Mr. Luggas. Don't worry, it's quite safe. Now extend your hand." At Ollivander's command, a measuring tape flew from Light's pocket, commencing its various measurements. It began with his arm length, leg length, and waist size, eventually measuring even the distance between his eyes and from the nape of his neck to the crown of his head. Once the measurements were complete, Ollivander began to inquire, "Which hand do you favor?" "The right," replied the young wizard. "Try this one." A box soared through the air, 11.5 inches, crafted from walnut, with a core of unicorn tail hair. "This one will not do." "Then try this." The wand of willow, with a dragon heartstring core. Light took the wand and waved it as if in a cinematic display, only for the tip to emit a shower of sparks. Not at all effective. This one is also unsuitable. This time, the wand unleashed a wave of light that plunged the counter into darkness. How about this? It was made of cedar, with a core of nighthawk tail hair. Light brandished it again, and with a resounding bang, the wand was sent flying. After testing 5 or 6 wands, some yielded little response, while others reacted too strongly. Some were nearly adequate, yet always conveyed a sense of disrupted magical flow. Light sensed that his magic did not harmonize well with these wands. Despite the numerous trials, Ollivander exhibited no hint of fatigue. It was as if he were engaged in the most delightful of endeavors. Observing the various crackling displays, Harry felt no trace of boredom. Further attempts yielded no suitable wand. Ollivander appeared intrigued by this challenging wizard and eagerly produced more wands. Suddenly, a tremor resonated in Light's mind, conveying a message. Milestone for exclusive wands increased by 1. As the information arrived, a newly arrived box captured Light's attention. Even before seeing the wand, he sensed an extraordinary difference. Ollivander opened the box and began his introduction. A wand crafted from ebony, with a core of giant's tendon, measuring 12 inches. Upon receiving the wand, Light felt a remarkable fluidity of magic. With a gentle flick, a dazzling array of colors burst forth from the wand, illuminating the shop. Ollivander smiled at the sight. It appears you are a perfect match. Those I have known who wield ebony wands are typically resolute, possessing pure thoughts and their own will. I hope you may grow together and not disappoint one another. The sentiment struck Light as somewhat matrimonial, leaving him speechless. Harry, observing this, exclaimed with excitement, "That's wonderful. Congratulations, Light. What about me? What about me?" Ollivander replied with a smile. "Now it's your turn." Light stepped aside, watching as Harry proceeded through the process. True to the original narrative, Harry received his own twin wand made from phoenix feather. Ollivander glanced at Harry's lightning-shaped scar and then at the wand in his hand, exclaiming, "Perhaps this is destiny." Harry appeared perplexed, while Light calmly observed the familiar scene. "So, the total comes to 15 galleons. Will you be paying together or separately?" Ollivander inquired with a smile. "Separately," Light responded. Initially intending to pay together, Harry refrained from further comment upon hearing Light's request. With their respective wands in hand, they exited the shop, where Hagrid stood at the entrance, seemingly as if he had never left. Upon seeing the two emerge, Hagrid eagerly inquired, "Have you both found suitable wands? Then we shall proceed to acquire other necessities." He led Harry and Light to Madame Malkin's robe shop for custom school uniforms, waiting patiently at the entrance. Upon glimpsing the prices for the tailored robes, Light furrowed his brow. What initially seemed like a generous grant now appeared insufficient. After Harry had measured his size, he noticed Light had yet to do so and asked, "Light, what's the matter? Aren't you purchasing a uniform?" Light smiled and shook his head, responding, "I think I shall opt for secondhand. My funds are rather limited." Harry, suddenly earnest, offered, "I can help cover the cost. I have quite a bit of money." Observing Harry's sincerity, Light patted him on the shoulder, saying, "I truly appreciate it, but I have my own plans." Harry, seeing this, acquiesced. Chapter 5, Exploration. Seeing the disheartened expression on Harry's face, Light cheerfully patted his shoulder, saying, "You are my friend, and when I am in need, I will ask for your assistance. However, to me, clothing is merely functional. Magic captivates me far more. Thus, I must visit the thrift shop first." With that, he led Harry outside to rejoin Hagrid, who had been waiting by the robe shop. Moments later, Hagrid began to guide them onward. Under his direction, the group first ventured to the second-hand clothing store. Hagrid remained outside, while Light made a simple purchase of a slightly larger robe, ensuring it would fit even as he grew. They then followed Hagrid to a junk shop, where Light found a reasonably good cauldron and a set of glass bottles. Finally, they visited a used bookstore, where Light acquired all the necessary textbooks. After completing his shopping, he found that only 5 galleons remained in his possession. Harry's experience was far simpler. He entered the shop and bundled everything without the need for haggling, unlike Light. At the orphanage's entrance, Hagrid gently patted Light on the shoulder in farewell. Light smiled at Hagrid and expressed, "Thank you for your assistance today, Hagrid." He then turned to extend his right hand to Harry, who quickly reciprocated. As they shook hands, Light remarked with a grin, "My friend, this is our parting. We shall meet again at Hogwarts." In the twilight, Light watched as Hagrid and Harry receded into the distance. Upon entering with his numerous bags, he heard a voice greet him. Everything had gone smoothly. The items were purchased, and now they merely awaited the commencement of school in September. Light reassured Mrs. Cattermole, who sighed in relief at his words. It was no surprise to Light, for in Mrs. Cattermole's 60 years of life, she had likely never encountered magic. After dinner, Light began to organize his belongings, carefully placing the black robe, cauldron, glass bottles, and textbooks in their respective places, ensuring his wand was safely concealed. He tidied his room before lying on his small bed, taking deep breaths to calm his nerves, allowing his consciousness to delve into his mind. Upon reopening his eyes, a towering stone tablet, inscribed with arcane symbols, stood before him. As he gazed at the tablet, waves of information flowed towards him, weaving into comprehensible text. Wright Luggas, Zhouyang. Magic. 1. The average adult wizard possesses a magic level of 5. Spells, none. Skills, none. Experience points, 8. Milestone. The soul of another world. The beginning of destiny. The awakening of magic. The dawn of sorcery. The prophesied savior. The Dark Lord's watch. The Dark Lord's touch. The control of magic. Light gazed at the information, exclaiming in surprise. This is quite a fortune. I never anticipated that Voldemort would grant me 2 milestones directly. He contemplated visiting Chilo frequently after enrollment, hoping to glean more advantages. If feasible, he wouldn't mind engaging in a game of cat and mouse with Voldemort. With this thought, Light couldn't help but emit a peculiar cackle. Firstly, Hogwarts offers comprehensive accommodations, including meals and the provision of materials for potion making, alleviating financial concerns. Secondly, based on the insights gleaned from the stone tablet and the narrative I am familiar with, accompanying Harry on his journey to salvation yields the most substantial benefits. However, one must avoid drawing too close to Harry, as Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Snape are all formidable wizards adept in the art of legilimency. Thus, until I have mastered the art of mental occlusion, I must refrain from attracting excessive attention from them. Nevertheless, my unique abilities dictate that I must stir trouble. Without it, I cannot accrue milestone points. Therefore, the path ahead is clear. I shall first test the efficacy of my powers. If they prove sufficient, I shall create disturbances. If not, I will assume the role of an ordinary wizard, steering clear of conflicts. Having clarified his direction, Light glanced at the stone tablet and murmured, "Now, let's see how powerful you truly are." The next step was to rest and gather his strength, as he planned to experiment with his abilities the following day. Yet, he found sleep elusive. Tossing and turning in bed, Light realized he was suffering from insomnia. Well, a little late-night study won't hurt. Despite having suffered a fatal fate from all-nighters in his previous life, he remained unrepentant in this one. Quietly, he rose from his bed, ensuring not to awaken anyone, and fetched a small flashlight along with his textbook, Elementary Charms. Nestled under the covers, he opened the pages and read intently. Preface: this book does not include curses, hexes, or jinxes, which are collectively referred to as dark magic. It solely comprises minor spells conducive to learning and daily life. The first page, Wingardium Leviosa. Light turned to the first page, which detailed the essential levitation charm, including the pronunciation, gestures, and all requisite precautions. At that moment, the stone tablet in his mind vibrated, delivering a message. Acquired white magic. You may allocate points to white magic in your spell repertoire using milestone points. Receiving the message from the tablet, Light suppressed his excitement and focused intently. Wright Luggas. Magic power. 1. The average adult wizard possesses a power of 5. Magic. White magic. 0. Skills. None. Milestone points. 8. With concentration, Light gently pressed the newly available white magic option. The information before him distorted slightly before returning to normal. He observed that his white magic had increased by 1 point, while his milestone points had decreased by 1. Wright Luggas. Magic power. 1. The average adult wizard possesses a power of 5. Magic. White magic. 1. Skills. None. Milestone points. 7. He then retrieved his concealed wand and commenced his experimentation with the spell. Wingardium Leviosa. Wait, that's not right. Without any guidance, Wright instantly realized that his pronunciation was incorrect. Once more, he swiftly corrected the previous mistake. However, this time his gestures were not quite right. On the third attempt to recite the incantation while waving his wand, Wright sensed the proper flow of magic. The first page of the elementary spellbook turned gracefully to the second page under the influence of the levitation charm. Achieving success after merely 3 attempts seemed unlikely to be a mere coincidence, he mused. A small flashlight began to levitate slowly due to the magical effect. Let us try this, and then that, he thought, clearly reveling in his newfound skill. Wright gazed contentedly at the floating textbook. Chapter 6, Street Performance. With precise control of his wand, the textbook gently descended into Wright's hands, confirming that he had indeed mastered the levitation charm. Sleep eluded him now as he turned his attention to the second spell, the flickering lumos. This thought ignited a flutter of excitement in his heart. He resumed waving his wand and began casting. The first attempt was, predictably, a failure. The The second attempt met the same fate. However, rather than feeling disheartened, Wright felt a surge of curiosity. As anticipated, the third attempt succeeded, the tip of his wand radiating a soft glow that illuminated his contemplative face. It seemed that the increase in experience points did not merely reflect his proficiency with spells. Rather, it enhanced his innate magical aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the easier it became to learn spells, much like Hermione in the original tale, who self-taught magic without any guidance. Now with a touch of white magic added, and considering that at level 5 he would be classified as a standard wizard, he realized he could self-learn the elementary spells documented in this book. Thus, it appeared that his potential was indeed vast, provided he accumulated enough experience points. Wright felt compelled to engage more actively in the unfolding narrative. He needed to devise a strategy to gain more experience points. While he was deep in thought, the glow from his wand suddenly flickered out, leaving him with a sudden sense of weakness. "I've run out of magic," Wright realized instantly. Acknowledging that he could no longer delve into the mysteries of magic, he tucked the textbook and wand beneath his pillow and succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the depletion of his magical energy. "Rise and shine. Time to get to work." A loud call jolted the drowsy Wright awake. The effects of his late-night endeavors, coupled with his drained magical energy, became painfully evident. His body felt weak, devoid of vigor, which was far from pleasant. After enduring a long day in this fatigued state, lying in bed, Wright understood that he could not continue like this. Such a condition would hinder any practice of magic. He contemplated his next course of action. First and foremost, he must not squander his experience points, for there were many areas still requiring enhancement. Magic power must be increased, transfiguration skills developed, and dark magic studied as well. With limited points available, he decided to wait until entering Hogwarts to assess the situation before allocating more. For now, he could study the white magic in his textbook and, upon completion, perhaps on the guise of a magician for a street performance. After all, he was currently well-timed. His wand had yet to be bound with tracking threads. Thus he need not fear being pursued by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. Upon this reflection, Light retrieved his textbook from beneath the pillow and commenced his review of the fundamental spells he had studied the previous day. It had been several days since anyone had seen him. One of his dormitory companions inquired, where could Light have possibly gone? Indeed, moreover, he even shared his work with us. Another voice chimed in, expressing concern over his absence. Surely someone has taken him in. He must look down upon us now, as he has family to attend to and thus wishes to maintain his distance, came a sarcastic remark. Aren't you all exhausted from a day's labor? I, for one, am quite fatigued. Let's rest. We still need to assist with the cleaning after dinner. A voice laden with irritation abruptly ended the conversation. What a marvelous magic trick. I can discern no flaws in it, exclaimed a youthful voice. Father, look quickly. The hat is floating by itself. Today's magic performance concluded with a graceful bow from an impeccably dressed and refined young Asian performer, who expressed gratitude to the gathered audience for their support. As the crowd dispersed, Light organized his belongings and, after tallying the day's earnings, exhaled with relief, reflecting, magic is indeed a remarkable tool. It brings in money swiftly. Upon returning to the orphanage, he found that dinner had already passed. However, upon entering, he noticed that Mrs. Ketter had left a meal for him. With a benevolent smile, she inquired, "How did your first performance go? Was everything smooth?" After a thorough examination of Light, she nodded in satisfaction. "It seems all is well. Finish your meal and take some rest. You must be weary after today." With that, she turned and began to tidy up. As Light chewed on his bread, he pondered, "I have now completely mastered these basic spells. It seems my assumption that increasing potential is beneficial was indeed correct. I cannot merely be a bystander when I attend Hogwarts. With more than half a month until school begins, judging by my current street performances, I should be able to repay my student loan before classes commence." On the streets of London, Light was engaged in his magic performance. With a flick of his wand, the black top hat that had been resting on the ground soared into his left hand, brim facing upwards as he delicately pointed the wand's tip. Countless playing cards emerged from the hat's opening, and as he waved his wand, the formerly scattered cards aligned themselves neatly, undulating like a long serpent in rhythm with his movements. Lowering the hat with his left hand, he gently tapped it with his wand, and the cards stacked themselves orderly in his left hand. The audience, captivated by this enchanting spectacle, erupted into applause, tossing their tips into a prepared box. As the sun approached the horizon, Light bowed to the audience and proclaimed, "Thank you all for your support. Today marks my final performance." He raised his clenched left fist and tossed it into the air, unleashing a cascade of golden petals that floated gracefully down. With a flick of his wand, Petals floating in the air emanated a soft, silvery glow, dancing gracefully as if guided by an unseen force, reminiscent of ethereal sprites performing in the night. Subsequently, Light donned his high-top hat and waved his wand towards the opening, causing the fluttering petals to cascade into the hat. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the spectacle, Light swiftly gathered his belongings and made his escape, keen to avoid being cornered, a lesson learned from prior experiences. On his way back to the orphanage, he began to reflect on the magic he had just employed. Controlling such a multitude of cards and petals with the levitation charm had proven somewhat taxing. He began to tally his funds, which, alongside the cash exchanged from his coins, amounted to over £1,000. Light mused to himself. If only the heavens would transform this currency into gold galleons, he could settle his debts. He maintained the belief that being debt-free was a noble pursuit. Gazing at the money in his hands, he lamented the challenges faced during his fortnight of street performances. Chapter 7. King's Cross Station. Before the sun had risen, Light had already risen from his slumber in the orphanage, completed his morning rituals, packed his belongings, and slung his small bag over his shoulder, ready to embark on his journey to Diagon Alley. He took a bus, then the underground, passing through the leaky cauldron. With a tap of his wand, an archway to Diagon Alley materialized before him. Upon returning to Diagon Alley for the second time, Light felt a thrill, albeit without the awe of his initial visit. As he strolled along, he arrived at his destination, Gringotts. "Hello, I would like to exchange for galleons." Without Hagrid's assistance, Light utilized the levitation charm to elevate himself onto a stool nearly his height, addressing the goblin behind the counter. The goblin squinted and asked, "Do you have identification? Without proof of identity, we cannot proceed with the exchange." A shiver ran through Light. The original text only mentioned pounds being exchangeable for galleons, but he had not anticipated this requirement. "Very well, as long as you can verify your identity." Upon hearing this, Light produced the loan agreement he intended to use for repayment and handed it to the goblin. He then inquired, "What is the current exchange rate for galleons?" £9 for 1 galleon, the goblin replied, perusing the loan agreement. Light counted out £900 and softly added, "Please also consider this for repayment." The goblin said nothing further and swiftly completed the transaction, handing Light a bag of galleons along with a repayment receipt. Once outside Gringotts, Light tossed the bag of coins in his hand, relishing the crisp sound it made, and smiled. Hogwarts provided accommodation and meals, minimizing expenses. The funds should suffice for next year's book fees as well. After securely storing the bag of coins, he exited Diagon Alley, determined to prevent the hard-earned galleons from being squandered. Upon leaving the leaky cauldron, Light, with just over £100 remaining, headed towards his next destination, the supermarket. He sought everyday essentials such as a suitcase, quills, ink, and paper. These items were far cheaper in the Muggle world than in Diagon Alley, and making change was considerably easier. Heaven knows how 1 galleon, 17 sickles, and 493 nuts were calculated for these wizards. Gazing at the towering stone monument, information unfolded before him. Wright Luggas, Joyong. Milestone, 7. Power, 1. The average value for an ordinary adult wizard is 5. Magic, white magic, 1. Transfiguration, 0. Skills, potion making, 0. Magical creatures, 0. Milestones, omitted. Light gazed at the information before him, feeling an impulse to allocate points, yet he preferred to understand the situation thoroughly before proceeding. After all, the most lethal dark magic had yet to be unlocked. It was likely that he needed to find and read a book dedicated to dark magic. Accessing the library at Hogwarts would be a straightforward task, leaving him with no concerns in that regard. The following morning, Mrs. Cott observed Light as he packed his suitcase and bid her farewell, tears glistening in her eyes, her heart filled with both joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the realization that her child had found his own direction and sense of belonging, while the sorrow arose from his departure. Once worried about Light's future, she now found solace in the knowledge that he was embarking on a journey to pursue it. "Study diligently, dear. There's no need to worry about here. Everything will be just fine," Mrs. Cott said with a gentle smile. Light bowed respectfully to Mrs. Cott, expressing his gratitude. She nodded softly, urging him, "Off you go. Don't be late." With a wave to Mrs. Cott, Light boarded the bus heading to King's Cross Station. The bustling King's Cross Station was teeming with people, some of whom were dressed in peculiar attire. Wearing a second-hand wizarding robe, Light concealed his wand in his left hand while dragging his suitcase with his right, a backpack resting atop it, and a one-way ticket tucked into his pocket. It was then that he noticed a small, slender boy ahead, pushing a luggage cart upon which a white owl was peering curiously from its cage. "Hey, Harry," he called out. Startled by the voice, Harry jumped slightly. "Were you waiting for me? You seem to be wandering around," Light inquired as he approached quickly. Yes, but I'm also looking for platform 9 3/4, and it seems to be nowhere in sight. Harry replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Perfect. I know where it is. Just follow me, Lead offered, leading the way. Here it is, platform 9 3/4, just behind this wall. You need to run straight into it. Harry stared at the wall in disbelief, then turned to Leet with uncertainty. Noticing Harry's hesitation, Leet explained, according to our history of magic textbooks, this platform is under the effects of a muggle-repelling charm and a disillusionment charm, making it invisible. You have to run directly through, otherwise, you won't be able to pass. Seeing Harry still unsure, Leet boldly charged into the pillar, and in an instant, he was met with an entirely different scene. The platform was bustling with people clad in black robes, children and adults alike, while cats weaved between their feet and the sounds of owls and toads filled the air. At the edge of the platform stood a black and red steam train, billowing thick, white steam. A sign hung prominently on the front, proclaiming, Hogwarts Express, while another sign indicated platform 9 3/4 on the opposite side. After a brief wait, Harry appeared on the platform, his expression one of astonishment as his gaze swept across his surroundings, lingering particularly on the train. Observing arrière surprise. Light approached him and gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder. It was then that Harry snapped back to reality, following Light through the bustling crowd until they found an empty compartment on the train. Their combined luggage was quite substantial, necessitating Light to use the levitation charm to stow it away with ease. Otherwise, it would have been quite a struggle. Did you just perform magic? Harry inquired. Light nodded, replying, that was the levitation charm from our textbook. Would you like to learn it? I can teach you. Is it really possible? Can you teach me? Harry exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Light dismissed any concern, saying, it's no trouble at all. The first spell in the textbook is the levitation charm. Teaching you now is merely a preview. With that, he retrieved his wand and, using his left hand, pulled out a packet of tissues from his pocket. Laying one flat on the table, Harry took out his own wand, attentively listening to Light's instructions. You need to be more delicate with the wand movements. They are too exaggerated. Try again, Light guided Harry for the 8th time. With Harry's 10th attempt at the incantation Wingardium Leviosa, the tissue gradually floated upwards, dancing in the air in accordance with the direction of his wand. You are remarkable. You've learned so quickly. Light praised him. It's thanks to your guidance that I could manage this. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I could ever perform magic, Harry replied. In response to Harry's words, Light earnestly remarked, I merely guide you. The ability to cast magic stems largely from your own talent. So, have confidence, believe in yourself, and that belief is your own magic. As Light offered this encouragement, he pondered, somewhat perplexed, why he had not earned any achievement points for teaching the savior of the wizarding world. Was the levitation charm not worthy of recognition? Just as Light was contemplating how to acquire those points, the compartment door swung open unexpectedly, prompting him to glance over instinctively. Standing at the entrance was a red-haired boy with luggage, his gaze fixed on the two of them, who were both holding wands and looking back at him. Excuse me, is there still room here? The other compartments are full, and if there isn't a spot, I can squeeze in with my family, the boy asked, his voice trembling with anxiety. Seeing Ron on the verge of tears, Light sheathed his wand and smiled, saying, there is plenty of room. Come in and have a seat. We were just practicing magic, so there is no need to worry. Harry nodded in agreement, smiling encouragingly. Upon hearing Light's words, Ron visibly relaxed, and with a sense of relief, he moved his belongings inside and settled down beside Light. At that moment, the compartment door opened once more, and two identical red-haired twins poked their heads in. Hello, we are Ron's brothers. They greeted cheerfully as they entered the compartment. Approaching Ron, they introduced themselves to Light, who was seated beside him. I am Fred Weasley, one twin said, extending his right hand. I am George Weasley, the other twin added, gesturing toward Ron as he extended his hand, saying, this is Ron Weasley, our little brother. Greetings. They chimed in unison. I am Luggas, and I exchanged handshakes with Fred and George. After the twins concluded their greetings, they turned to Ron and exclaimed, Ron, let us venture to the middle carriage to behold the large paper bag spider that Lee Jordan has procured. Just as the twins were about to escort Ron away, Fred inadvertently caught sight of Harry and instantly shouted with exuberance, abandoning the bewildered Ron. He excitedly pointed at the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead that was not concealed by his hair. Seeing Fred's fervor, George followed the direction of his finger and looked at Harry. In response, Harry skillfully lifted his hair to reveal the scar, introducing himself. I am Harry Potter. The incredulous Ron, still in the grips of the twins, gasped, you are Harry Potter, the legendary savior who vanquished the Dark Lord. The trio of Weasleys gazed intently at Harry, feeling their penetrating stares, awkwardly remarked, "I only remember a lot of green light. Beyond that, I have no recollection. Everything else I learned from Hagrid." Upon hearing this, Fred and George exchanged glances, and George excitedly proclaimed, "Come on, Fred. We must share the news of Harry Potter's enrollment with everyone." With that, they pulled Fred away from the carriage. At that moment, only Ron remained, fixated on Harry. Luggas, witnessing the two in their fervent exchange, felt a chill run down his spine. He then spoke, "Ron, could you kindly assist me by closing the carriage door? I'm seated by the window and cannot reach it." Ron, coming back to his senses, promptly went to close the carriage door. An awkward silence enveloped the carriage. And unable to endure the atmosphere, Harry hesitantly inquired of Ron, "Are all your family wizards?" Bill was the student council president during his time, Charlie captained the Quidditch team, and now Percy is a prefect. Although Fred and George are mischievous, they excel academically and are well-liked. Everyone expects me to be as remarkable as my brothers, and I wish for that too. However, even if I were as extraordinary as they are, no one would regard me as anything special, for they have already accomplished it before me. Moreover, do you know, with 5 older brothers, you never get to use anything new. Bill's old robes, Charlie's old wand, and Percy's discarded rat. Ron poured out details of his family like a bamboo tube spilling beans, even producing the rat from his pocket as if to substantiate his words. "His name is Scabbers. He has lived with my family for 12 years and is utterly useless now, sleeping all day." He continued, "This was a gift from my father when Percy became a prefect. It seemed a waste to part with the rat, so he gave it to me." Ron gazed at the sleeping rat in his hands, lamenting his fate. Luggas, observing the creature, recognized its true identity as the enigmatic Peter Pettigrew, feigning death. He had no intention of revealing its identity, for it was far too significant and complicated. After showing Scabbers to Harry and Luggas, Ron cradled the rat tenderly in his arms. Understanding that the true identity of the creature known as Scabbers is a lecherous, balding man with a penchant for foot-picking, Light felt a sense of discomfort. Observing Ron's affectionate treatment of the mouse, Harry could not help but inquisitively inquire, "With so many wizards in your family, you must know a great deal of magic." Upon hearing Harry's question, Ron, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Not really. Just yesterday, I attempted to turn him yellow to make him look more appealing, but unfortunately, my spell failed." With that, Ron produced his wand, aiming to transform the mouse. Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunlight turned this foolish, plump rodent yellow. As Ron held Scabbers, the creature's back began to take on a yellow hue, only to fade back to its original appearance shortly thereafter. Witnessing this scene, Light's mind began to formulate a hypothesis. It appeared that prolonged transformation into an animal could gradually erode one's human consciousness. The spell Ron used was too feeble to affect a creature that was once human. However, its partial effectiveness, albeit fleeting, indicated a shift towards its true form. Drawing upon his knowledge alongside the original text, Light made a preliminary deduction regarding animagus magic, which allows one to transform into animals. Chapter 9. Hermione and Neville. Harry, inspired by Ron's candidness, began to recount his experiences with his aunt and uncle, as well as their treatment of him. Ron interjected, "I really don't understand why they had to leave you with muggles. Surely there are numerous wizarding families eager to adopt someone of your lineage." As Harry and Ron engaged in lively conversation, the train's whistle sounded, signaling its departure. With the train's movement, buildings representing the Muggle world flashed past Light's view, while the allure of magic drew ever closer. Leaning against the window, he quietly observed the landscape outside. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron continued their chat. Just then, a knock resonated from outside the compartment, followed by the door swinging open. A kindly, gentle voice inquired, "Would you like to purchase something, children?" A plump witch, pushing a cart laden with various magical treats, smiled warmly. "I have some too," Ron said, eyeing the food on the cart and swallowing hard as he raised his sandwich. Noticing his newfound friend's eager gaze, Harry reached into his pocket, pulling out a handful of gold galleons, and declared to the vendor, "I would like to buy." Upon seeing a customer, the vendor asked, of course, "What would you like to get?" "I have chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cakes, Birdie Bots, every flavor beans, and super bubblegum." "I'll take it all," Harry responded, raising his hand full of galleons. "Oh, just a moment," the vendor exclaimed, delight evident on her face as she placed a mound of treats onto the compartment table and took 2 galleons from Harry's hand. As the compartment door closed behind her, Ron looked at the table brimming with an array of peculiar magical snacks and could no longer contain himself. "With so much, can you possibly eat it all?" Harry generously offered, "We'll share." Ron gazed at Harry with misty eyes, as if he were contemplating a profound bond. Harry, glancing at Ron, who was eagerly indulging, turned to Light and asked, "Light, are you not going to eat?" Light took a pie and said, "Thank you, I'm not particularly fond of overly sweet things. So I shall partake in this." Harry, undeterred, began to savor these marvelous magical treats alongside Ron. "What is this? Surely it cannot be a real frog." Ron, engrossed in his enjoyment, lifted his head upon hearing Harry's inquiry. Not addressing the question, he remarked, "I'm still missing a card of Agrippa." Noticing the look of confusion on Harry's face, he continued, "This is a chocolate frog. Crafted from chocolate, it may resemble a frog and even move. Yet it is indeed chocolate and edible. Each chocolate frog comes with a collectible card featuring renowned wizards. I have amassed nearly 500 cards, only lacking Agrippa and Ptolemy." Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry opened the packaging and extracted the card. It depicted a kindly old man, a male visage, aged, adorned with half-moon spectacles, behind which sparkled a pair of azure eyes, and a hooked nose framed by a silvery beard cascading to his waist. At the bottom of the card, the name read, Albus Dumbledore. Most astonishingly, the image upon the card was animated. As Harry gazed at the card, he recalled the frequent mentions of this figure by Hagrid. He flipped the card over to peruse the text on the reverse. Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts, recognized as the greatest wizard of contemporary times. Dumbledore's most notable contributions include the defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945 and the discovery of 12 uses for dragon's blood, as well as various achievements in alchemical collaboration with Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore's hobbies include chamber music and 10-pin bowling. In his youth, his father was imprisoned, followed by a tragic incident where his sister accidentally killed their mother. And in his later years, estrangement ensued between him and his brother, culminating in the inadvertent death of his sister. In adulthood, he imprisoned his beloved forever. One wonders what sentiments guided this greatest of wizards in making such decisions. The train had distanced itself from the city, and the fields outside gradually faded with the rumble of the train, revealing dark green hills and meandering rivers. Light quietly observed the changing scenery, while Harry and Ron indulged in their magical snacks. The compartment door was knocked upon once more, and, as it swung open, a tearful, round-faced boy appeared at the entrance, timidly inquiring, "Hello, I apologize for the intrusion. I wonder if you have seen a toad?" Harry and Ron paused their feasting, exchanged glances, and simultaneously shook their heads. "We have not seen a toad, but could you perhaps tell me its name? I might be able to assist you," Light said kindly, gazing at the awkward boy before him. Just as the boy was about to respond, a female voice called out, "Neville, where are you?" "I have found Trevor." Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, another figure appeared at the compartment door. This newcomer had a mane of thick brown hair, an attractive countenance, and a prominent pair of front teeth. Hermione handed the toad she was holding to Neville, politely greeting the company of Wright. He was about to take Neville away. As Neville, who was inspecting the toad for injuries, was suddenly yanked, he stumbled, causing the toad to escape his grasp and leap directly at Harry's face. Harry exclaimed in terror, while Neville instinctively lunged for the toad. Ron aimed to shield Harry, and Hermione attempted to hold back Neville. The compartment was instantaneously thrown into chaos. "All right, it's all fine now," Wright said, wielding his wand to control the floating toad, his head throbbing as he surveyed the huddle of four and the scattered snacks on the floor. "Here, don't lose it again," he remarked, glancing meaningfully at the now upright Neville. Cradling the toad in his arms and surveying the disarray in the compartment, Neville, his voice tinged with a sob, apologized. "I'm sorry, I will compensate for this." Hermione stood by, looking utterly bewildered. Harry and Ron, having never experienced such a scene, were momentarily at a loss. "It's all right. We are wizards. Magic will assist us," Wright declared, incanting a spell that restored order, waving his wand as a beam of light shot from its tip to the floor. The four of them could not help but exclaim in awe, "How impressive! How marvelous!" Chapter 10. Malfoy and his lackeys. "Please, do not be so astonished. We are wizards. Is it not normal to wield magic?" Wright said, exasperatedly observing the astonished quartet. "I know this spell. I just haven't learned it yet, but I will master it soon." Upon hearing Hermione's declaration, Wright did not refute her, but humbly responded, "It's a fundamental spell, one that you will all learn shortly after school begins. So please, do not stand, take a seat. Otherwise, I shall be the only one sitting, and that would be rather awkward. Still, it's unnecessary. We've troubled you enough, and we shall not intrude further." Neville mumbled while clutching the toad. "No worries, just a minor issue. Although we have yet to arrive at Hogwarts, we can consider ourselves classmates already. So, let's introduce ourselves. I am Wright Luggas, pleased to make your acquaintance." Wright wore a friendly expression. "I am Neville Longbottom. I am also delighted to meet you. I am Hermione Granger. What about you two?" After introducing herself, Hermione turned her gaze towards Harry and Ron. Ron Weasley, pleased to meet you all. Ron followed suit with a group introduction, and Harry added, I am Harry Potter, very. Just as Harry was about to finish his sentence, Hermione excitedly interrupted, her voice rising several octaves, becoming somewhat sharp. Is it really you? I mean, I know all about you. The few books I bought on magic history, A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century, all mention how you defeated the Dark Lord. Mention me? And who else did I defeat? I have no idea, Harry exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief at his own fame. Noticing Harry's incredulous expression, Hermione realized that the protagonist was entirely unaware of his monumental achievements, prompting her to change the subject. It is said that upon arriving at Hogwarts, one will be sorted into a house. I particularly wish to join Gryffindor, for the greatest wizards have studied there. After expressing this sentiment, I tugged at Neville's sleeve and exited the compartment. Subsequently, Neville bid farewell to the three within the carriage and followed suit. Clutching his toad, Neville departed the compartment, casually closing the door behind him. Once the door was shut, Harry and Ron, who had been standing, collapsed onto the seats. The abruptness of the change left them somewhat dizzy. After a moment, Ron scratched his head in discomfort, his expression rather complicated. If given the choice, I would prefer not to share a house with her. Harry, equally fatigued, nodded in agreement. Seeing their reactions, Light could not help but smile. Pondering, you not only will be in the same house, but will eventually form a close-knit trio, culminating in Hermione and her two ineffectual companions. At that moment, Harry inquired of Ron, which house do your brothers belong to? If it were up to you, which house would you choose? They're in Gryffindor, and as for me, I don't have strong preferences. It should probably be Gryffindor, as my family has all graduated from there. As long as at ISNT Slytherin, I would be content. How about you both? Harry contemplated. I wish to join Gryffindor. Hagrid mentioned that my parents graduated from that house, and I aspire to belong there. I'm indifferent, Light remarked nonchalantly. Ron, noticing Light's casual demeanor, began to impart a sense of urgency to Harry and Light. Truthfully, any house would suffice, but whatever you do, avoid Slytherin. The Dark Lord has been there. Who knows what curses might remain? As Ron shared his thoughts, Light raised an eyebrow, recognizing that, in a sense, curses did exist. Not specifically against Slytherin, but rather in the defense against the dark arts class, where professors changed each year, rendering them little more than expendable. As Ron rambled on about school and his family attending Quidditch matches, the compartment door swung open once more. 3 boys entered, the leader possessing a shock of white hair and a pale complexion. Flanking him were 2 robust, unremarkable boys who resembled bodyguards. The leader scanned the compartment and fixed his gaze on Harry. It appears to be true. The Weasley twins are spreading tales of the legendary Harry Potter on this train. Now everyone is talking about it. As he spoke, his eyes remained locked on Harry. Upon Harry's acknowledgement of his identity, the leader introduced himself. I am Draco Malfoy. This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. Malfoy casually introduced his lackeys. Observing Harry's composure in the face of provocation, Light felt a sense of admiration, recognizing Harry's courage in contrast to his own timidity in youth. At that moment, Malfoy surveyed the compartment again and, with an air of arrogance, declared, Look at this. A mudblood, and a destitute pureblood incapable of even supporting his own offspring. Potter, you ought to cultivate relationships with more affluent pureblood wizards. Associating with these lowly individuals will avail you nothing. Come now, Potter. My family is among the sacred 28. I am capable of befriending you, and only I can assist you. No, I will choose my friends freely, and I have no desire to befriend you. You should be more courteous, lest you meet the same fate as your parents. They were blind to the truth, much like you are now, mingling with the likes of the Weasley family and Hagrid. If I were you, I would wisely seek out true companions. Malfoy's gaze swept across the furious face of Ron, finally resting on the frowning figure of his accomplice. Mudbloods should not be present at Hogwarts. You ought to kneel before us purebloods and offer everything. What did you say? Ron exclaimed, indignant. I will not allow you to insult my friends. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, glaring at Malfoy like 2 enraged lions. And what do you plan to do about it? Malfoy sneered. Suddenly, a black cloth descended upon Malfoy and his companions, enveloping their heads. The trio instantly fell into disarray. Harry and Ron were momentarily stunned, but then felt a weight on their shoulders. It was his accomplice, who swiftly leapt over them and delivered a flying kick to the head of the now encased Malfoy. Malfoy and his 2 followers collapsed to the ground. The accomplice continued to pursue the fallen trio, delivering kicks while taunting, How articulate you are! How articulate you are! Instantly, cries of agony from Malfoy and his companions echoed throughout the train carriage. Chapter 11. The train arrives, get this damned thing off me. Ah, stop hitting. It hurts. It hurts. The trio, shrouded in the black cloth, groaned and struggled to free themselves, but the cloth remained firmly controlled by some unseen force, rendering their efforts futile. Harry and Ron, witnessing the spectacle, were momentarily at a loss. They had just been issuing threats, and now the tables had turned, with their allies single-handedly subduing Malfoy and his crew. Exchanging glances, Harry and Ron were about to intervene when their ally swiftly approached them, grasping both by the arms and pulling them back to their seats with a serious expression. "Someone is coming. Do not speak. I will handle this." After seating them, he drew his wand and cast a restoration charm upon the still struggling trio. "What is happening?" came a voice from outside the carriage. The newcomer, glancing at the trio, sprawled on the floor. Then, their sharp gaze turned to the occupants within. "Is this so?" The newcomer scrutinized the ally before directing a question at Harry and Ron. They nodded vigorously. "And what do you have to say?" The newcomer inquired of the struggling Malfoy and his companions, who were attempting to rise. Just as Malfoy began to voice a complaint, the ally interjected with a mocking tone. "No way, no way. The heir of one of the Sacred 28 could be bested by a Muggle wizard? How utterly ludicrous!" Bruised and battered, Malfoy glared at the increasing crowd gathering around him and, gritting his teeth, declared, "We simply tripped. It's nothing. Disperse." With that, he pushed through the throng and departed. He cast a resentful glance at Wright, but refrained from uttering any venomous words, as he was assisted away by Goyle and Crabbe amidst the murmurs of onlookers. "How'd you manage that? Impressive, the black cloth and that flying kick," Ron exclaimed, shutting the compartment door and turning to Wright with admiration in his eyes. Harry nodded vigorously in agreement. Sitting beside them, Wright raised his right hand, pinching his thumb and forefinger together to reveal a small gap, and calmly replied, "A touch of magic, combined with a smidgen of skill honed in the orphanage." Observing Wright's enigmatic demeanor, Harry and Ron felt even greater admiration. The train thundered through woods and hills, emerging into a desolate expanse. "You struck Malfoy. Do you think he will inform the teachers and get you expelled? Or perhaps call upon his family for revenge?" Harry's face clouded with concern. At this, Ron, who had been munching on snacks, glanced up at Wright. Wright casually picked up a piece of chocolate from the table and offered it to Harry, dismissively stating, "No worries. In a brawl, unless caught red-handed, it's challenging to gather evidence. Besides, that fellow just admitted he tripped. And as for his family, there's no cause for alarm. Being from a prestigious wizarding lineage and getting bested by muggles is hardly something to boast about. If I were him, I wouldn't dare speak of it." Reassured by Wright's explanation, Harry and Ron felt a wave of relief. However, curiosity about the so-called Sacred 28 arose in Harry's mind. What exactly is this Sacred 28? Why do they all appear so aristocratic? The Sacred 28 refers to families that have never intermingled with muggles, thus producing no half-blood wizards. They pride themselves on their so-called pure blood, holding a disdainful view towards half-bloods, believing that those whose ancestors never produced a wizard but possess magical abilities are tainted. Derogatorily labeled as mudbloods, the Weasley family is also among the 28, Wright remarked, gesturing towards Ron. Upon seeing Harry's inquisitive gaze, Ron quickly waved his hands, asserting, "There is such a notion, but my family has never subscribed to it. Besides, we aren't as affluent as they are, and those pompous purebloods all end up in Slytherin. Our family has always been in Gryffindor, so we are different, absolutely different." While Ron passionately elaborated, continuing to instill in Harry and Wright the terrors and darkness of Slytherin. The train's arrival announcement echoed, "The train will arrive in 10 minutes. Please leave your luggage on board, and we will ensure it reaches the school. Do not worry." Only when the train's announcement broke, through Ron's fervent speech, did he cease talking. The three hurriedly gathered their unfinished snacks from the table. Together, they exited the compartment, following the flow of passengers towards the train doors, where they formed a queue. As the train pulled into the station and gradually came to a halt, the doors swung open. One by one, the young wizards disembarked from the train. In September, with autumn already upon England, the nights were distinctly chilly. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing all the young wizards who had just alighted from the train to glance apprehensively at the small, dark station. Light, Harry, and Ron huddled together for warmth. Shivering, Ron exclaimed, "Why is no one here to meet us? Surely we're not going to be abandoned at the station." Harry remained silent, his face betraying his unease. Light offered a casual word of comfort before they resumed waiting for someone to arrive. A beam of light flickered in the darkness, steadily approaching the train station. Light and Harry both recognized the familiar booming voice as the giant, holding a lantern, called out, First years. New students, come over here." "I'm here. Harry, come this way." "Are you all right?" Hearing the voice, Harry maneuvered through the crowd with Light and Ron to reach Hagrid. Upon reaching Hagrid, Harry embraced the kind giant, who patted him gently on the back with his large hand, a broad smile illuminating his round face, his eyes squinting with joy. Chapter 12. Hogwarts. In the profound darkness of the night, the towering giant, lantern in hand, bellowed to the anxious young wizards, "Come on, follow me. All first years, look over here. We're setting off now. Watch your step." With that, Hagrid turned and walked away, lantern held high. The young wizards stumbled along in his wake, following the light he cast. The path was narrow, enveloped in darkness. Light trailed behind Hagrid, each step cautious, as if traversing a desolate mountain in the dead of night. Silence enveloped them. Even the young wizards, filled with youthful exuberance, refrained from chatter. After stumbling over a stone, Light drew forth his concealed wand, whispering, "Lumos." He focused intently, and the tip of his wand blazed to life, illuminating the dark path ahead. However, upon casting light, he realized it might have been better to navigate the darkness. The winding path appeared as if newly carved from the forest, the trees on either side looming ominously. A cold breeze swept through, and the trees rustled, prompting Light to hunch his shoulders involuntarily. Just then, Hagrid's resonant voice rang out, "Be careful going downhill. Just around the bend lies Hogwarts." As the young wizards turned the corner, they reached the end of the narrow path, revealing a vast, dark lake, its surface profoundly deep, reflecting not a glimmer of light. On the opposite shore, amidst the inky night, a magnificent castle stood tall. Its spires reached skyward, and the glass windows glimmered with the moon's reflection, exuding an aura of mystique. The young wizards, gathered at the lake's edge, were captivated by the sight. "Come on, everyone, this way. We shall take the boats across," Hagrid called, his rough voice echoing. "The stones by the Black Lake are slippery with moss, so don't rush. Mind your step and don't slip." Each boat could only accommodate 4 individuals, absolutely no more. Harry, Ron, and Light boarded the same boat. After confirming that all the young wizards were on board, Hagrid ascended with a lantern in hand, his immense stature monopolizing the vessel. With a commanding shout of "Set sail," the boat, laden with young wizards, began its procession away from shore. Each boat was equipped with a lantern, illuminating only its immediate vicinity, casting no light beyond. Light gazed into the depths of the inky Black Lake, where the dark waters mirrored the luminous moon and twinkling stars above. Yet, the lake's surface remained devoid of any radiance, as if the celestial bodies within were mere illusions. Tentatively, Light extended his right hand into the lake's depths, recalling a vague notion from a now-exiled author about a colossal squid dwelling beneath the surface, which would propel the boats with its enormous tentacles during the arrival of new students. It was rumored that the creature's true form was none other than Godric Gryffindor, the first headmaster from a millennium ago. As he pondered, his hand grazed the lake's surface, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Suddenly, it felt as though his hand had brushed against something tangible, yet it could have merely been the current flowing through his fingers. The ancient monument seemed to affirm his experience, signaling that his touch was indeed real. Light softly murmured to Harry and Ron, almost as if conversing with himself. As they rounded the cliff, the imposing silhouette of the castle began to emerge, faint lights guiding the boat's course. Gradually approaching, the young wizards fell into a hushed reverence, gazing in awe at the towering edifice. Bathed in the warm glow of the lanterns, the castle appeared magnificent and grand, shrouded in an air of mystery and splendor. Light's anticipation for the magical journey ahead swelled within him. The boat carried the young wizards through a concealed entrance, arriving at a hidden dock. As the vessel gently nudged the shore, the wizards disembarked onto a rocky bank. Hagrid raised his lantern high, his rugged voice calling out, "Everyone off, follow me." Surrounding the square were towering columns, and at the far end stood the grand entrance of Hogwarts. Hagrid hastened to the door, lifting his massive fist to knock 3 times with a resounding thud. The heavy knocks echoed, and amidst the eager anticipation of Light and his companions, the door creaked open. 2 figures emerged before them, a witch clad in emerald robes, her aged countenance exuding an air of sternness, and a wizard with greasy black hair, a hawk-like nose, and a sallow complexion, presenting an unfriendly and acerbic demeanor. The sight of these seemingly unfriendly figures startled nearly all the young wizards. Light observed with interest as Snape's hollow gaze fixated on the anxious Harry. "The first years are all here," Hagrid respectfully reported to Professor McGonagall, casting a glance at Snape, who remained focused on Harry. "Thank you, Hagrid. You can leave the young wizards in our care," McGonagall replied, disregarding the subtle exchanges between Hagrid and Snape. Hagrid instinctively glanced at Snape before bidding farewell to Harry and departing. "Welcome, young wizards. Now, please follow us. As soon as McGonagall's voice faded, the grand door behind her swung open automatically. Subsequently, McGonagall and Snape turned and entered, guiding the young wizards within. Led Harry and Ron boldly through the door, followed closely by the other young wizards who, upon witnessing this advance, eagerly trailed behind. Stepping into the hall, they found it nearly as expansive as the courtyard outside. The ceiling soared several stories high, and the stone walls on either side were adorned with flickering torches that dispelled the darkness and chill of the air. There was little time for admiration as they followed McGonagall and Snape to the far end of the hall, where they entered a small chamber. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, McGonagall spoke. "Welcome to Hogwarts, young wizards. You have now completed the journey to the Magical Academy, and your journey points have increased by 1. As she finished her welcoming address, Leia received a message from the stone tablet. Chapter 13, The Sorting Ceremony. The feast was about to commence. However, before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first determine which house you will enter. After pausing to survey the attentive crowd, McGonagall continued. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. You will soon be sorted in front of the entire school. A significant ceremony indeed. I understand there have been some rumors. While McGonagall lectured from the podium, Leigh employed the skills he had once mastered as a student, feigning earnestness while his mind wandered elsewhere. All right, take a moment to prepare yourselves. I suggest you tidy up a bit to avoid appearing disheveled, she advised before exiting with Snape, who stood beside her. How do I look? Is anything amiss? My hairstyle is acceptable, right? The young wizards, free from the watchful eyes of adults, began to chatter excitedly. Spotting Harry frantically assisting Ron with his robes while Ron hurriedly tried to arrange Harry's hair, Leg grasped the situation. He drew his wand and pointed it at Harry and Ron, uttering, "Freshen up." With a flash of magic, Harry's hair and Ron's robes began to tidy themselves, returning to a neat appearance. After casting the spell on them, Leigh inverted his wand and performed the same charm on himself. How is the sorting conducted? Surely, there can't be any dangers involved. Harry asked anxiously. It seems to be some sort of test. Ron replied, his complexion paling. What if we fail? Will we be expelled? Harry's heart raced as he voiced his apprehension. No need to worry. According to reliable information I've received, the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts is quite straightforward. You merely need to take a seat, and everything will be taken care of. There are no magical examinations, nor any demands placed upon us. Larry assured Harry and Ron with a comforting smile. Standing near Wright, the young wizard felt a slight sigh of relief upon hearing his words. It was indeed amusing to consider. My father is a member of the Board of Trustees. He informed me that the sorting ceremony would require us to face a dragon, which could discern between pure bloods, half-bloods, and muggles. An exceedingly shrill yet familiar voice, dripping with arrogance, echoed from a distance. Malfoy approached, flanked by 2 lackeys, pushing through the crowd, showing no signs of having been recently beaten. Wright raised an eyebrow, suspecting that one of his acquaintances from upper years had likely come to his aid. What are you doing here? Ron instantly flared up upon seeing Malfoy. As far as I know, the dragon favors noble purebloods, but tends to choose some half-bloods and muggle wizards to devour. Malfoy taunted with a wicked grin. The nearby young wizards, already on edge, felt their anxiety grow. Hermione, not far away, turned pale as a ghost. It seems your father, the board member, is rather incompetent. He is not even aware of the sorting ceremony's requirements, Wright remarked, suppressing Ron's impending outburst with sarcastic undertones. I don't believe purebloods who trip for no reason deserve any special treatment. He emphasized the word trip, having never encountered such a sardonic retort. Malfoy was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Professor McGonagall entered, announcing that the sorting ceremony was about to commence. The young wizards fell silent at the sight of an adult's arrival. Form a line and follow me, Professor McGonagall instructed, surveying the group. She led the newcomers into an opulent hall. The walls were adorned with small torches, and the high ceiling was shrouded in darkness, with flickering lights resembling a starry sky. Countless candles burned in the air, illuminating the hall brilliantly. 4 enormous banners of different colors hung on the walls, and 4 long tables were set in the center of the grand hall. An array of gold plates and glasses were neatly arranged on the tables, filled with students of varying ages on either side. At the end of the long tables stood an empty space featuring a high-backed chair, atop which rested an old, crumpled wizard's hat. Behind the chair, at the hall's far end, was a semicircular professor's table. Dumbledore, clad in white robes, sat in the center, flanked by Snape in dark robes with a sullen demeanor, the diminutive half-giant Flitwick, and the tightly wrapped Quirrell. Just as Wright was struck by the grandeur of the scene before him, the hat on the chair suddenly began to stir. The seams tore apart, forming a wrinkled face. In a gravelly singing voice, it roused the bewildered Wright and the young wizards. "You may think me unseemly, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat more beautiful than I shall consume myself." After the raspy voice completed the age-old song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Once the clapping subsided, Professor McGonagall appeared with a parchment, shouting to the young wizards. The sorting ceremony commenced in earnest, and, as each studentess' name was called, they took their place upon the chair, where I would ceremoniously place the hat upon their head. The young wizards were instantly gripped with anxiety, awaiting their turn. Hannah Abbott. As anticipated by Wright, the first to be called was none other than the esteemed wife of Neville, the so-called hat of iron lineage detector. Wright observed a small girl with 2 golden braids and a rosy complexion, her steps quickening as she approached. Once seated, Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon her head, which promptly obscured her eyes. Moments later, the sorting hat proclaimed loudly, "Hufflepuff." At the sound, the students at the far right table erupted into applause and cheers. With each name called and house assigned, the reactions from the students at the 4 long tables varied from enthusiastic applause to indifferent gestures, reflecting their individual attitudes toward the newcomers. Wright Luggas. Under the watchful eyes of Harry and Ron, Wright advanced slowly, a fighter with steadfast resolve and remarkable magical talent. Were it not for his disqualification from Salazar's bloodline criteria, I would have gladly placed him in Slytherin. Thus, the hat declared Gryffindor. A swell of applause accompanied Wright as he made his way to the Gryffindor table, his mind clouded with questions about the sorting hat's true nature. As he approached the table, he suddenly heard someone calling out, "Here, over here. There's a spot for you, Wright." Glancing up, he saw the red-haired twins vigorously waving, as if fearing he might overlook them. Upon noticing them, Wright's concerns eased, and he hurried over to George and Fred. As he neared, the twins posed a question. "Which one of us is George?" "Wrong. I'm Fred." "He asked George." The one identified as George replied with a cheeky grin, just as Fred was about to interject. Wright, with utmost seriousness, declared, "I did not mistake you. The 162nd hair on George's left ear is sticking up, while Fred's is smooth. I noticed it during the train ride." Upon hearing this, the brothers exchanged glances, with George asking, slightly astonished, "Is that true?" Fred, curious, leaned in to inspect George's ear. "No, I'm just kidding. I can't tell them apart, but it seems I was right." Wright chuckled. The twins shared another look, bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "It seems we have a new companion." As the twins contemplated welcoming Wright into their ranks, he raised his hand to signal Ron, who had also been sorted into Gryffindor, to join them. No sooner had Ron settled in than a round of applause erupted around them as Harry donned the sorting hat amidst the enthusiastic clamor. After a prolonged silence, a cheer erupted from Gryffindor, igniting excitement among those surrounding Wright. The entire Gryffindor table erupted in jubilation, with George and Fred embracing each other in exhilaration, exclaiming, "We have Potter." In contrast, the Slytherins, having heard the sorting hat's declaration of Harry's rejection of their house, clapped half-heartedly. The prefects at the front of the table, upon hearing such contemptuous words from the sorting hat, wore expressions of displeasure, too apathetic to feign enthusiasm, utterly unaware that a long-standing second-place existence was about to commence. Wright silently observed this scene, reflecting that with Hagrid and Ron simultaneously influencing Harry, it would be a miracle if he ended up in Slytherin. As Harry removed the sorting hat, he made his way toward the Gryffindor long table. Percy Weasley, the head boy of Gryffindor, was the first to approach Harry, eager to engage in conversation before the other young lions could. Even George and Fred rushed over to join the commotion. Wright glanced at Harry, now surrounded by a crowd, but chose to remain seated quietly, awaiting the meal. Just as he found himself in a state of ennui, an alarming message emanated from the stone tablet. "Complete the strongest gaze, mileage point +1. Wright swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the fear that welled within him, and subtly raised his gaze toward Dumbledore. To his relief, Dumbledore's eyes were not fixed on him, but rather warmly observing the throng around Harry. This sight somewhat assuaged Wright's anxiety, leading him to contemplate. The sorting hat must lack the ability to read memories. Otherwise, those with myriad secrets within pureblood families would never entrust their offspring to Hogwarts. After a millennium of such trust, if there were any such flaw, it would have been exposed long ago. Dumbledore's gaze upon me could be due to my recent prominence, having confronted Malfoy on the train, or perhaps he was scouting for companions for Harry. These two possibilities seemed most plausible. If Dumbledore had gleaned from the sorting hat that I possessed knowledge of the future, the stone tablet would have displayed astonishment rather than mere observation. With this thought, Wright's heart eased considerably. As Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and departed with the sorting hat, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet. Welcome to Hogwarts. The new academic year begins. Before the feast commenced, he added fools, weepers, remnants, twists. Thank you all. With the bewildered gazes of the assembly upon him, Dumbledore proclaimed the feast to begin. An array of delectable dishes appeared upon the long table. Since his arrival in this world, Wright had never encountered such a bountiful spread. Instantly, he indulged as if he had not eaten in days. George and Fred looked on at Wright and Ron, reminiscent of famished spirits, and remarked, "Who would have thought there was someone who could match Ron's eating habits? How amusing," as Wright, with a belly full to bursting, proclaimed he could eat no more. He witnessed Dumbledore wave his wand, causing the food on the table to vanish instantly. Ron, equally stuffed, lamented his failure to save a morsel. At that moment, Dumbledore slowly rose, capturing everyone's attention. Since everyone has finished their meal, I shall take a moment to convey a few announcements regarding the commencement of the school term. Freshmen must pay particular attention. Students are strictly prohibited from entering the grove on the playground, a guideline that I believe should also be heeded by the upperclassmen. Our administrator, Mr. Filch, has requested that I remind you all that the use of magic in the corridors during breaks is forbidden. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week on the school grounds. Lastly, I must issue a stern warning. Those who wish to avoid a grim fate should refrain from venturing into the corridor on the third floor to the right for the remainder of the year. After addressing these important matters for the term, Dumbledore, in a kindly tone, proclaimed, "Let us, before retiring for the night, joyfully sing our school song." With a wave of his wand, a long golden ribbon unfurled, forming words in the air. Under Dumbledore's guidance, the entire school community began to sing the school anthem. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Lete, following the crowd, sang a few lines with a lackluster demeanor. Led by the prefect, the Gryffindor freshmen made their way to the dormitory. Along the journey, Lete engaged in light-hearted banter with Harry and Ron. They ascended the spiral staircase to the highest floor, arriving at the end of the corridor. Percy halted before a portrait of the fat lady, who animatedly inquired, "Password?" "Dragon Dung," Percy replied. The fat lady nodded and stepped aside, revealing a circular opening in the wall. Upon entering, Lete beheld a spacious common room. The banner representing Gryffindor, a crimson lion, hung majestically in the air, while several long tables adorned the floor. Beneath the tables were chairs with soft cushions, and the fireplace on the left wall crackled with flames, providing warmth and illumination to the common room. Following the signs, Lete, Harry, and Ron proceeded towards the dormitory. Arriving at the dormitory door, they pushed it open to find a room furnished with 5 four-poster beds, each accompanied by luggage neatly stacked beside. Chapter 15, Transfiguration Class. Ron glanced at the doorplate and urged Harry to enter. "What a spacious room, and such a grand bed," Ron exclaimed, eager to leap onto the bed. Harry, apprehensive, grasped Ron's arm and cautioned, "Wait. We don't yet know which bed is ours. Let us not make a mistake." Lete had already surveyed the room and informed Harry and Ron. There is a small plaque beside each bed with the names. Upon hearing this, Harry released his hold on Ron. Unrestrained, Ron quickly located his bed and flopped onto it, emitting a satisfied sigh. Just as Harry and Lete settled onto their respective beds, Ron abruptly sat up and began to vent about Malfoy. "I knew that guy was just bragging. At one point, I genuinely believed there would be a dragon." "Me too. But how does Lete know there's no dragon at the sorting ceremony?" Harry echoed Ron's sentiment while expressing his curiosity. "At Diagon Alley, after I went with Hagrid, I ventured back on my own. I happened to overhear someone mentioning it, so I took note." With a hint of mischief, Light remarked, "I can hardly claim I witnessed it firsthand." Light's heart was filled with fragmented thoughts. As the trio continued their conversation, a sudden sound of the door creaking open and an introduction interrupted them. "Greetings, I am Neville Longbottom, residing in this dormitory." Turning around, Light saw Neville entering the room with a small child. "Neville!" Ron and Harry exclaimed in delight, bouncing on the trampoline as they approached Neville and Seamus. "I never expected to share a dormitory with you." Neville responded with equal surprise, welcoming Harry and Ron, while the three reminisced. Light ambled over slowly. Addressing Seamus, who appeared somewhat at a loss by the door, he said, "Hello, Seamus. I'm Wright Luggas. Please call me Light. I hope you don't mind if I refer to you as Seamus." "No, that is perfectly fine. Just Seamus is good," he replied. Light nodded at Neville and led them to his bed. As Harry yawned, the chatter in the room dwindled, leaving only the sounds of breathing. So much has happened today. However, Hogwarts, I have arrived. With that thought, Light succumbed to a deep slumber. "Where am I?" Light murmured, still in a daze upon awakening. "Light, you're awake." "I was just about to call you after I finished washing up," Neville said, emerging from the bathroom. "Oh, I'm awake. Where's Seamus?" Light rubbed his eyes, glancing at Harry and Ron, who were still fast asleep. P.S. in the restroom. Hurry up and wash up. We don't want to be late. All right, I'm on my way. After rousing Harry and Ron, Light began his morning routine. It is still early. Shall we head to breakfast? Ron suggested, freshly washed. Light recalled the previous events where Harry and Ron had been late. That sounds reasonable. Ron reluctantly agreed to Light's proposition. The group gathered their textbooks and made their way to the classroom. By the way, do you know where the classroom is? Light inquired, prompting a series of puzzled expressions among the five. After navigating through questions, disappearing staircases, and nearly losing Neville, they finally arrived at the classroom just in time before the lesson began. It seems we're not too late. The professor hasn't arrived yet, Harry noted, glancing at the empty podium. I am certain those staircases are intentional. They've disappeared so many times. Poor Neville nearly got lost. Ron expressed indignantly. At least we're not late, Neville said, his expression teetering on the brink of tears. Let us find a seat before we get startled, Light suggested, observing the empty podium, which bore a cat, and spoke ambiguously to Harry and the others. Confused, Harry and the others settled into their seats. Once everyone was seated, the tabby cat that had been on the podium suddenly leaped forward, transforming mid-air. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into Professor McGonagall, who had conducted the sorting ceremony for the young wizards the day before. Before we commence, I must caution you, transfiguration is one of the most challenging and perilous forms of magic you will study at Hogwarts. Anyone who misbehaves in my class will be promptly shown the door. Professor McGonagall's display of magic elicited awe and yearning among the students. Light was captivated, his gaze fixed intently on the entire process of spellcasting. Swift and deft, every motion was executed with flawless precision. With a mere flick of her wrist, she transformed a lifeless wooden podium into a vibrant entity. Like a creator, she altered matter and bestowed consciousness, leaving Light to ponder how far he was from achieving such mastery. In that moment, he became utterly enthralled by the mystery and power of magic. Professor McGonagall quelled the students' astonishment with a wave of her hand and began to elucidate the origins of transfiguration and the incantations involved. After explaining the transfiguration spell, she distributed a matchstick to each student. Transform the matchstick I have given you into a silver needle. Let us commence our practice. I shall guide you, she stated with a serious demeanor. Light repeatedly waved his wand, casting spells of the matchstick before him, struggling to replicate the ease he had experienced with white magic. Mr. Light Luggas, do not approach spellcasting mechanically. Focus your attention. Envision the silver needle in your mind before casting the spell, Professor McGonagall instructed sternly. And you too, Mr. Ron Weasley. Upon hearing her guidance, Light paused, massaging his hand that had waved the wand countless times. His eyes fixed on a matchstick resting quietly on the long table. It was utterly futile. During his self-study of white magic, he had succeeded after merely 3 attempts, instinctively understanding the reasons behind each failure. Even with knowledge of the incantations and techniques, one's innate talent imposed limitations, forcing ordinary wizards to struggle through repetitive practice. It appeared his advantage was formidable, allowing him to bypass the tedium of repeated attempts and become a prodigy who grasped concepts effortlessly. Nevertheless, he resolved to test whether he could learn transfiguration through sheer effort without enhancements. Should he fail, it would signify his dependence on the stone tablet. With this thought, Light gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to enhance his abilities, and continued to focus on the matchstick before him. Chapter 16, The Library. On the gray long table, a matchstick was animated by the power of magic, its exterior gradually twisting and transforming. Just as it began to take on the form of a silver needle, it seemed to falter, quaking momentarily before reverting to its original state. Light gazed at the matchstick, exhaling a deep sigh. Another failure. The breakthrough from 0 to 1 in transfiguration is tremendously challenging. After an extended period of casting spells, Light felt utterly exhausted. However, he had gained a rough understanding of his capabilities without enhancements, realizing he could still elevate his skills through his own efforts. Stealing glances around the classroom to observe the progress of his fellow wizards, he concluded that his own talent was likely below average, while Light was still surreptitiously observing others' advancements. He was suddenly poked from behind, and he heard Harry's excited voice. Light, look, I managed to transform half of it. Light turned to see a peculiar object on Harry's desk, half needle, half matchstick, and he exclaimed, Indeed, you are quite talented. That is impressive. I just secretly peeked at others' progress, and few can achieve what you have. I'm feeling all right. I was previously worried that I wouldn't be able to learn, Harry said somewhat sheepishly. Light was not surprised by Harry's magical talent. In the original story, Harry was already able to conjure a Patronus by his 3rd year. Even without anyone teaching him, He quickly mastered the disarming charm just by glancing at Snape's notes. In this regard, Voldemort's curse on the defense against the dark arts class was indeed justified. While Light was lost in thought, a stern yet approving voice resonated throughout the classroom. Excellent work. Miss Granger, 5 points to Gryffindor. You are the first to complete the transfiguration. Everyone, take a look. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall held up a silver needle for the surrounding students to admire. Hermione, seated nearby, proudly lifted her fluffy brown-haired head like a haughty little swan, basking in the astonished gazes of her classmates. Here comes a wizard whose talent surpasses even that of the protagonist in the original story, without any special advantages. It truly pales in comparison to these individuals. Light sighed inwardly. If only I had practiced a bit more, the accolades would have been mine. Ron muttered gloomily. Light cast a sidelong glance at Ron and internally chuckled. If I weren't aware of the plot, I might have almost believed him. Once Professor McGonagall set down Hermione's silver needle, she urged the students to continue practicing. After a brief respite, Light resumed his attempts to cast the spell on a matchstick. After countless failures, Professor McGonagall announced the end of class and assigned the spell as homework. What? I thought there would be rewards on the first day of class. Light lamented slightly. Just as the classmates were still chattering during the break, a ghost floated into the classroom, eliciting shock and fear from the students. Do not practice transfiguration during my class. Pay attention. During the lesson, Professor Binns, perhaps disturbed by Light's wand movements, specifically called him out for practicing magic. After issuing his warning, he resumed his monotonous lecture, which was enough to induce drowsiness. Having practiced beforehand, Light and Harry easily executed the levitation charm. After class, Ron, holding a book, complained to Harry about Hermione's difficult nature, completely oblivious to Hermione walking by. Light, do you have any plans after lunch? Harry asked. Since I have no classes this afternoon, I'm heading to the library. Would you like to join me? Light inquired of Ron and Harry. Going to the library right after school? I'll pass. Ron quickly shook his head. Seeing this, Harry also said he felt tired from the morning classes and would skip it. After finishing his meal, Light tidied up his utensils, bid farewell to Harry and Ron, and departed. Ron gazed at Light's retreating figure, feeling inexplicably melancholic. It felt as though a friend was secretly outpacing him. With this thought, Ron tearfully devoured 2 more drumsticks. Upon entering the library for the first time, Light was awestruck by the vast array of books before him. Rows of neatly arranged shelves were filled to the brim with magical tomes, appearing to have no gaps whatsoever. This is the essence of Hogwarts, possessing an extensive collection of magical tomes. From the ordinary levitation charm to the creation of Horcruxes that grant immortality, the library houses them all. Even the Dark Lord Voldemort, once known as Tom Riddle, diligently studied within these very walls. As Light paused to reflect, he sought out books on dark magic. He wandered among the towering shelves until he finally discovered the section on dark arts, serendipitously located adjacent to the restricted section. Light silently committed this location to memory, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the forbidden area where powerful curses lay in wait. Hello, have you found the book you seek? Inquired Elma Pants, the librarian, as she approached Light, having noticed his numerous laps around the shelves. I am in search of a tome to aid me in mastering transfiguration. My talent is rather lacking. Light replied discreetly. Very well, please follow me, the librarian instructed, guiding him to a nearby shelf. For a novice in transfiguration, this book should be quite suitable. She withdrew a volume from the shelf and handed it to him. As Light glanced at the title, his lips twitched involuntarily. Transfiguration, 3 years of practice, 4 years to master. If you require assistance, feel free to seek me out. Please remember that noise and eating are not permitted within the library. The librarian cautioned before hastening away. Light quietly flipped through Transfiguration. 3 years of practice, 4 years to master. The only sound in the reading area being the rustling of pages. This particular magical book was not overly dated, filled with empirical data and validations. Before long, Light discerned the reason why Transfiguration posed such a challenge to learn. He believed that the essence of Transfiguration lies in belief, in believing that the object before one can transform into another. After closing the book, he murmured to himself, upon understanding the essence of transfiguration, I surmise that while the more complex transformations remain beyond my current capabilities, the basic task of changing a matchstick into a needle should be manageable. At that moment, the stone tablet conveyed further information. Magical Transfiguration, Chapter 1. Learning Magic. Without hesitation, he approached Madame Pants once more to inquire about tomes categorizing spells. Spell categorization, you say? Follow me. Madame Pants led Light to the area dedicated to white magic. From a shelf, she retrieved a book titled White Magic and Black Magic and handed it to him, adding, This book may be a tad obscure for a fledgling wizard. Do not hesitate to ask if you encounter any difficulties. Thank you very much. Light expressed his gratitude, to which Madame Pants smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. As he watched her depart, he took the book and made his way back to the reading area. White magic encompasses no particular classification. All spells aimed at protecting oneself and others are deemed white magic, essentially varying only in terms of learning difficulty. Conversely, the classification of black magic is considerably more complex. Subdivided into 3 categories: jinxes, hexes, and curses, each escalating in terms of danger. Jinxes, for instance, are spells that wizards employ to play pranks on muggles, such as the slippery jinx, which causes the ground to become slick, rendering individuals prone to slipping and falling. The toxic curse is a potent enhancement of the malevolent curse, yielding superior effects but inflicting harm and suffering upon its victim. For instance, akin to a bee sting, it can cause swelling and pain on the skin. A curse epitomizes the true essence of dark magic, posing a genuine threat to one's life. Generally, curses are accompanied by counter-curses that can be employed to dispel them. For example, the petrifying curse can render an individual immobile, and without a counter-curse, it may lead to death. However, exceptions exist. Some curses lack a counter-curse, such as oblivion, which can erase a person's memories irretrievably. As Light was deeply engrossed in his reading, Harry and Ron stealthily made their way to the library. Light, shall we go for a meal? Harry gently tapped Light, who was lost in his book. Indeed, after dinner, we have to attend the stargazing class. Ron fervently nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Light realized that he would likely be making frequent trips to the library from then on. How is your transfiguration practice coming along? Ron mumbled through a mouthful of chicken leg, his words somewhat unclear. I've got it. Once you understand the essence of transfiguration, it becomes quite easy, Light replied, producing his wand and retrieving a matchstick. With a flick of his wand, a beam of light shot forth, instantly transforming the matchstick on the table into a silver needle. Moreover, Light continued to wave his wand, turning Ron's leftover chicken bones into silver needles as well. The two stared in astonishment at the spectacle before them, and Ron stammered. Why you've become so skilled after just a trip to the library? Meanwhile, Harry gazed at Light with eager anticipation. Can you teach me? Of course, Light said while Ron, observing his companions in a teaching and learning dynamic, found his chicken leg suddenly unappetizing. To succeed in transfiguration, one must possess a resolute heart and a calm mind. Visualize the object you wish to transform in your mind, and then firmly believe in the spell. The rest is left to the magic. It will manifest your desires. Light imparted his insights on transfiguration to Harry and Ron. It worked. It worked. Ron exclaimed as he successfully turned the matchstick into a silver needle, signifying the triumph of Light's guidance. Harry beamed with joy, congratulating Ron. Just as they were celebrating, Light interjected, "We must leave now, or we will be late." Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron immediately glanced at the clock and sprang into action. They hastily tidied their tableware and rushed with Light to the classroom. Yawning, Light listened to the astronomy lecture, where the professor rambled on about how celestial phenomena could lead to disasters in the wizarding world, relating them to specific stars. Having been educated in a materialist historical perspective, Light found it difficult to accept such a speculative approach, resulting in his lack of enthusiasm for the astronomy class. After class, in the dormitory, Neville was teased by Seamus. "You're such a loser. You fell out so quickly," Seamus remarked while watching wizard chess. "So, you think you're quite brave, do you?" Ron grinned at Seamus. "Of course. I'm incredibly brave," Seamus boasted confidently. "Then why not give it a try? I have something great to show you." Ron coaxed Seamus into taking his turn. "What is this?" "No, Ron, please don't." Ron decisively triumphed over Seamus. "Are you heading to bed so early?" Harry inquired, observing Seamus retreating to his dormitory. "There are no classes tomorrow morning, so I plan to rise early and visit the library." "You still intend to go to the library?" "Professor McGonagall has already assigned the transfiguration homework. Haven't you completed it?" Ron asked while he continued to dominate Seamus. "Excellent work, Ragus. You have splendidly accomplished this transfiguration task. Gryffindor earns 5 points," Professor McGonagall proclaimed, holding aloft the small statue transformed from a jar before the young wizards. Seamus, gazing at his own effortless transfiguration, began to suspect. "It seems that even without adding points, my self-directed learning yields results akin to those enhancements." "Seamus, how did you learn so swiftly all of a sudden?" Ron whispered. "Perhaps it's just from frequenting the library," Seamus replied, continuing to feign nonchalance. In the common room, while slicing into his steak, Harry asked Seamus, "With no classes this afternoon, do you still plan to go to the library?" "Surely not. You won't turn into another Hermione, will you?" "She goes to the library every day, Ron fretted at the thought of having two Hermiones around. The aura of a top student paired with her often poignant remarks had rendered Hermione a solitary scholar. "I finished eating. You may continue," Seamus said as he swiftly cleared his dishes and departed. On his way to the library, he resolved on a specific goal: to acquire the invisibility charm and embark on a nocturnal adventure in search of the Room of Requirement. Chapter 18. Leveling Up. Oh dear. I never anticipated that the invisibility charm would fall under the category of dark magic. I wasted so much time searching in the realm of light magic. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Who among the virtuous would study the art of invisibility? Is it possible to still be good after learning such a skill? Seamus shook his head, dismissing the thoughts swirling in his mind. He focused on the book titled The 10 Secrets of the Invisibility Charm and casually picked up another volume. Dark Magic, From Beginner to Master. As he made his way to the reading area, Seamus began with Dark Magic, From Beginner to Master, which chronicled the origins and essence of dark magic. The essence of dark magic stems from one's own malevolence towards others. Regardless of how potent or feeble a curse may be, it represents the caster's transformation of their malice into tangible harm. The study of dark magic signifies a surrender to malevolence. The more powerful the magic, the more sinister it becomes, and the more sinister, the more powerful. After a considerable time, having finished the book, Seamus received a message from the stone tablet: Dark Magic, 0. Rather than hastily leveling up, he prioritized opening the 10 secrets of the invisibility charm. The book meticulously detailed the incantation, precautions, and advanced applications, including how to expose a head or feet while remaining concealed, ensuring other parts remained hidden. Madame Pants regarded Seamus with a peculiar expression, as if she had something to say, but ultimately remained silent and handed him the book. Upon entering the dormitory, Seamus found it empty. He hurried to the washroom, closed his eyes before the mirror, and delved into his mind, where a stone tablet inscribed with unknown characters materialized before him. Seamus Ragus, Zhoyang. Magic. 1. The standard value for an ordinary adult wizard is 5. Mileage points, 11. Magic. White magic. 1. Transfiguration. 1. Dark magic. 0. Skills. Potions. 0. Magical creatures. 0. Mileage. The soul of another world. Observing that his mileage points had not increased since the opening feast, Light curled his lip. Once I accumulate enough points, I shall commence my endeavors. As for the present, Deep Blue, grant me some points. Light fervently tapped the dark magic option, which shifted 3 times before finally settling at dark magic. 3. Casting a glance at his own headless reflection in the mirror, Light gritted his teeth and added another point to dark magic. As he continued to cast spells, the figure in the mirror faded further, leaving only a pair of legs reflected. Although he still had not comprehended the reason for his previous failures, his magic was nearing success. Light hesitated, contemplating whether to abandon his efforts, reasoning that he could gradually master it over time. No, he resolved he must add more points. He needed to swiftly master the disillusionment charm before venturing into the restricted section for the mind-cloaking spell. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage against the formidable Dumbledore and Voldemort, both masters of legilimency. Moreover, as he sought to gain mileage points, he would soon confront Voldemort, making proficiency in dark magic essential. With this thought in mind, Light clenched his teeth and allocated another point to dark magic. In an instant, it felt as though something within his mind had exploded, illuminating the reasons behind his prior failures. The foundational and advanced techniques recorded in the book were instantaneously categorized and understood. The application of the disillusionment charm was now clear to him. With a flick of his wand, the remaining malformations vanished in an instant. Another wave of his wand conjured a head, brimming with excitement, which appeared in the lavatory. The solitary head floated in midair, and fortunately, Harry and the others were absent. Otherwise, they would have been greatly alarmed. Light waved his wand once more, causing the head to disappear, replaced by a faint, shadowy figure, barely visible, akin to a ghostly apparition. Looking at the ethereal reflection in the mirror, Light felt a surge of satisfaction. Having an advantage is truly beneficial. I have mastered the advanced techniques of the disillusionment charm. Now, with my talent secured, I merely lack the incantations. Just then, the lavatory door swung open, startling Light. I was careless. I forgot to lock the door. Upon hearing a voice, he swiftly dispelled the disillusionment charm, reverting to his original form. Light, are you using a lavatory? Neville inquired as he entered, spotting Light with his wand in hand. I'm done now. I'll be stepping out. Light replied, grabbing his book and exiting. After leaving the lavatory, Light exhaled softly, striding toward the library to return his book and replenish his dark magic knowledge. In the library's reading area, Light tucked himself into a corner, meticulously studying a book titled Controllable Dark Magic. The text contained various prank spells and analyzed the influence of emotions on dark magic. As Light perused the pages, the content began to coalesce with the knowledge he had previously acquired, transforming the once-finished book into a comprehensive revelation. Is this the essence of genius? How marvelous! It feels as though reading has transformed into an extraordinary delight. Wright closed the enchanted tome. Stealthily, he wielded his wand against the desk where his notes lay, invoking dark magic, slippery. A flash of light illuminated the scene, and the long table became astonishingly smooth. The notebook, which had been securely placed on the surface, was on the verge of sliding to the ground. The ability to flawlessly execute such magic after merely a glance is indeed powerful. As Wright marveled once more at the might of his external aid, his gaze wandered to the countless tomes within the library. It seemed that old Dumbledore and Voldemort's secrets were destined to be uncovered. He resolved to pursue them. It was too soon. He hadn't even ventured into the restricted section. Though reluctant, he obediently departed. Suddenly, a series of giggles reached his ears. Wright furrowed his brow and looked up. There floated a diminutive ghost clad in peculiar attire. Come, see what I've encountered. A little wizard, so small, perhaps a first year. Wright quickly realized. Peeves. What perfect timing. He could use him to test dark magic. Chapter 19, Peeves. The floating Peeves noticed the lack of panic on Wright's face, instead sensing a hint of eagerness. This demeanor seemed to offend Peeves, who immediately began to screech. Little wizard, you will regret your attitude. Before Peeves could finish his raucous tirade, Wright had already waved his wand. Several levitation spells launched forth, lifting the clutter from the ground and hurling it towards Peeves. Ha ha, Peeves mocked, deftly dodging the incoming debris. Seizing the moment while Peeves evaded the objects, Wright unleashed a newly learned dark spell. Peeves, taken by surprise, was struck, instantly enveloped in a haze. The floating debris then surged towards him. You can't hit me. The objects passed through his form effortlessly. Observing this, Wright continued to maneuver his wand, directing the multitude of items to encircle Peeves. Realizing the futility of evasion, Peeves floated in midair, allowing the clutter to pass through him. Then, with a mocking laugh, he taunted, I could stand here, and you still wouldn't hit me. In a flurry of chaos, a dark spell followed the debris and struck Peeves. After a few flickers, Peeves returned to his normal state. Just as he prepared to continue his mockery, Wright interjected, I await the arrival of a night watchman. Filch, what are you waiting for? No sooner had Wright spoken than an exasperated voice echoed, Damn it, Peeves. What are you doing? Peeves turned to see Filch and the ghostly Sir Nicholas approaching. Then you should run. Peeves glanced back at Wright, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw Wright's figure gradually vanish. Oh no, damn it. Wright concealed himself in the shadows, observing as Peeves scurried away, screeching and fleeing. As he watched the fleeing figure of the poltergeist, Peeves, pursued by the relentless Flitch, Light dispelled his enchantment, revealing himself. With a flick of his wand, he restored the disheveled ground to its former pristine state. Gazing at the now immaculate surface, he recalled how swiftly Peeves had recovered from the dark magic moments earlier, causing him a slight headache. It appeared that against adversaries with high magical resistance, dark arts were not particularly effective. No wonder Snape devised a disarming charm, while Voldemort favored the killing curse. When confronting opponents with significant magical defenses, employing spells with unique effects is especially advantageous. However, the disarming charm would likely hold little efficacy against a spirit like Peeves. It seemed wise to forego night excursions for now. Light cast a glance at the poltergeist, now besieged by a throng of vengeful spirits, wearing a facade of indifference. No worries. Merely a ghost named Peeves has incurred the collective ire of many, and is being chased and beaten, he said nonchalantly to Harry. I was under the impression there would be a feast, such a disappointment, Ron lamented, swallowing hard. By the way, tomorrow Slytherin and Gryffindor are scheduled to attend potions class together. Malfoy will be present. Should we prepare ourselves? Ron's expression turned indignant as he seemed to contemplate something. Prepare for what? With a professor present, nothing will escalate. Besides, Professor Snape is not the easiest person to deal with. Rather than devising strategies against Malfoy, we should focus on how to handle him. Having endured a day filled with unexpected events, Light languidly reclined upon his bed. Professor Snape? Feeling somewhat fatigued, Light slowly drifted off to sleep amidst Ron and Harry's conversation. Is this truly the potions classroom? It appears rather intimidating. Ron surveyed the room, filled with jars containing various bizarre bodily parts, swallowing hard. Fear not, You will grow accustomed to it with time, Light assured, a faint smile twitching at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the darkly atmospheric classroom. Moments later, as the students from both houses settled into their seats, the classroom door was suddenly flung open, and a gaunt figure strode in briskly. The heavy black curtains obeyed the newcomer's command, drawing shut automatically. Clad in a long, flowing black robe, the figure loomed at the dimly lit lectern like a colossal, humanoid bat, casting a chilling gaze over the students. With a distinctly villainous demeanor, Snape surveyed the room before retrieving a roll call from his grasp and intoning in a low, resonant voice, "I shall commence attendance now. I expect no absentees from this register. Ron Weasley, Light Rags, Harry Potter. I almost forgot. We have a celebrity at our school," Snape remarked with what seemed to be a hint of sarcasm. Witnessing this exchange, Light felt a peculiar question arise in his mind. Was Snape intentionally leaving Harry's name for last just to utter that statement? The surrounding young wizards, hearing Snape's seemingly mocking tone, turned their gazes toward Harry. Malfoy and his companions, had they not been in class, would likely have burst into laughter. "Since there will be no foolish wand-waving here, do not expect me to indulge in the belief that you grasp the beauty of potion-making techniques." Snape appeared to be ensconced in his own thoughts, continuing his musings in a somewhat ethereal tone. As he brewed potions in a large cauldron, the concoction gradually reached a boil, and wisps of white smoke spiraled upward, the blood coursing through the veins of a human body, that liquid imbued with mysterious power. That wondrous organ could induce unparalleled ecstasy. "I can teach you the art of distilling renown, how to brew glory, and even how to stave off death, provided you do not exhibit the foolishness of the imbeciles I taught before. Now then, Potter, what transpires if the powdered bulb of a daffodil is introduced to the juice of mugwort?" Having delivered his proclamation, Snape abruptly directed his inquiry towards Harry. Light raised his hand to shield Snape's penetrating gaze, subtly suggesting, "The water of life is a sedative." "What? I didn't catch that." Under Snape's intense scrutiny, Harry dared not make too many movements, murmuring hoarsely, "I don't know, Professor. Where should I search for the Bezoar?" As Snape relentlessly pressed him, Harry gradually bowed his head in submission. "Potter, due to your lamentable performance, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor." Chapter 20. Farewell, Hagrid. Without a flicker of emotion, Snape deducted the points and, disregarding Harry's look of defiance, turned to continue his lesson. Light observed this scene, choosing to feign ignorance. Snape's disdain for Harry was rooted in his animosity towards Harry's father. Even if Light had provided Harry with the answer to the question in advance, it would have made no difference. This was a legacy of grievances passed down from one generation to the next. Regardless of Harry's commendable efforts, Snape would always find fault. Subsequently, Snape ceased his inquiries and began instructing the young wizards on potion making. Due to a lack of proper guidance, Light made several mistakes in his potion preparation. However, Snape's attention was primarily fixated on Harry. As long as Light's errors were not overly conspicuous, they were largely overlooked. Snape resembled a serpent poised to strike, his expression impassive as he fixated on Harry. Should Harry make even the slightest blunder, he would unleash a torrent of venomous criticism. Had it not been for Neville accidentally burning through his cauldron, diverting Snape's focus to other young wizards, it is likely that Harry would have been mercilessly targeted throughout the entire lesson. "You have passed, albeit barely," Snape remarked, his face expressionless as he assessed the yellow potion. "Skill in potion making, 1. Upon hearing Snape's verdict and receiving the information transmitted from the stone tablet, Light momentarily found himself at a loss. He had not anticipated that, despite the subpar handling of raw materials, he had managed to concoct a potion of acceptable quality due to his adept control of the heat during brewing. "Perhaps the high score in dark arts had enhanced my perception and control," Light pondered. At the conclusion of the class, each student bore the countenance of one who had narrowly escaped disaster. Good heavens, how could the school employ Snape as a professor? He spent the entire class berating us. Ron seethed in anger, his right fist clenching repeatedly. Harry, feeling a sense of gratitude, patted Ron on the shoulder, simultaneously ruminating on the enigma of why Snape seemed to single him out for relentless scrutiny. Hermione interjected, radiating the brilliance of a top student. "Hermione, not everyone possesses your remarkable ability to memorize the potions textbook within just a few days of a new term," remarked Wright, noting that Snape seemed to harbor a distinct dislike for Harry. Hermione, upon hearing this, refrained from further comments. Recognizing that Snape's demeanor in class was far from reflective of a typical teacher-student relationship, Wright glanced at the dejected Harry and suddenly proposed, "Shall we seek out Hagrid for a chat? Perhaps he might know why Snape appears to have an aversion to you." Upon hearing this, Harry lifted his head, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "That sounds great. I haven't seen Hagrid in ages. Let's go find him. Hagrid? Ron and Hermione exchanged puzzled looks. The giant who brought us to Hogwarts when we got off the train? Wright reminded them. Oh, him. I want to go too. Ron exclaimed, raising his hand in enthusiasm. I think I'll sit this one out. He's your friend, Hermione said hesitantly. Come on. Hagrid is a wonderful person, and he will be thrilled to see Harry with so many friends, Wright urged with a warm smile. Indeed. Let us all go. Harry chimed in, encouraged by Wright. Hermione reluctantly agreed to accompany them to visit Hagrid. Wright pondered, how curious that I facilitated this trio, yet receive no recognition for it. Are they not worthy of acknowledgement? Quite strange indeed. Hagrid, we've come to see you, Harry announced as he approached a stone house with an oval roof, knocking on the door. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a colossal figure accompanied by a large dog. Harry, Wright, you've come. Come. Hagrid greeted them warmly, soothing the excited dog that was agitated by the presence of newcomers. Wright followed Hagrid into the modest abode, which consisted of a single room. The decor was sparse, reminiscent of solitary hunters dwelling in winter. Make yourselves comfortable, please. Hagrid gestured for them to sit, subsequently placing a plate of rock cakes on the table. Hagrid, allow me to introduce you. This is Ron, and this is Hermione, Harry began once Hagrid settled down. After the introductions, Harry and Ron engaged Hagrid in conversation about Snape. Ron then inquired why Snape seemed to deliberately complicate matters for Harry. Hermione feigned indifference, yet she perked up her ears to listen attentively. Snape? He was once a Death Eater, Hagrid said after a moment's hesitation, his voice gruff. Death Eater? Harry asked, bewildered, while Ron and Hermione nearly leapt from their seats in shock. That explains a lot, but why hasn't the Ministry apprehended him? The ever-curious Miss Know-It-All could no longer contain her inquisitiveness. I'm not entirely sure. It seems Dumbledore intervened on his behalf, Hagrid replied vaguely. Right? What exactly is a Death Eater? Harry quietly nudged Wright, seeking clarification. Why would Hogwarts employ such a dangerous individual as a professor? It is perilous. Ron expressed with deep concern. Fear not, for Dumbledore is here. Besides, Snape is not a villain. His goodness is merely obscured, explained Le. Harry touched his forehead, pondering. The Dark Lord, perhaps? Indeed, with Dumbledore's presence, there is nothing to fear. Do not dwell on such grim thoughts. Harry, do indulge in some pie, Hagrid interjected, attempting to divert the conversation as he sensed Harry's lingering inquiries. Hagrid enthusiastically urged them on, but the unsuspecting trio nearly lost a tooth on the rock-hard pastry. Le, holding the tough pie, called it a large dog lounging by the fireplace. As he petted the dog, he offered it a piece, which the creature devoured with remarkable speed. Despite their polite refusals, Hagrid insisted on stuffing their pockets with treats. Le casually concocted an excuse, secretly intending to seek the room of requirement. Chapter 21. The Restricted Section. This must be the place. Les stood before a blank wall, the tapestry depicting a troll hanging behind him. I require a library. He concentrated on his desire. Upon entering, the heavy door swung shut behind him. Before Les stood rows of neatly arranged bookshelves, yet they were devoid of any volumes. He sighed, his hopes dashed. Was this merely a fanciful dream? I had thought that the founder of Slytherin left behind a basilisk. And surely Ravenclaw would have left numerous tomes emblematic of wisdom. Or perhaps there were specific conditions I failed to meet. It was time to scout the area in preparation for a nocturnal book heist. After confirming his suspicions, Le departed the room of requirement and made his way to the library. Arriving at the section for books on dark arts, Le casually picked up a tome to mask his expression, all the while observing the adjacent restricted section. A rope hung before it, rumored to be enchanted. Unauthorized individuals could neither cross it nor damage it. Should a young wizard attempt to touch it, they would be repelled and reported to the front desk. Le regarded this magical barrier, then turned away, concealing himself in a corner to commence his experiment. Concealed in his right hand, his wand used the levitation charm to guide an enchanted quill towards the rope, halting 5 or 6 meters above it. He then gradually lowered it, testing the protective range of the barrier. As the quill descended to within 2 meters of the rope, it was suddenly repelled by an unseen force. Just as Le grasped the quill, Madame Pants, the librarian, entered the restricted section. Her face initially contorted in anger as she scanned the area, followed by a perplexed inspection of the rope, before leaving in confusion. Le pondered for a long time, unable to fathom the magic that could propel him so high. In the wizarding world, there was no such thing as a flight charm. The threshold for flight was exceedingly high. To ascend into the skies requires either an intricate spell or a flying apparatus. Students equipped with their own flying tools need not resort to stealthy thefts of books. They can simply approach a professor to obtain a lending permit. This defensive measure serves solely to deter idle young wizards seeking mischief. Contemplating this, Wright furrowed his brow. After a protracted period of reflection, he murmured to himself, "Perhaps this could work." Upon entering the room, what was once an orderly array of bookshelves transformed into a spacious, vacant chamber. A row of mannequins and a pile of flying discs were positioned against the walls. Wright commenced practicing the levitation spell, with a straightforward plan to float himself across the room. However, this endeavor demanded exceptional control and extensive practice. Ouch! Ah! Cries of distress and the sound of falls echoed throughout the expansive room of requests. Eventually, after a series of mishaps that left him disoriented, Wright emerged from the infirmary, his body weary, and made his way towards the dormitory. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Ron and Harry, he reclined on his bed to recuperate, preparing for the night's escapade. At midnight, Wright silently rose from his bed. Observing his roommates in deep slumber, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself before departing the dormitory. Exiting the Gryffindor corridor, he glanced at the portrait and noticed that the fat lady had her eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. Wright was not surprised by her laxity. After all, nocturnal wanderings were a tradition among Gryffindors. Striding towards the library, the midnight atmosphere of Hogwarts was eerily tranquil. The corridor lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the occasional flicker of candlelight, barely revealing the path ahead. As Wright traversed the hall, concealed by the disillusionment charm and his deliberately slowed footsteps, the portraits hanging on the walls remained oblivious to the small wizard passing beneath their noses. "Alhambra," Wright whispered, unlocking the library's grand door, which he subsequently closed behind him. The library at night was a stark contrast to its daytime bustle. The absence of turning pages rendered it even more serene. Inside, darkness enveloped the space, obscuring visibility entirely. With a flicker of luminescence, the light from his wand illuminated the way forward. Wright hastened towards the restricted section, halting before the rope barrier. The light from his wand flickered out, and moments later, he began to float unsteadily upward, gliding over the rope before descending gently. Gazing into the restricted section, he noted little difference from the exterior. Books were neatly arranged on the shelves. Once again, his wand's light flared to life as he surveyed the orderly volumes before him. Titles such as The Enigmagus Transformation, Mystical Alchemy, and The Dark Arts, Fiendfire Curse caught his eye. As he perused these spell books, he felt an involuntary gulp, forcing down the tumult of his excitement while searching for the tome he needed. The correlation between occlumency and brain closure. Success. A surge of joy coursed through him upon finding this book. As he withdrew it from the shelf, just as he intended to open it and check for the spells he sought, the book inexplicably flipped open on its own. The pages began to turn rapidly, and Wright found his gaze irresistibly drawn in, as though his very essence was being pulled into the tome. In a moment of panic, he relinquished his wand and, with both hands, forcefully closed the book. After a prolonged moment of breathlessness, Light experienced a wave of trepidation, his back slick with cold sweat. Certain forbidden knowledge wielded a terrifying power, and he found himself pondering the consequences of his mind being ensnared within the pages of a book. With a rueful smile, Light gazed at the tome before him, contemplating a hasty retreat. He resolved to master this volume before seeking others. Clutching the book in his hands, he felt a twinge of fear but was determined to proceed. As he invoked the displacement spell, his destination was not the dormitory, but rather the room of requirement. He aimed to grasp the brain closure spell, envisioning a performance before Voldemort on the morrow. Filled with ambition, Light immersed himself in the study room conjured by the room of requirement. He slowly opened the book, and the mischievous text was swiftly subdued by his foresight. With a flick of his wand, he rendered it momentarily incapacitated. Following a spell, the book lay defenseless, revealing all its secrets to Light. What was this? The brain closure spell was white magic and required the accompaniment of the thought extraction charm for proper mastery. After perusing the text, Light involuntarily displayed a look of astonishment. Chapter 22. Learning. Once he finished reading, he regained his composure and realized it was hardly surprising, for in the original narrative, Snape had utilized the thought extraction charm to compel Harry to learn the brain closure spell. This indicated a definite connection between the two. Light estimated the remaining points he possessed, feeling somewhat troubled. The brain closure spell being white magic posed a challenge. After a moment's contemplation, he made a decisive choice to learn the thought extraction charm first. Should his points allow, he would endeavor to master both spells with utmost speed. Resolute, Light drew his wand and pointed it at his head. In the next moment, the tip of his wand emitted a soft, pale glow, and a memory regarding a stone tablet began to be extracted. With a cry of pain, Light interrupted the spell. No, he lacked that instant comprehension. The release felt obscure. It seemed he would need an additional 1 or 2 points to learn it swiftly. Clutching his aching head, Light calmly analyzed the situation. Once the throbbing subsided, he delved deep into his mind, once more encountering the stone tablet inscribed with cryptic text. Information shifted. Dark magic. 7. According to the tablet's revelation, my aptitude for dark magic now rivals that of elite aurors in white magic. After mulling over the prior failure, Light understood the cause and waved his wand once more, extracting the memory anew. Just as he was on the verge of pulling the memory out, the wand's glow flickered. The spell failed again. He had been too hasty, and his magical energy was unstable. With his enhanced aptitude, Light instantaneously grasped the reason for his failure. Once the headache from the spell abated, he attempted again. A golden beam of light emanated from the tip of his wand, gradually distancing itself from his head. Success! A smile graced Light's face as he examined the recently extracted memory. Next, he would tackle the brain closure spell. He allocated 2 points to white magic before embarking on his studies. First, extract past memories, then reorganize them with the present scene to form new memories, continuously cycling through the mind to evade mind reading. With a gentle tap of his wand, Light edited the freshly extracted memories. How smooth! He succeeded in one attempt. It seems that the most challenging step of the mind-closing technique is memory extraction. What a delightful surprise. Perhaps I can employ the technique of memory manifestation to reveal the information bestowed by the steel. Without hesitation, he waved his wand and began the operation. Soon, the desired result appeared before him, and he gazed excitedly at the information box materializing from the steel. Wright Luggas, Zhoyong. Mileage points, 2. Magic power, 1. The average value for an adult wizard is 5. Magic, white magic, 3. Dark magic, 7. Transfiguration, 1. Skills, potions, 1. Magical creatures, 0. Milestone, soul from another world. The technique of memory manifestation allows for the extraction of information from one's mind without requiring complete mental immersion. Light exhaled deeply. Furthermore, this is a semi-passive skill, capable of presetting memories, enabling others to access predetermined memories even if he does not actively employ the mind-closing technique. This is a logical outcome. As in the original narrative, Harry learned the mind-closing technique out of fear of the connection with Horcruxes. If it were not a passive skill, Harry would be rendered defenseless while asleep. Tomorrow, I shall meet Voldemort to test its efficacy. Light casually put away his book and headed toward the library. Exhausted, he decided to take a nap. After returning the books, Light lay in bed and murmured before drifting into a deep slumber. Light, rise and shine. Today is Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Hurry up, Ron shouted excitedly. Isn't it just Defense Against the Dark Arts? Why are you so thrilled? This isn't like you, Ron, Light replied, rubbing his eyes. This is Defense Against the Dark Arts. Who knows? Maybe we'll learn how to deal with Snape. Light glanced at the exuberant Ron and then at the equally enthusiastic Harry, unable to suppress his skepticism. Don't get your hopes up too high. Harry, do you remember Professor Quirrell from the Leaky Cauldron? Of course I do. Is it really him? Harry's face fell at Light's confirmation. What are you two talking about? Don't keep me in the dark, Ron exclaimed, feeling anxious as he observed their cryptic exchange. Calm down, Ron. Don't expect too much. What if he doesn't meet your expectations? Harry, don't be too disheartened. Perhaps he is not as he appears. Light reassured them while getting ready. Let us go. After finishing their morning routines, Light led the perplexed Ron and the downcast Harry to class. Hello, everyone. I am your Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. When Ron and Harry saw Quirrell, who was wrapped like a mummy and emanated an odd odor, their hearts sank. Quirrell's subsequent performance did not disappoint his appearance. The lesson consisted entirely of him stuttering through the textbook. Ron wore a look of despondency, mirroring Harry's expression, while Hermione continued to furrow her brow. Had they been unaware of Snape's past as a Death Eater, their disappointment might not have been so palpable. Observing the trio's disheartened demeanor, he shook his head, pondering that this was merely the beginning. The coming year would prove even more arduous. Leet rested his chin on the table, watching as his fellow students desperately pinched their noses, inwardly muttering to himself. Typically, such a teacher would become the subject of ridicule among students. Yet this peculiar individual possessed an oddity that rendered them mute. Professor, may I inquire what type of magic the Dark Lord excels in? Do you happen to know? Leet abruptly interrupted Quirrell's stammering lecture. As soon as he uttered his question, the other young witches and wizards seemed captivated by the subject, turning their gazes toward Quirrell. I don't know. Quirrell managed to sputter out a few words with great difficulty. Is that so? You truly are lacking, Professor. Even I am aware of the magic employed by the Dark Lord. Furthermore, I am well informed that the recent Gringotts heist was orchestrated by him. Lee continued to intimidate Quirrell, drawing upon the narrative from the original story. Quirrell appeared genuinely frightened, momentarily losing his stammer, and repeatedly inquired, "Where did you acquire this information, young wizard?" In a playful contradiction, Lee declared, "But I know what you say is false. The Dark Lord has long since perished. The grass on his grave must be 2 meters high by now. How could it possibly be him, even if he were alive? He would never stoop to robbing Gringotts. How utterly beneath him. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't you agree, Professor?" As Leet laughed and posed his question to Quirrell, he simultaneously engaged his mental shielding technique. Indeed, this student speaks truth. Quirrell uttered each word with painstaking slowness, as if enduring great torment. Just as Leet sensed the false memories being siphoned from his mind, a message resonated from the stone tablet. Complete the milestone of the Dark Lord's murderous intent. Milestone point 1. Chapter 23. Voldemort. Class, I feel a bit unwell and shall step out for a moment. Please, continue your studies, Quirrell stammered, his voice trembling as he explained to the students, before stumbling out of the classroom. Receiving the message from the tablet, Leet observed Quirrell's hasty departure, unable to suppress a smile. It seemed that Mr. Voldemort's psychological fortitude was rather lacking. However, it was merely a reflection of my concocted memories of Dumbledore, Minister Fudge, and the absurdity of brewing coffee while debating heroism, which had incited such a petty outburst. Had he known of the various comedic videos from my previous life, he might have lost his mind entirely. As he contemplated the memories he had synthesized, a peculiar chuckle escaped him. Watching Quirrell stagger away, the young witches and wizards initially fell silent before erupting into chatter. "Ah, Master, please, spare me. Have mercy." Quirrell lay on the floor of his office, wailing in madness, his body convulsing uncontrollably. In the midst of his anguished cries, the tightly wrapped burlap around his head suddenly loosened, revealing a face obscured by a faint black mist with indistinct features. "I desire Fudge's demise. I demand Dumbledore's death. I wish for the annihilation of all who are aware of that report." Reflecting upon the memories absorbed, Voldemort's demeanor was frigid, yet a heightened sense of caution lingered within him. Within these recollected moments, Minister Fudge and Dumbledore sat across from one another in the parlor. The headmaster was well aware of the true nature of heroes within the magical realm. Minister Fudge, seated comfortably, animatedly gestured with a hand grinder for his coffee while questioning Dumbledore. "Can the British Dark Lord be deemed a hero?" Dumbledore replied coolly, "Voldemort, brave yet ruthless, short-sighted and lacking wisdom. He sacrifices his life for trivial gains and shrinks from great endeavors. He is but a fool, akin to the skeletal remains in a grave." Fudge paused his actions, pouring a cup of coffee for Dumbledore. "Oh, then whom do you believe can be considered a hero?" Dumbledore cast a glance at the coffee, but refrained from drinking. Fudge raised the cup and boldly quaffed it, gesturing grandly as he declared, "The heroes of the magical world are you and I. I shall concoct a scheme to resurrect Voldemort, only for you to vanquish him. Thus you gain renown, I secure my re-election, and we all embrace a splendid future." The memory abruptly ceased here, although Voldemort harbored discontent towards Fudge's assessment. It was the subsequent remarks that ignited a murderous intent within him. He overheard someone plotting to use him as a pawn, which was enough to breed suspicion. The Philosopher's Stone must be procured with utmost urgency. Once I regain my strength, I shall fear no one. Furthermore, I require you to investigate the identity of that young wizard. Voldemort ceased his torment, issuing a command to Quirrell in a hoarse, icy tone. In a lounge, for individuals gathered around a round table for lunch. "This teacher is dreadful. Not only has he taught us nothing, but he also left early," Hermione exclaimed in frustration. "Really? You're concerned about his early departure, his scent, his attire, while you focus on his leaving." Ron, holding a chicken leg, gazed at Hermione in astonishment. "Our defense against the dark arts class is likely doomed. What shall we do?" Harry lamented, disheartened as he ate. "Fear not if you wish. I can teach you an amusing spell." Light casually reassured Harry. "Oh yes, I want to learn." Harry's spirits lifted instantly, and Hermione and Ron turned their attention to Light. "Shall we all partake?" Light invited. "Absolutely." Hermione and Ron responded in unison. The four swiftly finished their meal and dashed to an empty classroom to begin their magical studies. "Disarm your weapons." After explaining the incantation, Light waved his wand. A flash of light erupted, and the chairs on the floor were instantaneously sent flying, crashing against the wall and shattering into pieces. "Transform anew. That is roughly how it goes. Practice while I guide you," Light instructed the trio. Promptly, they withdrew their wands, each selecting a chair. Meanwhile, Light continuously cast restoration spells, allowing them to practice their magic without concern. After an afternoon of diligent practice, Light glanced out the window and addressed the trio, still immersed in their spells. "We have herbology class this afternoon. I shall restore the classroom to its original state." Once they departed, Light waved his wand, meticulously mending the shattered chairs and the gouges left in the floor. "Phew, all done." Observing the classroom returning to its original state, Wright turned to leave. "Dear classmate, I am curious about the report you mentioned. I have not been able to locate it." Just as Wright exited the classroom, a sinister voice echoed. Initially taken aback, Wright quickly comprehended the situation, his expression turning candid. "What do you mean? Are you jesting with me?" Emerging from the shadows, Chilo, exuding an odd scent reminiscent of garlic, confronted Wright. "Not at all. Occasionally, I encounter peculiar visions in my dreams. That is why I inquired about the mysterious individual during class," Wright remarked cryptically. "What else do you know?" Chilo asked, his excitement palpable. "Why should I divulge that to you? What would it take for you to learn it?" Chilo's breath quickened, suppressing his anger as he pressed for answers. "I simply refuse to tell you. It would be quite vexing for you," Wright retorted before swiftly making his escape. As Chilo attempted to pursue him, a raspy voice reached his ears. "There's no need to chase him. I've already acquired what I sought." Concurrently, Wright received a notification. Mission accomplished. Deceive the Dark Lord. Mileage point added. He had created a misinformation gap to elevate Voldemort's vigilance, prompting him to seek Wright out. Subsequently, Wright intended to implant a false memory of a confrontation between Dumbledore and the resurrected Voldemort. After all, human nature tends towards inertia. When individuals perceive a favorable outcome, they generally acquiesce. Moreover, having previously fallen victim to a prophecy, Voldemort would undoubtedly exercise greater caution this time. Realizing that Chilo had not followed and that Voldemort had taken the bait, Wright grinned. "I have gained a mileage point. Voldemort has found a light. All parties are assured a bright future." Whistling a tune, he strolled towards the library. Upon reaching the library, he extracted the tome titled On the Rational Configuration of Wizard Duels from the shelves in the White Magic section. As he perused the pages, a multitude of ideas flooded his mind, prompting him to strategize his combat style. However, he realized he lacked a decisive, lethal move. Closing the book, Wright summarized all the spells he had mastered. "Indeed, the Fiendfire Curse shall be my weapon. It will serve to obliterate Voldemort's Horcruxes." After finishing the book, his gaze shifted towards the restricted section. Caution was warranted. Although Voldemort seemed to trust his words for the moment, he would undoubtedly test Wright's awareness of his possession of Chilo. However, there was little cause for concern. Based on the timeline, Chilo was soon to encounter the three-headed dog, Fluffy, while seeking the Philosopher's Stone, which would lead him to deceive the unsuspecting Hagrid. "Wright, why do you always appear as if you have just awakened?" Ron inquired, eyeing the drowsy Wright at lunch with curiosity. "What is the reason for that?" "I too desire to know," Wright replied nonchalantly, having studied late into the night. Ron refrained from pressing further and turned to discuss the afternoon's flying lesson with Harry. Just as Harry and Ron were engrossed in their conversation, they overheard Malfoy boasting loudly. Ron seemed to catch wind of the bragging and began to boast in turn. "Years ago, I soared around the quaint little town on my broomstick, guided solely by my own instincts." As Wright poked at his steak, listening to their boasts, he silently resolved never to stay up all night again. If he did, he would surely be reduced to a mere dog. The flying lesson soon approached, and Harry and Ron hurriedly dragged the rejuvenated Wright to the designated area for their flight class. Upon arrival, they found that all the Slytherin students were already gathered. Once everyone was assembled, Madame Hooch instructed the students from both houses to stand facing each other, with a broomstick resting beside them. Wright glanced down at the broomstick next to him. It appeared quite worn, as if it had been in use for an extended period. Following Madame Hooch's guidance, he extended his right hand over the broomstick after the whistle blew, commanding up. The broom rolled twice on the ground, but did not respond thereafter. Observing the progress of others, Wright noted that, aside from Harry, everyone else had failed. Malfoy, who had bragged earlier, struggled through several attempts before barely succeeding. Similarly, Ron encountered misfortune, perhaps due to his eagerness. Under his command, the broom shot up and struck him squarely on the forehead. After discreetly watching everyone, Wright decided to make another attempt. After 3 consecutive tries, the broom finally soared into his hand. After Madame Hooch had circled the students, ensuring everyone had grasped their broomsticks, she began to explain the mechanics of flying. "Now, when you hear the whistle, you may take off. Remember to hold tightly to the broom and don't fly too high. Just getting off the ground will suffice." Upon concluding her instructions, Madame Hooch signaled for the young wizards to mount their brooms. Just as Wright was about to mount his broom, he heard a whoosh, followed by a figure shooting up into the sky. Suddenly, terrified screams pierced the air. "Ah!" Witnessing this scene, Wright smacked his forehead, realizing that his all-nighter had dulled his senses and caused him to forget this crucial moment. He promptly retrieved his wand. The young wizards, drawn to the source of the screams, saw Neville plummeting from the broom into the air, sending them into disarray. "Slow down and descend," Wright commanded, pointing his wand at the rapidly falling Neville. An invisible force enveloped Neville gently, gradually slowing his descent until he hovered just half a meter above the ground. "It's all right. Neville, lower your feet and stand up," Wright reassured the frightened Neville, who had his eyes tightly shut. "Well done. Gryffindor earns 5 points." Madame Hooch flew over on her broom, relieved to see that Neville was unharmed. "Neville, are you all right?" Harry asked, concern etched on his face. "Why, yeah, I'm fine," Neville replied, his voice trembling with residual fear. "Are you sure? Do you need to go to the hospital wing?" Wright asked with genuine care. "No, thank you, Wright," Neville responded, his voice tinged with a hint of a sob. Just as Wright was about to speak, a familiar voice chimed in. "Look at that. The way this toad fell from the sky is absolutely hilarious. I bet he won't dare ride a broom again." Malfoy and his minion approached, their faces brimming with a malicious glee. "Enough, Malfoy," Harry interjected, positioning himself protectively beside Neville. Malfoy, reveling in his moment of triumph, escalated his taunts. "Look at that little crybaby. I can't believe you would befriend such a loser, Potter. Apologize to Neville. I won't allow you to mock him." Harry suppressed his fury. "Apologize? Preposterous. If I were to toss this memory ball into the tree, do you think that sniveling worm would climb up to retrieve it or beg me for help?" With that, Malfoy brandished the fallen memory ball and soared into the air on his broomstick. "No," Neville cried, his face a mask of sorrow. Enraged, Harry disregarded Hermione's pleas and chased after Malfoy. Light, observing Harry's impressive aerial maneuvers during his first flight, couldn't help but marvel. Hermione, her brow furrowed with concern, turned to Light. "What should we do? Should we inform a teacher? What if Harry gets expelled?" "It's fine. I trust Harry. Besides, Madame Hooch will likely be pleased. She's already noticed the commotion." Light reassured her, glancing at Madame Hooch, who was approaching slowly. On his broom, Harry darted through the air, swiftly blocking Malfoy's path. His remarkable skill evoked envy among the onlookers who remained grounded. "Damn it, Potter. Take this." Malfoy spat, venom lacing his words, as he hurled the memory ball into the distance. Harry immediately surged forward, narrowly avoiding a collision with the castle spire. He executed a sharp maneuver, evading the tower and diving toward the memory ball. "No, stop. Harry," Neville shouted, his voice thick with emotion. In the midst of the crowd's anxious gazes, Harry halted just a meter above the ground, clutching the memory ball triumphantly. "It's all right." Light comforted the visibly shaken group. "What on earth are you doing?" Madame Hooch glared at Malfoy, initially believing it to be a mere playful scuffle among novice flyers, only to realize it nearly resulted in disaster. Hermione seized the opportunity to report the incident. "No, we were just..." Before Malfoy could defend himself, Light's sardonic voice cut through. "Unbelievable. The son of a prominent board member dares to act so disgracefully. How embarrassing." "It was like this," Malfoy muttered through clenched teeth, casting a venomous glance at Light. "I admit it." "In that case, Slytherin loses 20 points, Madame Hooch declared, her eyes fixed on the slowly descending Harry. Chapter 25. The Duel That Will Never Happen. Light, stroking his chin as he watched Malfoy receive his reprimand, silently critiqued, "I feel like a third-rate villain in a second-rate soap opera." He then flashed a smile at the seething Malfoy. Just then, Professor McGonagall arrived. "Madame Hooch, might I borrow Mr. Potter for a moment?" "That would be acceptable, but..." Madame Hooch proceeded to explain the situation to Professor McGonagall, hoping she would properly admonish Harry. Professor McGonagall nodded and gestured for Harry to follow her. Thus, the unsuspecting Harry was led away by Professor McGonagall. After watching Harry depart, Madame Hooch gathered all the young wizards with a serious expression, stating that due to the occurrence of pranks among the young wizards, they could no longer fly recklessly. Only one could fly at a time. Under Madame Hooch's vigilant supervision, no further incidents occurred among the young wizards. However, Wright did not exhibit any particular talent for flying. Like most young wizards, he wobbled through a brief ascent, completing a couple of circles before descending. Nevertheless, after experiencing flight, Wright felt the allure of soaring through the skies. The cold wind whistled past his ears, and the exhilarating sense of unfettered freedom in the air was undeniably captivating. As they made their way, Hermione incessantly murmured about whether Professor McGonagall would expel Harry, questioning why Harry had to be taken away when it was clearly Malfoy's fault. Neville, listening to Hermione's fretting, grew increasingly pale, while Ron appeared visibly anxious. Observing the tension among the three, Wright paused and turned to them, reassuringly saying, "She won't expel Harry for such trivial matters. If it were Professor Snape, that might be a different story. Professor McGonagall might actually be considering commending Harry for his bravery. Or perhaps, given his remarkable flying skills and talent, she might be inviting him directly onto the Quidditch team." "That does make sense," Hermione conceded. "Though Professor McGonagall is strict, she wouldn't punish without reason." After hearing Wright's explanation, along with the fearsome reputation of Snape, the three felt somewhat reassured. However, Hermione expressed skepticism about Harry joining the Quidditch team directly, remarking that such an opportunity typically required at least a second-year assessment. "But Harry's skills are exceptional." Wright smiled casually. "No other young wizard has demonstrated such advanced maneuvers upon first encountering a broom." As the four continued their conversation, they soon arrived at the Great Hall. Upon stepping through the doorway, they spotted Harry rushing toward them. "You finally made it," Harry exclaimed, somewhat flustered as he recounted how Professor McGonagall had invited him to join the Quidditch team as a seeker. "How did you guess?" Neville and Hermione looked at Wright in astonishment, while Ron exclaimed excitedly, "That's fantastic. I was right. The professor has indeed invited you to join the Quidditch team. You're now the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history. I wonder if the team still needs more players, perhaps a keeper, beaters, or even reserves." Ron's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Harry. "Just be careful next time. If Professor Snape catches you, it could be quite dangerous," Hermione interjected, interrupting their joyful exchange. "But Malfoy is bullying Neville. I can't just stand by," Harry replied, feeling no remorse for his stance. "We can report it to a teacher. We don't need to deal with someone like Malfoy," he insisted. "That simply won't do. Not with someone like Malfoy. Once they succeed once, they will continually bully others." Light observed the three individuals on the verge of an altercation and promptly characterized the situation. Just as Hermione was about to speak, Draco Malfoy's voice pierced the air. Light and Harry maintained a calm demeanor, while Hermione, visibly irked, averted her gaze from Malfoy. Neville restrained Ron, who was eager to boast. Upon witnessing the demeanor of the four, Malfoy realized his assumptions were erroneous, yet he defiantly declared, "Wright Luggas, if you have the guts. Come to the trophy room tonight for a duel. If not, you're simply afraid of me. I have no reason to waste my time." Light regarded Malfoy with an expression of amusement. "You're afraid, aren't you?" Malfoy continued to provoke. "Learn more magic before challenging me. I have no desire to cast spells on a little brat who doesn't know any magic. It's rather amusing that a wrestler would propose a duel." Light scrutinized Malfoy, then chuckled derisively, emphasizing the word wrestler. "Luggas, that was a despicable sneak attack." Malfoy and his two lackeys drew their wands simultaneously. "Are you certain you wish to use magic here?" Light gazed at Malfoy and his companions with a bemused expression. Malfoy, noticing the Gryffindor students filling the room in anticipation of dinner, momentarily faltered. "Fine, we accept your challenge." Just as Malfoy was becoming increasingly uncomfortable, Ron suddenly addressed him. "All right, don't regret it." Malfoy and his cronies seemed to find an exit, making threats before departing. Light raised an eyebrow and looked at Ron. "Why did you agree to that? Are you really capable of fighting? My disarming spell is quite proficient. Tonight, I'll have that loathsome fellow searching for his teeth. Right, Harry? Neville?" Ron confidently rallied Harry and Neville. "What, do I have to go too?" Neville asked, bewildered. "Of course. They have 3, and we need to outnumber them to intimidate them," Ron urged Neville. "I'm not going. I don't trust Malfoy. What if he doesn't show up and reports us for wandering at night, prompting Filch to catch us? That's unlikely." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with doubt. "Light is right. That would violate school rules. We've been anxious all afternoon. What if Filch catches us and we get expelled?" Hermione began to fret. Listening to Hermione's ramblings and observing the distracted expressions of Harry and Ron, Light recognized their rebellious spirits were rising. Chapter 26, The Three-Headed Dog. "Harry, are we really going to confront Malfoy tonight? What if they're just deceiving us?" Neville inquired with a worried expression in the dormitory. "Of course we must go. If they show up and we don't, what will they say about us?" Ron interjected before Harry could respond. "Can we really take on Malfoy and his 2 strong companions?" Neville expressed his concern. "There's nothing to fear. We've learned some excellent spells," Harry replied, confidence radiating from him in response to Ron's assertion. Light paid little heed and prepared to continue his studies that evening. As the moon hung high in the sky, Light, who had been sleeping lightly, was roused by a faint rustling sound. Awakening, he realized that Harry and the others had gone to their appointment. After the 3 quietly slipped out, Light crawled out of bed and made his way toward the restricted section of the library. He took the book detailed analysis of the Fiendfire Curse and headed toward the room of requirement. Just as he ascended a staircase, he heard a cat's meow. It appeared he had narrowly escaped detection. With a sigh, Light cast a disillusionment charm on the book and proceeded in the direction of the sound. To his surprise, Light removed the charm and appeared before Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione. The startled group was momentarily taken aback, and before Light could utter a word, Harry rushed over to him. Without waiting for a reaction, Harry pulled him along, exclaiming, "We must hurry. Filch is behind us. We cannot let him catch us." Just as Light opened his mouth to speak, he was dragged into a corridor. "Over here, Harry!" Ron called from behind a door. As Light was pulled through the door, Ron swiftly shut it and locked it. "That should keep Filch out, right?" Neville said, letting out a sigh of relief. "Indeed, but we might encounter a bit of trouble." Light replied with a resigned expression. No sooner had he spoken than a low growl resonated through the air. The four turned to see three enormous dog heads glaring menacingly at them, baring sharp teeth and emitting a series of growls. The sight stunned Harry and the others, and panic-stricken screams erupted. Neville, who had entered the room first, turned to face the three-headed beast just as it lunged at him. Instinctively closing his eyes as the foul maw approached, he suddenly felt his body being yanked backward, accompanied by a voice calling Neville, "Fly!" The sound of bone-crunching jaws startled Ron awake, who immediately hurled himself at the door, attempting to unlock it. The spell struck true, hitting the center head, but it merely dazed the creature momentarily. Seeing this, Light unleashed a barrage of spells, petrifying the creature's body, immobilizing its legs, and creating a formidable barrier. "Good heavens! Why won't he open?" Ron exclaimed in terror. Hearing Ron's plea, Light prepared to unleash a desperate final spell when Hermione shouted, "Alohomora!" With a resounding pop, the lock clicked open. "Quickly out!" Hermione urged, flinging the door wide. "Hurry, Light! Come out!" The others called from the doorway. Heeding their calls, Light did not turn back, but continued to cast spells to hold off the three-headed beast, gradually inching toward the exit. The others watched anxiously, not daring to urge him on. As Light reached the threshold, he suddenly leaped back with a start, as the four individuals witnessed the unfolding events. They promptly shut the door. No sooner had they secured the entrance than they were met with a cacophony of pounding and anguished roars. "Light, are you all right?" They anxiously inquired, their previous relief at escaping danger quickly replaced by concern for their companion. "I am fine, though my magical energy is considerably drained," Light replied, his pallid face betraying his exhaustion. Upon hearing this, their anxiety began to dissipate. Ron glanced at the door, still reverberating with the intense banging, and nervously swallowed. "Do you think the door will hold?" "It won't break so easily. If it could, it would have already given way," Light replied, his voice weary. "How could the school harbor such a creature within the castle?" Harry lamented, still shaken. "Enough of that. Professor Dumbledore clearly warned us during the feast not to venture here. We broke the rules by coming out at this hour," Hermione interjected, her voice a rapid stream of reasoning. "Moreover, I noticed there is a trapdoor beneath the three-headed dog. It must be guarding something, and we have intruded upon its territory." Just as Hermione's admonitions came to a close, Ron interrupted. "Light, why were you also out here in the dead of night?" "I awoke in the night, and, not seeing you all, came to find you," Light replied evasively, his face still pale. Upon hearing his words, Hermione lost her enthusiasm for reprimanding him. Finally, as they prepared to part ways, Hermione issued a stern warning to Harry and the others. Whatever the three-headed dog was guarding was not their concern. It was the professor's responsibility. Harry, Ron, and Neville readily agreed, hoping Hermione would keep their escapade from Professor McGonagall's ears. "I can't believe Light was right. I thought Malfoy would keep his appointment, but that crafty fellow outsmarted us." Harry awkwardly remarked. "Light, we should heed your counsel," he added. "It's all right. Tonight was quite thrilling." Light's magical energy had notably replenished, and his voice regained some strength. The three friends exchanged awkward laughter before resuming their discussion about the treasure that warranted the fierce guardian. This treasure must have only recently appeared at the school. Otherwise, Dumbledore wouldn't have cautioned us at the feast, Ron asserted with conviction. Could it be something Hagrid procured from Gringotts? Light refrained from engaging in this topic, instead tucking away his book on the intricacies of the Fiendfire spell and quietly lying down to recuperate his strength and magical energy. He pondered his dwindling magical reserves, realizing that the intense usage of spells was rapidly depleting his energy. It was clear that he needed to enhance his magical training to better manage his energy consumption and make informed decisions about spellcasting. As Light contemplated these matters, he succumbed to a deep slumber amidst the animated discussions of Harry and the others, in a magically transformed training room that responded to their every summons. Light unleashed a barrage of potent dark magic at a training dummy, obliterating its head before it was restored by a counterspell. Flames roared, and bolts of lightning shattered the air, petrifying everything in their path. Throughout this session, a myriad of formidable curses erupted from Light's wand. Chapter 27. The Eve of Halloween. In the Great Hall, Harry and Ron sat at the long table, enjoying their lunch. Upon spotting Light, who had just finished his magical practice, they waved him over, calling, "Here, over here." Ron observed the weariness etched upon Les's countenance and could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Where have you been? You appear exhausted every single day." At these words, both Harry and Ron instinctively recoiled, haunted by the recollection of a terrifying scene, and chose not to utter another word. In the days that followed, after mastering the Fiendfire curse, Les had not ventured back to the restricted section. Instead, he devoted himself to relentless practice of magic, depleting his magical energy in the process. Just as he was savoring a meal, a message emanated from the stone tablet. Magical power increased by 1. Current magical power, 2. Momentarily taken aback, Les soon realized that his rigorous spellcasting over the past few days had indeed strengthened his magical capacity through intense exertion. With a sigh, he lamented, "This effort is so arduous. I wish to ease my burdens, only to be disheartened further by the meager 4 experience points displayed before him." During the subsequent days, Les attended classes during the day and practiced magic whenever he had free time. Occasionally, he would sneak into the restricted section at night to study. His proficiency in dark arts ample enough to suppress most of the restricted texts, save for a few that bore ominous titles, rendering them unreadable. Professor Snape continued to torment Harry, leaving him despondent after every potions class, which only deepened the trio's belief that Snape was far from amiable. Les refrained from further elaboration on this matter, for it was evident that Snape truly did not possess the traits of a good person, rendering any justification unnecessary. After receiving an anonymous gift of a Firebolt 2000 from Professor McGonagall, Les garnered considerable attention, as nearly all young wizards displayed profound envy. After all, it was akin to a luxury sports car within the wizarding world. Aside from this, classes proceeded without notable disturbances or significant upheavals. The atmosphere surrounding Quirrell had grown increasingly unbearable, as a nauseating amalgamation of scents permeated the air, causing all young wizards to dread his lessons even more than potions class. Les covered his nose while observing Quirrell stammering at the lectern, vigilant against potential challenges. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, Les made slight progress in transfiguration, while his studies in care of magical creatures, taught by Professor Sprout, also saw modest improvement. In between, he was drawn by Ron and Harry to watch a Quidditch match, where Ron's peculiar expression and contorted physique upon witnessing Slytherin's victory nearly convinced Les that he was on the verge of transformation. Wright Luggas, Joyong. Magical power, 2. The average magical power for an adult wizard is 5. Experience points, 4. Magic, white magic, 3. Transfiguration, 2. Dark arts, 7. Skills, potions, 2. Care of magical creatures, 1. Les scrutinized the information extracted by the thought extraction charm, silently comparing it. After some contemplation, he estimated that his abilities, aside from dark arts, were roughly at the level of a 5th-year student, and that was with the additional 2 points in white magic. After a lengthy examination, he dismissed the information and resumed enjoying the pizza before him, silently commending the culinary prowess of the first head of Hufflepuff, whose house elf had truly mastered the art of cooking. As Light savored his pizza, he marveled at the swift passage of time. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he paused. Could it be that Chilo, unburdened by my troubles, was off to capture a troll for Hogwarts? Chilo, that diligent worker, had quite the task ahead of him, ensuring the troll's safe transport to Hogwarts without causing it harm, while also teaching classes for the 4 houses, all under the watchful eye of his boss, Voldemort's CPU. Truly, he was a model employee. Having once been a corporate drone himself, Light empathized with Chilo's plight. Perhaps I could confront the troll myself and test my own abilities. With each bite of pizza, Light resolved to embark on this challenge. Upon awakening the next morning, he was greeted by the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin. The poltergeist, Peeves, seemed invigorated by the festive atmosphere, becoming increasingly lively. The castle echoed with the excited shrieks of young witches and wizards, accompanied by Peeves' hearty laughter. As Light surveyed the castle's decorations and the swirling specters, he felt a sense of wonder. Anticipation filled the air, and before long, afternoon had arrived. After a day of lessons, the young sorcerers welcomed the night with eagerness. As dusk fell, the pumpkin lanterns adorning the castle glowed simultaneously, casting a warm yet dim light. The ghosts appeared to have donned festive attire. Several familiar specters were dressed in unusual garb. Following the crowd, Light entered the great hall, where the long tables were adorned with pumpkin lanterns and the ceiling, resembling a starry sky, now displayed a full moon. Countless illuminated pumpkins floated through the air, while candy bats flitted about, accompanied by a chorus of ghosts. Once everyone was seated, reminiscent of the opening feast, Dumbledore clapped his hands. In an instant, a plethora of delectable dishes appeared upon the tables, and drinks materialized in front of each guest. "Where's Hermione? Is she not with you?" Light inquired curiously of Harry and Ron at the Gryffindor table, just as the meal was about to commence. This," Ron stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment, unable to articulate his thoughts. Harry, unable to bear the silence, recounted how Ron had been secretly disparaging Hermione at lunchtime, only to be overheard by her. "She always does this." "I was merely stating the facts," Ron insisted, his voice tinged with panic. "This is troublesome. I should have been more careful. I didn't realize you were still at odds." Light frowned. Just then, the doors to the hall burst open. Chilo rushed in, as if pursued by some dreadful creature, his face a mask of terror as he stumbled toward Dumbledore's table, breathless. "Troll! In the dungeons. I thought you knew," he gasped before collapsing to the side. Chapter 28. Confronting the troll, witnessing Chilo's fall, many students sprang to their feet in alarm. Those who were unaware of the situation began to panic. Seeing the commotion, Dumbledore stood and raised his wand. A radiant light erupted from the wand, and fireworks exploded above the hall, capturing the attention of all students. Then, Dumbledore pressed his wand to his throat, his voice booming throughout the hall. "Are you searching for Hermione?" Ron asked through gritted teeth. "No. I intend to engage in a battle with the troll to ascertain my strength." Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions clearly conveying disbelief. "To be honest, no one would believe that. I assure you, I speak the truth." Light observed their skepticism and shrugged his shoulders in resignation. "I shall join as well. It is my fault that she has gone into hiding," Ron declared resolutely, directing a determined gaze towards Light. "Then I shall accompany you. I cannot stand by while you take risks," Harry added in agreement. "Very well. If you wish to join, you may," Light replied nonchalantly. After reaching a consensus, the trio followed at the rear of the group. As the main assembly turned a corner, they seized the opportunity to slip into a concealed passageway. "Where shall we search for Hermione?" Harry inquired as they emerged from their hiding place, glancing at Light and Ron. "I have no idea," Ron responded, his expression betraying his ignorance. "What do you think girls would hide if they were being bullied, aside from their dormitory?" Harry, upon hearing this, looked at Ron in astonishment, his face reflecting a mix of surprise and admiration for Ron's insight. "Well, my sister Ginny does just that." Ron seemed to grasp Harry's expression and began to elaborate. "Let us proceed," Light suggested. As the trio rounded a corner near the girls' restroom, they were met with an overpowering stench. Light pulled Harry and Ron aside, and they immediately understood that the troll was nearby. They crouched behind a corner and peered out, spotting the troll standing before the entrance of the girls' restroom. Its back turned to them. "I will distract the troll. You two go find Hermione," Light instructed the pair. But no time for hesitation. The troll is about to enter the girls' restroom. You must go inside to seek Hermione. If you do not find her, immediately alert the professors. Light interjected, stepping out from their hiding spot. "Hey, over here. Look this way," Light shouted, amplifying his voice with a spell as he brandished his wand towards the troll. The troll halted its advance and turned to face the source of the noise. Seizing the moment, Light cast a spell that sent the troll crashing to the ground before he quickly fled. The troll, momentarily dazed by the magic, soon regained its composure and pursued the tiny figure that had dared to escape. Once Light had lured the troll away from the corner, he calculated the distance and swiftly turned to cast a slippery spell upon the ground where the troll was charging. With a resounding crash, the troll's massive form slipped on the slick surface, crashing down with a thunderous noise. A beam of light from his wand struck the struggling troll, causing the large club in its hand to be knocked away, sending it hurtling towards Light. The spell intensified the force of the club, which plummeted towards the troll's head. A sharp sound echoed, reminiscent of a ripe fruit being struck. Just as Light believed the ordeal was over and prepared to lower his wand, he witnessed the troll rise from the now less slippery ground, its head bleeding profusely and its face contorted in agony. It picked up the club once more, glaring menacingly at the diminutive figure before it. At that moment, Light had the opportunity to take a good look at the towering beast. Its skin resembled rough stone, dull and lifeless. Its massive, cumbersome body resembled a mound of earth, topped with a comically small head oozing blood. Roar! The giant emitted a furious roar, raising a massive wooden club to strike it right. In an instant, a beam of light accurately struck the descending club, causing it to explode. Lie down obediently, and you may yet preserve your life. The thunderous explosion ensued. Before the giant could comprehend why the club in its grasp had vanished, a loud blast erupted. creating a gaping hole in its abdomen. Racked with pain, the giant flailed its arms wildly, attempting to locate the creature that had inflicted such harm. Thunderous blasts of magic struck the giant in succession, the explosive sounds tearing through its chest, simultaneously ripping open the wounds on its torso and abdomen, resulting in a massive gash from which blood gushed forth. The severely wounded giant let out a beastly howl, instinctively lunging toward Wright. A bolt of silvery lightning severed its left foot, and the giant, losing its balance, collapsed once more to the ground, desperately trying to rise with its remaining limbs, while emitting an even more anguished wail. The devastating spell struck the giant's head with precision, producing a sound akin to a watermelon bursting. The giant, struggling to rise, crashed heavily back to the earth, creating yet another muffled thud. The mingling scent of blood and the creature's own foul odor, compounded by the demise of a humanoid being, prompted a wave of nausea to wash over Wright, who nearly retched. Having completed his first milestone with the shedding of blood, his progress point increased by 1. As he suppressed the urge to vomit, a message emanated from the monument, momentarily bewildering him. "Wright, are you all right? We've summoned the professors." The Iron Triangle, accompanied by 3 professors, rushed to his side. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him, with Professor McGonagall and Snape leading the way and Flitwick bringing up the rear. The 3 professors formed an implicit triangle, shielding Harry and his companions within. The giant's mangled corpse lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling beneath it. Wright stood, wand in hand, staring vacantly at the body. Flitwick frowned slightly at the gruesome sight before him. Ugh, ugh. The Iron Triangle, upon witnessing the scene, were the first to heave, followed by Wright, who could only expel a small amount of bile, having not eaten dinner. He then heard Professor McGonagall's concerned voice ask, "Wright, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm perfectly well, thank you," Wright replied, suppressing his queasiness. Snape and Flitwick scrutinized him for a lengthy moment before they simultaneously began to examine the giant's corpse. After inspecting the remains, Snape approached Wright, who was being checked for injuries by Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Rags, your magical prowess surpasses that of the giant. However, that does not excuse your recklessness. Therefore, 20 points will be deducted from Gryffindor," Snape stated in a cold tone. The 3 young wizards surrounding Wright exchanged glances with Professor McGonagall, hoping she would intervene. "Indeed, you should remember this lesson," McGonagall remarked, disregarding their pleading gazes. Chapter 29, Dumbledore. "Severus, you are being excessively harsh, Minerva. Should we not first inquire why they were here?" A gentle voice resonated from behind the group. "Albus, is everything settled in the Great Hall?" Professor McGonagall inquired of the suddenly appearing Dumbledore. "All has been pacified." The students were mostly gathered in their respective college lounges, awaiting news, while Sprout was tending to Chilo. "Might you elucidate why you find yourselves here?" Dumbledore inquired, directing his gaze towards Harry and his companions. "It is not as it seems. They came in search of me, headmaster. I ventured to confront the troll, having learned its weaknesses from a book, and I believed I could manage it, so I came forth. Ron and Hermione followed me, thus the blame rests with me." "Very well then, let us proceed with Severus's punishment. However," Dumbledore paused slightly before continuing, "due to your courageous actions in safeguarding your fellow students, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 20 points. Upon hearing this, Harry and his friends exhaled in relief. "Is this not rather lenient?" Snape remarked darkly. The trio felt their hearts race at his words. No young wizard has ever vanquished a troll so soon after enrollment. He merits this score. Snape ceased his retort. "Thank you for your leniency, and my gratitude also extends to the professors for their swift arrival," Ron expressed with a smile. As Ron exchanged pleasantries with the professors, Dumbledore interjected and informed the students that the crisis has been averted, and they may resume their feast. "Severus and I will attend to matters here before joining you." Following Dumbledore's directive, McGonagall and Flitwick escorted Ron and his friends to the Great Hall. "What is your assessment, Severus?" Dumbledore inquired. "A commendable wizard. His speed and power are commendable, though his accuracy leaves something to be desired. He must have limited experience against living foes," Snape observed, gazing at the narrow-covered troll's form. "Pray tell, what leads you to deem him commendable?" Dumbledore seemed intrigued. His first strike dismantled the opponent's weapon. The second targeted the troll's lower right abdomen, presumably to incapacitate its mobility, though it missed. The third and fourth strikes, while inflicting significant damage, were aimed at the head, yet they too went astray. The fifth and sixth strikes executed flawlessly, ultimately vanquishing the troll, disarming the weapon, incapacitating mobility, and striking vital points. This strategy is effective against any adversary. Indeed remarkable. Dumbledore concurred with Snape's assessment. Moreover, he remained calm and decisive, opting for lethal force when he realized subduing it was unfeasible. Snape continued, standing on the somewhat slippery ground. You are correct. Perhaps I should engage him in conversation. Do you require the troll's body for your purposes? If so, I can deliver it to your office. I do need it. Potions require the troll's body for their concoction, Snape replied. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore waved his hand, causing the troll's body to vanish instantly. Very well. Let us resume the feast. As Ron reflected on the recent battle while seated at the Gryffindor table, he received a message from the stone tablet. Achievement of the strongest accolades in the challenge, mileage .1. While indulging in his meal, Ron sensed a gaze upon him, and, upon looking up, discovered Dumbledore observing him intently. Light was unperturbed. After a brief smile, he resumed his meal. I hope we can converse. Could you visit my office shortly? I shall await your arrival there. Upon hearing this, Light nodded slightly, and the bat by his ear took flight. He bid farewell to the Iron Triangle and made his way to the principal's office, taking deep breaths along the way to bolster his courage. With a heart full of trepidation, he traversed the campus, amidst the myriad floating pumpkin lanterns, until he arrived before a grotesquely immense stone beast. Taking a deep breath, he uttered the phrase provided by the bat, Lemon Snowball. As he spoke the words, the stone creature sprang to life, leaping aside to reveal a concealed wall. The wall parted in the center, unveiling a hidden spiral staircase. Light ascended the steps, and as he progressed a few paces, the wall behind him thunderously closed. The spiral staircase began to ascend automatically, twisting until Light felt a wave of nausea. Gradually, it slowed to a stop, revealing a shimmering wooden door before him. Approaching the door, he grasped the brass knocker shaped like a griffin and rapped on the entrance. As soon as he finished, the door swung open of its own accord. Light stepped inside, greeted by an extraordinarily bright circular room, where a shelf stood with a bird dozing atop it. The walls were adorned with portraits of all the former headmasters of Hogwarts, each labeled with their names and tenures. As he surveyed the room, his attention was drawn to a peculiar wide, hollow basin, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. It resembled an extravagant wash basin. He proceeded further into the room, contemplating the large table at its center where someone waited. A mirror stood beside the table, and as he approached, he cast a fleeting glance at it. This mirror was quite grand, reaching up to the ceiling, encased in an opulent golden frame, supported at the base by claw-shaped stands, with an inscription at the top, Eristra eru oit ube cafroid onwo sir. The Mirror of Erist. Light instantly recognized its significance and hesitated, pondering whether to advance further. I apologize for the delay. Tonight has proven to be more eventful than I anticipated. A gentle voice resonated in the room. Light turned to see an elderly man with a white beard seated at the large table, explaining the situation. Chapter 30, Conversation. Light observed Dumbledore's sudden appearance in the office. A flicker of confusion crossing his face. Was it an apparition or a disillusionment charm? I utilized a touch of privilege to avoid being late. Sensing Light's bewilderment, Dumbledore raised his right hand, pinching his fingers to reveal a small gap. Professor, how did you know what I was thinking? Light exerted all his mental prowess to employ a memory concealment charm, constructing a defensive facade. Indeed, you are truly remarkable, Professor. Light feigned admiration on the surface, while internally, he ruminated frantically. What privilege allows one to appear at will? Come, take a seat. No need to remain standing. Dumbledore gestured for Wright to take a seat and began to retrieve an assortment of candies from his drawer, placing them upon the table. Would you care for a heap of cockroach clusters? Or perhaps a new flavor of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? As soon as Wright settled down, Dumbledore presented an array of sweets before him. Very well, thank you. Wright graciously accepted a bean and began to savor it, not even glancing at the cockroach clusters. The orange flavor is rather delightful, he remarked, chewing on the jelly bean. Would you be so kind as to recount the events in detail? Dumbledore inquired, pouring a glass of water for Wright, a smile gracing his face. I soon realized that Ron's words had hurt Hermione, and, at that very moment, Professor Quirrell announced that a troll had been released. I felt compelled to confront the troll. Harry and the others assumed I was seeking out Hermione, so they accompanied me. Ron suggested that girls tend to hide in the restroom when upset, so I intended to find Hermione first before facing the troll, and fortuitously, I encountered her. Wright recounted the night's experiences candidly, leaving nothing concealed. After all, everything was substantiated. The only concern lingering in his mind was whether his knowledge of lethal dark magic might cause him to be mistaken for a second Dark Lord and subsequently imprisoned in Azkaban. Regarding the ensuing battle, I am aware that Professor Snape holds you in high regard. Calm and decisive, though perhaps your magical precision leaves something to be desired. I concur with his assessment. You truly are exceptional. Dumbledore's praises left Wright feeling somewhat uneasy. Given the circumstances, one could speculate that he might be summoned to play the role of Harry's firefighter. The subsequent conversation grew increasingly relaxed, devoid of excessive probing, resembling a casual exchange between elder and youth. Yet, Wright maintained his vigilance. Before him sat the most formidable figure in the magical realm, who had deftly maneuvered two formidable individuals. Indeed, during their light-hearted banter, Dumbledore broached the subject of the orphanage. Wright understood the implications of his inquiry, but feigned ignorance. Are you familiar with the orphanage, Professor? The inhabitants there are quite amiable, particularly Mrs. Catterwall. She is the kindest soul within those walls. I recall a student from Hogwarts who grew up there, though he was not as remarkable in his first year as you are. Perhaps my lack of attention to him led him down a different path. Wright offered an awkward smile at this, internally murmuring, had I not known that the aforementioned individual was Voldemort, I might have almost believed your sentiments of regret. During your time at the orphanage, did you encounter any peculiar occurrences? Dumbledore probed once more, but finding no fruitful leads, he deftly shifted the conversation's direction, opting not to pursue the matter further. After exchanging polite farewells with Dumbledore, Wright rose to depart. Seated at his desk, Dumbledore tapped his fingers rhythmically upon the table, observing Wright's retreating figure with an expression that seemed to deepen in contemplation, though the thoughts behind his gaze remained inscrutable. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, the ever-observant Wright sensed something amiss. The atmosphere was too dim, too silent, unlike the usual ambience. Maintaining his composure, he walked steadily, his right hand poised to draw his wand at a moment's notice, prepared for a thunderous explosion. Welcome, our Gryffindor hero. Oh. The dimly lit lounge suddenly illuminated, startling Wright to the brink of unleashing his magic. Moments later, dozens of young wizards surged forth, buoyed by the cheers of Harry and Ron, lifting Wright high into the air. Cheers for our Gryffindor hero, the Weasley twins exclaimed in unison. Hero, hero, the young wizards chanted as they tossed Wright amidst their exuberance. Once the fervor subsided, a disoriented Wright, upon Harry's explanation, learned of the events that had transpired during his summons by old Dumbledore. The Gryffindor students, under Ron's enthusiastic promotion, became aware that Wright had bravely confronted a troll and slain it. As Ron continued to spread the tale, the amusing saga circulated throughout Gryffindor, with the young wizards treating Wright as a true hero, even organizing a welcome celebration in his honor. The energetic young wizards were in high spirits, seemingly seeking to expel the lingering fear of their sudden evacuation. As one of the protagonists in this affair, Wright entertained numerous curious students, recounting his encounter with the troll multiple times. Once the celebration concluded, he felt utterly exhausted, yearning for rest. Rubbing his aching eyes, Wright slowly rose from his bed, rousing his companions in the room to prepare for class. During Professor McGonagall's lesson, he was notably called out, not for commendation, but rather for reprimand. Advised to consult the professors before taking such risks. Wright readily acknowledged her words, attributing his success to mere luck and cautioning other young wizards not to emulate his actions. Satisfied with his response, Professor McGonagall moved on to the lesson. After class, as Wright and his companions walked down the corridor, they were greeted by acquaintances. News of his triumph over the troll had spread overnight, gaining an almost absurd level of embellishment. Consequently, wherever Wright went, whispers followed, even in the library, leading to Madame Pants asking him to leave. Chapter 31. The Quidditch Match. It seems no one is discussing the troll anymore. Ron complained, feeling somewhat overlooked. Isn't it natural for rumors to die down after a few days? Wright replied, at ease, continuing to spear his sausage with a fork. Mainly because the Quidditch tryouts are about to commence. Everyone's attention is captivated, Harry added. By the way, have you noticed? Snape is limping. He seems injured. Ron remarked with a hint of mystery. What concern is that of ours? Harry retorted disdainfully. He must have been bitten by the three-headed dog when he went to check on the Philosopher's Stone after being startled by Quirrell. Wright mused silently. Indeed, let us not dwell on him. Are you going to watch the Quidditch tryouts today? Ron inquired, gnawing on a chicken leg. I think I'll pass. You two go ahead, Wright replied, swiftly finishing his meal before bidding farewell and departing the table. The magical training ground, transformed from the room of requirement, was in disarray. Magic whizzed past as flying discs soared through the air. No, the accuracy of the moving targets must be improved, Wright remarked, panting as he observed the continuously shattered targets. Regrettably, the Fiendfire Curse was not something one could practice lightly, for it possessed the formidable power to obliterate Voldemort's Horcruxes. Stopping his practice, Wright let out a wistful sigh. Time flew by, and November arrived. England was on the verge of winter, with the weather growing colder. The Hogwarts House Cup was about to commence, and as Wright, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way to the Great Hall, the Quidditch match was fast approaching. Harry, do you have confidence? Gryffindor is counting on you, Ron said, applying pressure as they walked. I'm still a bit nervous, Harry replied with a forced smile. As the seeker for Gryffindor and a key player on the team, Harry was not as at ease as he pretended. Rather, he was quite anxious. I have found you a book, Quidditch Through the Ages. It may prove helpful, Hermione offered, handing the book to Harry. Really? I wonder what it contains, Harry asked, forcing a grin. It details 700 violations of Quidditch rules. Be cautious. You can, Hermione began, but left her thought unfinished. Harry understood her implication. All right, I will, he managed a strained smile. Don't worry, Harry. You must remember, you are the strongest seeker. You are the ace who can lead Gryffindor to victory. Wright encouraged him with unwavering confidence, knowing that Harry would indeed guide Gryffindor to triumph. As Wright continued to bolster Harry's spirits, the group unwittingly arrived at the Great Hall. As they prepared to begin their lunch, they heard Malfoy from the Slytherin table mocking Gryffindor for being defeated for several consecutive years. Initially, Ron paid it no mind, but as Malfoy's taunts continued, his irritation grew. It took all of Harry and Hermione's efforts to restrain Ron from confronting Malfoy. Noticing Harry's arrival in the hall, Malfoy shifted his tone, claiming that Gryffindor believed they could change their fortunes simply by selecting a novice. Malfoy's brash proclamations proved too much for not only Ron, but for the Gryffindor students as well, who rose in indignation. The Slytherins stood up in response, and a standoff between the two houses ensued. Sit down. What do you intend to do? Snape's cold voice cut through the tension, quelling the brewing conflict. Amidst the anticipation, the Quidditch match commenced as scheduled. The gates of the arena swung open, and the players from both houses soared out on their broomsticks, eliciting a roar of excitement from the spectators. Ron and Neville held up a large, tattered banner, magically enhanced to flicker in midair, proclaiming Potter for the win. Wright, who had been drawn to the match, wore an expression of resignation as he observed the impending contest. Watching the players dart through the sky, he found it difficult to appreciate the sport of Quidditch. Moreover, given their incredible speed, he pondered whether the vision of wizards was akin to that of pilots, as they seemed to see everything so clearly. Listening to the exaggerated commentary from Jordan, Wright wore a complex expression as he observed the players flitting about the field, finding it far less thrilling than the commentary suggested. His gaze shifted with the players until it inadvertently landed on Professor Snape in the stands, whose expression was vacant and stiff. Light raised his right hand and gently poked Hermione, urging her to pay close attention to Harry's condition and the surroundings. I have a foreboding feeling. What do you mean? Hermione inquired, her expression filled with confusion as she glanced at Light. It's nothing. Just a slight. Before Light could finish his sentence, gasps erupted around them. Both he and Hermione looked up, witnessing Harry tumbling through the air, twisting and turning unnaturally. The broom he rode resembled an untamed stallion, eager to throw him off. This cannot be. Someone must be casting a spell, Hermione exclaimed, suddenly standing up. She cast a puzzled glance at Light, then seemed to realize something. Sweeping her gaze over the audience, she hurried off as if she had discovered a clue. Light watched Hermione depart, his gaze following her. He observed her as she dashed towards Quirrell, who was muttering incantations, and knocked him over, seemingly striking the back of his head in the process. Subsequently, she stealthily crouched near Professor Snape, igniting his dark robe before slipping away unnoticed. Once Harry's broom steadied itself, he suddenly dove towards the ground, coming to an abrupt stop and capturing the golden snitch in his mouth. Voldemort already harbors suspicion towards me. If I were to reveal myself again, he would surely take action. I am still too weak, Light pondered as he listened to the cheers of the audience. After the match concluded, Light, Hermione, and Ron sought out Harry, who was preparing to celebrate with his team. The four of them quietly concealed themselves in an abandoned classroom, seated around a flickering flame. The deep crimson fire dispelled the chill in the air. It must be Snape's doing. He is a Death Eater. Ron spoke first after hearing Hermione recount the events. I believe so too. When Harry's broom was out of control, Snape was casting spells. After I burned his robes, Harry's broom returned to normal. Hermione concurred, sharing the sentiment that Snape was not a trustworthy individual. What do you think, Light? You were the one who warned me that Harry might be in trouble, Hermione remarked, turning her gaze towards him, with Harry and Ron following suit. Chapter 32, Before Christmas. Perhaps he doesn't want me to be in the spotlight. Harry hesitated. Light, why do you insist that Snape is innocent? Hermione inquired, frowning. I just feel it. I can sense that he is not a bad person. Light explained somewhat dryly. Really? Harry and the others expressed their doubt simultaneously. Light sighed, choosing not to further defend Snape. He realized he could not disclose the entire truth to them, nor could he alleviate Snape's complex feelings towards Harry. It was a conundrum best left for the parties involved to resolve. Seeing Light fall silent, the trio refrained from continuing the discussion. Perhaps we could ask Hagrid. He might know something, Hermione suggested. Yes, we could inquire about what the three-headed dog is guarding. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. You go ahead. I have other matters to attend to, Light replied apologetically, as he bid farewell to the three by the classroom door and made his way to the library. An eerie voice echoed in the hall. Upon hearing it, Light's body stiffened, and he thought to himself, as expected, it has come. The cerebral shield operated at full capacity, while he hesitated over whether to draw his wand for an imminent attack. Ultimately, he chose to relent. Light turned, a smile adorning his face. Professor, is there something you require? Chilo approached slowly, revealing a grin. Ragus, may I inquire if you're familiar with the three-headed dog? What three-headed dog? Light feigned ignorance, his cerebral shield functioning at peak performance, faintly sensing a force probing the fabricated memories he had conjured. Unaware, are you? I had assumed you would know. Well, never mind. I shall take my leave, Chilo remarked before turning away. Light exhaled deeply as he watched Chilo distance himself. It seemed he had hit a roadblock and sought guidance from me. However, I also guided him toward Hagrid. Thankfully, I had not drawn his attention earlier. Otherwise, this level would have been quite troublesome. It's quite a conundrum. Currently, I am caught between fear of both the wolf and the wand. Uncertain of Voldemort's true strength, I dare not distribute my points recklessly, nor do I wish to consult old Dumbledore. What a predicament! Light shook his head and continued toward the library. What brings you here? While engrossed in his reading, Light noticed Harry and his companions had also appeared in the library. Light, are you acquainted with Nicholas Flamel? Harry queried, his eyes lighting up as he approached Light and whispered. I am not. Light pondered momentarily before opting to remain silent. Is that so? Harry replied, slightly disheartened, sharing the information he had gleaned from Hagrid. The three-headed dog is named Fluffy. Dumbledore has tasked it with guarding the Philosopher's Stone. So, you suspect Snape intends to steal it? Light concluded from Harry's revelations. Indeed, I even observed him limping earlier. He must have attempted to steal the stone and was bitten, Ron chimed in. But why have you come to the library? You could have gone directly to Dumbledore. Light feigned ignorance. That is not an option. We spoke with Professor McGonagall. She did not believe us and questioned how we learned of the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione interjected, clutching her book with frustration. Very well then, let us peruse some books together. Light replied nonchalantly, as night fell before the troll tapestry and outside the room of requirement. Light murmured, I require a space to practice the incendio spell. He pushed open the door to find stones suspended in midair, spaced far apart. I must resort to a more daring approach. I had intended to take my time, but Voldemort has fixated on me. With the points system, I cannot afford to be reckless. I must concentrate on mastering the incendio spell. Light focused intently, his wand swirling as a fierce flame shot toward the suspended stones, incinerating them instantly, transforming into a lion that lunged at him. All spells must come to an end. Light's expression grew grave as the magic collided with the approaching fire lion, both forces momentarily locked in a stalemate. As Light intensified his output, a flash of light erupted. The fire lion dissipated into nothingness. This is exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, I have barely managed to learn the spell, or I would have faced dire consequences. He resolved to continue. In the ensuing days, Light diligently practiced the incendio spell whenever he had the chance, gradually gaining control over the flames and their extinguishment. By the way, I did not see you at the library, Hermione remarked. I was seeking a place to practice magic. Have you found Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone? Light casually fabricated a reason and then retorted. With no leads in sight, I had perused the school history numerous times without uncovering any clues. Hermione lamented with a face full of disappointment. Do not fret. Haste makes waste, Light reassured, aware that Quirrell would soon be preoccupied with illicit dragon eggs, rendering him incapable of causing any trouble in the short term. Don't forget to procure us some gifts. We may not be able to arrange any presents at school. Light chuckled. In the ensuing weeks, Light diligently practiced the incantation of the Fiendfire Curse, though progress was minimal. As anticipated, Quirrell made little appearance beyond his lectures. The entire castle lay blanketed in snow, the heavy snowfall ushering in a biting chill and heralding the arrival of Christmas. The cold brought about by the snow affected Light, as well as Harry and Ron, prompting the trio to don extra layers of warm clothing before daring to venture outside. Upon stepping out, they were greeted by the castle adorned in festive cheer, with countless ribbons connecting gift boxes hanging on the walls and a small Christmas tree standing in a corner. The Great Hall had also been transformed, its walls draped with garlands of holly and pine, while 20 towering Christmas trees graced the surroundings, sparkling with glistening icicles and vibrant ribbons. Atop each tree shone a star, with numerous gift boxes piled beneath. During these days, even Snape had refrained from making life difficult for Harry, as practical work was largely absent from their potions class. Chapter 33, Christmas. In the afternoon, Light sat through a tedious history of magic lesson. Through the window, he observed the Weasley twins relentlessly pelting Quirrell with a barrage of enchanted snowballs. Quirrell, overwhelmed, scurried away with his hands over his head, and Light couldn't help but smile as one snowball accurately struck Quirrell on the back of his head. Would they cheer if they knew they were pummeling Voldemort? The entire Hogwarts was abuzz with excitement, for the holiday break was about to commence, allowing students to reunite with their long-absent families. However, for Light, this brought little joy, as he had no home to return to. The orphanage could hardly be considered a true home. When Professor McGonagall came to take attendance for those staying behind, Light signed his name alongside Harry and Ron. After the trio completed their registration, they headed to the Great Hall for dinner, only to be intercepted by Draco and his cronies. "Oh, look what I found. A few unwanted children," Draco sneered. "And you, Weasley, your mother must feel overwhelmed with so many at home. You're bound to be abandoned. You scoundrel." Ron erupted in anger, charging at Draco and delivering a punch. Staggering back from the blow, Draco drew his wand, preparing to retaliate, as his two lackeys rushed forward. Light and Harry, seeing Ron advance, swiftly brandished their wands. Simultaneously, they cast a disarming spell, sending Draco's wand flying into their hands. The trio of Malfoy was sent sprawling to the ground by the force of the disarming charm. Enough! Using magic recklessly in school and assaulting fellow students, 20 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. In the shadows, Snape approached with an air of indifference. "Professor," said Wright, as he restrained a ready-to-argue Harry, and pulled back a forward-moving Ron. "Very well, my apologies, Professor." Upon hearing Wright concede, Snape chose not to prolong the matter. As he turned to leave, he cast a glance at the groaning Malfoy and his companions who were struggling to rise. In an instant, Malfoy understood, and with his two cronies, trailed behind Snape as they departed. There was certainly something amiss with Snape. He had consistently targeted Harry, and his prior spell during the competition was clearly intended to harm him. Ron expressed his discontent. "Perhaps. Let us go have a meal." Wright refrained from defending Snape, and instead vaguely shifted the topic. During the holiday, Wright split his time between the library and preparing Christmas gifts. He crafted an automatic note-taking quill for Neville, a large deerskin hat for Hagrid, and a comprehensive prank manual for the Weasley twins. Upon awakening, Wright found Harry and Ron eagerly unwrapping their gifts. A smile graced his face as he joined them. As he approached, he noticed Ron tinkering with a new wizard's chess set. At that moment, Harry unveiled Wright's gift, revealing a music box from which 3 tiny figures sprang forth, accompanied by a melodious Christmas tune. "Wow!" Harry exclaimed, swaying to the enchanting melody. Eventually, he uncovered a silver-gray fabric that flowed like liquid. With a hint of hesitation, he gazed at the gift in his hands. "This is an invisibility cloak. May I try it on?" Wright inquired, feigning great interest. "Certainly." Harry handed the cloak to Wright, who took it and received a notification simultaneously. Completed 1/3 of the Mystery of Death, mileage point 1. Wright raised an eyebrow, contemplating the possibility of acquiring 2 more mileage points. He then donned the cloak, and upon seeing Wright vanish before his eyes, Harry couldn't resist reaching out to touch it, experiencing a sensation as smooth as flowing water. Once Wright had worn the cloak and felt it was akin to using the disillusionment charm, he posed several questions to Harry and Ron, gaining a general understanding that the cloak could suppress sound and scent. He then removed it and returned it to Harry, encouraging him to experiment as well. While Harry and Ron reveled in their enjoyment, Wright began to open his own presents. Ron gifted him a bag of candies. Harry offered a notebook, Hermione presented her notes, and the Weasley twins bestowed various prank items. Finally, he opened Hagrid's gift, which nearly startled him, a unicorn horn, valued at thousands of galleons in the market. After the feast, Wright sat at the edge of the castle grounds, observing a throng of young wizards engaged in a snowball fight where magic and power intertwined, eliciting a sense of novelty in him. Just then, a barrage of snowballs from behind interrupted his voyeuristic delight, striking him incessantly. Turning around, he found the Weasley twins brandishing snowballs, their laughter echoing. With a swift motion, Wright conjured 2 snowballs, accurately hitting the twins, who exchanged glances before bursting into laughter once more. Then a fierce battle erupted between the 2 sides. Light, with his remarkable accuracy, faced off against the twins, who were numerous, resulting in a tumultuous skirmish. just as Harry and Ron joined Light's faction, tipping the scales towards victory. Some of the twins also joined in, ultimately evolving into a grand conflict between the two camps. Ha ha ha. In the end, all the young wizards who had joined the fray were buried under a pile of snow, and they all burst into laughter in unison. Hey, George, do you like my Christmas gift? Light inquired with a grin. I'm not George, I'm Fred. No, you are George. I left a secret mark on the gift I sent you. Whenever I encounter George, my right hand will twitch, and vice versa for my left hand. That's impossible. I didn't notice any mechanism. Fred and George exclaimed in shock simultaneously. Well, I was just teasing you. The initials of your names are written on your sweaters. Defeated again, the twins exchanged glances and chuckled. Chapter 34. The Mirror of Arist. That night, Light strolled to the library, intending to indulge in 2 forbidden tomes he had longed for. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the restricted section. At the sound, Light instinctively checked his disillusionment charm and odor-removing charm. Then, he recalled how Harry, after acquiring the invisibility cloak, ventured into the night and discovered the Mirror of Arist. Last time, his attempt to approach the mirror had been thwarted by Dumbledore's unexpected arrival. This time, perhaps he could seize a milestone. With this thought, Light patiently awaited the commotion to subside before stealthily making his way around the library. He vaguely remembered that the magical realm was housed in an abandoned classroom, its door ajar. Leveraging his frequent visits to the library, Light quickly located the dilapidated classroom with ease. He slowly pushed the door open and cautiously stepped inside, restoring the door to its original position behind him. Inside the forsaken classroom, desks and chairs were haphazardly piled in a corner, leaving a vast space in the center of the room. At the heart of this emptiness stood a magnificent mirror, the very mirror of Arist that Light had previously encountered in Dumbledore's office. However, now, a slight figure stood before the mirror. It was Harry. Clutching the invisibility cloak he had just removed, Harry gazed intently at the mirror, while Light chose to remain still, quietly observing from the side. After a prolonged moment, Harry, with a wistful glance at the mirror, donned the cloak once more and turned to leave. Once Harry exited the classroom, Light dispelled his disillusionment charm and approached the mirror, extending his hand towards it. Completing the milestone with the mysterious mirror, he earned an additional milestone point. Upon receiving the message from the stone tablet, Light withdrew his hand, preparing to depart. As he contemplated leaving, he shifted his steps cautiously towards the mirror, fully exposing himself to its reflection. Gazing into the mirror, Light was momentarily entranced. The reflection revealed his visage from a past life, a countenance fair and spirited, adorned with a gentle smile, radiating an aura of sunshine. Gazing at the elusive figure reflected in the mirror, Light murmured in a daze, "This is the adult I once aspired to be, correct and radiant, confident and cheerful, capable of resolving any issue, unyielding in the face of adversity, a person who never regrets their decisions. Yet, it seems I shall never become such a person, even unto death." Quietly observing his image in the enchanted mirror, Light's eyes were filled with profound despondency. Perhaps I now understand why this magical mirror is so captivating. It reveals everything I know to be unattainable and beyond my reach. Harry's departed family, Dumbledore's woolen socks, Ron's grand ambitions. I am acutely aware that I cannot become the person I yearn to be, which is precisely why the mirror displays the scenes that elude me. Despite having deciphered the mirror's function through my magical knowledge, Light felt no joy. Only a deep sigh escaped his lips. "And what do you see? Why the sigh, Mr. Rags?" A gentle voice resonated from behind Light. Anticipating the presence, he turned to face the visitor. Dumbledore had arrived, a smile gracing his face, as if he'd been standing there for quite some time. Regarding the elderly figure before him, Light offered a bittersweet smile, his tone dry and awkward. "I see the most exceptional person in the world, someone I could never hope to become. Just like you. I cannot accept such praise." Dumbledore replied, raising his right hand. The classroom filled with flying desks and chairs, which settled neatly on the floor. The dust vanished, revealing an array of candies, biscuits, pastries, and pumpkin juice. "Please take a seat. If you don't mind, you may also indulge in some late-night snacks. The hour is quite late," Dumbledore invited, taking a seat himself. Light swallowed hard at the sight of the lavish spread, and after expressing his gratitude, he sat down and began to savor the desserts before him. "Professor, when did you arrive?" Light inquired as he nibbled on a small cake. "I made a few adjustments to this mirror, as it can be rather perilous. Mr. Rags, the mirror of Arist reveals the deepest and most fervent desires of the heart. It is not as innocuous as one might think. It carries its dangers." Dumbledore cautioned in a tone laced with warning, addressing Light, who had just gazed into the mirror. I understand that what it depicts will never come to fruition. I am fully aware of this and will not become ensnared, Light replied, wearing an expression of worldly wisdom. Is that so? You are more astute than I had anticipated, Dumbledore remarked, glancing at the time and kindly ushering Light toward the door. He had likely arrived when Harry did. And old Dumbledore might suspect a connection between me and Voldemort. After all, everything seemed too coincidental, especially since I had been trailing closely behind Harry tonight, compounded by my origins at the Weasley orphanage. Even I might begin to doubt myself, let alone the ever-cunning Dumbledore. However, the matter is not overly concerning. While Dumbledore may not fit the conventional mold of a good person, he is still willing to abide by the rules, provided his boundaries remain unbreached. After much contemplation, Wright finally drifted into a gentle slumber, turning restlessly for some time. During the subsequent Christmas holiday, he led a tranquil existence, alternating between engaging in various activities and practicing magic. The fruits of his labor were evident, apart from the Fiendfire curse, which remained elusive and could only be extinguished in a limited area. He had mastered other spells with remarkable ease. Meanwhile, after being counseled by the ever-watchful Dumbledore, Harry ceased his nightly visits to the Mirror of Arist. However, from that point onward, he was plagued by nightmares each night. Harry took it upon himself to share the details of his nocturnal escapades with Hermione, who felt a complex array of emotions upon learning the full story. She was worried about Harry's 3 consecutive nights of wandering, nearly leading to his discovery, yet also disappointed by the lack of clarity regarding Nicholas Flamel's identity. Acknowledging his mistakes, Harry repeatedly assured Hermione that he would seek information in the library as soon as he had the chance to rest. With the commencement of the school term, Harry, a key player on the Quidditch team, was frequently whisked away for practice, leaving him little leisure time. Time flew by, and soon 5 days had passed since the start of term. So who exactly was Nicholas Flamel? Ron exclaimed, resting his head on the library table. I feel like I've seen the name somewhere, but I can't quite place it. Harry frantically flipped through books. This must be it, Wright declared, placing his copy of A History of Alchemy down and pointing to a specific passage. What? Let me see. Hermione swiftly snatched the book away. Yes, the Philosopher's Stone. Immortality. It's him. It has to be. Hermione whispered excitedly to Harry and Ron. Chapter 35. The Dragon Egg. Let us go find Hagrid. Ron proposed eagerly. No, Hagrid won't let me investigate this matter. The professors don't want us to know too much. Hermione quickly countered. Indeed, and all we know is that only Snape might have an interest in the Philosopher's Stone. We lack further knowledge. Harry concurred with Hermione's assertion. Perhaps we need not seek Hagrid. He may come to us, Wright suggested, raising his hand to point at a tall figure in the library. The trio followed his finger to see a giant, stealthily wandering the library, seemingly in search of a book. Hagrid, what are you doing? The sudden exclamation startled Hagrid, nearly causing the books in his arms to tumble to the ground. Harry, and you all. Hagrid turned to see Harry and Wright waving from the reading area. So, why have you come to the library? Ron inquired with curiosity as Hagrid settled down. Hagrid placed his books on the table, his tone brimming with excitement. I'm here to gather some information, looking to learn a few things. What kind of information? Perhaps I can assist. Hermione responded eagerly, gazing at Hagrid. Are you interested in hatching a dragon egg, or in caring for a baby dragon? Wright inquired, eyeing the books Hagrid had set down. Upon hearing Wright's question, Hagrid's voice grew animated. Of course, I want to know both. Do you understand? I've dreamed of raising a dragon. Light abruptly turned to the excited Hagrid, deftly identifying the blind spot. So, where did you acquire your dragon egg or hatchling? Of course, I don't quite understand what you mean by dragon egg. Hagrid stammered. Oh, so you have indeed come into possession of a dragon egg? Ah. Harry and his companions involuntarily gasped at the revelation Light had made. Calm down. The librarian is approaching. Light cautioned. The trio apologized to the approaching Madame Pants, smiling as they watched her depart. In a hushed tone, Hermione asked Hagrid, what do you mean? You've hidden a dragon egg and plan to hatch it? Having just been warned by Madame Pants, Hagrid quickly lowered his voice. Shuh, don't let it slip. If anyone finds out, that little one will be taken away. It's still so small, just an egg. But if you're discovered hatching a dragon egg in secret, you could find yourself imprisoned in Azkaban, Hermione said, glancing anxiously around. No, it cannot be so. We are the best of friends, Hagrid pleaded, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Light and the others. Indeed, I'll wait for you tonight. Come directly to my home. Hagrid nearly leapt for joy at the invitation, eagerly urging the four to visit. Is this really okay? Hermione's concern deepened. It's merely an egg. What could possibly go wrong? Light replied nonchalantly. After enduring the long wait until nightfall, the four stealthily slipped out of the castle, making their way to Hagrid's abode. Following a path overgrown with wild grass, they soon arrived at Hagrid's dwelling. Light approached the door and knocked, while Harry and the others cautiously scanned their surroundings like thieves. "Who is it?" Hagrid, ever vigilant, slightly opened the door, and upon recognizing Light and the others, swung it wide, welcoming them. "You've come. Quick, come inside." As they stepped through the threshold, a wave of intense heat enveloped them. Harry and Ron frowned uncomfortably, while Hermione appeared to be struggling to catch her breath. "Why is it so hot in here?" Harry gasped, with Ron, drenched in sweat, voicing his agreement. "The dragon egg needs to be kept at a high temperature to hatch," Hermione explained before incredulously exclaiming. "So you really do have a dragon egg? Ha ha ha." "Indeed. Right here," Hagrid said, pointing to the blazing fireplace, where a dark egg was nestled within the flames. "Is this truly a dragon egg? May I touch it?" Light inquired, leaning closer to the hearth. "Well, you can, but be cautious not to burn yourself. The egg must remain at a high temperature until it hatches," Hagrid said, scratching his head, looking somewhat sullen. "Let me try." Light cast a protective charm upon himself and reached toward the dragon egg. The shell felt warm, not overly hot, perhaps because it absorbed the heat. "Hagrid, could you recount how you came into possession of this dragon egg?" As Harry and his companions gathered around the fireplace, they turned their gaze toward Hagrid upon hearing Light's question. "What did the person look like? Was he particularly interested in your three-headed dog?" Light inquired with subtle implication. "It appears to be so, yet surely everyone would find it intriguing. After all, it is a three-headed dog, a sight not often beheld." Hagrid wore a look of utter confusion. "Have you ever mentioned what Lu Wei likes or fears?" Hermione suddenly realized. "I had a bit to drink at the time and told him that Lu Wei adores music. As long as there is music, Lu Wei will fall asleep." A look of panic finally crossed Hagrid's amiable face as he recognized that he might have inadvertently revealed something significant. "Who is that person?" Harry inquired anxiously. I don't know who he is. I remember he wore a black cloak, his hood obscuring his features. However, I vaguely recall his voice was quite hoarse, unlike that of a typical person." As he spoke, Hagrid became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. That figure in the black cloak must be Snape. We previously saw him limping, and he not only intends to harm Harry, but also seeks the Philosopher's Stone. Ron was exhilarated, akin to a detective uncovering the truth. "The Philosopher's Stone? How do you know about it?" Hagrid's expression was one of disbelief. "Surely, you don't think your ability to keep secrets is commendable?" Hermione retorted. "Listen, the matter of the Philosopher's Stone does not concern you. Dumbledore will handle it," Hagrid stated gravely to the four. Light also nodded, indicating that such significant matters should be resolved by the professors, not by them. "That won't do. We spoke with Professor McGonagall earlier. They are completely unaware and have no defenses against Snape, who also knows Lu Wei's vulnerabilities. The Philosopher's Stone is in peril now," Harry urged anxiously. This proposal received unanimous agreement from all except Light. "Indeed, this is the most prudent course of action, provided that the headmaster himself is untroubled. I have no desire to continue my game of wits with old Dumbledore," Light sighed. "I shall refrain from attending. I find the dragon egg far more captivating." "You all go." Light offered a reason to decline. "No, we shall go together." The three pulled Light towards the headmaster's office. Chapter 36, The Third Meeting with Dumbledore. Chilled lemonade. Before the colossal stone beast, Light recited the password Hagrid had given, and a passageway materialized before the four. Initially, Hagrid intended to accompany them, but was dissuaded by Hermione and Harry. Harry expressed his fear that Hagrid might inadvertently divulge something. Privately keeping dragons is illegal, and should it be exposed, he would face imprisonment in Azkaban. "Professor Dumbledore doesn't seem to be here," Harry remarked, scanning the office but finding it empty. "Then let us. Greetings, students. What brings you here?" Before Light could finish, a warm voice resonated from behind him. "Professor, we unexpectedly learned from Hagrid that a figure in a black cloak has discovered Lu Wei's weakness, and he is likely to breach the trapdoor to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Harry immediately stated upon seeing Dumbledore. "No need to rush. Take your time. Please, sit down first," Dumbledore replied without displaying surprise, instead waving his hand to conjure 4 chairs, inviting the 4 to take a seat. "Where did you learn about the Philosopher's Stone?" Once they were seated, Dumbledore began to inquire. Light summoned all his mental fortitude to enact a mental block, remaining silent to avoid having his thoughts extracted. "We learned from Hagrid that the object guarded by Fluffy is the Philosopher's Stone, and then we researched its purpose and origin." "Who do you think would commit such an act?" After listening to Hermione's explanation, Dumbledore posed a counter-question. "We suspect it is Snape. He has been acting rather strangely," Harry stated bluntly. Upon hearing Harry's words, Dumbledore remained silent, instead addressing Mr. Lethbridge. Who do you believe desires the Philosopher's Stone? Why? Dumbledore continued to probe. Amidst the puzzled expressions of Harry and his companions, it is merely a simple conjecture. The peculiar occurrences this year began only after Professor Quirrell arrived at Hogwarts. Such incidents did not transpire before his arrival, Lethbridge asserted casually. Professor, do you not believe us? Seeing Dumbledore's apparent indifference, Harry's expression fell slightly. No, I certainly believe you. However, I will not cast doubt upon the professors. I trust they would not engage in such actions. Before Harry and his friends could retort, Dumbledore continued. The Philosopher's Stone is protected not only by a three-headed dog, but also by several professors who have implemented safeguards. Your Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick were involved in these measures. Hence the stone is quite secure. Furthermore, to my knowledge, the individual seeking the Philosopher's Stone is not Snape or Quirrell, but rather someone exceedingly dangerous. With that, Dumbledore rose and ushered them out. Very well, Professor. I apologize for the intrusion. Harry began to speak, but ultimately said nothing, departing the office with Lethbridge and the others. Severus, could you come here? I have something to discuss with you. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, stroking Fawkes the Phoenix, who instantly transformed into a burst of flames and vanished. What is it, Headmaster? Soon, amidst the flames of Fawkes, Snape appeared. The situation is as follows. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the previous scene materialized in the office. Snape furrowed his brow as he watched. What are your thoughts, Severus? After contemplating the entire sequence, Snape coldly remarked, Lethbridge is suspicious. He is far too composed, as if everything is unrelated to him, yet he is entangled within it. Moreover, his magical proficiency is abnormal. I share your sentiments, but he should not be implicated. Dumbledore expressed his perspective. Are you then inclined to let this be? Snape retorted after a moment of reflection. Absurd, whether it is Quirrell or Lethbridge. You are fully aware of the situation and have the means to intervene, yet you choose to remain a bystander, Snape said with indignation. Faced with Snape's fury, Dumbledore could only respond with resignation. Severus, we both recognize that these matters must be confronted by Harry alone. We cannot perpetually shield him. Furthermore, why must it be Harry who faces Voldemort? You understand this better than I. Ridiculous. To send a group of first-year wizards to confront the Dark Lord? Albus, this is not an adventure tale. It is a grim reality filled with despair and suffering. Snape's voice grew increasingly somber, his anger palpable. Dumbledore gazed at the furious yet sorrowful Snape, his voice low and weary as he spoke. I am deeply sorry, Severus. I can only do this. While I still possess the ability, I must endeavor to nurture Harry, for he alone can defeat Voldemort as foretold in the prophecy. Then why must Harry take on this burden? Surely, you could do it yourself. With the Philosopher's Stone in your possession, you need not worry at all, Snape replied, his disappointment palpable as he looked at Dumbledore. I could certainly suppress him, but what then? We must utterly eradicate him. And the worst is yet to come, Dumbledore responded. Fatigue etched on his face. Snape, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from pressing further and darkly inquired. I only hope you will remember our agreement. Is there something you wish to discuss? I wish for you to mentor Light. He possesses great potential, yet I am deeply concerned about his well-being, Dumbledore implored. After a prolonged silence, Snape, with a somber expression, replied, I understand. With that, he turned and departed from the headmaster's office. Do you not find it peculiar? It is quite unsettling, Light remarked, continuing to engage the trio with a sense of foreboding. Indeed, Quirrell is rather odd, Ron concurred, recalling Quirrell's peculiar behavior. Yet we cannot cast suspicion upon him for that alone. Every professor at this school has their quirks, to some degree, Hermione interjected, her expression one of exasperation. Regardless, we have informed Professor Dumbledore. It is no longer our concern. Let the professors handle it, Light declared, deftly shifting responsibility. The trio nodded in agreement, sharing laughter as they made their way back to the dormitory, unaware that a shadowy figure lurked in the darkness, fixated upon them with a brooding gaze. Chapter 37. Snape. Mr. Luggas, do not delude yourself into thinking that slaying a foolish troll is a noteworthy achievement. Instead of indulging in such trivialities, you would do better to utilize your troll-like intellect to diligently study what truly matters. During potions class, Snape abruptly unleashed his venom toward Light. From his handling of materials to his use of tools, Snape incessantly found fault. Under Snape's relentless scrutiny, Light struggled to concoct even a single cauldron of the boil cure potion. Snape, with an air of disdain, awarded him a 0 and offered a scathing critique. By the end of the session, Light was left utterly bewildered. Had not Snape always focused his ire on Harry? Harry, too, was perplexed, for Snape typically directed his wrath at him, Yet today, he had been overlooked. However, perhaps due to the habitual torment he had endured, Harry found himself unaccustomed to this unexpected reprieve. Harry Potter, your friend is inattentive in class. 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Having issued the penalty, Snape turned his gaze back to Light and continued, Wright Luggas, your potion falls woefully short of my standards. Report to my office at 6 this afternoon. I shall provide you with proper guidance. The other young witches and wizards, aside from Light, involuntarily shuddered at this pronouncement. After class, as the 4 of them walked towards the auditorium, Wright addressed the 3 visibly curious companions, saying, feel free to ask your questions. There's no need to hold back. Right, have you crossed paths with Snape? Is he plotting something against you? Should we inform Dumbledore? The trio bombarded him with inquiries. No need for concern. He probably just admires my handsome visage and wishes to mentor me. Wright deflected the topic with jest. He felt little alarm, suspecting he might have inadvertently revealed something that had drawn Snape's attention. Surely not. I cannot believe Snape would wish to nurture another. There must be a conspiracy at play. Ron insisted with conviction about Snape's dubious intentions. It's all right. Snape is not inherently malevolent. His good nature simply remains obscured. Do not fret excessively. Wright reassured the visibly anxious Harry and Ron. Indeed, do not worry too much. We have already confided in Dumbledore. He will likely keep a watchful eye on Snape. Hermione, brimming with confidence in the professors, aligned herself with Wright's perspective. Through their combined efforts, Wright and Hermione managed to dissuade Harry and Ron from seeking Dumbledore's counsel. After a sumptuous dinner, Wright bid farewell to Harry and the others. Following the path illuminated by the setting sun, he made his way to the office, nervously knocking on Snape's door. Snape opened it with a somber expression, immediately tossing a potion recipe at him. Memorize this now, then begin the preparation. I shall oversee your efforts. Wright promptly immersed himself in the reading and commenced the potion-making process under Snape's supervision. What a dismal failure. I have never encountered such a foolish method of preparation. When incorporating moonlight mushrooms, ensure to scrape away their spores. Remember to focus while stirring the potion, channeling your magical energy accordingly. And here, in the dimly lit office, under Snape's guidance, Wright thoroughly analyzed the potion's composition, establishing a theoretical foundation for potion crafting. Unlike the mechanical reproduction scene in class, with the expertise of a potion's master and his own budding talent, Wright accomplished the task with relative ease. Remarkably, you have completed the preparation under my tutelage. You may now leave my office. After inspecting the potion, Snape coldly ushered Wright out. Professor, I am immensely grateful for your guidance. I shall return at this same time tomorrow. He cheerfully bid farewell to Snape, who had already closed the door. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wright examined the message from the stone tablet, a broad smile gracing his face. Potion skill level increased by 1, potions 2. If I were to gain a level each day, I would soar to new heights, thought Wright as he drifted into a blissful slumber. The next day, at 6 in the evening, Wright returned once more to Snape's office. Remember it, Snape commanded, tossing another recipe at him. Today's technique and tools have met the required standards. Should you perform as poorly as yesterday, you needn't worry about your claws remaining intact. Do not use your superficial knowledge to question my recipe. Grasp the root of the screaming flower firmly. Extracting its essence will yield more potent results. Gently stir, harmonizing your meager magical energy and sparse spirit with the concoction's formation. Professor, I have read about automatic cauldrons in books. Why must we still stir manually? As Light glanced at Snape, who was meticulously examining the potion, he voiced his query. Ridiculous. Do you think potions are merely an amalgamation of various ingredients? These components inherently possess magical properties. To comprehend their characteristics and the affinities between them, the potion maker must engage their magic and spirit in a delicate interplay. Moreover, the creator can sense the potion's development, allowing for refinement or the invention of new formulas. If you foolishly choose to abandon your future, believing you cannot delve deeply into potion making, then by all means, resort to that laughable automatic cauldron. No, absolutely not. With a master of your caliber guiding me, why would I seek shortcuts? Light bowed his head apologetically. Noticing Light's submissive demeanor, Snape remarked with a hint of praise. Excellent. It appears your enormous brain can indeed make the right choices. Now, assist me in brewing a potion. I shall take on the role of the instructor. After collaborating with Snape to brew a potion, he presented Light with a list of books. You must read these within a week. I shall not wait for you too long. Understood, Professor. I will do so promptly. After expressing his gratitude, Light departed the office. Wait, I have something else for you. Snape called out, just as Light was about to exit. Blood possesses immense magical power and holds a critical significance in dark magic. As he spoke, Snape retrieved an ancient notebook from the corner and handed it to Light. Blood originates from the marrow, yet its essence intertwines with the soul and life force. Thus, the decay of the body affects the soul, and vice versa. Consequently, any potion concerning healing, the body, or the soul cannot disregard blood. This book is for you. Your task is to continually learn and develop your own theories. Though it may seem early, such a mindset is essential. I understand, Professor. Light solemnly accepted the notebook, expressing his gratitude once more. Are you there, Dumbledore? Snape inquired after Light's departure. I am, Severus. How has his progress been over the past month? An elderly man clad in white robes suddenly appeared in the office. That is splendid. It seems he may become a formidable ally in the fight against Voldemort. Dumbledore replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Light, unaware that he was the subject of discussion, was in his dormitory, nearly bursting into laughter upon receiving the notification. Potionology level up. 1. Potionology. 5. Chapter 38. The Guardian of Summoning. In a library, Light was poring over the notebook provided by Snape, surrounded by a plethora of reference books. Blood is the manifestation born from the integration of the soul and the body. In the ancient art of dark magic, blood is similarly employed to convert the entirety of both soul and body into this potent substance, thereby acquiring blood imbued with formidable magical power. Conversely, blood can also be utilized to heal the soul and body, achieving restorative effects. Upon reading this, Light couldn't help but rub his eyes, weary from prolonged study. It is no wonder that Voldemort was able to repeatedly fragment his soul and create Horcruxes, ultimately managing to resurrect even from a mere wisp of a soul. It appears he has discovered a method to mend his soul using the power of blood. Thus, the principle behind Snape's Sectum Sempra becomes clearer. It disrupts the link between soul and body, allowing life force, blood, to escape boundlessly. The damage caused by Sectum Sempra is irreparable, as the victim exists in a state akin to that of never having been injured, resembling one who is inherently disabled. Consequently, since healing is rendered futile, the only recourse is to cast a counter curse to restore the connection between the two. Light closed his densely written notebook. The book given to him by Snape was remarkably precious. It contained numerous methods for extracting and analyzing the magical properties of blood, a testament to Snape's lifelong studies. Moreover, this tome constructed a potion system based on blood, linking the soul and body. Indeed, the disparity between individuals can be disheartening. While others at a young age construct their own magical systems, he finds himself still grappling with dark magic. Light sighed deeply. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Light arrived punctually at Snape's office. Before he could knock, Snape opened the door and beckoned him inside, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Is something amiss, Professor? Light queried, his expression somewhat stiff as he shifted uncomfortably. Ignoring Light's awkwardness, Snape directly stated, Today, I shall not teach you potions. Instead, I will impart a spell. Follow me. With that, Snape stepped out, and Light hastily followed suit. The two walked in tandem until they reached an abandoned classroom. Today, I will teach you the Patronus charm. Once you have mastered it, I will conduct surprise assessments. Snape's hollow gaze bore into Light. Understood. Light replied obediently, internally lamenting, If I fail to perform it during an assessment, will he dismember me with Sectum Sempra? As Light engaged in his private musings, Snape began to elucidate the conditions and purpose of the Patronus charm. The essence of casting this spell lies in focusing your mind while conjuring your happiest memory. This magic is typically used to fend off Dementors, but for me, it serves another purpose. This spell signifies that one's heart remains untainted. As Snape spoke, an unusual smile crept across his face. Witnessing this rare expression on such a somber visage, Light felt a chill run down his spine. Snape possessed an undeniable expertise. It seemed he held a profound understanding of this magic. In this realm of advanced white magic, even many Aurors are unable to master such spells. Yet Severus Snape is capable of elucidating the intricacies of the Patronus charm, grounded in the joy spell. As Light listens intently, he is momentarily engulfed by the illusion that conjuring a Patronus is a trivial task. Show me, he urges. Extracting joyful memories should pose no challenge for you. Snape gazes intently at Light. Very well. Light, aware from Snape's penetrating stare that the professor is cognizant of his mental barriers, reflects on his own lack of joy in his previous life. Born into a traditional family with high expectations, he spent his formative years ensnared in the relentless cycle of study, never quite excelling, merely conforming enough to gain admission to university. Choosing a random major, he drifted aimlessly through 4 years, ultimately becoming an ordinary cog in the corporate machine. When his family pressed him to marry, A chance encounter with a girl during an arranged meeting culminated in a dismal conclusion. Upon reflection, his life appears hollow and tedious. Even after his transmigration, his initial feeling was not one of exhilaration at being alive again, but rather the dread of enduring life's relentless grind once more. It was only upon receiving the message from the monument and awakening his magical potential that he discovered the wondrous world of magic. The thrill and exuberance that surged through him at that moment remain unforgettable. How fortunate he is to inhabit this magical realm. With a flourish of his wand, Light releases a cascade of silvery vapors from its tip, which coalesce into a circle of shimmering light around him. The scattered motes within the dim classroom form a bird-shaped silhouette, only to dissolve back into individual points of light. Observing Light's near success in manifesting a Patronus, Snape nods with satisfaction. Well done. A prototype has taken shape. The next step is relentless practice to fully solidify your guardian. Absolutely, Professor Snape. Light responds enthusiastically. As Snape turns to lead Light out of the abandoned classroom, a sudden, sharp voice interrupts their departure. Who is there? Step out. Snape, wand drawn, directs his attention to the shadows of a secluded corner. Come forth. I have already seen you. I am coming out. No need to be rash, stammers Quirrell, emerging from his hiding place. Why were you lurking in the shadows? Did you intend to ambush me? Snape queries coldly. I wasn't. I was merely passing through. I had no ulterior motives. Quirrell stutters, his denial shaky. I am well aware of your intentions. I will not allow you to succeed. Snape replies, advancing menacingly with his wand. What intentions? I don't understand, Quirrell protests, stumbling backward. You know precisely what I mean. Your little schemes cannot escape my notice. Snape retorts with a smirk, the tip of his wand beginning to glow ominously. As Snape's threatening words resonate in the air, Quirrell trembles uncontrollably, feeling the weight of the activated wand bearing down upon him, forcing him to retreat further. In this moment, Snape embodies the archetype of a villain, menacingly imposing his will upon an unwitting NPC. As Light beheld the grotesque scene before him, his lips involuntarily twitched. Just as Snape was about to continue pressuring Quirrell, he seemed to sense something amiss and began scanning the surroundings. Had Quirrell encountered yet another obstacle? Was he seeking my guidance? However, this moment felt somewhat melodramatic, almost surreal. Could it be? A figure materialized from thin air. It was none other than Harry, who had just removed his invisibility cloak. Light's heart sank at the sight of Harry. What a twist of fate. There was clearly some sinister undertone at play. Snape seemed to sense Light's discomfort. It's nothing, Professor. I merely wish to observe Professor Quirrell. Light replied, forcing a disingenuous smile. Very well, Professor. I understand. Chapter 39. Hatching the Dragon Egg. Professor, I would like to inquire about the mind-closing spell. I know what you wish to ask. Memories altered by the mind-closing spell create subtle discrepancies between magical power and consciousness. When concocting potions, this may lead to slight variations in the potion's properties, yet it does not affect its efficacy or form, akin to an acceptable margin of error. However, such discrepancies are glaringly apparent to me, Snape interjected, cutting off Light's timid query. Furthermore, you need not come every day. Visit me on Saturday instead. Without waiting for Light's response, Snape entered his office and closed the door behind him. Not dwelling on it further, Light hastily washed up before collapsing onto his bed, a throbbing headache enveloping him. Truly, he was but a loyal double agent to Harry's mother. Old Dumbledore likely knew as well. Yet my preference for secrecy had spared me from his wrath. Indeed, all those who had endured the trials of blood and fire were not so easily deceived. They were seasoned warriors, while I remained a mere novice, confined to the realm of beginners. With a soft sigh, Light succumbed to a myriad of thoughts as he drifted into slumber. Light, are you not attending remedial lessons with Snape today? Harry inquired, observing Light's uncharacteristically leisurely pace. There's no need to go every day. I'll simply visit on Saturday afternoons, Light explained as he walked. You all should complete your assignments first. The end of term is approaching. I do not wish for any of you to falter. Hermione shot a disapproving glance at Ron. It's only been a little over a month since school started. It's too early to worry about finals, Ron muttered, appearing disheartened. But, it's a fire dragon. How often will we get to see one? Harry exclaimed with excitement. We cannot visit too frequently. If anyone discovers Hagrid's activities, he will face far graver consequences than we will. Light interjected quietly before Hermione could finish her thought. The trio followed Light's gaze to find Malfoy lurking around a nearby corner. Seemingly aware of their scrutiny, Malfoy hastily departed. The three exchanged glances. No, we cannot inform Hagrid now. We might be discovered. The dragon egg must be dealt with swiftly. Hermione reacted instantly. Surely Malfoy didn't he overhear us? Harry questioned hesitantly. Regardless, we must alert Hagrid that he may be at risk, Light declared, striding purposefully toward the castle's exit, with the others trailing closely behind. The four of them made their way to Hagrid's hut, where they were warmly welcomed by him, and they could sense his evident delight today. Could it be that something was about to hatch? Hermione, noticing Hagrid's unusually exuberant demeanor, inquired hastily. Soon, Hagrid replied, ushering them inside. The hut's doors and windows were sealed, leaving only a few ventilation holes, while a roaring fire in the corner continuously radiated warmth. Upon entering, Layton's gaze was immediately drawn to the dragon egg resting on the table. A deep crack had appeared on the shell, and the egg occasionally trembled. As he leaned closer to the table, Layton observed the fissure widening. To his astonishment, a crisp sound emanated from the shell, and a bald, lizard-like, triangular head emerged from the crack. With a vigorous shake of the egg, a slender black body crawled out, its elongated limbs wobbling as it stood atop the table, its spiky wings far surpassing its dark physique in size. Layton stared at the creature, which was no larger than a kitten, unable to suppress his skepticism. However, the sparks emitted from its elongated nose dispelled any doubts he harbored. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hagrid exclaimed with excitement. He extended his right hand to stroke the baby dragon's head, only to be met with a sharp bite as the dragon, revealing its already pointed teeth, snapped at him. Hagrid, undeterred by the tiny creature's bite, continued to disregard it, his sturdy palm impervious to its harm. Seizing the moment while the dragon was distracted, Layton took the opportunity to caress it, sensing the information from the stone tablet, and knew everything would be fine. "Look, it really likes me," Hagrid noted with growing affection for the dragon's antics. "How about we call it Norbert? It must see me as its mother." Hagrid beamed at Norbert. Just as Harry and the others attempted to reach out to Norbert, the dragon seemed to realize it was beyond defenses and would still be petted. It disregarded Hagrid's teasing and unleashed a burst of flames directly at his face. Had Hagrid not reacted swiftly, he might have singed his beard and hair. "Are you all right?" Harry asked, his concern evident as he watched Hagrid flustered. "I'm fine. Norbert is just a bit too clever and lively, already breathing fire at birth." Hagrid, unfazed by Norbert's antics, praised the creature instead. Layton, observing the sharp teeth and fiery breath of Norbert, found himself at a loss for words. "No, we must get rid of it. It's too dangerous," Hermione cautioned, her expression wary as she eyed the beast on the table. "No, we can't do that. I am its mother. It is still very fragile. What will happen if it is sent out into the wild to be bullied?" Hagrid insisted urgently. "No, Norbert, right? It might be discovered. Malfoy seemed to have overheard us talking about the dragon." Hermione pressed anxiously. "Surely not." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, speaking with a hint of hesitation. Layton glanced sidelong at Malfoy, lurking outside the window. "There's no time. He's right outside," Layton declared and bolted out the door. Hagrid soon realized the situation and rushed outside. As Light emerged from the door, he spotted a figure stumbling towards the castle. Without hesitation, Light drew his wand and petrified the individual. Malfoy froze in place and collapsed to the ground. "What to do? He saw us. Is there any way out?" Ron paced anxiously. "Undo his spell first. Let us see what he has to say. It would be ideal if he could be reasoned with." Hermione's voice trailed off ominously. Chapter 40, Sending Away the Dragon. "Indeed, let us have a word with Malfoy." Light released the petrification spell, and Hagrid and the others watched with a mix of anxiety as Malfoy gradually regained his senses. "Mr. Draco Malfoy, could you enlighten me as to why you find yourself here?" Light inquired with a disarming smile, gazing at Malfoy cowering in the corner. "I was merely passing by. I didn't see anything," Malfoy retorted defiantly. "Your lack of observation is of little consequence to me, as long as there exists a possibility. I cannot afford to take risks. If I eliminate you now, no one will ever know." "Hee hee." Light chuckled maniacally while advancing toward Malfoy. Harry observed this scene, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Indeed, should he reveal anything, we would all be headed to Azkaban, so he must be silenced. Hermione's expression mirrored Harry's seriousness. "No, you cannot kill him." Hagrid interposed himself protectively in front of Malfoy, blocking Light's advance. "No, Hagrid, you don't understand. If we spare him, and he brings the professors along, it won't just be the professors he's bringing. He's a Slytherin. He will undoubtedly have ulterior motives." "Exactly. He cannot be left alive. If he lets slip even the tiniest detail, we are all at risk." Hermione chimed in. But Hagrid's eyes brimmed with tears of desperation. Ron looked on, stunned by the tension among the three. "No, you absolutely cannot act against him." Hagrid gritted his teeth, refusing to budge an inch. "Yet, there is a solution." Light exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione. "I recall a spell that can erase memories." but I don't know how to cast it. Hermione quickly caught on. Neither do I, and learning it now would take too long. What if while practicing, Malfoy leaves some trace behind? That would be disastrous. Light pondered for a moment. Never mind, as long as we send Norbert away. It won't matter if Malfoy leaves any clues while we learn the spell. Harry grasped the plan entirely. But Norbert is still so young, then we must eliminate Malfoy. Light interrupted Hagrid decisively. Send him away, Hagrid lamented, his expression sorrowful. Ron observed the three, convincing Hagrid with bewilderment, and began to understand. Ron, didn't you mention having a brother who is a dragon tamer? Can you reach out to him to take Norbert away? All right, it's a deal. Light disregarded Hagrid's sorrowful expression, which seemed to plead for further discussion. Now then, Mr. Malfoy, let's be on our way. Before Malfoy could utter a word, he was once again rendered motionless. Of course not. Hagrid can no longer see him here, so let us leave him behind. I shall cast the spell here. At this, the three promptly abandoned Malfoy. In a moment of complete oblivion, a haze of ethereal mist emanated from Light's wand, enveloping Malfoy's head. Countless memories flickered before Light's eyes, and he felt as though his wand possessed the power to effortlessly erase the scenes unfolding before him. Indeed, the intricacies of such manipulation proved to be particularly time-consuming. That's enough, Light declared to the visibly anxious trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, casually lifting the petrification spell from them. Where are we? My body aches. It feels as though I've taken a tumble, Light observed as he watched Malfoy groan and struggle to rise. Ha ha ha, Malfoy, you've finally fallen into our hands. Don't come any closer. Upon seeing Light, Malfoy seemed to be overtaken by a sudden panic, turning on his heel to flee. So you intended to deceive Hagrid into sending the dragon away, Ron exclaimed, piecing together the situation. You just now realized that? Hermione shot Ron an exasperated glance. With the completion of the milestone of the dragon's hatching, the progress marker increased by 1. Will there be anyone to witness the event? Light inquired hesitantly. No problem. I've spoken to Charlie. We can watch, just don't cause any trouble, Ron assured. Harry, Hermione, are you coming? He asked. I can't make it. I have Quidditch practice that day, Harry lamented with a face full of disappointment. What a pity. We should go. Ron felt sorrow for Harry upon learning that Hermione would be attending as well. On Friday noon, after finishing their meal, the three stealthily made their way to Hagrid's abode. No way. It has grown so quickly. It's barely been a week, they gasped in astonishment as they beheld the now horse-sized Norbert. Fortunately, we contacted someone in advance to have him taken away. Otherwise, we would surely have been discovered, Hermione remarked, surveying the area littered with empty brandy bottles and feathers. Upon seeing the trio, Fong bounded over, wagging his tail and circling them, whimpering in evident distress. Light approached and gently patted the dog's head. You've done well, Fong. Someone will be here soon to take Norbert away. Fong barked a couple of times before rushing off to fetch Hagrid. Light gasped upon seeing Hagrid, whose hair and beard were singed. Hagrid, are you all right? Hermione asked, her voice laced with concern. I'm fine, just a bit reluctant to part with Norbert, Hagrid replied, his tone heavy with sentiment. Look, it's Charlie. Yes, here, Ron exclaimed, eager to comfort Hagrid, but instead, he hurriedly waved to his brother's arrival. 8 figures on broomsticks descended toward the ground, their fiery red hair unmistakable. Leading the group was Charlie, whose freckled face and robust physique spoke to his admirable character. Hello, I'm Ron's brother, Charlie. These are my friends, here to help take the dragon away. Charlie warmly introduced his companions before following Hagrid to see Norbert. Light and the others trailed behind, curious to observe Charlie's approach. Charlie retrieved a large piece of bloody meat from his backpack, sprinkled it with a potion, and handed it to Hagrid for Norbert to consume. Trusting Hagrid, Norbert quickly devoured the offering. Once the dragon began to drowse, Charlie, with the assistance of the others, assembled a cage, and when Norbert was thoroughly asleep, they gently placed him within the specially designed enclosure. Once everything was set, Charlie bypassed pleasantries and soared into the sky on a broomstick, guiding a cage alongside his friends. Chapter 41. The Reality of the Wizarding World. Hagrid, are you all right? Hermione inquired, her concern evident as she observed Hagrid's vacant expression. Light, sighing at Hagrid's dazed demeanor, approached him and asked, Is Norbert formidable? Hagrid, lost in thought, replied dreamily. Norbert is a Norwegian ridgeback. He may not be the most powerful, but he is indeed impressive. A hint of pride tinged his words. Are you aware of the most mysterious and terrifying curse at Hogwarts? Light's enigmatic expression startled Hagrid. What curse? Does it involve Norbert? Hagrid's previously dazed face transformed into one of anxiety. Almost Anyone of great power at Hogwarts is susceptible to this curse, including the headmaster and the heads of houses. Light lowered his voice, his tone ominous. What curse? Hermione and Ron exchanged worried glances as they focused on Light. It is the curse of perpetual singleness. Light declared with utmost seriousness. Don't jest, Light, Hagrid retorted, his confusion giving way to irritation. I am not joking. Think carefully. Aren't the headmaster and heads of houses all single? And upon further reflection, most professors are as well. Light guided the trio through this revelation. Moments later, Hermione exclaimed in panic, It does seem that way. Hagrid appeared as though he had unearthed a monumental secret. To my knowledge, one must be single to teach at Hogwarts. To become a head of house, one must remain single for 30 years. For the headmaster, it is 40. Rumor has it that Voldemort once aspired to teach at Hogwarts, but was rejected by Dumbledore due to his partnership and daughter. How terrifying. Light's serious demeanor left Hagrid momentarily stunned. So, Hagrid, do you wish for Norbert to remain single for life at Hogwarts? Light pressed solemnly. I understand now. I should not subject Norbert to this dreadful curse. Hagrid's tone turned grave. After stating this, he turned towards the direction in which Norbert was taken, crying out with sorrow. Norbert, you must be happy. You must find joy. You deserve companionship. As he shouted, Hagrid began to find solace. Thank you, all of you. Light and his companions departed amidst Hagrid's gratitude. Feel free to inquire without hesitation. Light observed Hermione and Ron's anxious expressions. Light, is the curse at Hogwarts genuine? Hermione could no longer contain her curiosity. It is false. I deceived Hagrid. Otherwise, who knows how long he would be heartbroken. But, what about the headmaster and heads of houses? Ron interjected, grappling with the unsettling truth. This is a profoundly terrifying reality. You must understand. Light interrupted Ron with gravity. We wish to know. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, their agreement palpable. Do you think there are more exceptionally gifted wizards like yourselves? Or those lacking talent, the ordinary wizards? Light posed a rhetorical question. The answer is that there are far more ordinary wizards. Light answered himself. Yet you still have not explained why they remained single. Ron pouted. Now I shall elucidate. Light declared, using Ron as an example. Ron, bewildered, nodded. What if there were a wizard chess tournament? You would be the first, and I would be the second. Given that my talent and abilities are inferior to yours, how might I prevail and claim a top position? Why pursue first place? What advantages does it confer? Ron's expression was one of confusion. Perhaps I should not have posed that question to you. What do you think, Hermione? Hermione shot Ron an exasperated glance. I will practice diligently and strive to surpass the first place. As Hermione spoke with unwavering determination, a smirk crept across Light's face. Perhaps it is my fault. I should not burden you with such philosophical musings. Come on, please share. Hermione and Ron urged eagerly. Let us use Harry as an example. His situation is particularly illustrative. Light replied with resignation. If I were the second string seeker, yearning to outshine the first string, how could I achieve victory? There exists a chasm of innate talent that cannot be bridged merely by effort. Harry, upon joining the team, led Gryffindor to triumph over Slytherin. That is the despair of raw talent. Light refrained from permitting Hermione to continue with her motivational rhetoric. In a scenario where effort proves futile, how might I secure a win? Then I must find a way to distract him. Hermione concluded, her fixation on the notion that hard work conquers all momentarily set aside. How could I possibly distract him? My teammates and I have developed a seamless synergy. There are no weaknesses to exploit. What then shall we do? It seems victory is unattainable. Hermione and Ron pondered, stumped. Excellent. In such a predicament, I fortuitously encounter Harry and his family. They are not as well-versed in Quidditch, lacking the prowess of Harry's teammates. A professional team would never take advantage of an amateur one. You do not mean to suggest. Hermione and Ron's faces paled, as if they had begun to grasp the implications. Ahem. Should we draw a parallel to the wizarding world? In the absence of regulatory constraints, dark wizards may resort to harming the families of their adversaries. Remember, wizards are not like animals. They do not necessarily pair with the strong. Instead, they often marry those they cherish. Many wizards are weak, and the bonds between the strong and the weak are more frequent. Do you understand now? I think I do, Ron replied, gazing at Light with a mix of understanding and confusion. I comprehend. It is the adversaries who target their families. Yet those families lack the strength to defend against their foes. Thus, many who survive amidst such hostilities remain single. Hermione analyzed. Precisely. Therefore, the most stable relationships often blossom from camaraderie among comrades. Much like Harry and his teammates, there exists a discernible distinction between them. but it is not substantial enough to become a vulnerability. Those who fail to cultivate such bonds may easily lose their partners in this chaotic wizarding realm. Furthermore, those who ascend to the ranks of Hogwarts professors typically possess certain qualities that surpass those of ordinary wizards. In such circumstances, they become prime targets, exposing their weaknesses to attack. Thus, they often fall prey. I understand now. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. Ron appeared to connect the dots within his own familial context, gaining insight. As Light observed the two before him, a twinge of regret stirred within him. It seems premature to instill such dark notions of reality in them. Subsequently, the trio fell into a silence. During dinner, Harry couldn't help but wonder why Hermione and Ron appeared so burdened with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 42, Research. Saturday afternoon. In Snape's office. Come now, cast the Patronus. Snape commanded with an impassive expression. The Patronus charm, evoking a joyful memory from Wright. With a flick of his wand, silvery orbs danced into the shape of a bird, soaring gracefully. Having diligently studied the notes provided by the professor, the material was somewhat profound. It was only now that Wright had managed to grasp the basics, leaving little time for practical spell work. He sincerely sought forgiveness. Snape begrudgingly acknowledged Wright's plea. Take this. Today's assignment involves refining a potion's formula. Snape tossed a potion recipe to Wright. Professor, I've only been learning from you for just over a month. Isn't this a bit too fast? Wright fumbled as he caught the formula. If after a month of training you still cannot adjust the formula independently, then your efforts have been in vain. Snape cast a disapproving glance at Wright, who was studying the recipe. It was the original formula for a decongestant, which had undergone extensive modifications. The version currently available on the market generally included moonlight grass to enhance its anti-inflammatory properties. Professor, you still lack confidence in my abilities. Wright, having reviewed the formula, felt a wave of reassurance. Refining a formula is no simple task. I do not have an abundance of materials for you to squander. You have only 3 attempts, Snape stated gravely. No need for 3. I have a general idea, Wright replied, promptly heating the cauldron and preparing the ingredients. Watching Wright's adept movements, Snape felt a flicker of satisfaction before his brow furrowed again. Why execute it this way? What purpose do the spores of the sunlight mushroom serve? Professor, I have completed it. Just as Snape was still mentally processing Wright's actions, he heard the sound indicating the potion was finished. Snape lowered his finger from his forehead and looked up at Wright, who held a bubbling black potion. What is this? What have you altered? Snape took the potion for examination. I refined its taste and flavor. The potency has been reduced to 1%, leaving only the sensation of excitement and tingling upon consumption. At this, Snape halted his analysis. Indeed, this is a beverage. I have named it Joyful Elixir for the Indulgent, for it brings happiness to those who partake. Wright beamed with a broad smile, giving a thumbs up. It is truly. After completing the potion's examination, Snape, gripping the bubbling black concoction, was almost amused to the point of laughter. Well done. You possess quite an imagination. The difficulty of this formulation has been minimized. The taste and flavor are commendable, indeed. However, this also implies that the formula is easily replicable. Furthermore, the value of the potion does not correlate with the profits, leading to significant waste. Snape set aside the joyful elixir, offering his critique. Nonetheless, there remains value in further refinement. This is a commendable product. Do you have any thoughts on its continued improvement? Perhaps concerned about discouraging Wright, Snape rarely refrained from his typically acerbic commentary. Having arrived at a conclusion, I intend to substitute the ingredients with more economical options, or perhaps create a highly concentrated base that can later be diluted with water. Light scratched his head and articulated his thoughts. Indeed, the direction and reasoning are commendably sound. Subsequently, Snape embarked on a discussion with Light regarding the enhancement of the formula for the beloved beverage of the idol, from the choice of ingredients to the techniques employed, and further to the intricate ratios. Thank you immensely, Professor. Light tucked away his notebook filled with various data. Professor, may I pose another question? Light inquired, his demeanor serious as he sat across from Snape. In the book you provided, there is a depiction of a concept linking blood to the connection between soul and body, suggesting that the convergence of soul and body gives rise to blood or life force. Should I interpret this to mean that magical power could also be seen as the intersection between the soul and some other entity, resulting in its emergence? Light presented his notebook adorned with complex patterns to Snape. So, you've been delving into this matter for the past few days? Snape picked up the notebook and scrutinized it intently. In the silent office, the only sound was the occasional rustle of pages turning. The genesis of magical power lies in the overlap of soul and spirit, A splendid notion. It appears you have thoroughly absorbed the texts I provided. Snape closed the notebook and placed it on the table, his fingers drumming thoughtfully, as if contemplating something profound. After a considerable pause, the drumming ceased. Snape raised his hands, intertwining his fingers before his mouth, and with solemnity, he shared his conclusion. I, too, have entertained this idea and conducted experiments, yet all have ended in failure. I have persistently stimulated the minds of Muggles, yet none have awakened their magical potential. Excessive stimulation only severed the bond between soul and spirit, resulting in naught but a living corpse. Moreover, I have studied numerous magical creatures. Their spirits are exceedingly frail, incapable of rivaling those of wizards. Yet, they still possess magical power and often surpass wizards in both spell casting and physical prowess. Light observed Snape, who resembled a shadowy figure, listening to his calm words while sensing an unmistakable scent of blood that lingered in the air. Those you studied must have been solely magical creatures, correct? Light inquired, his hand clenched subtly beneath the table, his voice tinged with a tremor. Sacrifices are necessary for experimentation. The requirements extend beyond merely magical creatures. Snape slowly lowered his head, the hand that had previously shielded his mouth, now resting against his forehead. I comprehend now. Thank you very much. With that, Light prepared to rise and depart. Wait, take this as well. Since you have developed an interest in this area, this documentation will be of assistance to you. Snape waved his wand, and a thick dossier materialized on the table. This is, thank you immensely, Professor. Light hesitated briefly before reaching out to cradle the documents in his arms. Snape remained in the office, his profound gaze following Light as he departed. The moonlight outside the castle streamed through the window, casting a long shadow of light upon the floor. As he walked, Light gazed down at the research materials in his embrace, compiled from the lives of countless beings. With a bitter smile, I mused that I had perhaps acquired the entirety of Snape's legacy. Chapter 43. Confrontation with Quirrell. On a Sunday evening, the library of the Room of Requirement transformed. After dedicating an entire day to its resources, I had perused the majority of the material within. Many of the enigmas presented in the original text were elucidated. I continued to delve into the research documents provided by Snape. The materials described gruesome and merciless experiments conducted on wizards and magical creatures through the dark arts, alchemy, and transfiguration, leading to inferences about the connection between soul and body, as well as between magic and corporeal form. Closing the documents in hand, I glanced at the time and rose to conceal the materials within the library of the Room of Requirement. This documentation indicated that Voldemort had long been engaged in a certain dark magic concerning immortality, achieving considerable results. It also clarified why Dumbledore chose to protect Snape, despite minimal interaction with him. Snape provided precise intelligence on Voldemort, often collaborating with him in research. Perhaps this was also the reason Dumbledore prioritized Malfoy's soul over Snape's. It was no wonder Voldemort continued to place trust in Snape, who had lingered near Dumbledore for over a decade. As this thought crossed my mind, my footsteps abruptly halted, a more terrifying notion surfacing in my consciousness. What if Voldemort had not merely unearthed a method to mend souls from ancient dark magic, but had instead accomplished it through his own research? Just as I contemplated whether Voldemort also dabbled in the nefarious profession of a scientist, I sensed something and swiftly concealed myself in a nearby shadowed passage, peering forward. Illusory ripples, illuminated by the moonlight outside, gradually faded away. Disillusionment charm? Hesitating for a moment, I deduced the nature of the magic, for I had some mastery over it. The disillusionment charm requires the caster to constantly adjust to blend with the external environment. Thus, upon encountering significant changes in lighting, one must recalibrate, resulting in ephemeral ripples. Was someone attempting to escape the castle using the disillusionment charm? Could it possibly be him? This was indeed his most vulnerable moment, and I resolved to seize the opportunity. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and slowly made my way outside the castle. Concealed beside a column, I observed as Quirrell, having dispelled the disillusionment charm, staggered toward the forbidden forest, cloaked in a hooded black robe. Indeed, Quirrell's body could scarcely support the use of magic now. I remained vigilant, trailing him from a distance, tracking him solely by the marks he left behind. The disillusionment charm cloaked my figure as I ventured toward the forbidden forest. The revealing charm manifested, casting light upon the path Quirrell had just traversed, while illusory footprints extended toward the forest. Watching Quirrell navigate the forbidden forest with familiarity, I realized this was not his first visit. The forest was dense with foliage, its terrain intricate, and bizarre creatures lurked along the way. were it not for my dedicated study of the revealing charm in preparation for such circumstances. Quirrell would have evaded me. As light trailed behind Quirrell deeper into the forbidden forest, the shadows of the trees intertwined, casting eerie shapes under the moonlight, reminiscent of phantoms clawing at the air. The distant howls further intensified the sense of entering a den of malevolence. Alas, Quirrell was a most elusive figure, relentless in his flight. If this pursuit continued, Light feared he would soon lack the strength to engage in battle. Breathless, he leaned against a tree, gasping for air. At that moment, a mournful cry pierced the night, and Light's expression shifted dramatically as he sprinted towards the source of the sound, his heart urging him to catch up. However, by the time he arrived, it was already too late. The unicorn lay quietly on the ground, its body shimmering in the darkness, surrounded by patches of silvery blue blood. Quirrell was bent over, siphoning the unicorn's lifeblood. Realizing he had arrived too late, Light chose to conceal himself rather than confront the scene directly. After draining the blood, Quirrell began to howl, a sound tinged with both excitement and agony. He wiped the silvery blue blood from his lips and slowly rose, his pallid visage illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a specter. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Light managed to calm the breathlessness from his frantic run. He raised his wand towards the heavens, unleashing a crimson beam that illuminated the sky of the forbidden forest with a burst of fiery brilliance. Quirrell immediately turned towards Light's hiding spot, brandishing his wand. Thunderous explosions ensued. Light seized the moment to launch an attack against Quirrell. With a resounding impact, the spell struck its target, the violent explosion engulfing Quirrell's figure. Fragmented and scattered, Light pressed on, continuing his assault as his magic pierced through the smoke, failing to strike the intended target. Seeing the formidable armor shielding Quirrell, Light swiftly cast a protective spell, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a voice filled with lethal intent resonated from Light's right side. A brutal strike shattered the darkness, breaching Light's defenses. In the chaos of the explosion, Light disregarded the magic thwarted by the ironclad spell and pressed forward against Quirrell. The violent blast sent Quirrell soaring, his protective armor shattered amidst the tumult. Riding the wave of momentum, Light unleashed two potent spells towards Quirrell, simultaneously reinforcing his own defenses. Just as the spells were about to connect with Quirrell, an orange glow emanated from the tip of his wand, unfurling like a web. This surge was familiar to Light. He had employed it to extinguish flames during his practice with fierce fire, never anticipating its application in this manner. The orange web ensnared the approaching spells, extinguishing them. Before Light could mount another attack, Quirrell's form twisted and vanished. Cautiously, Light surveyed his surroundings until a message from the stone tablet eased his anxiety. Milestone achieved against the Dark Lord. Milestone points increased by 1. The desolate ground was the only testament to the swift and perilous battle that had just transpired. Without reflecting on the confrontation, Light hurried towards the fallen unicorn. As he approached, he beheld the faintly glowing unicorn lying helplessly on the ground, its breath shallow, indicating that it had not yet succumbed to death. Its wound pierced through the abdomen, accompanied by a gash that extended to the hind leg. Chapter 44. Temporary Points. Under the moonlight, the enormous wound on the unicorn's abdomen resembled that of a celestial steed, and the silvery blue blood had ceased to flow. Those sky-blue eyes were on the verge of losing their life's luster. Light gently stroked its mane, offering a final consolation, whispering softly, "I'm sorry. I arrived too late. If only I had stayed closer back then. Truly, I apologize." Light continued to soothe the unicorn, and after a moment, its eyes completely lost their brilliance. Completing the milestone of sacred death, the milestone point increased by 1. Receiving the message from the monument, Light gently rose, hearing the heavy footsteps approaching. With a flick of his wand, he cleansed the lingering scent from a unicorn, and using the disillusionment charm, he moved into the shadows. No. Woof, woof hidden in the darkness. Light confirmed that Hagrid and Fong were approaching before turning to sprint towards the castle. It seemed he was about to acquire the elusive Shadow Fong, and he had likely gauged Quirrell's strength, which was comparable to his own at present. Perhaps it was due to just having absorbed the unicorn's blood that Quirrell had yet to fully digest its power. Even when he recovered completely, he would likely only reach a level of 8 or 9. Thus, it was time to allocate points. He decided to save the remaining points for contingencies, in case Quirrell had any tricks left up his sleeve. Light focused his thoughts, retrieving the information directly from the monument. With a slight mental shift, the black magic category increased from 7 to 9. Light Luggas, Yo Young. Milestone points, 921. Magic power, 2. The standard value for an ordinary adult wizard is 5. Magic, White magic. 3. Transfiguration. 2. Black magic. 9. Skills. Potions. 5. Magical creatures. 1. Milestone. Repel the Dark Lord. Light gazed at his attributes, unable to suppress a smile. In merely a year, he had grown to the point of being able to ambush the Dark Lord. Remarkable indeed. With this thought, Light sighed deeply, turned, and lay on his side on the bed. The plot had altered somewhat. The unicorn was not meant to die, merely injured. Now that a unicorn had perished, the Forbidden Forest would undoubtedly be under strict surveillance, searching for the perpetrator. He had used magic along the way to erase his traces, so he felt no concern. Tomorrow, he would borrow Harry's owl, Hedwig, to assist him. He needed to keep an eye on any significant happenings in the Forbidden Forest, but he must remain nearby. Otherwise, he might find himself in a situation like today, arriving too late. Having devised his plan, Light began to drift into a peaceful sleep. Moonlight streamed through the window into Quirrell's office, where he knelt on the ground, trembling incessantly, even his posture distorted. Master, I was wrong. I didn't anticipate anyone following me. I was too careless. Please forgive me, Master. Quirrell, pale as death, lay prostrate on the ground, his body convulsing as he endured excruciating torment. Not enough. I desire more. I must regain sufficient power to overcome the challenges set by those professors. The visage of a face began to emerge from the black mist behind Quirrell's head, no longer shrouded in shadow. The Master's command is my everything. I beseech you, Master, grant me a little more time. Creature humbly pleaded for forgiveness, his body trembling incessantly. Voldemort ceased his torment of Creature and began to speak in a gentle tone. Creature, you do not comprehend. This is your trial, and all this suffering is your training. I shall assist you, and once you have completed the trial, I promise you everything you desire. Voldemort continuously seduced Creature, much like a ruthless employer enticing a new recruit. Master, I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Creature quivered on the ground, growling like a fervent devotee. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Creature ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Never mind. It's better this way. It means less work. Ron frantically copied his homework, his quill nearly smoking from the effort. Indeed, and I want to have to endure that peculiar odor. Harry matched Ron's pace in completing assignments. It's all right. The finals are approaching, and soon it will all be over. Light perused through his book, slowly uttering chilling words. What do you mean? Harry and Ron paused, and Hermione ceased her reading to observe Light. It is said that the Dark Lord placed a curse on the defense against the Dark Arts class, preventing anyone from teaching it for more than a year. Those who are severely affected may even face life-threatening dangers. How terrifying. Harry's quill halted, and he swallowed nervously. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, and Hermione, recalling Light's previous antics with Hagrid, skeptically inquired, You aren't just making this up, are you? Of course not. Do I seem like someone who would lie? Light proclaimed with righteous indignation, giving a thumbs up. How impressive. Harry and Ron enthusiastically praised, while Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. All right. Focus on your homework. Exams are approaching, and you still need to review. Hermione interrupted the trio's banter, urging them persistently. We're trying, but the professors have assigned so much work. It's on an entirely different level from before. Ron Esquill raced across the page, his mouth keeping pace. That won't do. We must pass the exams to advance to second year. I should have urged you to start studying sooner. Hermione lamented, clenching her fist in regret. Hearing Hermione's words, Harry and Ron's hands trembled in their copying. It's all right. Harry and Ron usually attend class diligently. Relax, you will surely pass. Light reassured the beleaguered duo. With Hermione's relentless encouragement, Harry and Ron labored to complete their burdensome assignments. Finally done. Help! Ron exclaimed as he tossed his quill aside, slumping over the table. Utterly drained, Harry, looking equally weary, leaned against his chair and raised his hand. My hand is about to give out. Stop pretending. It's time for dinner. Light observed the two dramatically feigning exhaustion with exasperation. All right. Let us go. Ron cheerfully assisted Light in lifting Harry to dinner. Chapter 45, The Owl. After dinner, in the Gryffindor common room, warm yellow light illuminated the space where everyone was resting and chatting. Harry, is your owl free? I would like to borrow it to assist me with a task. Light inquired of Harry, who was engrossed in a game of wizard chess. Snape had previously alluded, albeit inadvertently, to the fact that someone in the Forbidden Forest was hunting unicorns, and I am deeply concerned for Hagrid's safety. Hedwig, a gift from Hagrid, should be more perceptive. Light casually attributed the source of the information to Professor Snape, secure in the knowledge that Harry would not seek confirmation from him. What? Hagrid is in danger. At first, Harry dismissed it, but soon realized the gravity of the situation nearly springing to his feet. No, I must go at once. With that, Harry stood up. Moreover, the poachers had only recently succeeded. There shouldn't be any immediate danger in the next couple of days. First, let us write to Hagrid and not rush things. Indeed, Light is right, and besides, the heads of houses are already aware of this matter. They will handle it. We shouldn't complicate their efforts, Hermione advised without raising her eyes from her book. Sitting opposite Harry, Ron furrowed his brow as he glanced at the wizard's chess game that was on the verge of victory. He sensed something was amiss. Light, would you care for a game? It's thrilling and tense. Ron blinked eagerly at Light. No, I'm not adept at wizard's chess. Wait until Harry finishes his letter. Light waved his hand in refusal. Harry, he won't be that quick. Hermione, would you like to join a game? Ron, seeing Light decline, turned to invite Hermione. No, I still need to review today's lessons and prepare for tomorrow's. You should follow my example. Hermione declined Ron's invitation, chiding him gently while preparing to offer him a comprehensive study package. After a brief moment, Light closed the book in his hands and turned to Harry, who had taken a seat across from Ron. Ron has been waiting for you quite a while. You should spend some time with him. Aware of the owl's assistance in monitoring, Light resumed his reading. Harry, how about another thrilling game of wizard's chess? Ron arranged the pieces, awaiting Harry's setup. Light, where did you acquire that book? I've never seen it before. While arranging the chess pieces, Harry glanced curiously at the book in Light's hands. Some experimental materials. Snape provided me with specialized information, and I cannot share it without his consent. Light swiftly quelled Hermione's desire to peruse the book. Upon hearing Snape's name, Harry and Ron exchanged worried glances, seemingly concerned about something. Light, oblivious, kept his eyes glued to the book. The tome in his possession was derived from Snape's experimental records, which Light had meticulously transcribed and disguised as a book, visible only through the use of revealing spells. As Light reread the materials provided by Snape, his heightened aptitude for dark magic unveiled further insights and malevolent applications. It appeared that Voldemort's method of soul restoration was indeed a product of his own research. The dark magic of resurrection he employed had likely been modified as well. Otherwise, the entire ritual seemed too simplistic. The bones of the father, the flesh of the servant, the blood of the enemy, all of this was clandestinely arranged under Dumbledore's watchful eye, achieving near-perfect revival despite superficial execution. Voldemort also dabbled in the role of an evil scientist. He seemed far more formidable than initially perceived. I now have a grasp of the methods for soul restoration and resurrection rituals. It appears that my accumulation of knowledge and innate talent for dark magic is slightly inferior to Voldemort's, though perhaps not by much. Light closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose, alleviating his fatigue. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the common room was nearly empty. Seeing this, Light shut his book and waited for Harry and Ron to finish their chess match, after which the three bid farewell to Hermione. Hedwig. Harry joyfully caught the letter it had brought. What did Hagrid say? Is there any need for assistance? Light took out some snacks, feeding Hedwig while gently stroking the owl. Harry opened the letter, and Ron squeezed in to read along. Hagrid confirmed that a unicorn had indeed been slain and had communicated this to Dumbledore. However, no clues had been found. The only information was that the unicorn had been killed and only its blood had been taken. He reassured us not to worry, as he would continue patrolling until the wretched poacher was captured. After reading the letter, Harry handed it to Light. What do you think, Light? I am merely observing, replied Light as he took the letter, passing the owl to Harry, internally scoffing as he began to read. I believe we should ask Hedwig for help and keep a closer watch on the Forbidden Forest. If the poacher is capable of killing a unicorn, Hagrid might not be able to find him at all. Light furrowed his brow as he spoke. Why? Harry asked, feeding Hedwig, his expression puzzled. Ron also paused in his antics with the owl, looking at Light. Unicorns are ethereal beings of nature, blessed with immense magical power and good fortune. They possess the ability to curse. If their blood is taken involuntarily, the perpetrator is condemned to a half-alive state, their soul tormented by horror. Harry and Ron listened to Light's explanation, their confusion palpable. Who would dare to harm a unicorn in such a futile endeavor? Could it be Snape? He is adept at potion making. Might he concoct some dreadful elixir using the unicorn's blood? Ron's imagination sparked, leading him to a peculiar conclusion. That is indeed possible, exclaimed Harry, his eyes brightening at Ron's suggestion. Light, feeling utterly bewildered, gazed at the two, convinced of his own correctness. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "To think you can blame this on Professor Snape. Not every misdeed can be attributed to him, even if he does not seem virtuous." Chapter 46, The Disarming Charm. Furthermore, as a professor, specifically of potions, Snape undoubtedly knows the weaknesses of unicorns. Given his past as a Death Eater, one can only imagine the horrific acts he is capable of. Ron grew increasingly animated, gesticulating as he attempted to persuade Harry. Doubtful, but swayed by Ron's fervor, Harry began to entertain the notion. No, I must go find Dumbledore. With his mind made up, Harry exhibited the typical boldness of a Gryffindor. That won't work. Dumbledore places great trust in the professors, so consulting him is futile. Before Light could intervene, Ron swiftly restrained Harry. What shall we do, then? Harry lamented, feeling trapped. We could go directly to Hagrid. If we uncover any clues about Snape's wrongdoing, Dumbledore will have to take action. Ron reasoned wisely, convincing Harry. You are right. Let's seek out Hagrid. With that, Harry began rummaging for the invisibility cloak. Light, will you join us? As Ron donned his shoes, he inquired of Light. Moments later, he declared, All right, let us set off. Harry waved to Ron from the doorway. Light, rendered speechless, observed as the two adeptly donned their invisibility cloaks. Watching them exit, Light, with a resigned expression, spread his hands. I merely sought to borrow an owl. Yet instead of the owl, its owner has ventured forth inexplicably. Shaking his head, Light turned and retrieved paper and pen, composing a letter for Hedwig to deliver to Hagrid. The message conveyed that Harry and Ron had come to visit, advising him to refrain from acting hastily to avoid any misunderstandings. As Light watched Hedwig soar into the distance, he felt no concern for the safety of Harry and Ron. After all, a unicorn had been slain just the previous day. It was likely that numerous professors were patrolling the Forbidden Forest. As long as Voldemort and Quirrell were not deliberately courting danger, they would not choose today for their endeavors. Thus, he resolved to commence his own actions. Light grasped the concealed documents and, casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, departed from his dormitory. Like a specter, he began to meander through the castle, his notebook in hand, chronicling his findings. He recalled that the elusive notebook rested upon the old bookshelf in the sixth-year potions classroom. Wandering through the castle, he narrowly evaded several encounters with the night custodian, Filch. The staircases of Hogwarts shifted at night with a speed and agility far surpassing that of the day. Even armed with knowledge of the sixth-year potions classroom's location, it remained somewhat elusive. Descending further, Light entered the basement. Unable to suppress a remark about how the higher the year, the lower the potions classroom seemed to be. This must be the place, he exclaimed, casting the unlocking charm. Alohomora. Upon entering the sixth-year potions classroom, it was as bright as day, the luminous glow from his wand illuminating the otherwise dark chamber. It appeared quite spacious, adorned similarly to the first-year classroom, with an array of jars containing various peculiar organs. Light circumnavigated the room, discovering the cabinet that housed the old texts. This should be it, he mused, rummaging through several volumes until he stumbled upon the tattered Advanced Potion Making. He casually flipped to a page, noting numerous alterations and an abundance of annotations. Realizing he had achieved his objective for the evening, he stowed the old textbook, magically restoring the disordered cabinet before cautiously closing the door behind him. Afterward, Light ascended to the 8th floor, seeking the room of requirement. I need a magical practice room conducive to study, he declared as he opened the suddenly materializing door. Behind it lay a vast training area, surrounded by numerous dummies and flying discs. Upon entry, he discovered tables and chairs for reading flanking the entrance. Light quickly found a seat, extracting advanced potion making to peruse. As he turned to the first page, he was astonished. The annotations diverged significantly from the original content. Upon closer inspection, with his own accumulated knowledge, he fully grasped the accuracy of Snape's teachings. As I continued to turn the pages, I encountered sections of the text obscured by black markings, rendering them entirely illegible. It seemed the redactor vehemently disagreed with the content therein. With meticulous attention, I scoured the pages and discovered the unique spell crafted by Professor Snape, the Killing Curse, or Avada Kedavra. I effortlessly noted all the essential points. Rising, I approached the training dummy, eager to test the potency of this spell alongside the formidable 9th level of dark magic. With a flick of my wand, I invoked the incantation. Magical energy surged forth. Yet no visible light emanated from the wand. Instead, an invisible blade, undetectable to the naked eye, swiftly sliced through the air. Before I could fully comprehend the moment, a gaping wound appeared in the chest of the wooden dummy. I was momentarily taken aback by the sheer lethality of the spell. After regaining my composure, I moved closer to the dummy to examine the aftermath. The wound created by the Killing Curse bore an intangible essence lodged within it. I attempted to reverse the damage using a restoration spell, but the dummy remained unchanged, despite my sense that the spell had taken effect. I keenly discerned that the issue did not lie with the restoration spell. Rather, it was ineffective against something that had not been physically damaged. The injury wrought by the killing curse seemed inherent to the dummy, exhibiting no signs of destruction, thus rendering my attempts futile. It appeared I was correct in my assumption. Professor Snape had uncovered a more profound force, one so deep that it could interfere with the bonds of the soul. Unfortunately, the counter curse for the killing curse remained with Snape, leaving me unable to draw further conclusions. However, I resolved to practice diligently, striving to master this enigmatic power. With this thought in mind, I resumed my practice of the killing curse. As I continuously waved my wand, countless training dummies were summoned and subsequently torn asunder. Each passing minute saw another dummy shattered into fragments. The myriad remnants scattered across the ground were levitated and suddenly compressed into a colossal sphere, hovering in the air. Drawing upon all my magical energy, I waved my wand once more. A tremendous invisible wave cleaved the massive sphere in two, creating an impeccably smooth cut. Deprived of magical support, the sphere plummeted to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling haze, I collapsed, exhausted, clutching my wand and erupting into raucous laughter. After a considerable time, the dust and my laughter subsided, and I managed to rise from the ground. To my astonishment, I realized that achieving the 9th level of dark magic was not solely about enhancing innate talent. It also allowed for an amplification of magical output, thereby strengthening the effects of spells. It was no wonder that both Professor Dumbledore and Voldemort could execute large-scale area of effect attacks. Chapter 47. Attending class, dragging my weary body, I forcefully conjured the disillusionment charm with the remnants of my magical energy and staggered back to my dormitory. After completing my evening rituals, I lay in bed, drifting in and out of consciousness, when I overheard Harry and Ron engaged in hushed conversation. However, my overwhelming fatigue left me devoid of the motivation to rise, and I opted to continue my slumber. What happened? Did you discover anything last night? I inquired wearily while consuming breakfast, still not fully recovered from the exhaustion of magical overexertion. Nothing, but we nearly got caught by Snape, Ron replied, his tone filled with trepidation. Were it not for Hagrid's sudden appearance with Fong to help us out, Ron and I would likely have faced expulsion. Harry wore an expression of profound melancholy. However, Hagrid had informed us that professors would be patrolling throughout the week, advising us to refrain from venturing out. Ron, disinterested, picked at a chicken leg. You all went to the Forbidden Forest without telling me, Hermione exclaimed, her frustration nearing a boiling point upon overhearing the conversation between the others. Calm down, Hermione. Stay composed. Making a ruckus during dinner will cost us points. Leighton soothed the agitated Hermione. We didn't mean to. We were just so concerned about Hagrid that we sneaked off to see him. Harry and Ron sheepishly apologized in unison. It's my fault. I shouldn't have mentioned the unicorn. It's all on me. Leighton lamented, filled with self-reproach. I'm not blaming you. I merely wish you would inform me of your decisions. I don't want to feel excluded. Hermione softened her tone upon witnessing the trio's earnestness in admitting their faults. Next time, I promise. Leighton chuckled. I plan to wait until the professors are no longer available to help before I go to find Hagrid. Harry shared his intentions with the group. Me too. Ron mumbled in agreement while gnawing on his chicken leg. All right then, I'll join you when the time comes. Hermione replied, somewhat resigned. Do you know when Quirrell is going over to assist? Leighton suddenly inquired. Leighton, why are you so concerned about Quirrell? Do you suspect him? Hermione asked, puzzled. I just feel something is amiss, Leighton replied evasively. Is that so? Hermione sensed an underlying unease. Enough worrying. We still have Transfiguration class. And Professor McGonagall is quite strict. Leighton abruptly shifted the subject. As he diverted the conversation, Leighton found himself losing his appetite for the bountiful breakfast spread before him. Having Quirrell assist with patrols is akin to letting a mouse into the grain bin. He will surely take action. Leighton resolved to speak with Hagrid in a few days. With that decision made, he began to eat heartily. I shall rest well over the next few days to prepare for another confrontation with Voldemort. On Saturday afternoon, in Snape's office, Leighton asked, Professor, could you teach me some magic today? Snape halted his work of examining potions, not lifting his gaze, and coldly inquired, why the sudden desire to practice magic? I unexpectedly acquired a remarkable spell, but I cannot fully control it, so I seek guidance from a professor with exceptional magical prowess. Therefore, Professor Snape, would you be willing to instruct me? Leighton inquired with a cheerful demeanor. What spell? Snape, having completed his task, looked up at Leighton with hollow eyes. Elaborate, he commanded. Leighton swiftly retrieved an old textbook, sensing Snape's face twitch at the mention of the Half-Blood Prince. As Leighton handed over the book, Snape began to peruse its contents. Leighton internally chuckled, bemused by the fact that his somewhat embarrassing online alias had been recognized by a student and called out in person. I believe I understand why you feel unable to control it, Snape remarked after a cursory glance through the pages, closing the book and regarding Layton intently. I have attempted to restore items that have been struck by the Shadow Blade, but to no avail. A wondrous force impedes their restoration. When Light turned to St. Jiao, he solemnly conveyed his insights. Can you perceive that peculiar power? Upon hearing Light's thoughts, St. Jiao crossed his left arm over his chest and curled his right index finger against his lips, entering a deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, when Light began to lose hope, St. Jiao suddenly spoke. Follow me. With that, he exited the office with purpose. Light, seeing this, had no choice but to follow, and the two swiftly traversed the castle. St. Jiao opened the door to an abandoned classroom and stepped inside, with Light closely behind. Upon entering, Light observed St. Jiao waving his wand, causing discarded desks and chairs to levitate, twist, and morph into training dummies. Casting a spell upon them, he declared, Shadow Blade. I wish to ascertain your capabilities. St. Jiao retracted his wand and turned to Light. Light adjusted his magic to the lowest output and uttered, Shadow Blade. A deep gash appeared in the chest of the dummy before him. Continue. St. Jiao ordered coldly. Shadow Blade. Proceed. Shadow Blade. Can you regulate the output of your magic? St. Jiao inquired amidst the chaos of the classroom. Yes. Light replied, breathing slightly heavier yet composed. No wonder you can sense that power. St. Jiao's gaze deepened significantly. I know the counterspell for this incantation, but I shall not teach it to you. Instead, I will instruct you on how to master this force. St. Jiao did not allow Light the luxury of refusal and began to dissect the essence of magic. A wizard's gift is innate, yet it is not immutable. A wizard's emotions and perceptions of life continually shape and adjust their inherent talents. St. Jiao raised his wand, and the scattered remnants swiftly assembled into two chairs that floated toward him and Light. Kindness towards others shapes the gift of white magic, while malice towards others shapes the gift of dark magic. One's desires forge the talent for transfiguration. The essence of transfiguration, dark and white magic, is an extension of emotion. Light, seated upon the chair, could not help but nod in agreement. Chapter 48. The Hypothesis of Magic Power. This was Light's first encounter with such an advanced magical curriculum, where someone was willing to impart their insights to him. Therefore, he listened with heightened attentiveness. What should I do? Light asked earnestly, gazing at St. Jiao across from him. St. Jiao adjusted his posture, appearing even more serious. Your talent is remarkable. If I am not mistaken, you have ventured into the restricted section. No need for explanation. I care not. St. Jiao waved his hand, interrupting Light's attempt to speak, and continued, the ability to suppress and read the forbidden tomes is your own merit. However, you should not simply seek to acquire powerful magic. You must contemplate the very existence of magic itself. St. Jiao raised his wand, and a glimmer of light appeared at its tip. This is another application fraught with obstacles. If you do not release it, allowing it to remain upon the wand, it will be drawn to magic, repelling any incoming magical assaults. St. Jiao extinguished the light upon his wand, and his serious demeanor began to relax. The invocation of the Guardian, which I previously imparted to you, carries a profound significance. Have you devoted your entire being to the magic? Can you sense the strength it bestows upon you? The longer you immerse yourself in a spell, the more it will yield its rewards. Professor S. stood up and waved his wand. The dismembered dummies on the floor, previously severed by the spell, began to coalesce and transform, culminating in the sudden appearance of a massive square block of iron within the abandoned classroom. The shadowless sword embodies the creator's unyielding resentment and hatred. To master it completely, one must comprehend all its facets and immerse oneself wholly within it. With your innate talent, you are certainly capable of this. Professor S.'s raspy voice softened. His hollow gaze filled with expectation as he looked at Light, reminiscent of his younger self. The shadowless sword was conjured during his 6th year, a creation born from a tumult of emotions. At that time, Professor S. had pushed away the girl he cherished, witnessing helplessly as she drew closer to the person he loathed. Light gradually closed his eyes, grasping his wand, as his formidable affinity for dark magic seemed to awaken. A torrent of melancholic thoughts surfacing to assist him in his exploration of magic. What emotion was it? Surely it was hatred. Hatred for himself, for James Potter, and even for Lily. It was also an unyielding bitterness towards himself, James, and Lily. Additionally, there lurked a deeper, more concealed emotion, the true essence of mastering the shadowless sword. As Light's thoughts delved deeper, the magical energy within him surged and boiled. What was it? Regret? Despair? Longing? No, it was love. The purest, most earnest, and fervent love of youth. Such profound wounds that penetrate the soul can only be healed by love. Shadowless sword. Light suddenly opened his eyes wide, waving his wand as an invisible wave shattered the massive iron block into countless fragments, moments before it could crash down upon him. You have succeeded. You have performed beyond my expectations. Professor S looked at Light with sorrowful eyes, a hint of bitterness lacing his tone as he reflected on the past. This palpable atmosphere of false bitterness seemed to envelop the professor, drawing him into a shared melancholy. If someone were to enter at that moment, they would witness the typically stoic, severe Snape adorned with a myriad of expressions. Light exhaled deeply, a realization dawning upon him. Wait, why am I immersing myself in this naive first love? What does it have to do with me? I have lived over 40 years. My first love was an arranged affair that ultimately failed. I have never tasted the bittersweetness of love. Thank you very much, Professor. Light approached the now impassive Professor S and bowed deeply. Now, you should have mastered the counter curse, correct? Professor S inquired softly, disregarding Light's gratitude. I believe I understand. However, I must seek a suitable spell to align with this emotion. You might try the Invocation of the Guardian. Perhaps it possesses a unique affinity with both. With that, Professor S swirled his robe and hastily exited the abandoned classroom. Light observed as Snape hurriedly departed, and with a glance at the sky, he surmised that Snape was heading to work in the Forbidden Forest. His emotions stirred, his magical energy increased by 1, bringing his total to 3. Upon receiving the message from the stone tablet, Light did not feel particularly elated. Instead, he found himself pondering the origins of magic more deeply. The transformative training ground of the Room of Requirement was alive with the spell of the god S-Blade, an invisible force slicing through the training dummies. Light approached one of the dummies, crouched down, and extended his hand to touch the severed wound. He concentrated intently on the changes brought about by the god S-Blade being dispelled, sensing the diminishing power within the wound. The extreme emotional energy that emanated from it sliced through his mental perception like a sharp knife. It became evident that the source of magic was inextricably linked to the mind and soul, with extreme emotions serving as a necessary catalyst for the activation of magical energy. Yet, why do muggles exist? And what are the silent blasts? Why do magical creatures inherently possess magic? After much contemplation, Light, whose legs had grown numb from squatting, reluctantly abandoned his thoughts and gradually stood up, swaying slightly as he exited the Room of Requirement. In just 2 days, it would be time for Chilo to patrol the Forbidden Forest. He wondered if Dumbledore had devised a plan, and he hoped it wasn't to allow Chilo to feast upon the creatures there. Or perhaps they intended to turn a blind eye. Regardless, Light was determined to go. After all, Voldemort was the prime source for accruing experience points. Recognizing the advantages conferred by his exceptional aptitude for dark magic, he had no intention of giving up. Upon entering the dormitory, Light was pulled aside by Harry. Something has happened. I vittnesed snalpa triatening Professor Chilo. Harry whispered conspiratorially. What? Chapter 49. Chilo on duty. How do you always manage to encounter Snape? Is it intentional or purely accidental? Light could not help but mock Harry. Intentional? Accidental? I'm telling you, Snape threatened Professor Chilo, and Chilo is in danger heading into the Forbidden Forest. We must inform Dumbledore or alert Hagrid. Harry explained earnestly. Chilo is the true danger. It's a miracle if he doesn't harm others. Light suppressed the urge to vent his frustrations and begrudgingly replied to Harry, Indeed. Perhaps we ought to take action, right? We should first seek out Hagrid, and then have him inform Dumbledore. With Hagrid as a witness, Dumbledore will surely deal with Snape. Harry asserted confidently. All right, you make a valid point. Light replied dismissively. Tonight, you can join Ron and Hermione to speak with Hagrid. Yay, but what about you? Aren't you coming along? Harry asked, initially delighted by Light's agreement, then puzzled. I think I'll sit this one out tonight. For people is a bit much. The invisibility cloak may not conceal all of us. Light shook his head at Harry, who had been led astray. Are you all heading out now? Isn't a bit early? Light inquired for more information. No, it's better to go early. Professors usually have classes in the morning, so they're mostly patrolling during the first half of the night and resting in the latter half. If we go now, Snape is likely out patrolling and won't be easily spotted. Harry divulged all the information he possessed to write. Furthermore, we must seek out Hermione. Now is the opportune moment. Ron interjected. Very well. Off you go then. Wright glanced at the owl perched by the window. Thus, we shall depart. With that, Harry and Ron, cloaked in their invisibility garment, hurriedly exited. Wright continued to compose a letter, handing it to Hedwig, instructing her to deliver it to Hagrid. After finishing his ablutions, Wright sat upon his bed, summarizing the intelligence he had gathered. If Quirrell wished to remain concealed, he could only act during his moments of rest. Consequently, his actions would likely transpire in the latter part of the night. The good news is, there is no need for a sleepless night. The bad news is, it will be an all-nighter. How bothersome. Perhaps it would be simpler to dispatch Voldemort directly. That would eliminate many complications and spare one from the rigors of a sleepless night. Wright then lay down, turning over in bed, contemplating, yet ultimately dismissing the idea. At present, Voldemort is the sole source of the milestone points, which complicates matters. Alas, an all-nighter it shall be. Is a young person still considered young if they do not pull an all-nighter? The tradition at Hogwarts is to burn the midnight oil. One must simply grow accustomed to it. Wright mumbled to himself, gradually succumbing to slumber. In the great hall, the sounds of wizards enjoying their breakfast surrounded him. When we sought out Hagrid last night, we nearly got caught by Snape. Ron lamented, the chicken leg in his hand suddenly losing its appeal. What do you mean? Wright raised an eyebrow. We recounted the entire saga to Hagrid, yet he did not inform Dumbledore. Instead, he confronted Snape directly, nearly revealing our involvement. Hermione chewed her bread vigorously, appearing quite indignant. Did you expose yourselves? Upon hearing this, Wright grew curious. Goodness, do you all have some sort of affliction? Were you just frozen on the path? Wright wore an expression of astonishment. We thought Snape wouldn't remain there indefinitely, but who would have guessed? He truly did not budge. Ron replied, taking a deep, mournful bite of his chicken leg. In truth, Dawn was not far off at that time. Observing Wright's look of bewilderment, Hermione could not help but elaborate. Will you be going again tonight? Wright casually shifted the topic, spearing a piece of steak. We are not going. We have already warned Hagrid to be cautious of Snape. It would be futile for us to return. Perhaps it was Hermione's admonition that influenced Harry. For this time, he did not shoulder the responsibility alone. Very well. May I borrow Hedwig? I wish to use her to contact Hagrid. After enduring 2 bouts of punishment, Harry lethargically acquiesced. As the silver moon began to rise, Wright released Hedwig, instructing her to convey a message to Hagrid, stating that he would visit him that evening. Exiting the castle, the dark rural path was illuminated by the bright moon overhead, and he swiftly arrived at Hagrid's hut. Upon his arrival, Wright noticed Quirrell leaving the hut with Fawn. He approached and knocked on the door. Wright, you have come. Hedwig is inside. Hagrid opened the door, welcoming Wright in. As light entered, a peculiar stench assaulted his senses. The windows of the room were flung wide open, yet the fresh air struggled to dispel the lingering odor. Have you noticed anything unusual these past few days? Light inquired, wrinkling his nose at the scent while producing a small snack to feed Hedwig, simultaneously questioning Hagrid. I haven't found any clues. That poacher is quite experienced, Hagrid replied, his voice heavy with frustration. I'll take a stroll around the vicinity. Just wait for me when you're ready to head out. And one more thing. Do not inform Quirrell of my presence. After conversing with Hagrid for a while, Light cradled Hedwig and stepped outside. Can you help me locate that individual I just mentioned? Light asked the owl nestled in his arms. Who? Hedwig responded, flapping her wings twice to indicate her readiness. Excellent, thank you. If he attempts to sneak out of the cabin, come find me immediately. Time slipped away swiftly. A stammering voice roused Light, who had been dozing under the disillusionment charm. Hagrid, I've completed my patrol. All right, I'm heading out now. Hagrid replied, moving aside for a moment. As Light crouched beside Hagrid, concealed beneath the shadow of Hagrid's massive form, they successfully slipped out of the cabin. Chapter 50. Quirrell? Voldemort. Light, are you there? Hagrid, burdened with a colossal crossbow and a pink umbrella at his waist, peered around anxiously. I'm here. Tonight may prove to be quite lengthy. Light, having dispelled the disillusionment charm, materialized beside Yaya, who was squatting at the door, his tone laden with significance. What do you mean? Hagrid scratched his head, puzzled. Nothing much. I sense that the poacher may take action tonight. I can feel his hunger. Light replied, cryptically, having caught the affliction of being enigmatic. Light, your speech resembles that of Dumbledore now. It all sounds rather profound, Hagrid remarked, calling Yaya over to pet his head. I shall assume you're complimenting me. Let's proceed. Light awkwardly redirected the conversation. Hagrid nodded, lifting the oil lamp high to illuminate a hidden path within the dense forest. He cautioned Light to stay safe and not to wander too far from him. With the dog behind and the giant in front, they ventured into the woods, Light protected between them. The trio shared little conversation as they ambled through the forbidden forest. A gentle breeze swept through the night, which had grown cool with the onset of summer. Lost in thought, Light suddenly heard the sound of an owl's call growing nearer. Hedwig, he asked, making his move. So soon Light thought, his mind racing. Upon hearing the noise, Hagrid swiftly unshouldered his enormous crossbow, aiming toward the source of the sound. Yaya seemed to recognize the newcomer, remaining still. Hold your fire. It's Hedwig. She has confined me. The poacher has begun to act. Light quickly warned Hagrid, disregarding any concerns about revealing their position. At the mention of the poacher, Hagrid's eyes flared with intensity as he sprinted towards Hedwig. Hoo-hoo. Upon spotting Hagrid, Hedwig gradually came to a halt, perching on his shoulder. Lead the way, Hedwig, Light. Yeah, you stay here and don't wander off. Without waiting for a response from Light, he dashed out after Hedwig. Good heavens, how reckless. Aren't you going to ask for help? Light muttered, watching Hagrid swiftly vanish from sight. Yeah, we must go too. Originally meant to protect Light, Yaya quickly followed suit as Light rushed forward. Light trailed behind Yaya, pursuing the distant figure of Hagrid. Suddenly, a mournful cry erupted from Yaya. Light's heart raced, and he quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the source of the sound, he found Yaya circling around Hagrid, who lay prone on the ground, visibly distressed. Light hurried over and flipped Hagrid onto his back, examining his injuries. A massive gash marred Hagrid's abdomen, blood flowing profusely, and even the sight of writhing intestines was evident. Thankfully, it was not the deadly Avada Kedavra. With a wave of his wand, Light initiated healing, and under the radiant glow, Hagrid's wound began to mend. Hagrid stirred awake, noticing Light tending to him. Don't worry about me. A unicorn is being chased, and Hedwig is in danger. Go help them, I can manage. Ignoring his still unhealed wound, Hagrid gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to speak. But I don't know. Light began, but then a clear voice seemed to guide him. He glanced at Hagrid's nearly healed wound. Hagrid, I've almost treated your injury. Bear with it. Go now. Hurry. I'm Fina. Hagrid struggled to rise, urging him onward. Seeing this, Light steeled himself and chased after the voice that echoed in his ear. Not far ahead, by a small stream, a unicorn shimmered faintly in the darkness, its hind legs bound by ropes, helplessly thrashing on the ground. Nearby, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and hood advanced toward the unicorn, wand raised. Shatter. As the spell was deflected, the mysterious figure retaliated instantly. Barriers sprang up. Shield charm. Light hastily conjured dual defenses and counterattacked. The figure dodged behind a tree, evading the incoming magic, which shattered into pieces. Light noted the faltering protective charm and rolled to avoid the magic. With a swift movement, he launched an explosive attack toward the figure behind the tree. A resounding crash echoed as a massive tree was uprooted and toppled. Light searched for the figure, but found no one. Shield charm. He fortified his defenses, remaining vigilant. After a tense silence, he dared not relax. The absence of a message from the stone tablet indicated that the foe had not yet departed. A chilling voice resonated behind Light. Avada Kedavra. His mind raced, confirming his suspicion. It was Voldemort. Instantly, he spun around and cast his spell. Disarming charm. An invisible wave surged toward the lethal green light. The clash of the invisible wave and the killing curse erupted in a cascade of brilliance. As the disarming charm drew closer, the killing curse began to contract, ultimately reaching its limit. Buzz. The death curse was shattered by Shenfeng wooing, and the fragmented green light illuminated the dark forest. A sharp strike was aimed at Voldemort, who twisted and collapsed, vanishing from sight. The blow sliced through the space where Voldemort had stood, tearing open a fissure several meters wide. In a moment of panic, Light's eyes narrowed as he propelled his weary body to the side. Flames roared fiercely, scorching the very ground where Light had just stood. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the flames on the ground surged upward, transforming into a fiery serpent that lunged toward him. With a thunderous explosion, Light summoned the last of his magical power to blast apart the serpent. Yet, the flames reformed, once again coiling toward him like a great serpent. Gritting his teeth, Light infused his magic into the stone tablet, replenishing his strength. All curses come to an end. A deep, resonant voice extinguished the flames before Light and quelled his intentions of further enhancing his power. Light, are you all right? The old man with a white beard appeared before him. Light gazed at the timely arrival of Dumbledore and, in a feeble voice, replied, I'm fine, really. Hagrid has been injured. He's over there. He pointed weakly toward the woods. Thank goodness you're unharmed. Hagrid has already been taken for treatment. There is no need to worry. Dumbledore observed Light closely, noting that he had only sustained minor abrasions, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 51, An Unsettling Power. Seeing Light, covered in dirt and disheveled, slumped on the ground, Dumbledore raised his hand slightly. The tattered clothing restored itself, and the dust fell away, leaving Light looking renewed. Thank you so much, Professor. Is a unicorn all right? Did they catch the poacher? Light, disregarding his now pristine robe, remained seated on the ground, resting for a moment, then asked breathlessly. You seem quite exhausted. Do you need me to take you to the medical room? Dumbledore gently inquired as he watched Light struggle to rise. I'm fine, Professor. It's just that my magical energy has been depleted, causing my fatigue. Could you please take me to see the unicorn? I can't rest easy otherwise. Light wobbled to his feet and spoke to Dumbledore. Very well, I shall accompany you. But keep your mouth closed. You wouldn't want to bite your tongue. With a playful remark, Dumbledore stepped beside Light, placing a hand on his back. Before Light could react, darkness enveloped him, and after a brief sensation of swaying, he found himself beside the softly glowing unicorn. Light looked at the unicorn, bound by ropes and lying on the ground. The unicorn, with its cerulean eyes, curiously regarded the sudden appearance of Light and Dumbledore. Dumbledore lifted his right hand, loosening the ropes that bound the unicorn. Freed from its restraints, the unicorn struggled briefly before standing up. Upon rising, it showed no fear and did not flee, but instead tilted its head, gazing at Light with curiosity in its azure eyes. Go forth. You are its savior. It knows. Dumbledore smiled, patting Light's shoulder and encouraging him to step forward and accept the honor that was rightfully his. Seeing this, Light stowed away his wand, extended his right hand to signify his benign intentions, and cautiously approached the unicorn. It seemed that the unicorn, noticing Light's slow pace, began to walk toward him as well. Just as Light stood there, uncertain, the moment hung in the air. The unicorn approached Light with an elegant grace, lowering its head to guide Light's right hand to the nape of its neck, just behind the spiral horn. Light, now where? Gently caressed the unicorn and spoke in a soothing tone. Without that unfortunate unicorn to lead me, I would have been too late. Upon saying this, he wrapped his arms around the unicorn's neck and leaned in close, whispering, Next time, be careful not to get captured. The unicorn nuzzled Light affectionately, letting out a few cheerful calls. Let us part ways, until fate allows us to meet again. Light stroked the unicorn a few more times before releasing it. After being freed, the unicorn took a few steps back, lifting one leg slightly off the ground, and bowed its head gracefully in a noble gesture toward Light and Professor Dang, before turning and prancing lightly into the woods. How delightful it must be to have protected an innocent life from harm. Professor Dang's gentle words stirred Light from his reverie of smiling. Indeed, this feeling is truly special and brings me great joy, Light replied with a light-hearted tone. Yes, particularly in saving such a magical creature, Professor Dang remarked as he stepped closer to Light. However, Light did not respond to Professor Dang's comment. Instead, his brow furrowed in deep thought, as if contemplating something significant. Is something the matter? Professor Dang inquired, noticing Light's unusual demeanor. What do you mean? The professor's tone was one of surprise, though not without a hint of intrigue. The power of the magic used by the poacher is suspicious. I can sense that he did not augment his spells with magical energy. He merely cast them. Yet, the potency of his magic was extraordinarily strong. Just a single spell shattered my 2 layers of defenses. It is truly bizarre. Light shared his concerns with Professor Dang, while internally pondering further. Even the final blazing fire's range and intensity were inconsistent. It felt as if there was no magical amplification. May I visit Hagrid? I wish to check on his injuries and inform him that the unicorn is safe. Light shifted the focus of his inquiry away from his previous thoughts. Of course, Professor Dang replied, and as soon as he spoke, a burst of flames illuminated the surroundings, revealing a magnificent red bird above them. Let's depart. Supporting Light by the shoulder, Professor Dang and the bird spread its wings, and in a flash of fire, they vanished from the spot. Light's eyes sparkled as he felt a gentle shift. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the infirmary. Coo, coo, coo. Hedwig exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Light and Professor Dang, while Fong, propped up by the bed, wagged his tail excitedly. Hagrid, who had been dozing on the hospital bed, stirred at the commotion and struggled to sit up upon seeing Light and Professor Dang at his side. Hagrid, are you all right? Light asked with concern etched on his face. Lights, I am truly relieved you are unscathed. I'm fine. It's just a minor issue that requires a bit of rest. But what about the unicorn? Is it safe? Hagrid's concern shifted instantly from his own injuries to the unicorn's well-being. It is safe. Thankfully, the professor arrived in time. Otherwise, it could have been perilous. Light recounted the events that had transpired. That is wonderful news. What about Professor Quirrell? Hagrid sighed in relief, but then seemed to recall something important. Observing Light's demeanor, Professor Dang wore a curious smile and addressed Hagrid. Creature is fine. Next, I shall have Fox delegate the patrolling duties to the horses. You should take a rest for now. No, I can still manage. I will be back to work by tomorrow. They still need me. Hagrid earnestly defended himself to Professor Dumbledore. Take care of your injuries. The Forbidden Forest is not kind to the weak, he cautioned. Once you recover, I will have Fox accompany you on patrol. It will come to report to me immediately if it discovers anything. He departed the infirmary, cradling Hedwig in his arms. Chapter 52. The Aftermath. Milestones achieved. Repelled the Dark Lord, 1 milestone point. Milestones achieved. Saved the unicorn, 1 milestone point. Milestones achieved. The strongest appreciation, 1 milestone point. Dumbledore was nearby, and I dared not entertain any thoughts. I am utterly exhausted. Let's discuss it tomorrow. Light barely glanced at the inscription on the stone before succumbing to slumber. In the classroom for defense against the dark arts, the sounds of playful squabbles echoed throughout. Light, what is the matter with you? You look as if you pulled an all-nighter. Harry, noticing Light's red eyes and dejected demeanor, inquired with concern. It's over. It's over. Light is beginning to speak nonsense, Ron exclaimed, nearly jumping out of his seat upon hearing Light's words. Perhaps you should take a leave of absence, Hermione suggested, unable to bear the sight of Light any longer. No need. We can't have class in defense against the dark arts. Quirrell won't be coming, Light drowsily proclaimed, startling everyone. Before Hermione could retort, the classroom door swung open, and the little wizards fell silent upon seeing the newcomer. Professor Snape stood impassively at the podium, his cold gaze sweeping the room, landing on a drowsy Light, who was being shaken awake by Harry and Ron. Snape's expression softened slightly. After delivering his remarks, Snape swirled his black cloak and departed. The trio that had overheard Light's prophecy exchanged astonished glances. After lunch, in the Gryffindor common room, the three gathered around the revitalized Light, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Light, how did you know Quirrell wouldn't be coming to class? Ron blurted out, curiosity evident in his eyes. Realizing he could no longer keep it a secret as Harry and Hermione directed inquisitive looks at him, Light replied with an air of mystery. Last night, I went to visit Hagrid and encountered poachers. Had it not been for Dumbledore's timely arrival, both Hagrid and I would have been in grave danger. Hagrid is resting today, so Quirrell, who was patrolling with him, should be safe as well. Such peril. It must be Snape. I previously witnessed him threatening Quirrell. So he's undoubtedly behind this. Harry clenched his fists, his jaw set in fury. We must immediately inform Dumbledore. We cannot allow him to commit further misdeeds. Ron proposed. Very well, let us go at once. Hermione agreed, while comforting Harry. You all go ahead. I need to rest, or I shall collapse. Light, wishing to avoid encountering Dumbledore, opted to refuse. He watched as the trio hurried off to the headmaster's office. Thus, Voldemort, after consuming the blood of a unicorn, can commence his activities using magic? Perhaps Harry's earlier observation of Snape pressuring Quirrell was not a mere coincidence. It may have been a connection between their souls. Light shook his head, casting aside these thoughts as he prepared to enhance his abilities. Relying solely on the 9 points in dark magic to confront Voldemort seemed rather daunting. However, which aspect should he augment? His current dilemma lay in addressing Voldemort's unnaturally potent spells. Should he focus on magic power, white magic, transfiguration, or perhaps continue with dark magic? He could dismiss dark magic for now. Even if raised to 10 points, its utility would be minimal. White magic could also be excluded, as it lacked significant lethality. Transfiguration offered no offensive capability either. Magic power was inadequate as well. Even with ample reserves, it would not suffice. How perplexing. Just as Light grappled with this conundrum, an intriguing idea emerged in his mind. If his output was insufficient, could a combination of Fiendfire and Transfiguration yield promising results? Fiendfire would handle the damage output, while Transfiguration would provide control. Perhaps, with further practice, he could even develop a method to unleash Fiendfire effectively. What is the matter? Did you see Dumbledore? Light inquired, observing the three companions. Indeed, he mentioned his faith in Snape and even appointed him as the temporary defense against the dark arts instructor. Ron, who had just settled down, exclaimed as he leaned over the table. Dumbledore seems rather indifferent about this situation, Hermione murmured, her head resting on the table. I fail to comprehend why Dumbledore trusts Snape so implicitly. He is hardly a paragon of virtue, Harry seethed. Perhaps Dumbledore has his reasons? You might consider visiting Hagrid in the infirmary. His testimony could sway Dumbledore's opinion. Besides, Hagrid is injured, and a visit would be beneficial, Light suggested, playing the role of a quest giver. Indeed, Hagrid must have insights. Let's go at once. With Harry leading the charge, the trio sprang to life once more. Light watched them depart, this time on a mission to comfort Hagrid. Ah, youth, Light mused, rising to head towards the room of requirement. I require a training ground to practice Fiendfire. Upon entering, he found an expansive arena with numerous floating stones, each spaced generously apart. Raising his wand, he pointed toward the stone in midair. In an instant, it ignited with fierce flames, quickly incinerating the stone. The fire then coalesced into a small, fiery lion, lunging towards Light. Instead of employing the spell Finite Incantatem, he directed his wand at the approaching fire lion and, with a cold command, uttered Extinguish. A beam of light surged from the tip of his wand, and the fiend fire was instantly snuffed out. Were others to witness such a method of extinguishing fiend fire, they would surely be astounded. What a curious sensation. Having just conjured fiend fire, he instinctively understood how to extinguish it. Could this be a characteristic of his 9 points in dark magic? Or perhaps it indicated his complete mastery of the disarming charm. Determined to explore further, Light gazed at the dissipating fiend fire and confirmed that his ability to extinguish it stemmed from his innate dark magic prowess. Though subtle, he felt an inexplicable connection between the fiend fire and its caster. This connection, albeit faint, was perceptible to his talent, allowing him to interrupt its flow. With this revelation, it was time to invest points in a transfiguration. Chapter 53, Mastering the Fiery Inferno. The lion, formed from the fierce flames, leapt through the air with relentless vigor, seemingly intent on incinerating everything combustible, transforming it into its own power and unleashing its wild fury. Sensing the fire becoming increasingly uncontrollable, Light waved his wand, severing the extraordinary connection with the inferno. In that fleeting moment of disconnection, the tumultuous flames appear to lose their core, their destructive and aggressive nature gradually diminishing. The once roaring blaze began to wane, ultimately fading into nothingness. Amidst the scorching space ravaged by the fire, Light reaffirmed his conviction. Transfiguration was indeed effective against the inferno. Achieving a power level of 5 would allow for approximate control. To fully master it, akin to the dark arts, a level of 9 would be necessary. After much contemplation, Light steeled himself and made his decision. He was resolute. The potential of transfiguration was immense. The ability to animate the inanimate through sheer will was a power that could alter matter with belief. This magic, tantamount to that of a creator, was one that must be fully realized. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, he activated the monument. Light's spirit once again approached the stone tablet inscribed with enigmatic symbols. A cascade of intricate information unfurled before his eyes, and upon viewing his own details, he could not help but smile. After the initial joy, he focused his spirit onto transfiguration, and, as the value reached 5, it began to blur. With a shift in intention, the obscure numerical display sharpened, transforming into 9. Observing the information before him, Light nodded in satisfaction. His previously lackluster attributes had now blossomed into something radiant. Wright Luggas, Yo Young. Magic power, 3. The average adult wizard has a value of 5. Milestone points, 6. Magic, white magic, 3. Dark magic, 9. Transfiguration, 9. Skills, potion making, 5. Magical creatures, 1. Milestone, soul of another world. The pinnacle of appreciation. Alas, the points accumulated over such a long time had nearly dwindled. Life was not easy, Light sighed. Currently, his milestone points were largely dependent on contributions from his comrade Voldemort. He pondered whether the 7-kill Voldemort would grant him an additional milestone. In a moment of clarity, Light felt something within his mind ignite. The knowledge he had once learned, the books he had read, surged forth in a relentless tide. Concepts and ideas regarding transfiguration were affirmed and dismissed. Countless thoughts were meticulously organized and synthesized. As long as I believe, I can achieve it. Light gazed dreamily at the sky, his wand pointed skyward. As the floating debris twisted and transformed, the stones morphed in shape, fluctuated in size, and eventually transmuted into various items such as needles, knives, and pens. As the hawk, imbued with murderous intent, swooped down, Light remained motionless. Just as the hawk raised its talons to strike at his eyes, an inferno suddenly erupted from its body. Yet, rather than screeching in agony, it twisted and transformed into a conflagration suspended in the air. Light raised his right hand, cradling the searing flames. Murmuring softly, the fierce fire does not resemble a mere transient offensive spell. Rather, it leans more towards the arcane art of summoning, akin to an uncontrollable entity conjured from an unknown realm. The hollow eyes gradually sparkled with life, and with a clenched fist, the searing flames suddenly extinguished. Sighing, Light wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaled a breath of warm air, and turned to exit the room. Once again, he aspired to find a training ground and pushed the door open, only to discover that the interior had reverted to its original state. Taking a seat, Light retrieved his notebook and commenced documenting his recent contemplations regarding the fierce fire, which had emerged from the depths of his imagination. The essence of fierce fire bears resemblance to the spell Avada Kedavra, both rooted in a deep-seated malice towards the external world. Similar to the spell god Edge, fierce fire can inflict direct harm upon the soul. Yet, the latter is birthed from extreme emotional turmoil. Fierce fire, however, is far more intricate. It embodies not only the yearning for life as survival, but also harbors a terrifying desire for destruction. This longing for existence compels it to incessantly erode and consume, striving to sustain its own being. Simultaneously, it possesses an overwhelming craving for annihilation, both of itself and the outside world. In this ceaseless struggle between the thirst for survival and the urge for destruction, fierce fire acquires its formidable power. The mysterious connection between the fierce fire and its conjurer serves as a conduit through which it incessantly draws from the desires for survival and destruction. Severing this link would render it devoid of purpose. Having grasped the very nature of fierce fire, the aspiration to master it became conceivable. Light paused his writing, setting down the quill to meticulously review his notes for any omissions or errors before resuming his script with renewed vigor. He proposed a method, utilizing transfiguration to reconstruct the bond between the fierce fire and its conjurer, integrating magical energy into the equation. Subsequently, he would manipulate this magic through transfiguration, continually providing the fierce fire with designated targets for destruction, thereby directing its aimless wrath towards a specific existence. This technique mirrored the training of a dog, offering it a singular focus, compelling it to act solely upon that target. Upon concluding his analysis, Light leaned back in his chair, releasing a deep breath. He cast a sidelong glance at the floating debris, a twisted smile creeping across his face as he rose and approached it. Standing before the levitating fragments, he raised his wand and began to weave his spell. With each flourish of his wand, a particular piece of debris ignited, transforming into a fireball that swelled in size, burning ever more fiercely. An expression of intense concentration illuminated Light's face as he attuned himself to the essence of the fierce fire through the magical connection, merging with it. The fierce fire danced in the air, igniting fragment after fragment. Observing this, Light gently waved his wand, employing transfiguration to control the trajectory and magnitude of the flames, urging them to leap amid the airborne debris. Unconsciously, he licked his lips, his gaze brimming with exhilaration as he watched the fierce fire ignite in the air. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the fierce fire, yet equally cognizant of the paramount importance of its control. The transfiguration continuously adjusted the output of his magical energy, ensuring precise dominion over the fierce fire. As his practice progressed, the fierce fire, under the guidance of his wand, became increasingly compliant, transforming the floating debris into blossoms of searing flames. As the magical energy surged forth, Light's breath grew increasingly rapid. "Come on, let us unleash a grand display." The wand in his hand continued to sway, scattering fierce flames into the air, which coalesced into a colossal lion of fire. The fiery lion remained still, yet its mere existence radiated an overwhelming wave of heat. Chapter 54. The Essence of Magic. The immense lion of flames hovered in the air, resembling a blazing mountain under Light's command. It leapt through the sky, attacking the scattered stones with unyielding ferocity. Each strike was imbued with unparalleled power and unbearable heat, shattering the stones upon impact. The fierce flames, entwined with the lion's assault, enveloped the scattered rocks, intent on devouring them and incorporating them into its essence. Once the stones were consumed, the flames ascended, guided by an unseen connection, surging like a tumultuous tide towards the rampant lion of fire above. As the flames continued to accumulate, the lion's form grew increasingly massive, emanating a heart-stirring heat. Gazing at the ever-expanding creation of flames before him, Light marveled at its formidable strength. Sensing the depletion of his magical energy, he waved his wand, severing the connection with the flames. The once raging and rampant lion of fire suddenly appeared to lose its support and momentum, beginning to tremble violently. As time passed, the flames gradually waned, as if the very source of their vitality had been drained. The once searing inferno dimmed to a mere flicker. Eventually, only a few feeble flames struggled and swayed in the air before extinguishing completely, leaving the space filled with distorted air. Light inhaled the scorching air, staggered, and grabbed his notebook before rushing out. "I need a bathroom." Upon re-entering, the hellish training ground vanished, revealing a vast bathroom before Light. A refreshing mist enveloped him, and he squinted his eyes in blissful relief. Stepping into the bathroom, meticulously crafted tiles adorned the walls and ceiling, while the soft carpet on the floor created a warm and inviting atmosphere. The spacious shower area boasted an array of bathing products suspended in midair. In a 10-meter-long bathtub, clear water rippled gently. Light shed his robe and rinsed off before stepping into the expansive tub. "Ah!" he involuntarily exclaimed with delight. "My intuition was correct. I can fully control the fierce flames now. Next, I shall await Voldemort's move. I will simply incinerate him." Light gazed at his reflection in the tub, silently resolving the fate he would impose upon Voldemort. Currently, Voldemort still possessed 6 Horcruxes. There was more to exploit. Perhaps the fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry could be separated using the killing curse. Light's murmurs grew increasingly faint, as if he were on the verge of slumber. Extreme emotions can connect to the soul. Suddenly, the vast bathtub erupted with a tremendous splash. Just now, it seemed I stumbled upon something quite significant. Light cradled the clear water in his hands, gazing at his reflection as countless thoughts flickered through his mind. What, indeed, is the essence of the soul? And how is magic born? Silently observing the water in his palms as it cascaded into the bath, Light's pupils suddenly constricted. He swiftly grasped the wand lying beside the tub, commanding the water to rise and transform into words. Previously, he had speculated that the convergence of soul and spirit could give rise to magic. Yet, the precise point of convergence eluded him. Might extreme emotions serve as the pivotal intersection? The surge of magic during his youth marked the critical connection between the two. As for magical creatures, they possess extraordinary abilities born from the direct overlap of soul and body, rendering them incapable of freely wielding magic, as most of their energy is devoted to sustaining their forms and powers. In contrast, wizards and fairies, with their comparatively frail bodies, have the luxury to wield magic, unburdened by the need to maintain a robust physique. But what of muggles and squibs? Why have they not awakened? Light continued to manipulate the flowing water into letters, pacing restlessly within the bath. His mind raced, desperately seeking answers. Suddenly, an intriguing notion struck him. Animagus. When one transforms their body, does the soul remain intact? Undoubtedly, the soul persists. Yet, why does prolonged transformation into an animal lead to a loss of humanity? Because soul and spirit are distinct entities. Could it be that the quality of the soul varies? A superior body attracts a strong soul, while a frail body can only accommodate a weak one, the merit of which remains currently indeterminable. The arrival of a soul is fraught with uncertainty. Light halted his pacing, yet his wand continued to dance, inscribing his thoughts in the air with water. Thus, whether it be the magic of wizards or the innate talents of magical creatures, both are fundamentally abilities bestowed by the soul. Therefore, squibs and muggles possess souls of insufficient quality, compounded by their extreme emotions, which fail to link the soul and spirit, precluding the generation of magic. This may elucidate why powerful magical creatures require extensive time to develop. They must also sift through souls. If a soul cannot coalesce into magic for a magical creature, it may become stillborn, unable to manifest. Approaching the suspended water letters, Light scrutinized his hypotheses and conclusions. Most remained speculative, yet they beckoned for validation. Compared to his previous state of confusion, this path seemed ripe for exploration. However, measuring the soul posed a challenge. If my conjecture holds true, then all magic claiming efficacy over the soul merely impacts the human spirit. They cannot truly reach the soul, rendering verification arduous. If my theory is indeed correct, could I potentially mass-produce wizards? The thought brought an enigmatic smile to Light's face. To eradicate the tyranny of humanity, the world belongs to wizards. As Layton stepped into the Gryffindor common room, he overheard discussions regarding the recent appointment of Professor Snape as the instructor for defense against the dark arts, who would also be co-teaching with Slytherin. "Layton, what are your thoughts?" Ron suddenly appeared, curious. "Oh, it's not as dreadful as you all imagine. Snape possesses considerable teaching prowess. In the past 2 years, he's been the only instructor who truly engages us in class. But what if he decides to make things difficult for us? He doesn't exactly exude kindness." Ron scratched his head, expressing his concerns. "It's all right. With finals approaching, he won't have the chance to bother us for long." Layton waved his hand dismissively, steering the conversation elsewhere. Chapter 55, The Upcoming Final Exams. When we visited Hagrid, before we could inquire about anything, Dumbledore happened to arrive. Subsequently, Harry was summoned by Dumbledore. Hermione and I could not elicit any information from Hagrid either. Ron animatedly recounted today's events to Layton. "Indeed, your experiences are quite extraordinary." Layton responded nonchalantly. While contemplating, "It seems old Dumbledore has sensed something amiss and is becoming cautious, thus orchestrating some contingency plans for Harry." "Harry, over here." Ron, who had been chatting with Leighton, spotted Harry entering the common room and stood up to greet him. Upon seeing Ron's welcoming gesture, Harry smiled and hurried over. What did Dumbledore want with you, Harry? Did he uncover something that required your confirmation? Ron eagerly pulled Harry down to sit, his anxiety evident. Upon hearing Ron's query, Harry's expression instantly soured, revealing a conflicted desire to communicate yet uncertain how to articulate it. What's wrong? Hurry up and tell me. You're making me anxious. Ron, noticing Harry's demeanor, grew increasingly restless. If you cannot share, it's perfectly fine. No need to force it, Leighton remarked, observing the two as if they were performing a dance of uncertainty. There's nothing I cannot share. It's just that I found Dumbledore's words somewhat perplexing. Before Ron could press further, Harry relayed Dumbledore's message. When you feel powerless, consider embracing your enemy. What? What are you talking about? What sort of nonsense did Dumbledore say? Ron scratched his head in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. I don't know. I bore the same expression upon hearing it. Harry replied with a sigh, his hands outstretched in frustration. Unlike the confused Harry, Leighton quickly discerned the underlying meaning. It appears that Voldemort's show of strength has instilled some trepidation in old Dumbledore, preventing him from allowing Harry to charge headfirst into danger. After grasping the situation, Leighton turned to the two still lost in thought and proposed, perhaps Harry possesses an innate power to counter his adversaries, and embracing them is the key to unlocking that strength. That makes sense, yet I don't feel any such power. Harry exchanged a puzzled glance with Ron before voicing his doubts. Perhaps it lies hidden within you. Ron, unable to resist, reached out to explore Harry's person. What are you doing? Don't. Harry swatted Ron's hand away. Come on, let me take a look. Ron, undeterred, continued to reach for Harry. No, Ron, stop. Harry struggled in vain. Observing this scene, Light couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and spoke up. Many people are watching. You two should temper your antics. Upon hearing Light's reminder, the duo looked around and indeed noticed that a portion of the crowd was drawn to their commotion. All right, Harry and Ron replied, a hint of embarrassment in their voices. Within the quiet confines of the defense against the dark arts classroom, students from Gryffindor and Slytherin sat in silence, nearly devoid of any fidgeting. Light quietly flipped through Advanced Transfiguration, a tome borrowed from the library, absorbing the distinctly different atmosphere. He silently marveled at Professor Snape's formidable reputation, which had effectively subdued the mischievous young wizards. Just as Light set his book aside, a figure clad in a black robe strode briskly into the classroom. Professor Snape approached the podium and declared, "Put down your textbooks." His vacant gaze swept over the young wizards, lingering on Harry for a moment before he continued. I will temporarily oversee your defense against the dark arts class. I wish to impart a small warning. Be wary of those whose actions are peculiar. Their intentions may not be pure. Knowing that Snape's words were directed at Harry, Light discreetly glanced at him, noticing Harry gazing at Snape with a degree of wariness, indicating that he had not fully absorbed the warning. Silence. Snape raised his voice, cutting through the students' restless murmurs. Now, open your textbooks. Today, you shall learn to identify curses and their counterspells. Listening to Snape's lecture, Light felt that perhaps due to his exceptional talent in dark arts, Snape's explanations were not particularly comprehensive, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The lesson was sufficiently informative for the first-year wizards. As Snape continued to pose questions, the classroom atmosphere began to enliven. For some reason, Snape did not challenge Harry during this session. All right, class is dismissed. With that, Snape promptly exited the classroom without any delay. Time flew by, and the final exams loomed on the horizon. Under the urging of Hermione and Light, Harry and Ron diligently engaged in supplementary studies, hoping to make a final push. As students grew increasingly anxious, the exams commenced. Professor Flitwick for Charms instructed students to line up to enter the classroom. In the midst of their nervous glances, he announced, now, cast the spell to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across the desk. Professor Sprout for Herbology assessed the properties of plants and whether mushrooms were poisonous. Light and Hermione completed their tasks with ease, while Harry and Ron stumbled through the exam, but ultimately finished. In comparison to the dismal performances of their peers, Harry and Ron felt a bit more relaxed. Ron even confidently believed he could ace the exam. However, during the potions exam, Ron's confidence waned. Snape frequently hovered near Harry, inadvertently intimidating Ron, who was too frightened to make any erratic movements. Meanwhile, Harry maintained his composure, ensuring that Snape could not seize an opportunity to strike. In the upcoming transformation exam, Professor McGonagall instructed the students to approach her one by one, tasked with transforming a small piece of wood into a button. As long as they could successfully perform the transformation, they would pass. Those who could alter the size and shape of the wood would receive an excellent grade. When Professor Binns announced the end of the time during History of Magic class, the young wizards collectively set down their quills, rolled up their parchment filled with exam questions, and submitted them to Professor Binns. Almost all the young wizards erupted into genuine laughter, for completing the exam signified their liberation. Light raised a hand to rub his forehead, closing his eyes to alleviate the fatigue brought on by the examination. Chapter 56, The Challenge Game. Just as he sensed something amiss, a gray and white owl, adorned with a small backpack, flew to a halt before him. Observing the owl clutching a letter, Light furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is that for me?" When the owl noticed Light did not take the letter, it thrust the envelope closer to his eyes. Reluctantly, Light accepted the letter and opened it. "Mr. Rags, Harry is in need of assistance. Please take the music box from the owl's backpack and go help him. Dumbledore." Gazing at the hasty and scrawled handwriting, Light understood that this letter had been written in great haste. "Curse it, the old man truly knows everything," Light muttered under his breath. Swiftly stowing the letter away and retrieving a music box from the owl's small backpack, hurrying out of the common room. Upon reaching the corridor on the 4th floor, he discovered the door to Fluffy's room was ajar. Opening the music box, Light advanced into the room to the soothing melody. As he stepped inside, the initially fierce expressions on Fluffy's 3 dog heads gradually softened. Ultimately, they could not maintain their vigilance and collapsed onto the floor. Seeing Fluffy had succumbed, Light promptly opened the trapdoor and tucked the music box away. He peered into the darkness beyond the door. It was pitch black, with no stairs to assist in descent. Gritting his teeth, Light closed his eyes and passed through the door. Suddenly, he felt the sensation of falling, plummeting rapidly. The damp air whistled past his ears. Suppressing his rising panic, Light continually adjusted his position mid-fall and cast a spell upon himself. Slow descent. Thanks to the spell's effect, his rapid descent began to decelerate. As he slowed, Light came to a steady stop just half a meter above the ground. Aware of the challenges that lay ahead, he knew the first obstacle was the devil's snare set by Professor Sprout. Knowing its weak points, he closed his eyes in the dark space, raised his wand, and proclaimed, "Lumos." A brilliant light burst forth from his wand, transforming the underground space into brightness. The devil's snare, hidden in the shadows, recoiled from the sudden illumination, rapidly contracting as it sought refuge in the darkness. After pushing back the devil's snare, Light dispelled the spell and landed safely, beginning to progress along the stone corridor. The stone passage was eerily silent, with only the sound of Light's hurried footsteps echoing around him. Observing the stillness, he quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the entrance, fragments of a shattered wooden door lay scattered about. Simultaneously, a multitude of rustling sounds emanated from behind the door, reminiscent of an insect's chirp. Stepping into the bright and spacious room, Light beheld an array of dazzling keys, sparkling like jewels, flitting through the air like birds in flight. Directly opposite him stood a grand and sturdy wooden door, featuring a keyhole that served as the gateway to the next chamber. With the keys dancing overhead, Light found himself bereft of the luxury to discern which was the correct one. He approached the wooden door directly, raising his wand, its tip exuding an invisible pulse. With a swift motion, he unleashed a series of sharp strikes that severed the heavy door and its accompanying magical protections into splinters. Boom! The door shattered, crashing heavily to the ground. As Light traversed through the doorway, the previously dim room transformed into an expanse of brightness, revealing that he now stood upon a colossal chessboard. The black and white pieces were arranged methodically, resembling an oversized version of wizard chess. Instead of rushing forward, Light scanned his surroundings and discovered Ron lying near the entrance to the next stage. Just as he intended to approach, the previously motionless chess pieces began to stir. "I certainly am no adept at wizard chess," he muttered, irritation creeping into his voice. Raising his wand, a surge of magical energy coursed through him. Fiery flames erupted from the wand, coalescing into several orbs the size of human heads, which hurtled towards the chess pieces before him. With each thunderous explosion, multiple pieces were obliterated, their remnants melting away into continuously burning fuel. Under Light's command, the scattered flames soared upward, gradually merging together in the air. Countless flames converged, forming an immensely large fire lion. The blazing lion radiated intense heat as it charged directly at the chess pieces. Upon contact, it ignited, transforming into a molten crimson liquid. Even the chessboard beneath was left in ruins, battered and broken by the lion's rampage. With a flourish of his wand, the fiery lion ascended, and the scattered flames once again coalesced around it. Under Light's control, the fire lion gradually dimmed, eventually dissipating into faint embers. Having resolved the immediate threat, Light hurried to Ron's side and turned him over. After a brief examination, he found no visible wounds. Pointing his wand at Ron, he cast a healing spell. Ah! Ron cried out in pain as his eyes fluttered open. Ron, are you all right? Light inquired. Light, what are you doing here? Ron, still somewhat dazed, struggled to comprehend the situation. I received a message from Dumbledore. He summoned me to find you. Light explained his presence. Regaining his composure, Ron abruptly sat up. Urgency etched across his face. Light, Harry and Hermione are in danger. We must hurry to their aid. I know. I'm heading over now, Light replied, assisting Ron to his feet. Just as Ron was about to utter more words, the door to the next challenge swung open unexpectedly. Hermione rushed out from behind the door, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Ron in good health. How is Harry? Ron interjected before Hermione could respond. He's moved on to the next challenge. We must find the professor immediately. I fear Snape might harm him. Snape? What on earth has happened? Layton interrupted Hermione. There's no time to explain. We must seek the professor at once. Hermione said anxiously. Very well. You two go ahead and find the professor. Take this. Layton handed the music box to Hermione and then proceeded forward. Wait, Layton. The potion needed for the next challenge is gone. The door there is blocked by flames. We can't get through. Hermione urged Layton in distress. As they passed through the door, a foul stench assailed their senses. A towering creature, over 5 meters in height, lay sprawled on the ground, its disproportionately small head adorned with a massive growth. Layton covered his mouth and nose, hastily rushing to the next door, which he opened and then secured tightly, cutting off the noxious odor. After taking several deep breaths of fresh air, he couldn't help but mutter, I wonder where Quirrell found so many trolls. Chapter 57. Confrontation with Voldemort. Before Layton could savor the fresh air further, he felt an intense heat, as though his backside were placed upon a grill. Turning his head slightly, he saw a surge of purple flames that completely obstructed his path. All spells cease, Layton exclaimed, swiftly waving his wand, sending forth an orange glow that extinguished the purple flames entirely. After clearing the fiery obstruction, he gazed ahead, only to find another door barred by a wall of black flames. Good grief, what a troublesome dandy. Why must he conjure such bizarre obstacles? Rubbing his recently scorched rear end, Layton grumbled as he hastened to the door. All spells cease, he repeated, employing the same method to extinguish the black flames. Arriving at the entrance to the final challenge, he sprinted toward the last chamber. As Layton traversed the corridor, he soon reached the threshold. Just as he was about to step through the doorway, he heard voices as if two individuals were speaking simultaneously, causing him to halt instinctively, furrowing his brow. Realizing something was amiss, he stealthily concealed himself at the edge of the exit, peering into the room. Inside, Harry was bound by ropes before the magnificent mirror of Ariste. However, what astonished Layton was not Harry's predicament, but the figure standing beside him, Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort. At this moment, Quirrell stood bare-chested, his body resembling that of a desiccated corpse, stripped of flesh and blood, his neck grotesquely twisted, the back of his head unnaturally turned toward the front. From Layton's vantage point, he could see Quirrell's face, drained of vitality and twisted by Voldemort's malevolent influence, appearing as withered as a dead tree. Observing Quirrell in such a state, Layton surmised the dire condition of both Quirrell and Voldemort. Essentially, Quirrell had been entirely consumed by Voldemort, his spirit now under the tyrannical control of the Dark Wizard, with only a remnant of magical energy sustaining his parched form. Harry Potter, behold the transformation I have undergone. All that remains are shadows and steam, as if even the shattered corporeal form is on the brink of vanishing. Two overlapping voices emerged from its mouth, akin to Quirrell and Voldemort conversing in unison. Voldemort's scarlet eyes fixate intently on the bound Harry, a mocking smile gracing his elongated serpentine visage. They all proclaim you to be my nemesis. I have slain your parents, and your father, in his hubris, dared to thwart me. The chilling and sinister words flowed incessantly from Voldemort's lips, reveling in the torment he inflicted upon others. And your mother, she knelt before me, pleading for your life, shielding you with her very being. Ha ha ha. Voldemort cackled gleefully as he regarded the crimson-eyed, desperately struggling Harry before him. Look at you. Such an amusing expression, the legendary savior, floundering helplessly before me like livestock. Perhaps you should embrace a deeper despair. Hey, hey, hey. Voldemort approached Harry, maniacally tugging at his collar, raising his wand to commence the torment. Yet, ultimately, he could not bring himself to do it. With a soft sigh, Light resolved to abandon the plan of using Harry's protective charm to weaken Voldemort, and instead acted directly. Expelliarmus. Light brandished his wand and charged towards Voldemort with fervor. An invisible wave silently sliced towards Voldemort's grasp on Harry. Harry, come. Upon casting the summoning charm, Light shouted simultaneously, Harry, I am here to rescue you. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Harry felt a powerful pull from behind. As he attempted to resist, he heard a voice amidst the wails. Are you all right, Harry? Quickly, leave this place and seek the professors. Light caught the flying Harry and cast a spell to untie the ropes binding him, urging him to depart. But, no boots. Leave this place. I cannot fight and be distracted. Light gripped his wand tightly, focusing on the recovering Voldemort, urging Harry to flee. Do not think of escaping. Perish. Avada Kedavra. The trembling, chilling voice accompanied the deadly curse as it surged forth. Transfigure into a rooster. Anticipating the attack, Light cast his rope, transforming it into a rooster to intercept the killing curse. Expelliarmus. The invisible wave morphed into a blade, once again lunging towards the enemy. Voldemort, panting heavily, swung his wand, lifting stones from the ground to conjure a large iron block as a shield. Shattered and explosive, the fragmented iron block crumbled under the onslaught. And Voldemort grunted as he deflected the second spell, a cacophony of explosions resonating nearby. It seems your condition is rather poor, Light remarked casually to Voldemort, his gaze persistently signaling Harry to escape. Indeed, you recognize me. I should have killed you from the outset. A cold, steady voice emanated from Voldemort, seemingly acclimated to the pain of his severed limb. Indeed, it is unfortunate that you have squandered your best opportunity to slay me. Expelliarmus. Shatter into pieces. Voldemort's voice thundered. In the instant their spells collided, Light's disarming charm was immediately overpowered and pushed back. Light's pupils narrowed as he amplified his magical output to temporarily restrain Voldemort, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Something is amiss. Indeed, something is terribly wrong. The power of magic and the hidden force within it are completely mismatched. There is no other option. I must resort to Plan B. Lightly, Light flicked his wand, nullifying the spell that was contending against him. In the next instant, the unimpeded dark magic, reeking of murderous intent, surged towards Light. The tip of Light's wand glimmered with brilliance, and with a low growl, he deflected the incoming spell, sending it crashing into the adjacent wall, which was instantly reduced to rubble. It appears you have already realized the extraordinary strength of my magic. Haven to you? Now, if only you would submit to me, I would not mind imparting my knowledge. Voldemort's raspy voice lost its ominous tone, taking on an air of elegance instead. Calm down. You wish to recruit me, but do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions to exploit me. Then you shall perish. Avada Kedavra. The incantation, devoid of any fluctuation, shot forth towards Light, bathed in a ghastly green light. Stay calm. Harry, I can handle this. Fiery summon. A torrent of flames erupted from Light's wand, meeting the killing curse head-on. Futile. You cannot suppress the fierce flames. Indeed, as Voldemort's words fell, the raging fire momentarily held its ground against the killing curse, but was soon scattered throughout the room. Light, Harry exclaimed in terror. I have triumphed. He. Voldemort cackled maniacally, proclaiming his victory. Celebrating prematurely is hardly prudent. Transform fiery. The scattered flames instantly converged, morphing into a majestic lion that lunged at the killing curse, shattering it in an instant. Chapter 58, The Philosopher's Stone. How can this be? Voldemort stared incredulously at the fiery lion that stood before him. There is nothing impossible. What you see is reality. Light commanded the fiery lion to charge at Voldemort. Ridiculous and naive. The flames are not insurmountable. All spells must meet their end. As he felt the temperature steadily rising, Voldemort struck the ground with his wand, unleashing a net of orange light that ensnared the fiery lion. Having experienced a previous confrontation, Light quickly activated his devised countermeasure, waving his wand and shouting, "Separate the flames." The fiery lion instantly divided into several fireballs, its core enveloped by the orange net, vanishing into nothingness. The smaller fireballs, left behind, successfully maneuvered through the gaps in the net under Light's control. He then channeled all his remaining magic into the residual flames, allowing them to coalesce once more, transforming into a slightly smaller fiery lion that charged toward Voldemort. The scattered flames reformed into the fiery lion, now resembling a locomotive, barreling towards its adversary. The ferocious flames and the rising temperature drew near, warming even Voldemort's cold soul for the first time in ages. As he prepared to wave his wand to draw upon more magic to fend off the flames, his withered body and shattered soul both cried out in agony. It is over. Your body and magic are now insufficient to contend with the flames. Otherwise, why have I only just unleashed them? Nearly depleted of magic, Light gasped for breath, his gaze cold as he observed Voldemort being consumed by the fiery lion. No, I am immortal. I shall not perish here. Voldemort wailed amidst the flames. After a brief moment, Wright, whose body felt almost entirely drained, observed Voldemort still struggling against the flames. His pupils constricted in alarm as an ominous thought crossed his mind. How could this be? How could he endure such torment for so long? In the midst of Wright's incredulous gaze, Voldemort, dancing wildly within the inferno, suddenly ceased his movements and lowered his head. At that instant, the fierce flames began to shrink and vanish from his form, as though they had been consumed by him. Simultaneously, a plume of black smoke erupted from Quirrell's body and surged toward the wall behind them. "Harry, get down!" Wright shouted, snapping back to reality. He dragged his weakened body towards the bewildered Harry, tackling him just as he was about to react. Harry, still dazed, could not help but glance at Voldemort. He witnessed the decaying figure suddenly lift its head, revealing Quirrell's face twisted into a strange smile, one that conveyed both agony and relief. With a thunderous crash, a massive fireball erupted within the room, accompanied by a cacophonous explosion that sent a shockwave of debris and heated air, fracturing the walls and ceiling into grotesque cracks. Coughing echoed through the ruins of the room as Wright cleared away the rubble covering him and rose to his feet, casting a worried glance at Harry, who had been knocked unconscious by the blast. He waved his wand to dispel the severely damaged iron armor charm, surveying the scattered flames throughout the room. With a flick of his wand, he commanded the errant fire to rise and coalesce in midair, gradually dimming until it extinguished completely. Observing the desolate scene around him, he noted the message conveyed by the stone tablet. Milestone achieved, defeated the Dark Lord, milestone points 1. A bitter smile crept across Wright's face. Had he not temporarily bolstered his magical strength to regain his ability to cast spells, he would have surely perished in an instant. The gain of milestone points seemed negligible against the loss. It appeared he had allowed Voldemort to escape. Otherwise, he would have received a notification for vanquishing the Dark Lord. This encounter could be deemed a minor loss. Pondering, Wright stroked his chin and looked towards Harry, who remained slumped in the pit. What just transpired? Struggling through the disorientation from the explosion, Harry managed to rise from the crater, surveying the wreckage with unsteady steps. Wright approached, having observed Harry's labored ascent from the pit. "Are you all right, Harry? It seems Voldemort has fled. However, the situation appears to be temporarily resolved." He utilized Quirrell's body and soul to contain the flames, seizing the opportunity to escape, and Quirrell, being utterly incapable of controlling the fire, met his explosive end. After briefly explaining the cause of the explosion, Wright inquired, "What brought you all here so suddenly?" "I finished my exam and suddenly felt a sharp pain in my head, only to find myself in the corridor on the 4th floor. I thought I'd investigate, and coincidentally, Ron and Hermione were there too. We reached the 4th floor to find the door ajar, and the three-headed dog was asleep. So we simply came down." Listening to Harry's account, Light surmised that Voldemort had entirely dominated and consumed Quirrell through some form of dark magic. With the support of his residual soul's newfound power, Voldemort grew formidable, facilitating a seamless connection with Harry, the Horcrux. Indeed, it was perilous. Had you not arrived, I might have faced grave danger. Harry expressed his lingering fear. Light remained silent, casting his gaze away with a hint of guilt. Had it not been for my intervention, perhaps the situation would not have been so dire. By the way, here is something. With that, Harry produced a stone from his pocket, raising it for display. "I obtained this from the Mirror of Arist. I am unsure why the mirror entrusted it to me, but thankfully it did. Otherwise, the Philosopher's Stone might have been destroyed." Harry felt relieved that the stone was unharmed, yet lamented the mirror's destruction. "May I take a look?" Light's curiosity was piqued upon seeing the stone in Harry's hand. "Go ahead." Harry, without a trace of apprehension, handed the Philosopher's Stone to Light. Milestone achieved. Philosopher's Stone. Milestone points increased by 1. The moment Light grasped the stone, he received a notification from the tablet. Yet he paid it no mind, instead focusing on the stone. As he scrutinized the seemingly ordinary stone, he suddenly felt his consciousness being irresistibly drawn into it. Before he could react, the Philosopher's Stone enveloped Light's entire spirit. It was akin to the depths of the ocean, as his consciousness plunged into it. A profound and arcane force enveloped him, drawing him deeper. He sensed that this power was even more extraordinary than magical energy, infused with a mysterious vitality that continuously nourished his spirit, rendering him so comfortable that he was reluctant to awaken. Suddenly, A violent shaking and shouting jolted him back from his reverie. Light, 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 are you all right? Harry anxiously shook Light's shoulder. I'm fine, Harry. Stop shaking me, or I might be ill. Light extricated himself from Harry's grasp, gasping as he returned the Philosopher's Stone to him. When Dumbledore arrives, hand this over to him. Remember, do not gaze at it. It is perilous. Light cautioned Harry. Chapter 59, Horcrux. Professor, you've arrived. Harry, startled by the familiar voice, quickly recognized it and joyfully approached Professor Dumbledore. How embarrassing to have been overheard while gossiping behind his back. Light, with his back turned to Dumbledore, couldn't help but grimace. Harry, could you tell me what transpired? Dumbledore gently inquired as he accepted the Philosopher's Stone from Harry, observing the harmonious exchange between the elder and the youth. Light gradually approached, clearly feeling reluctant to confront the most formidable wizard in the realm. Voldemort has latched on a Quirrell, seeking to seize the Philosopher's Stone. I understand now. But where's Quirrell? Dumbledore's gaze swept across the ruins of the room as Harry recounted the events. Quirrell. Quirrell exploded. The room is filled with it. Light, the direct participant, explained the cause of Quirrell's demise on behalf of Harry. Fiendfire? Please hold for a moment. Dumbledore vanished from Light's sight, reappearing at the site of Quirrell's explosion to investigate. Old Professor Dumbledore must surely sense the peculiar aura that lingers in that pit, which has yet to dissipate completely. With his eyes narrowed, Wright gazed at the spot where Dumbledore had abruptly vanished. Wright's companion, Harry, poked him gently to rouse him from his stupor, just as hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Professor McGonagall emerged, accompanied by a large group, each member clutching their wands tightly, poised for an imminent confrontation. Mr. Rags and Mr. Potter, are you unharmed? McGonagall called out upon spotting the two standing by the doorway. She swiftly moved to shield Wright and Harry behind her, her gaze fixated warily on the figure lingering near the deep pit. Dumbledore's resonant voice filled the room, dispelling the tension that enveloped the professors. They exchanged glances, perplexed by the unfolding events, yet refrained from dwelling on their confusion and put away their wands. After McGonagall confirmed the identity of the figure as Dumbledore through some means, she led Wright and the professors out of the room, leaving Professor Snape behind. Severus, do you sense it? Dumbledore inquired gravely, standing by the edge of the pit. It is an eerie sensation. Although it has been nearly obliterated by the fiendfire, the depth of this power remains palpable, seemingly transcending life and death. Snape replied, his demeanor serious, as he absorbed the waning energy within the pit. You are correct. This power indeed surpasses death. I never anticipated he could achieve such a feat. Dumbledore remarked, his words tinged with both awe and sorrow. What precisely is this power, and how much do you comprehend about it? Snape pressed, disregarding Dumbledore's reflections. It is a Horcrux. You may be unaware of it. As a considerable portion of the literature regarding it has been destroyed, Dumbledore elaborated solemnly, recounting the origins of the Horcrux. Through vile rituals, one can fragment their soul and conceal it within objects, thereby obtaining power that transcends mortality and time. Snape, arms crossed and finger tapping his lips thoughtfully, murmured a summation of Dumbledore's revelation. After a prolonged silence, Snape turned to Dumbledore, his gaze hollow, and said icily, then we're in grave peril. He has resolved the weakness of soul division. Furthermore, we remain ignorant of how many Horcruxes he has hidden. We are in danger. In response to Snape's words, Dumbledore offered a nonchalant smile. Do not be alarmed, Severus. We are not entirely at a disadvantage. I can ascertain that he possesses no more than 10 Horcruxes, and we still hold an ace up our sleeve. Moreover, has not one of his Horcruxes been destroyed? With that, Dumbledore raised his toes and lightly tapped the ground, indicating the deep pit before them. Why are you so certain about the number of his Horcruxes? What else do you know? The ace? Is it Harry? Snape's gaze bore into Dumbledore, his tone betraying a growing agitation. Before Snape could press further, Dumbledore raised his right hand, and a flash of fire erupted above his head, revealing the phoenix fox soaring into the air. Shall I offer you a ride? Dumbledore asked, glancing at the increasingly anxious Snape. In silence, Snape nodded slightly. With another flash of fire, the two vanished from the spot. The room was left desolate, reduced to ruins that bore witness to the ferocity of battle. Inside Professor McGonagall's office, Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood in a row at the center of the office, awaiting their fate. Thanks to a letter from Professor Dumbledore, Wright temporarily escaped punishment. He sat expressionless in the adjacent chair, feigning innocence while his eyes darted towards them. Professor McGonagall regarded the three downcast students with a serious expression, remaining silent. Professor, I was wrong. I should have acted so impulsively. Harry spoke first, taking the blame upon himself. No, Professor, it was my failure to stop him. I share the fault. Hermione nervously fidgeted with her fingers, eager to share the responsibility. I'm at fault too, Ron exclaimed anxiously, desperate to take his share of the blame, his face reddening in distress. Seeing the trio huddled together like quails, McGonagall sighed. The responsibility does not rest solely upon your shoulders. We too must take our share. I never anticipated Quirrell would forge documents from Ministry and directly request Dumbledore to fetch the tracking thread. This led to vulnerabilities in the protection of the Philosopher's Stone. Therefore, children, raise your heads. You have done remarkably well. You safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone and, in turn, protected Hogwarts. Indeed, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's serious yet gentle words, the three raised their heads simultaneously, exchanging glances of joy. However, the impact of this incident is significant. I cannot unilaterally decide your fates. The headmaster must make that determination. McGonagall observed the trio's spirits dampen once more and quickly added, I will advocate for you. I assure you, there will be no punishment. Witnessing this exchange, Wright surmised the reason behind McGonagall's leniency. This arrangement suits him well. As long as Harry maintains silence about Dumbledore's tardiness, this truth remains universally accepted. Wright silently commended the professors for their imaginative interpretations. Thus, alongside the acquitted trio, he exited McGonagall's office. Chapter 60, The Confrontation. Just as Wright and the others stepped out of McGonagall's office, he tugged at Harry's sleeve, slightly lagging behind Hermione and Ron. He discreetly cautioned Harry to never reveal that Dumbledore arrived only afterward, lest McGonagall lose her composure. Though Harry felt uneasy about this, he ultimately agreed under Wright's persuasion. Concealment is not a commendable habit. Wright rolled his eyes at this remark, feeling exasperated. Is it a curse? Why is it that every time I try to be discreet, you always catch me? Professor. Hermione and Ron turned to see Dumbledore, smiling warmly beside Wright and Harry. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I require a moment with Mr. Wright. I hope this does not inconvenience you. Dumbledore's gentle yet formal invitation dashed any hopes Wright had of escaping. Let us proceed. Wright was led away by Dumbledore, under the concerned gazes of Harry and the others. Dumbledore escorted Wright to his office, entering and guiding him to a chair by the desk. Sitting opposite Wright, Dumbledore retrieved a pile of repugnant sweets from his drawer and smiled. Would you care for a few cockroach clusters? Reminiscent of a candy salesman. Thank you, but I truly fear the taste. Let candidly expressed his concerns. Upon hearing this, Dang's expression remained unchanged, yet he unconsciously paused while holding the candy. After a moment of awkward silence, Dang finally set down the pile of cockroaches in his hand. I have a question for you. May I address you as such? While speaking, Dang rummaged through his pocket, seemingly searching for something. The Philosopher's Stone belongs to my dear friend, Nicholas Flamel. After making a certain decision, he entrusted it to me for safekeeping. It was only upon discovering that Voldemort harbored other intentions for the stone that I decided to conceal it within the school. After searching his pocket for quite some time, Dang produced the Philosopher's Stone and placed it on the table. So, do you desire it? Dang's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Le. Gazing at the stone before him, Le instinctively swallowed hard. Boundless wealth and eternal life lay quietly on the table, seemingly within easy reach. If you wish for it, I shall give it to you, Dang declared with unwavering conviction. Le forcefully swallowed the words that were about to escape his lips. Perhaps not. I cannot grasp it at this moment. Le's heart bled as he closed his eyes. So, have you attained what you sought? Le asked, his teeth trembling. Indeed, Dang chuckled lightly, akin to a fox that had just stolen chicken. Is my flaw that blatant? Le inhaled deeply, enunciating each word with care. Aside from your exceptional performance during Hagrid's peril, you exhibit virtually no flaw. Dang shook his head, articulating his perspective. Moreover, I happen to know someone who resembles you. That nonchalant demeanor, as if he knows everything, inspire my thoughts. Then you must be cautious. I am aware that the future I know has already begun to diverge. Do not place too much faith in it. Le scoffed, too weary to even employ formalities. I shall, and I am greatly appreciative of your assistance. Dang solemnly expressed his gratitude to Le. Little did he expect that the most formidable figure in the wizarding world would attempt to lure him into vulnerability with the Philosopher's Stone, only to extract his thoughts. How despicable. Le's mind raced, filled with frustration. Dang couldn't help but chuckle at the visibly irritated Le. All right, no need to be upset. The Philosopher's Stone is merely in my temporary care. Should you still desire it later, I shall relinquish it to you. Dang soothed Le as one would comfort a child. Really? Le's eyes lit up. Indeed, but it is still too early. You should sense that the stone itself is not as secure as it seems. Furthermore, I hope you can gain the original owner's recognition, allowing him to reveal all the secrets of the stone to you. Deng looked at Let kindly as he gradually calmed down. The original owner, Nicholas Flamel? Le inquired hesitantly. Yes. Deng nodded in affirmation. Very well. However, could we perhaps seek him out next semester? Le calculated the remaining mileage points and spoke tentatively. No problem, as long as you wish for it. Deng remarked with a gentle smile, observing Le's restless eyes. Thank you very much. Le replied obediently. I am uncertain about the extent of your memory, yet I comprehend that Horcruxes are perilous, and I am aware that the future I envision has undergone alterations, hence it cannot be entirely trusted. After a moment of hesitation, Light finally admonished Professor Dumbledore. I know that Voldemort has exploited Quirrell to create a Horcrux unknown to you, Dumbledore remarked with gravity. Indeed, I am unaware if he will create more Horcruxes in the future, Light expressed, his visage marred by concern. Fear not, he will not forge additional Horcruxes. The more he possesses, the greater the danger he becomes, Dumbledore reassured him with a comforting smile, having discerned the worry in Light's eyes. Dumbledore continued to elucidate. You should sense that the effects of dark magic on Voldemort are diminishing, even while his dark magic remains abnormally potent. Remarkably, he endured a direct hit from fiend fire for an extended period, even managing to utilize the nature of the Horcrux to temporarily absorb the flames, creating an opportunity to escape. Indeed, I have battled him twice. I have indeed noticed something amiss with Voldemort, yet I cannot decipher the cause, Light interjected, voicing his confusion. Dumbledore, undeterred by Light's interruption, continued, during the Wizarding War, I frequently engaged him in combat. At that time, like you, I was perplexed until I discovered he had created Horcruxes, which unveiled his secrets to me. Upon hearing this, Light's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and his hands began to unconsciously fidget. Dumbledore, without excessive embellishment, presented his conclusion. Horcruxes can amplify dark magic. They may induce fluctuations, yet a single Horcrux can enhance power by approximately 10%. Furthermore, Horcruxes can increase resistance to dark magic, thus mitigating the effects when he is attacked by it. One Horcrux can offer around 20% enhancement. Upon Dumbledore's revelation, Light's mind exploded with realization. If one yields 20%, then 5 would amount to 100. What shall we do? He murmured, momentarily lost in thought. Dumbledore, noticing Light's dazed demeanor, rapped the table to rouse him from his reverie. It merely confers immunity to dark magic. It is not a monumental concern. Conversely, he possesses significant weaknesses, Dumbledore stated with unwavering composure. Chapter 61. The Truth Behind the Curtain. No wonder Voldemort claims his magical prowess surpasses Dumbledore's. Dumbledore did not entirely refute this, candidly admitting that Voldemort's mastery of dark magic indeed exceeds his own. Does that not place him above old Dumbledore? He is nearly immune to attacks of dark magic, and the dark magic he wields possesses a power augmentation. Contemplating this, Light swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he inquired of Dumbledore, who sat opposite him, seemingly unconcerned. What is his weakness? Light, you should know how Voldemort met his demise, correct? Dumbledore inquired before pausing his tapping, fixing his gaze upon Light. Are you still probing me? Light thought, his mind a whirlpool of confusion as he scratched his head. I know, he was obliterated by the rebound of the killing curse. Observing that Light was evidently aware of the event's intricacies, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. What if I told you that it was not the killing curse that vanquished Voldemort, but rather a protective spell? Would you believe me? Observing the furrowed brow of Light, Dumbledore chuckled softly before stating, Indeed, the protective charm is a defensive incantation that merely deflects attacks without inflicting direct harm. However, you must also be aware that the killing curse primarily targets the soul, causing minimal damage to the body. So, why was Voldemort nearly obliterated? Having regained his composure, Light began to contemplate the information provided by Dumbledore. Fiend fire could penetrate Voldemort's immunity to dark magic, which suggests that the killing curse, sharing a similar essence, could achieve the same. This seemed plausible. Yet, why would a spell that assaults the soul so directly annihilate the body? There could only be one explanation. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Light slowly lifted his gaze towards Dumbledore and voiced his hypothesis. Attribute inversion. The protective charm transformed the magic targeting the soul into a spell that destroys the body. However, something felt amiss. Setting aside Voldemort's resistance to dark magic, he had conducted extensive research on the killing curse. Surely, defending against it should not be insurmountable. As he spoke, doubts began to creep into Light's mind. Dumbledore remained silent, his eyes glimmering with amusement as he watched Light, who was pressing his temples in deep thought. Immersed in a whirlwind of ideas, Light disregarded any distractions. His mind a tapestry of countless clues and accumulated knowledge. An absurd yet coherent rationale emerged in his mind. It was not that Voldemort did not wish to defend. Rather, he was incapable of doing so. Light gradually lowered his hands from his temples, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked at Dumbledore. White magic. Voldemort's weakness lies in white magic. The dark nature of the killing curse was inverted into white magic, which he cannot repel, correct? Witnessing Dumbledore's approving smile and nod, Light's lingering uncertainties began to dissipate. He pondered why Horcruxes were of such paramount importance to Voldemort, yet he refrained from mass production. The side effects were likely too severe. Having created 7 Horcruxes, Voldemort's resistance to white magic was entirely compromised. This elucidated the iconic scene where a master of magic was disarmed by a disarming spell. It turned out that white magic was particularly effective against Voldemort. As Dumbledore beamed at him, Light could not help but remark, "No wonder old Dumbledore is so composed. When he decides to end something, it is done swiftly and decisively. It seems that by exploiting Voldemort's weakness, he cannot rise again." It is no surprise that Dumbledore, an adept in dark magic, refrained from teaching Harry any dark spells. It appears entirely unnecessary. Light's thoughts swirled, and he could not restrain his curiosity. Why Harry? Is it merely because of the prophecy? You are fully aware of his fatal weakness. Upon hearing Light's inquiry, Dumbledore's smile faded. He sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his voice as he replied, "Do not perceive me as omnipotent. While white magic may not pose significant lethal threats, I am not equipped to resolve that. Defeating him with white magic is feasible, but killing him is an entirely different matter. Moreover, Voldemort is no fool. He is exceedingly wary of me and would flee at the first sign of trouble." With that, Dumbledore spread his hands, as if to elucidate the purpose behind his gestures. The prophecy was but one facet of the reasons. More crucially, Harry bore an extraordinarily potent protective charm. This charm, amplified by pure love, was the key to vanquishing Voldemort. Upon hearing this, Light inexplicably drew in a sharp breath. Goodness. So, whoever possesses the protective charm is deemed the savior. Is that it? It seemed that Professor Dumbledore had discerned Light's thoughts, as he placed his fists on the table, his expression fluctuating between light and shadow, and spoke softly, "Indeed, it is rather utilitarian, but many endeavors in this world cannot be accomplished solely through ideals. I wish for you to bestow the glory of defeating Quirrell and thwarting Voldemort's schemes upon Harry." Meeting Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, Light furrowed his brows slightly. "I have no objections. Do you intend to cultivate Harry's affection for Hogwarts in this manner? That is indeed part of the reason. Can you promise me this?" Dumbledore replied somewhat vaguely. "No problem. I am indifferent to such matters." Light responded nonchalantly. "By the way, this Philosopher's Stone will indeed be granted to me, right? You won't concoct some excuse to deny me?" Observing the now cheerful Dumbledore, who had seemingly transformed upon his agreement not to vie for recognition against Harry, Light couldn't help but feel a twinge of wariness. "Of course, even if you do not gain the approval of its previous owner, I shall still present it to you upon your graduation." Having said this, Dumbledore mischievously winked at Light. Faced with the childlike demeanor of the old headmaster, Light nearly felt compelled to request a written agreement. How fickle, rushing to dismiss once the goal is achieved. He internally grumbled, donning a smile as he bid farewell. As Light exited the office and closed the door, the once bright room began to dim. "Is this your trump card? How many Horcrux locations have been obtained? Why not directly interrogate him?" The figure clad in black robes, almost blending into the surrounding darkness, was Severus Snape, who suddenly appeared, gazing at Dumbledore with hollow eyes. "Which 3? Snape disregarded Dumbledore's demeanor, diving straight into the inquiry about the Horcruxes. The Ravenclaw diadem from the Room of Requirement, the Hufflepuff cup from Bellatrix's vault in Gringotts, and Marvolo Gaunt's ring, belonging to Voldemort's father, which bears a dreadful curse." Upon revealing the locations of the Horcruxes, Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh deeply. "I suspect even the Slytherin locket has been taken," Snape remarked with a tone laced with mockery. "Indeed, it is rather absurd. Yet, none wish for such occurrences, Severus," Dumbledore stated lightly, his voice imbued with a hint of warning. "What am I to do then?" Snape inquired, his expression unchanging, as if he were not the one just issued a caution. Dumbledore, after a moment of contemplation, retrieved a square wooden box from his desk drawer and placed it on the table. "You need not do anything, but help me attach the tracking threads obtained for the Ministry of Magic to the wands of all new students." Without a word, Snape cast a deep, penetrating gaze at Dumbledore, whose own eyes mirrored the depth of his. After a brief silence, Snape stepped forward, took the box, and turned to exit the office. As Dumbledore watched Snape leave, he murmured, "Severus, the time has not yet come. It is not yet time for your involvement." In the dimly lit, expansive office, an elderly man sat before his desk, letting out a weary sigh. 3 times, perhaps. Each occurrence transpired while I was in a state of shock. The point of contact was a meticulously fabricated memory of a soul artifact, likely a diadem, a golden cup, and a ring. I hope old Dumbledore heeds the counsel to exercise caution while searching for soul artifacts, for he is the pillar of the entire wizarding community. As Light ambled along, a myriad of thoughts swirled within his mind. Upon uttering the incantation before the portrait, he entered the Gryffindor common room and was greeted by the sight of Harry being hoisted into the air by a throng of admirers, only to be caught again. Amid jubilant cries of Gryffindor's hero and the savior, it seemed that old Dumbledore had begun to rally support for Harry. Light mused, though he soon cast aside such chaotic thoughts. He joined in the revelry, lifting Harry into the air and catching him as the group enjoyed a delightful evening together. In the days leading up to the exam results, Light scarcely visited the room of requirement, instead choosing to immerse himself in books at the library, successfully honing his alchemy skill to level 0. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends were relentlessly pursued by energetic young wizards seeking photographs and autographs. Light felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he was not embroiled in such chaos. Finally, when the fervor of the young wizards subsided, the exam results were announced. Light achieved in exceeding expectations in astronomy and history of magic, while attaining perfect scores in all other subjects. Harry and Ron's results were better than anticipated, relatively speaking. Hermione, without a doubt, secured the top position in their year, earning perfect scores across the board. In her exuberance, she strutted about like a peacock, subtly teasing Harry, Ron, and even Light. That evening, under the watchful eye of Professor Snape, all first-year students were required to bind their wands with tracking charms before being permitted to enter the Great Hall for the feast. Whether intentional or accidental, Harry, being the last to bind his wand, endured a rather scathing remark from Snape. As Light and his friends entered the hall, it was already filled to capacity. The hall was adorned with the opulent green and silver decorations representing Slytherin, celebrating their 7 consecutive victories of the House Cup. A flag depicting the Slytherin emblem hung prominently on the wall behind the guest of honor. Amidst the clamor of the hall, Light and his companions took their seats at the Gryffindor table. Shortly thereafter, Professor Dumbledore and the other professors arrived, silencing the noise within the hall. Light observed with keen interest as Dumbledore took to the stage, his smile hinting at the emergence of the most significant shadow in Hogwarts history. From this year forth, the year-end feast would be adorned in the red and gold of Gryffindor, embellishing the entire hall. Perhaps Dumbledore's particular attention to Harry had caused Light's peculiar gaze to be noticed, as the tone of the speech softened slightly. Another year had passed. Before indulging in the delectable feast, I implore you all to listen to this old fellow's cliches. It has been a remarkable year, and surely your minds are richer than they were last year. In the forthcoming holiday, you shall have ample time to reflect upon the experiences of the past year and prepare for the forthcoming academic pursuits. As far as my knowledge extends, we shall commence with the presentation ceremony of the House Cup. The scores of each house are as follows: Gryffindor, 330, Hufflepuff, 410, Ravenclaw, 450, Slytherin, 490. It is evident that Gryffindor finds itself at the bottom of the standings, exacerbated by Harry and his companions evading punishment for their nocturnal escapade in the Forbidden Forest due to the intervention of Le. However, the relentless deductions imposed by Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, have ultimately left Gryffindor trailing by a significant 160 points. As Dumbledore's words echoed through the hall, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, celebrating their commendable performance. Dumbledore, wearing a smile, joined in the applause for Slytherin, granting them a measure of recognition. Nevertheless, recent events must also be taken into account. In this moment, silence enveloped the Slytherin table, as they sensed the weight of the rumors circulating in recent days, a collective unease rising among them. Ahem, ahem. Dumbledore theatrically cleared his throat. Firstly, Mr. Ron Weasley, who has triumphed in what may be considered the most exhilarating game of wizard's chess in Hogwarts history. Therefore, I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. Ron, basking in the praise, blushed deeply, rendered speechless, his hands fervently applauding the table. The Gryffindor wizards erupted into cheers, with Percy enthusiastically exclaiming, "Everyone knows my brother has conquered Professor McGonagall's giant wizard's chess." Dumbledore's resonant voice rang out once more. Secondly, Miss Hermione Granger, in the face of fierce flames, conducted a calm analysis and solved the riddle. I shall award Gryffindor another 50 points. Hermione, though not as overwhelmed as Ron, felt her cheeks flush at the commendation. The cheers from Gryffindor grew even louder, with some rising to their feet in applause. Lastly, Harry Potter. He demonstrated extraordinary courage and unwavering determination. Thus, I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. Harry, much like Ron, turned crimson, speechless yet exhibiting a more subdued reaction. Refraining from banging the table, the surrounding noise began to diminish, not due to a lack of excitement, but because their voices had become hoarse from the exuberance. Once the clamor subsided, Dumbledore continued, still smiling. Furthermore, courage manifests in myriad forms. Confronting adversaries demands extraordinary bravery, yet embarking on unforeseen adventures with friends requires just as much. Therefore, I shall award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points. Chapter 63. The conclusion of the academic year. At that moment, all the Gryffindor wizards fell silent, as if they had received an inconceivable revelation. Amidst this peculiar stillness, an unknown voice began to chant, swiftly followed by an explosive cheer that resonated throughout the entire hall. As the wizards of Gryffindor calculated their triumph, they reveled in the fact that their house had claimed the top score among the four houses, their cheers echoing like waves. Together, Ron, Hermione, and the three of them lifted Harry, who gazed at them with a mixture of confusion and delight, joining in the exuberant celebration. Meanwhile, Neville, flustered and crimson-faced, struggled to navigate the throng of jubilant students eager for embraces. In stark contrast, the Slytherins stood in eerie silence, observing the raucous Gryffindor students as if the commotion of the world around them was of no concern. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff houses, however, smiled and clapped, offering their congratulations without excessive exuberance. When the clamor of the great hall subsided, Professor Dumbledore raised his hands high and proclaimed, "This signifies a need for change." With a flourish, the green and silver decorations of the hall transformed instantaneously into striking shades of crimson and gold. The banners symbolizing the great serpent of Slytherin vanished, replaced by the lion emblem of Gryffindor. Simultaneously, Professor McGonagall, usually so stern, wore a radiant smile, exchanging handshakes with her fellow professors. Professor Snape, on the other hand, managed to force a smile in response to McGonagall's joy. As the cheers dwindled, Dumbledore declared, "Let the feast commence. Indulge in this grand banquet." A myriad of delectable dishes appeared on the long tables, and the famished Leighton eagerly began to feast. After enjoying the main course, he delighted in desserts, savoring small cakes while contemplating his summer plans. Hermione initiated an animated discussion about her summer itinerary, reminding Leighton and the others that they must write to her during the break. It is a cruel yet effective lesson to introduce a neglected child to a world brimming with blessings and honor, teaching him the significance of safeguarding friends and protecting the school. Shortly after the banquet, the departure notices fluttered in on the wings of owls, reaching every wizard's hands. After perusing the notice, Leighton dismissed the latter point entirely, regarding the Ministry of Magic's horrors as nothing more than a farcical joke, akin to the ineffectual police in a mystery film merely present at the scene. As for the tracking charms, they were even more laughable. Such enchantments could easily be disrupted. Unless one was in an area devoid of magical responses, they could not emit any signal. Ultimately, they served only to restrict Muggle wizards. At dawn after breakfast, the young wizards, led by Hagrid, boarded the boats destined for the Black Lake. As they queued, Leighton took the opportunity to inquire about the route to Knockturn Alley. Hagrid hesitated momentarily before divulging the directions. Elated with this newfound knowledge, Leighton boarded the boat with a smile, and as if struck by a sudden memory, he slowly dipped his hand into the lake, only to feel no unusual sensations or responses. Beneath the sun's warm glow, the young wizards ascended to the Hogwarts Express without the trepidation they had felt upon arrival. Leighton, Harry, Hermione, and Ron occupied a compartment together, engaging in light-hearted banter throughout the journey. The scenery outside the train window transformed continuously, with desolate wilderness giving way to quaint countryside and towering buildings drawing ever closer. Accompanied by the mournful sound of the whistle, the train glided into King's Cross Station, halting at platform 9 3/4. Most of the young wizards shed their robes, donning their personal attire. For companions, laden with luggage, disembarked together. Light approached the wall, relishing the sensation of passing through it once more. Amidst the throngs of bustling travelers at the station, numerous parents awaited their young wizards, several still clad in black robes, though no muggles seemed to take notice. "Ron, over here." A portly, red-haired middle-aged man, exuding an air of familiarity, quickly spotted Ron among the young wizards and called out with a wave. "My family is over there. I'm heading over. Come visit me sometime, Ron said, shoving his luggage into the crowd. Harry was swiftly collected by the displeased Dursleys, while Hermione, after bidding farewell to Light, was taken by the Grangers. As a majority of the young wizards were whisked away, the throng thinned considerably. Observing this, Light hoisted his suitcase, containing but a few articles of clothing, and followed the flow of people out of the station. Once outside, Light traversed the bustling commercial street, finally halting at the entrance of a dilapidated, narrow pub. The Leaky Cauldron stood as one of the junctions between the magical realm and the Muggle world, bustling with patrons even during daylight, engaged in drink and conversation. Light approached the bar owner directly, tossing a golden galleon onto the counter. Hagrid sent me. I wish to go to Diagon Alley. The middle-aged man, who had been polishing a glass, paused, accepting the galleon with a smile. I remember you. You came here with Hagrid and Mr. Potter before. Follow me. The proprietor set down the glass and led Light to the fireplace, retrieving a pouch of flue powder from a box above the hearth. He sprinkled the powder into the fireplace, igniting it with magical flames that shimmered in ethereal blue. The bar owner nodded at Light, signaling him to proceed. Diagon Alley, Light declared as he stepped towards the fireplace. The azure flames surged forth, enveloping him in warmth. He remained motionless, allowing the flames to engulf him entirely. Subsequently, he experienced a violent jolt, as if being thrust into a tumultuous washing machine, rolling without respite. After a disorienting whirl, when equilibrium was restored, the scene before him had transformed dramatically. It appeared he had arrived. Chapter 64, Nocturne Alley. Clutching his throbbing head, Light struggled to maintain his footing. Once his senses returned, he found himself within a dimly lit, spacious wizarding shop. On the counter beside him lay an array of peculiar objects, each encased under transparent glass domes. Turning to survey his shadowy surroundings, he noted a row of cabinets against the wall, adorned with various bizarre magical artifacts. Without lingering too long, he grasped his suitcase and proceeded towards the entrance, when a jovial, oily voice called out from behind him. Sir, welcome. Light turned to see a man, appearing like a specter, emerge from behind shelf. Excuse me, did this gentleman accidentally fall here? A passerby scrutinized Wright with a discerning gaze, taking note of his common black wizard's robe, deliberately stooping to diminish his perceived threat. I intended to visit Diagon Alley, but I misspelled the word. After a careful examination, Wright gently set down his luggage, seemingly apprehensive. Oh dear, it appears to be an accident indeed. I am Boken Boke, the proprietor of this establishment. Might I inquire where you reside, young one? Perhaps I am acquainted with your family. As he spoke, he busied himself with the items on the shelves, resembling an amiable shopkeeper. I do not live here. I shall take my leave, Wright replied, his demeanor cautious as he regarded the shopkeeper. There is no need for such vigilance, young lad. This trinket is a gift for you, as a token of friendship. Boken beamed as he retrieved a small orb from the shelf and extended it to Wright. Curiosity piqued. Wright accepted the object, and the moment he touched it, a green light shot forth, striking him squarely on the forehead. Haha, it seems I have struck gold. A little wizard with magical abilities is indeed a coveted treasure. Boken cackled as he approached the dazed Wright. As Boken drew near, the box that Wright had previously placed on the ground suddenly burst open, and a thick hemp rope ensnared Boken's stout neck. The rope swiftly hoisted him into the air, the tremendous force nearly choking him. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, his face flushed as he gasped for breath. It appears this will not be so simple after all. Utilizing transformation spells to animate a rope to subdue the owner of a magic shop is indeed a fanciful notion. Wright remarked coldly, wand in hand, observing the wheezing Boken. You are targeting me, Boken exclaimed, his eyes ablaze, panting heavily. Close enough. I intended to apply a little pressure before acting, but you delivered yourself right to me, Wright replied, raising his wand and shaking it before Boken. What? When did this happen? Boken's gaze was fixed on the wand, instantly recognizing it as his lifelong companion. While you were struggling, I employed a summoning spell to seize it, Wright stated, his expression impassive. Slowly rising from the ground, Boken regarded the indifferent Wright, realizing that matters had escalated beyond reconciliation, and forced a smile. I am prepared to face the consequences of my actions. How might I assist you? I demand all your knowledge of alchemy, Wright declared, surveying the shop. Anything you desire, Boken replied, his face a mask of obsequiousness, rubbing his hands together as he approached Wright. It seems you have underestimated me, Wright exclaimed, Inferno summon. A torrent of flames erupted from his wand, incinerating the flying daggers that approached from behind. Witnessing Wright effortlessly neutralize the ambush, Boken's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily activated various magical artifacts from the shelves. With each of Boken's movements, a barrage of magical beams and physical projectiles relentlessly assailed Wright. Light made little movement, merely wielding his wand to summon a fierce fire that transformed into a colossal shield, devouring all incoming projectiles and spells. Observing Bo's relentless use of magical artifacts, Light felt a pang of sorrow. After all, these were my possessions. The fierce fire surged forth with a swiftness that was almost deafening, rushing towards Bo. "No, don't come any closer." Bo retreated in terror, his eyes wide with recognition of the flames that approached him. The blazing fire constricted Bo's movements, ultimately cornering him into a dead end. It then split into several tongues of flame, encircling him within a fiery ring. "What is it that you truly desire?" "A wizard capable of wielding such flames would never deign to look at me," Bo lamented, huddling in a submissive posture with his hands clasped over his head, trembling at the relentless, crimson flames surrounding him. "I have stated my demands. Your choice to resist was yours alone." Light observed Bo, nearly curling into himself, and inwardly marveled at the efficacy of the fierce fire. I am willing. I shall comply with any request. Please spare me." Bo begged, his voice tinged with desperation as he felt the heat intensifying around him. "Very well, you have spoken. Now drink this." Light produced a vial of potion from his pocket and tossed it toward Bo. The fiery ring that trapped Bo opened a gap, allowing the potion to land at his feet. Bo slowly reached for the potion, his voice quavering as he gazed at the blood-red liquid within the glass vial. "You know it is poison. As for its effects, you shall discover them when the time comes." "Must I drink it?" Bo stammered, fully aware that consuming the potion would lead to dire consequences. "You have no right to refuse. Just a friendly reminder. The soul-devouring curse renders bargaining with death futile for me," Light said with a smile that belied the horror of his words. As a voice reminiscent of a demon echoed ominously, Bo felt the searing pain of flames against his skin, compelling him to gulp down the potion, tears streaming down his face. Upon witnessing Bo swallow the potion entirely, Light nodded in satisfaction and waved his wand, extinguishing the fierce fire that had bound Bo Ugg. As the scorching flames dissipated, Bo opened his mouth to speak, only to be overwhelmed by a sudden wave of sweetness that surged in his mouth, inducing a fit of dry heaving. "It appears you are quite honest, without any tricks up your sleeve," Light observed with a look of contentment as he watched Bo continue to retch. "This fellow must have intentionally concocted the potion to be this way. What would he have done if I hadn't vomited?" Bo's heart was filled with regret as he contemplated the depth of his predicament, realizing he had provoked a truly ruthless wizard. Chapter 65, Occupying the Store. As Light surveyed Bo, who stood before him with lowered eyes and a respectful demeanor, he felt a mix of satisfaction and awareness that Bo's submission was merely temporary. Bo forced a smile as he bade Light farewell, then grimaced as he began to tidy up the disarrayed store. As Wright stepped out of the shop, his gaze swept across the surroundings, landing upon a narrow alleyway shrouded in darkness. The alley was dim and cramped, with a pile of refuse in the corner emitting a foul stench. As he traversed this eerie passage, the nearby shops exuded an unsettling ambience, their windows displaying an array of bizarre human organs. Within this twisted alley, various peculiar gazes fixated upon the solitary 12-year-old child, as if appraising prey. Yet, rather than feeling alarmed, Wright experienced an inexplicable thrill, akin to a dutiful child suddenly indulging in liberation. This was a realm untouched by sunlight, a shadowy underbelly hidden beneath the facade of prosperity, where 8 out of 10 residing sorcerers were far from benevolent. Here, fugitives sought by magic, uncontrollable werewolves, and even Death Eaters lurked in the darkness. Wright meandered through the vicinity, and apart from the unfriendly stares from the locals, there were no familiar instances of robbery. "Put away your little tricks. The eye of insight can glimpse into the memories of the observed. I had no intention of complicating matters," he declared, brandishing his wand at the pendant hanging from Bojan's neck. No. It was an accident. Please grant me another chance," Bojan implored, nearly kneeling in desperation. He was acutely aware that, despite wielding a wand, he would never match the prowess of this 12-year-old child. During the cleanup, it had become evident that aside from the areas damaged by his own magical artifacts, there were no signs of scorched earth left by flames. This indicated that this unwelcome guest could not only extinguish fire, but also master it flawlessly. No wizard could contend with him in direct combat. "Very well. What will you offer in exchange for your transgression?" Wright inquired with an enigmatic smile, absorbing Bojan's thoughts. Trembling, Bojan retrieved a tome from his bosom, its cover adorned with strange patterns that, upon closer examination, seemed to be written in an unknown script. This is my family's heirloom of dark magic, containing spells that desecrate souls, he stammered, hands quivering as he cradled the book. Wright remained silent, extending his left hand to accept the tome. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, a stream of black and crimson gas erupted from the book, enveloping Wright instantly. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of ecstasy crossed Bojan's face. If he could not overpower Wright through direct means, he would resort to the shadows. The book contained defensive spells capable of enslaving souls, and without the corresponding bloodline, the magic would be triggered. As Bojan reveled in thoughts of how to torment Wright, a languid voice interrupted. Thank you for providing me with a definitive reason to deal with you. By the way, the potion I previously gave you is not poisonous. Your soul shall be extracted. Bojan gazed at the figure before him, glowing with an orange radiance. Utterly bewildered by the notion of a reason. Wasn't he the one who instigated this encounter? Observing Bojan's confusion, Wright dismissed his protective spells, curiosity shining in his eyes as he asked, "How do you feel now?" It appeared that things were not as effective as he had anticipated, and he had to remain vigilant against Bojan breaking free from control. Looking at Bojan, who resembled a marionette, Wright could not help but feel a sense of disdain. Forget it. I shall not dwell on such matters. My sole desire is to learn the art of alchemy, without the intention of exerting perpetual control. Light, after a moment of disdain, resolved to accept the situation. Prepare a room for me, and refrain from addressing me as master. Instead, refer to me as boss. Light instructed Bojan, casting a glance at the dimming sky outside. Of course, boss. I shall attend to it immediately, Bojan replied, turning away with a mechanical precision. Approximately half an hour later, having tidied the room as per Light's instructions, Bojan commenced a tour of the shop. The establishment comprised 2 levels and a basement. The first level was dedicated to the sale of magical items, while the second served as living quarters, concealed within the basement. Hidden from view due to the illicit use of a stealth expansion technique, Bojan typically crafted magical artifacts there, with tomes of magic also stored away in the depths. On the second floor, at the dining table, Light perused a tome titled Fundamentals of Alchemy, while listening to the indistinct sounds emanating from the kitchen, his brow furrowing slightly. What on earth is this? He gazed at the writhing, purplish-black pancake on the plate, his expression a tapestry of confusion. By all that is sacred, I feel the urge to flee. What to do? That is an apple pie, boss, Bojan stated respectfully. Is this what you have been consuming? Light inquired, his brow knitted in mild distaste. Not at all. This is my proudest creation, intended as a gift for you, Bojan declared earnestly. Light regarded Bojan, whose face radiated loyalty, with a strange look, suspecting whether the fellow had indeed escaped his control, employing such a dish to repulse him. Just prepare what you normally eat. No need for such solemnity, Light continued, observing Bojan's stiff expression with a sense of exasperation. Understood, boss, Bojan responded before retreating to the kitchen. After roughly half an hour, Bojan returned bearing a generous platter of fish and chips alongside boiled potatoes. Boss, please enjoy. Bojan set down the food and stood to the side. Let us dine together, Light said, lowering his book and glancing at Bojan, who stood like a statue beside him. Very well. With an intricate combination of defensive spells, an imperceptible magical barrier gradually enveloped the shop. Under Bojan's guidance, Light entered the guest room, which was quite austere, furnished only with a bed, a desk, and a cabinet, devoid of excessive ornamentation. Chapter 66. Ancient magical script. The following morning, Light, while partaking of breakfast, expressed his desire to Bojan to study alchemy. Bojan, with utmost respect, agreed, albeit with a cautionary note that the pursuit of alchemy is fraught with peril, and unforeseen accidents are not uncommon. Indeed, it is dangerous. Alchemy is generally divided into 2 categories, ancient alchemy and modern alchemy. Ancient alchemy primarily revolves around the extraction of life and the transformation of matter. Many malevolent magical rituals, including the 3 unforgivable curses, stem from this practice. The dark magical artifacts that exist today are crafted through ancient alchemical methods, which, while relatively simple to execute, carry a high risk of backlash. What of modern alchemy? Light pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire. Though he surmised that Bojan was well-versed in the creation of dark magical artifacts, he was not inclined to pursue that path. Modern alchemy, as proposed by Nicole May, is based on magical inscriptions that are directly engraved onto objects, thereby eliminating the need for the casting process. However, during the creation of magical artifacts, a single misstep in depicting the magical script could lead to catastrophic explosions. After finishing his explanation, Bojan paused and looked at Light, awaiting his decision. Light had to concede that Boken possessed a commendable aptitude for teaching. After listening to his elucidation, he instantly grasped the distinctions and risks associated with the two schools of thought. After a moment of contemplation, Boken expressed his opinion. I am more proficient in ancient alchemy, though I possess knowledge of modern alchemy as well. If you are a novice in the field of alchemy, I would recommend beginning with modern alchemy. Why, you may ask? Do I suggest that beginners start with modern alchemy? It is due to its greater controllability and the abundance of literature available for reference, which mitigates potential difficulties. In contrast, ancient alchemy is fraught with uncontrollable variables and demands a high level of specialization, with many invaluable texts being hoarded or destroyed by prominent families. Boken divulged all that he knew with fervor. All right, let us first study modern alchemy, starting from the basics. After absorbing Boken's advice, Light made a swift decision. The two hastily finished their breakfast and made their way to the basement, leaving the shop closed. Instead of heading directly to the work area, Boken led Light through the darkness to a secret room filled with books, handing him a key. This is the key to the library. All the literature you will need for study and reference is contained within. After this, Boken guided Light to an even more concealed chamber. Light followed Boken to a small door in the corner, his eyes widening in astonishment as he watched him unlock multiple locks and retrieve a large stone slab. Observing Boken struggling to carry the half-human-sized slab, Light began to understand the source of his hunchback. He assisted Boken in transporting the slab to the work area and, noticing Boken resting, inquired with curiosity, "What is this? Were we not supposed to focus on modern alchemy? Or is this slab somehow related?" Indeed, it is related. The spells of the modern magical system are constructed primarily from Latin. This is necessitated by the loss of ancient magical scripts, compelling practitioners to resort to this less efficient method of casting spells. At this juncture, Boken straightened his attire and solemnly continued. This slab bears the inscriptions of the third generation of magical script, representing some of the oldest writings still extant within the wizarding community. It is, moreover, one of the most treasured artifacts of our family. Contemplating Boken's serious demeanor, Light found himself at a loss for words. "Could you clarify this for me?" he finally ventured, unable to contain his curiosity after witnessing Boken's pride. As I previously mentioned, the modern magical system is rooted in Latin, which often lacks the precision of ancient scripts. Casting spells in Latin carries a higher risk of self-harm, and the same applies to alchemical creations. Utilizing ancient scripts can significantly diminish the risks associated with crafting alchemical items. Furthermore, learning the magical scripts will greatly assist in your future studies of ancient alchemy. With earnest sincerity, Boajin elucidated the purpose of the stone tablet and his intention for its presentation. How, then, was I to interpret them? Wright gazed at the sparse array of ancient characters, feeling a slight headache. "Boss, the key is already in your hands. The library houses the achievements of generations of our family." Boajin looked at Wright with fervent eyes, rejoicing in his decision to disclose his family secrets. Sensing the intensity of Boajin's gaze, Wright instinctively recoiled, feeling a pang of guilt as he muttered, "So, I must first memorize the translations your family has provided, correct?" Boajin nodded repeatedly, praising Wright's intellect, which only deepened Wright's sense of unease. "What comes next?" Wright interjected awkwardly, flustered by Boajin's boasting. "The second step is to inscribe ancient magical characters onto the items, ensuring their stable operation. Finally, the ancient magical characters must be arranged to facilitate consistent spell casting, with any missing characters supplemented by Latin." As Boajin spoke, he led Wright to the library, retrieving dozens of tomes that translated ancient magical texts. "Quite an unexpected number, isn't it?" Wright remarked as he observed Boajin wheeling a cart laden with books. This was unavoidable, for each character required precise documentation to validate its effect. Otherwise, the risks were considerable. As Boajin searched for books, he explained why such an abundance of literature was necessary to elucidate a mere 100 ancient magical characters. Pushing the cart filled with books, Boajin accompanied Wright to the workspace. "Boss, let us commence our studies," Boajin proclaimed, standing before the stone tablet to expound upon the meanings of the ancient magical characters. This character, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, signifies the expansion of events. It can be used to craft enhancement-type items. Throughout that week, under Boajin's devoted instruction and bolstered by Wright's innate talent and relentless effort, Wright ultimately mastered and comprehended all the ancient magical characters. Simultaneously, he received a message from the stone tablet. Skill, Magic Script, Level 2. Chapter 67, Alchemical Artifacts. In a luminous workspace of the underground chamber, a finely featured child quietly perused the volumes in hand, while a middle-aged man clad in a black robe stood respectfully nearby, inquiring, After a considerable pause, Wujin, having tested Wright's abilities, remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Wright gazed expectantly, and Wujin did not disappoint him, swiftly outlining the next steps in their studies. Now, they would embark on the second step, the most crucial phase, inscribing ancient magical characters on suitable materials, thereby creating magical scripts that could be integrated into objects. Upon finishing his explanation, Wujin began rummaging through several pieces of softwood, placing them upon the workbench. White pine possesses a strong affinity for magic. We can utilize its properties to craft magical scripts. Observing this, Wright, under Wujin's guidance, took up a carving knife and commenced etching the magical script onto the white pine. After several unsuccessful attempts, he managed to produce a script named Diminution. Gazing at the words shimmering with a faint magical glow on the table, Wright raised an eyebrow and, following his intuition, began selecting scripts imbued with dark and transformative meanings to craft. Shatter, corrode, suffer, disarray. To his astonishment, his augmented talents proved applicable in this realm as well. Les set aside the tools in his hands and picked up the magic inscription he had separated from the white pine wood, examining it closely. The crafted magic inscriptions exuded an ephemeral quality, as if they existed in a realm between reality and illusion. The master's innate talent truly shone through. The next step was to arrange them appropriately and integrate compatible items. Upon finishing his words, Boken enthusiastically took up his tools and swiftly carved a white pine ring, while simultaneously retrieving two pre-made magic inscriptions from the workbench. Under his magical guidance, the two inscriptions, larger than the ring itself, gradually shrank, transforming into luminous orbs that soared toward the white pine ring. Boken's gaze remained fixated on the ring as he continued to instruct Le. This final step involved the careful amalgamation of the magic inscriptions within the item, a process that demanded utmost caution. Any lapse in focus or control over magical energy could lead to disastrous consequences. As the situation escalated, Boken quickly dove beneath the table. Meanwhile, the ring began to tremble erratically. With a resounding explosion, the pine ring shattered, sending its shavings flying, yet none escaped the confines of the workbench. Witnessing this spectacle, Le's eyes widened in astonishment. Emerging from beneath the table, Boken noticed Le's shocked expression and awkwardly explained, "The affinity of white pine with the magical energy is quite high. However, it possesses poor compatibility with the inscriptions I selected." Thus, the explosion ensued. This exemplifies the risks inherent in modern alchemy. A misstep in material or rune selection can easily result in detonation. Upon hearing Boken's explanation, Le's expression returned to normal, prompting him to inquire, "Doesn't the use of relatively excessive Latin incantations in modern alchemy lead to a higher failure rate?" "Indeed," Boken replied. "Hence, when crafting magical artifacts, they typically employ a more universal language, such as Yunwan, to mitigate the chances of failure." With this clarification, Le grasped the concept. Yunwan serves as a public standard that can be freely replicated, while magic inscriptions represent a technical barrier that is challenging to surmount without relevant research. Contemplating this, Le posed another question to Boken: "Is it possible to create both the inscriptions and the artifact from the same material? Wouldn't that enhance the success rate?" Boken, momentarily taken aback by Le's profound inquiry, pondered for a moment before responding, "It is not entirely unfeasible. However, exceptional alchemists can balance the characteristics of the inscriptions and the items themselves, potentially even creating new functionalities. Moreover, following the master's prescribed method may lead to higher consumption costs." Upon hearing this, Le quickly comprehended the implication. Small workshops, which strive to minimize costs and rely on technical prowess, cannot compete with industrialization and standardization. In the next phase, the master swiftly completed the task. Boken first praised Le's talent, then presented an array of materials upon the workbench. This final step required the master's personal touch, relying greatly on instinct and necessitating further practice. Having said this, Boken produced several sheets of parchment from his robes and solemnly handed them to Le, stating, "These are formulas painstakingly developed by our family. They ensure the stable production of alchemical artifacts." Light solemnly accepted the parchment, which was remarkably well preserved, evidently protected by enchantments, and appeared to be an alchemical artifact. As he meticulously examined the alchemical formula inscribed upon the parchment, he selected a bracelet-type artifact named Ring of Shattering. It was advisable to use materials imbued with dark properties to inscribe the magical runes: shattering, petrification, guidance, and swiftness. The use of ebony wood was recommended for inscribing the runes, promising a higher success rate, while utilizing purple heartwood would enhance the corrosive effect but also increase the failure rate. This embodied the essence of the family. As long as this knowledge persisted, the possibility of resurgence remained. After committing the contents of the parchment to memory and securing it, Light began to gather the materials at the workbench to inscribe the corresponding magical runes. As he had anticipated, his formidable talent in dark magic, rated at 9 points, proved instrumental in crafting dark-themed alchemical artifacts. Within mere minutes, under the guidance of Light's magical prowess, the runes fused with the ebony bracelet, the brilliance of his magic pulsating and shifting until it ultimately stabilized. Simultaneously, a message from the stone tablet emerged. Skill: Alchemy 1, Alchemy 1. This was astonishing. Success on the very first attempt. Boken nearly exclaimed in surprise. Light remained silent, examining the wooden bracelet. Aside from the occasional flicker of violet light, it appeared to be a rather unadorned wooden accessory. May I give it a try? Light inquired, turning to Boken. Of course, Boken replied, promptly retrieving a wooden mannequin from an obscure corner. Light infused the bracelet with his magical energy and aimed it at the mannequin against the wall. A flash of purple light darted forward, striking the mannequin with great speed. With a resounding bang, the mannequin's head was obliterated. Boken gasped in awe, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable, boss. To achieve such results on your first creation of an alchemical artifact is extraordinary." As Light caressed the artifact in his hand, he estimated that its power was comparable to that of his own spell, Shatter. Satisfied with this realization, Light nodded approvingly. In the subsequent days, he immersed himself in the creation of alchemical artifacts, frequently engaging in discussions with Boken about innovative designs. Until one day, Boken, somewhat bashful, mentioned that he had received news of the Ministry of Magic's impending investigation into dark magical artifacts, expressing his desire to seize this opportunity for profit. Understanding Boken's intentions, Light refrained from pressuring him further, allowing him to pursue his ventures. Chapter 68. Points exhausted. As Boken departed the basement to embark on his lucrative endeavor, Light, bereft of guidance, found his learning progress stagnating. Days later, after single-handedly crafting all the alchemical artifacts detailed on the parchment in the work area, the stone tablet relayed another message. Alchemy 3. Thanks to the insights from this tablet, Light had a rough understanding of his alchemical proficiency, which could be deemed as that of a novice. Calculating the time remaining, Light felt a flicker of anxiety. With only a month until school commenced, the conducive learning environment would soon dissipate. There was no other choice. It was time to accelerate his progress. However, how to do so? His mileage points were scarce. Only 7 remained. Should he invest in alchemy or magical runes? Light gazed with distress at the information manifesting before him. Alchemy was an absolute necessity. The only variable was the extent to which it should be applied. Considering my proficiency in dark magic to counter Voldemort, a talent level of 9 was already the pinnacle for wizards. Surpassing this limit held little value for me, who was presently riddled with deficiencies. After a prolonged contemplation, Light resolutely made his decision regarding the allocation of points to the stone tablet. A thought crossed his mind, and his consciousness descended into the depths of his mind. A colossal stone tablet materialized before Light's eyes, countless pieces of information emerging. He disregarded the preceding details, focusing his mental energy directly on alchemy 3 and magic literature 2. The two options twisted momentarily before vanishing. They reappeared as alchemy 9 and magic literature 3. The concepts for alchemical tools he had been contemplating were also organized, and Light turned thoughtfully towards the stone slab inscribed with ancient magical texts, noticing that the writings seemed to convey deeper meanings. As he continuously synthesized the knowledge in his mind, Light keenly sensed that the prospects of modern alchemy were remarkably bright. Although it had not yet traversed the extensive path of ancient alchemy, it was beginning to emerge with distinction, whether it be the self-brewing cauldrons or the ever-evolving flying broomsticks. Even the flying car, crafted by the Weasley family, undeniably represented a promising future. Modern alchemy exhibited great plasticity and was easily disseminated. With these thoughts in mind, Light couldn't help but shake his head, casting aside the chaotic musings. After silencing the alarm, he retrieved his wand, skillfully extracted the tracking thread from it, and set it aside before departing the basement. Just as Boggins, who had just seen off a guest, was admiring the dark magical artifact in his hand, he was roused by Light's voice. "Oh, the boss has come up. Any instructions?" Boggins promptly set down his belongings, flashing a broad smile at Light. "I need to step out for a moment. I require some flue powder," Light remarked, holding Boggins' flying broom. "No problem." Boggins nimbly produced a box and handed it to Light. "What is this?" Light inquired, taking the flu powder while glancing at the desiccated hand on the table. Boggins, instantly serious when discussing his field of expertise, began his earnest introduction. This is the hand of glory. When a candle is inserted, only the holder can see the light in darkness. It is indeed the best companion for thieves and robbers. Noticing Light's keen interest, Boggins continued. It is crafted from the left hand of a thief who was hanged by the roadside, then roasted with mugwort and snakeweed. After his explanation, Boggins paused, a look of regret crossing his face. It is truly unfortunate. These days, raw materials are becoming increasingly scarce. Fascinating. Is this what ancient alchemy entails? Light inquired, intrigued by the desiccated hand on the counter. Of course. Creating the most enigmatic artifacts from primitive materials is the essence of ancient alchemy. Boggins solemnly articulated his perspective. All right, enough talk. I shall take my leave now, Light declared before turning towards the fireplace. The leaky cauldron, a cerulean glow, transformed into flames enveloping Light. And after a whirl of sensation, he found himself at the leaky cauldron. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the pub owner, Light made his way to the door, cast a disillusionment charm, and mounted his broom, soaring towards the orphanage. After arriving at the orphanage, Wright made his presence known, exchanging a few pleasantries with Mrs. Kett before handing her some money. He then departed swiftly, clutching a letter delivered by an owl. This time, he chose not to use flu powder. Instead, he directly opened the archway leading to Diagon Alley and the leaky cauldron. Upon reaching the bookstore, he encountered a throng of people gathered outside. A long banner hung from the upstairs window, proclaiming the sale of Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography, Me, the Wizard. Navigating through the crowd, Wright disregarded the beaming Lockhart seated behind a table and pushed through to gather the books he required from the shelves. As he completed his purchase and stepped outside, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. A middle-aged man with long white hair was being assaulted by Mr. Weasley, while the Weasley twins egged him on, shouting, "Hit him, Dad! Hit him! No, Arthur! Stop it!" Mrs. Weasley cried out. Just as Wright contemplated drawing his wand to intervene, the two entangled men were separated by the concerned onlookers. Seizing the opportunity, Wright blended into the crowd, using the chaos to discreetly extract a black-covered diary from Ginny's backpack with a summoning charm. Having secured the diary, he made his way towards Harry and the others. "Hey, long time no see." Upon hearing Wright's voice, Harry and Ron initially failed to register, but soon their faces lit up with surprise. "Wright, when did you arrive?" Harry asked excitedly. "Just now, and I witnessed two people brawling." After greeting the Weasley family, Wright leaned in to share his observation with Harry in a hushed tone. "Right? That was my dad fighting Malfoy's father. Impressive, isn't it?" Ron took Wright's comments as praise, his face beaming with pride. After bidding farewell to them, Wright strolled toward the center of Diagon Alley. Upon traversing a narrow passageway, he emerged into a relatively spacious alley. As he appeared, several hostile gazes were cast in his direction. Unperturbed, he maintained a calm demeanor and approached shop number 13B, pushing the door open. He spoke urgently, "Boss, I've received word that the Ministry of Magic is going to investigate Nocturne Alley. We need to offload these dark magical items quickly." Chapter 69, The Confrontation. "How do you plan to handle these magical artifacts?" Wright inquired, furrowing his brow at the ever-busy Boking. Without pausing his packing, Boking replied without looking up, "I have a way, though it carries some risk. The potential rewards are substantial." "What? Are you planning a trip to Thailand?" Wright cannot help but jest. "Thailand? I'm referring to France and the United States. There's a chance of interception or black market dealings, but what can be done?" As he spoke, Boking's enthusiasm waned, and he gradually ceased his activities. "Can't your connections at the Ministry assist in any way?" Wright stroked his chin, adopting a serious tone. "It's difficult. They require a considerable amount to offer any help." Boking found a corner, plopping down dejectedly. Wright began to pace, contemplating before asking, "What if you could become one of the suppliers for the Ministry's procurement department? Would that grant you the leverage to negotiate?" Upon hearing Wright's inquiry, Boking involuntarily began to contemplate the matter, his previously furrowed brow relaxing slightly. However, after a moment's consideration, he shook his head. "It is possible indeed. The issue lies in the current tense situation, with numerous individuals closely observing, making any intervention quite challenging. It is not an absolute impossibility, is it? The primary constraint is merely a lack of resources." After Wright spoke, he retrieved 2 rolled pieces of parchment from his cloak. Based on the protective gloves crafted by the Weasley twins in the original text, he handed Boken the meticulously designed alchemical schematics. "What is this?" Boken inquired, accepting the blueprints and examining them with a hint of confusion. "Protective rings and defensive pendants. The former can repel spells, while the latter can create a barrier akin to the ironclad charm. With these two items, one should be able to persuade the minister, who advocates a stringent approach against dark magic, provided you can meet him, Wright stated, and without waiting for Boken's response, he proceeded to the workshop in the basement. After perusing the schematics, Boken raised his head to watch Wright's departing figure, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light, as if plotting something. Upon reaching the basement, Wright retrieved a wooden box specifically designed to isolate magic and placed the Horcrux within it. As the box closed, the subtle whispers that had been haunting Wright's mind dissipated. Once he completed this task, Wright heard hurried footsteps approaching. "Boss, can these items from the blueprints truly be produced?" Boken asked anxiously. Wright turned to him with a smile. "Of course." He then busied himself at the workstation. Several magical runes were inscribed, and with the guidance of Wright's magic, a pendant achieved balance and formed. "This is astounding. It was completed so effortlessly." Boken exclaimed in disbelief as he watched Wright effortlessly create an unprecedented alchemical item. "Here, take this for testing." Wright tossed the pendant to Boken, who was still immersed in astonishment. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Wright had resumed his work and opted to remain silent, instead turning to test the item. "Well, do these two pieces hold promise?" Wright inquired, looking at Boken after he completed testing both items. Boken, holding one of the artifacts, replied with a slightly dazed expression, "Yes, these items have great potential." "Then let us begin. I shall guide you through the creation process," Wright remarked, stepping aside. With dedicated instruction and the provided blueprints, Boken, well-versed in alchemy, swiftly grasped the method of production. "How marvelous!" Boken mused, gazing at the completed alchemical item on the workstation, his expression somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. It seems I have become the one to teach you." Wright, engrossed in his book, casually remarked without lifting his gaze. Boken did not respond, instead contemplating how to leverage this straightforward yet effective artifact for his own gain. After a considerable time, Wright closed his book and looked at the still pensive Boken, softly asking, "So, could you perhaps share with me the text pertaining to ancient alchemy?" Upon hearing Wright's words, the contemplative Bojan stiffened momentarily, his tone tinged with embarrassment as he exclaimed, "You know, it was not difficult to surmise. Someone as seasoned as you undoubtedly possesses methods to break the soul-binding curse." Wright's face radiated confidence, yet internally he mused, "Would I dare reveal my mastery over the art of mental manipulation?" A smirk of amusement played upon his lips as he continued nonchalantly, "We are not adversaries, are we?" Bojan regarded Wright with a penetrating gaze, then produced a key, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Noticing Wright's hesitance, Bojan hastily articulated his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Wright acquiesced to Bojan's request, albeit indicating that he would only linger in the shop for an additional month, not indefinitely. Bojan's face lit up with joy as he assured, with a pat on his chest, that his capabilities would allow him to complete the arrangements in less than a month. Once an agreement was struck, Bojan escorted Wright to a concealed chamber, opening the door and stepping inside. "This is where I keep all my alchemical tomes. Feel free to peruse," Bojan proclaimed, handing the key to Wright. As Wright surveyed the numerous overflowing bookshelves within, he accepted the key, glancing at the ambitious Bojan with a hint of curiosity. "I breached your psychological defenses with force and potions, deliberately deceiving you to dull your will. The soul-binding curse must have exerted profound control over you. How did you extricate yourself?" Wright dismissed the query, regarding it merely as an unconventional form of magic. "Let me familiarize you with the merchandise. Should you encounter any unforeseen situations, you will be prepared." Bojan, relieved that Wright did not linger on the matter, eagerly complied. After guiding Wright through the store's array of formidable, dark magical artifacts, he hastily departed with a ring and a pendant in hand. "Is there no mileage point due to damage?" Wright mused, observing the vanishing cabinet before him. A significant flaw within the Hogwarts defense system, his lips curling in disdain. Chapter 70, The Assault. At the shop's counter, Wright delved into the alchemical texts he had selected from the library, immersing himself in study. With approximately a month until the start of term, Wright felt confident that his innate talent in alchemy would enable him to master Bojan's entire collection. Wright nestled at the counter, occasionally attending to customers who entered seeking goods, while in the evenings, he retreated to the basement to craft items and conduct research. The genuine buyers appeared in haste, their urgency palpable. After spending several days in the shop, coupled with Bojan's frequent absences for social engagements, the news of a mere child staffing the store quickly spread throughout the lawless district. Unscrupulous individuals began to flock to the shop, some attempting to pilfer merchandise. Utilizing his self-crafted surveillance eyes, Wright apprehended them one by one. For those who could afford to pay, Wright greeted them with a smile, calculating fair prices. However, those who could not afford the goods were swiftly ejected from the premises with a flick of his wand. Naturally, there were also those who attempted to bully their way into making purchases. For such individuals, Wright showed no leniency, delivering a shock akin to a betrayal by severing their ties to their ill-gotten gains. The kidneys, once harvested, were ingeniously transformed by Light into a renowned dark magical artifact known as the Enhanced Kidney, which surprisingly gained considerable popularity. It appeared that many were not entirely satisfied with their brethren. Occasionally, Light would venture out at night to fish, augmenting his collection of dark magical artifacts while honing his ruthless resolve in the enveloping darkness. In just a few days, the alleyway became noticeably quieter by nightfall. Light could not help but reflect on the wisdom of the East. When humans fail to heed caution, calamity often ensues. As night approached, Light closed the shop door, believing that Boking would manage things and that he could enjoy the remainder of his holiday in tranquility. Suddenly, flames erupted in the fireplace, morphing into the visage of Boking, who cried out, "Help me! The key is beneath the counter drawer. Save me!" Just as Light was about to inquire further, the flames extinguished abruptly. He sighed, recognizing that one cannot tempt fate with idle chatter without consequences. Swiftly, Light seized his wand, retrieved the key from the drawer, and with a twist of space, vanished from his original location. Upon reappearing, he found himself in an alley that, while tidy, was clearly a branch off a main thoroughfare. "You made it!" A frantic voice broke through his observations. Boking, swallowing hard and brimming with anger, exclaimed, "A group of wizards is pursuing me. It must be the suppliers expelled by the Ministry of Magic. Why not use apparition to escape?" Boking urged as they hurried towards the main road. "I can't. They've tampered with my wand. If I attempt to apparate, I will be transported directly into their grasp." As they moved, Boking anxiously scanned their surroundings. An upgraded version of tracking threads? It seems they spent a fortune to target you. How many are after you? Light inquired while keeping pace with Boking. 6. The target is here. Thunderous explosion. Before Boking could finish, they were discovered. Reacting swiftly, Light summoned protective armor and unleashed a barrage of strikes. With a resounding blast, he severed the head of the attacker, and the two navigated through the debris-laden alley. Suddenly, a crimson light surged towards Boking. "Move aside." Light shoved Boking out of harm's way, casting a protective barrier with his wand that deflected the incoming spell, shattering the adjacent wall. Simultaneously, a kaleidoscope of magic spiraled toward Light from the ruins. With little time to evade, Light managed to parry several spells, but ultimately succumbed to the force of the remaining attacks, sending him crashing against the wall. Coughing up dust, Light rolled into a corner just as the remaining 5 wizards, strategically positioned at a close distance, formed a semicircular encirclement, advancing menacingly. Observing their coordinated movements, Light furrowed his brow. This is troublesome. These wizards are clearly well-trained and adept in their tactics. There's no other option. Inferno summon. Light chuckled softly, pivoting to face the assailants, his wand sweeping forward as a torrent of furious flames surged forth, aimed directly at the 5 wizards. Armored and shielded, they faced formidable obstacles as the flames extinguished. The assailants swiftly organized their defenses to withstand the impending inferno. Yet, the raging fire immediately breached all barriers, and the 2 wizards of the center were instantly transformed into blazing torches. The fierce flames proclaimed, "All spells shall cease." As the flames intensified and serpentine fire slithered toward them, the remaining 3 swiftly quelled the immediate blaze. Just as they subdued the fire, one wizard's head was silently severed. The 2 survivors, witnessing the advancing flames, dared not show any sign of complacency. One, fortified by armor, stood resolutely in front, while the wizards behind struck their wands upon the ground, and an orange glow swiftly extinguished the flames. A sense of foreboding gripped the frontline wizard as he observed the rapid extinguishing of the flames. Not good, he thought, his pupils constricting. Channeling the remaining half of his magical energy, the wizard named Light unleashed a thunderous explosion, shattering both shield and wielder in an instant. A bloodied figure was hurled by the blast, crashing to the ground and emitting a series of anguished cries. Fallen and dazed, the individual struck by Light's magic fell silent. The armored wizard, amidst the chaos, maintained his vigilance and fortified his defenses. After a moment, Boking emerged, raising his hands in a gesture of peace while carefully avoiding any approach toward the wary Light, exclaiming, "I have scanned the area. There is no one else." Upon hearing Boking's voice, Light exhaled in relief and approached him, yet he did not lower his wand or dispel his magic. "What shall we do next? Is this manageable?" Light inquired as he surveyed the wreckage of the alley. "Of course. However, I must know who has targeted me, Boken replied, his gaze darkly fixed on the prone figure on the ground, teetering between life and death. Light raised an eyebrow, contemplating Boken's considerable energy. Then, that individual lying there is yours to handle, he declared, gesturing toward the edge of the explosion. Very well, Boken responded emphatically, his tone brimming with satisfaction. Chapter 71, The Werewolf. A chilling scream shattered the silence of the night, soon followed by an abrupt silence as Boken approached Light with a grim expression. Do you know who it is? Light asked, fiddling with a key as he faced the advancing Boken. I do, if he cannot kill me. It is my turn to retaliate. Boken's voice was low but laced with icy resolve. Do you need assistance? Light inquired, intrigued by Boken's villainous demeanor. Boken, noticing Light's eagerness for the spectacle, couldn't help but smirk. No, I am merely going to find a friend. There is no need for violence. With that, Boken vanished into thin air. As Boken disappeared, Light turned to survey the alley, now resembling a wasteland. He gazed down at his hands, murmuring, have I truly killed 5 people? It feels entirely unreal, as if I were playing a game. At that moment, the piercing wail of sirens drew nearer, rousing the dazed Wright from his reverie. With a heavy sigh, he activated the key in his hand and vanished from sight. The howls of wolves echoed through the night, awakening the melancholic Wright, who glanced out at the luminous full moon. Suddenly, he sprang up from his bed, exclaiming, by the stars, I haven't set up any defenses for tonight. The elongated howls grew increasingly closer, prompting Wright to seize the wand resting on his bedside and dash downstairs. Just as he reached the door to initiate his defenses, he caught sight of a tall, dark silhouette advancing through the shop window. The figure resembled a towering wolf, walking upright, its body cloaked in gray fur, with limbs more elongated than those of an ordinary wolf. Its eyes glowed with a fierce green light in the darkness, and its gaping maw revealed sharp, menacing teeth. Faced with the encroaching werewolf, Wright abandoned any thoughts of defense and tightened his grip on his wand. In an instant, the door, devoid of magical protection, was shattered by the brute force of the werewolf, which lunged at him upon entering the shop. It crashed heavily onto the hard floor, its body marred by burn marks, emitting a pained howl. Observing the chaos strewn across the shop, Wright let out a soft sigh as he looked at the struggling werewolf on the ground and murmured, tonight is still long. With a swift incantation, he cast a powerful slumber spell that drained 70% of his magical energy, silencing the werewolf's anguished cries. After dragging the fallen creature inside, he employed a restoration spell to revert the shop to its former state. He then hurriedly ascended and descended the stairs to erect magical defenses. On the workbench in the basement lay a werewolf, and Wright furrowed his brow, watching as its burn wounds healed at an astonishing rate. Flashes of information regarding werewolves flickered through his mind. Each time the full moon rose, wizards would involuntarily transform into savage beasts, attacking anyone within sight. This phenomenon stemmed from wolfsbane, a virus coursing through their blood. Blood, you say? Perhaps I can experiment with it to inspire my ideas. Inspired by an ancient Eastern manuscript, he sought to concoct a special ink from the blood of the beast, which, when inscribed upon the skin, purportedly granted extraordinary power. Wright raised his wand and cast another slumber spell on the gradually reviving werewolf. Then, he took a blood extraction vial and gazed at the sleeping creature. He extracted a substantial amount of blood from the werewolf, observing how it seemed to shrink in size. He marveled at the sight. A mere mortal would have perished by now under such a procedure. After securing the collected wolf's blood in batches and ensuring safety measures, he proceeded to process it. Using the wolf's blood as a base, he added mandrake root and brought it to a boil, subsequently introducing glowing stones while stirring the mixture. The crimson liquid in the cauldron gradually shifted in hue under Wright's stirring, as a spirit and magical essence began to permeate the concoction, altering it in conjunction with the specially crafted potion. Yet, failure ensued. Wright gazed at the potion, exuding an eerie aura with little disappointment. He emptied the cauldron and recorded the reasons for his failure and directions for improvement in his notebook before continuing his attempts. Suddenly, green smoke billowed from the cauldron, signaling yet another miscalculation in proportions. A pungent odor wafted through the air, a result of the delay in adding the mandrake root. Light, with bloodshot eyes from a sleepless night, gazed at the glass vial brimming with a deep, dark potion, which emanated a subtle magical aura. He couldn't help but lament. I never imagined my grand alchemical ambitions would falter due to my inadequacy in potion making. It is quite disheartening. Subsequently, Light poured the dark liquid into a specially crafted engraving tool, the potion flowing seamlessly with the blade. Even before the incantation was fully inscribed, the potent magic radiated from it, causing Light to almost lose his grip on the tool. Immersed in the task, as if he were concocting a potion, he poured his heart and soul into the process, his spirit synchronizing with the engraving tool. The moment the inscription was complete, the pulsation of the magical runes ceased, revealing a contained rune that appeared on the table. Lifting the rune, Light felt the latent power within and smiled, continuing to etch more runes until the potion was entirely consumed, resulting in 7 powerful runes. Glancing at the now human form werewolf, Light realized dawn had broken outside. He exhaled gently and retrieved his wand. Under Light's guidance, the 7 runes infused with potent magic soared into the wand. In an instant, the wand began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. As the wand threatened to succumb to the pressure, Light's spirit and magic surged into it, seeking equilibrium. A myriad of phantasms flickered through Light's mind, trees sprouting, giants roaring, and packs of wolves howling at the moon. Under Light's consolidation, these countless visions gradually coalesced, reshaping into the form of the wand. Once the task was complete and his spirit withdrew from the wand, Light felt invigorated rather than weary, the fatigue from the previous night's toil vanishing entirely. He examined the wand closely. Aside from a faint glow of magical energy coursing through its body, it appeared little different from before. However, a broad smile spread across Light's face as he raised the wand and shot a beam of petrification into the air. Strangely, the beam abruptly reversed course mid-flight, striking the naked man attempting to ambush Light from behind. With a grin, Light regarded the wand in his hand, exclaiming, "Splendid. You have matured into a fully fledged wand. You can track your targets autonomously now." Closing his eyes to savor the continuous exchange of magic between himself and the wand, Light felt a rush of exhilaration. After a while, he slowly rose and approached the fallen man. Chapter 72, Garcia and John. As he neared the prostrate figure, Light waved his wand gently, dispelling the magic. The man, gasping for breath as he lay on the ground, attempted to rise and inquired, "Who are you? How did I end up here? Who am I? Have you lost your memory?" Light retorted, not waiting for the man to continue. With an expression of impatience, he added, "Never mind, I have no time for this now. We shall converse later tonight." After speaking, Wright delivered another blow, causing the man to collapse. Upon seeing him unconscious, Wright carelessly transformed a carving knife into a blanket to cover him. He then turned and ascended the stairs to open the shop, awaiting the arrival of the man's guardians. Under the soft blue light, Wright meticulously examined the wand against the books, assessing its worthiness for the treasures of Hogwarts. Suddenly, the shop's door swung open, and upon hearing the cheerful chime of the bell, Wright tucked away the wand and closed the book, greeting welcome. The newcomer, clad in a slightly elongated black robe with greasy long hair rivaling that of a bog, gazed vacantly at the counter. "Professor, what brings you here?" Wright exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing the visitor. "Rags, what are you doing here?" The professor replied in a low tone, fixing his gaze on Wright. "I happen to know the owner of this place. He asked me to assist in managing the shop," Wright replied vaguely. The professor said nothing further, merely nodding in silence. "Why would you suddenly arrive at this store, which primarily sells alchemical items?" Wright inquired curiously, rising from his seat. "That's all for now," the professor said, selecting some materials to display at the counter. Just then, a burly wizard in his 30s, dressed in tattered robes, pushed the door open. "Welcome." Wright deftly packaged the materials for the professor while simultaneously greeting the newcomer. After scanning the shop, the wizard approached the counter, disregarding the recently concluded transaction with the professor, and introduced himself to Wright. "Hello, my name is Garcia. I sincerely apologize for my family's offense yesterday, and I am willing to make amends. Hoping you will not harm my family," Garcia said earnestly, looking at Wright. Wright regarded Garcia with an impassive expression, contemplating for a moment before telling the professor, "I need to speak with him privately. I won't see you off." The professor accepted the packaged materials, briefly furrowing his brow as he glanced at the imposing middle-aged wizard and then at the diminutive 12-year-old boy. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "You may converse. I'll check if I need anything else." With that, the professor left the counter and moved toward the shelves. Garcia paid little heed to the professor's departure, instead turning to Wright with a serious expression. "I am willing to offer compensation. My family, and I do not wish to lose John." Upon hearing Garcia's firm yet soft-spoken words, Wright feigned ignorance, responding blankly, "So his name is John." Noticing Wright's nonchalant demeanor, Garcia felt a wave of unease. "I have some understanding of treating werewolves. I need test subjects," Wright stated bluntly, revealing his true intentions without preamble. "What do you mean?" Garcia's tone grew somber. and his demeanor shifted to one of intensity. Meanwhile, the professor, who had been discreetly observing their conversation from behind the shelves, emerged, wand in hand, his expression devoid of its usual emptiness. Wolf's Bane is not a virus or a curse, but a mutation arising from magical energy. Typically unremarkable, this mutated magic can, under specific circumstances, taint the mind and alter the body, resulting in lycanthropy. I have isolated this magical essence from the blood of the werewolf, a force so potent that it surpasses the capabilities of any sorcerer of this realm. If I can tame or extract this power, perhaps it could restore the werewolf to its former state. Light, undeterred by Garcia's hostility, confidently articulated his thoughts, evidently eager to ensnare a certain potion master who had conveniently appeared. Observing Garcia deep in contemplation, Light raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that he had misjudged this individual as merely a muscle-bound brute devoid of intellect. It turned out he possessed a cultured mind. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Similar potions had already been studied. Slowly, C stepped forward. Is there truly such a thing? Garcia, roused from his reverie by C's words, exclaimed with excitement. He and I have explored this matter. I happen to know part of the formula. C spoke ambiguously. Witnessing C's engagement, Light's lips curled into a slight smile. With a flourish of his wand, he activated a magical defense. The subject is below. Follow me. With that, Light led the way to the basement. Garcia, noticing C's unwavering gaze upon him, gritted his teeth and signaled outside, then followed in Light's wake alongside C. Upon reaching the basement, they beheld a man lying on the ground, covered by a blanket. To Light's astonishment, Garcia exhibited no signs of questioning or anger. Instead, he approached steadily, brandishing his wand to dispel the magic binding John, inquiring with genuine concern about his condition. Finding John merely weakened but uninjured, he breathed a sigh of relief and expressed gratitude to Light, saying, "His name is John, and I am Garcia. We are nameless beasts wandering this world." Garcia helped John to his feet, his expression tinged with sorrow. Ignoring Garcia's deliberate display of misery, Light introduced himself succinctly, also taking the opportunity to introduce the reticent C. I am Wright Luggas, but you may call me Light. This is my mentor. You may refer to him as the professor. How may we assist you? Garcia, shielding John with the scant coverage of the blanket, regarded C and Light with composure. I have ample blood in its werewolf state. What I require now is that of a human. We will then separate the magical essences for comparison, thus studying the distinctions between the two. As Light spoke, he retrieved a syringe. Allow me. Garcia, glancing at the feeble John struggling to stand, extended his hand. Light hesitated at the sight of the outstretched hand. Proceed. I have studied this. The blood among werewolves is generally consistent, with minimal variance in state. C alleviated Light's concerns, extending the blood collection tube towards Garcia. Chapter 73, Potion Brewing. Various ingredients were cast into the cauldron, the crimson liquid boiling vigorously under high heat. Light infused his spirit and magic into the mixture, commencing a stirring that initiated a reaction with the liquid. C, wand in hand, stood vigilant against the werewolves that were fixated upon Light, while his left hand cradled his chin, observing Light's process of magical separation. Incorporating the enchanting power of mineral adsorption, let it precipitate, raising the temperature to evaporate impurities. It resembles the art of potion brewing. While pondering this, Light extracted the magical essence from the werewolf's human form. Professor, could you assist me in analyzing this? Light inquired, presenting two potions, one red and one black, to St. Zhao. Certainly, St. Zhao replied, stowing his wand and approaching the workbench. He took the two vials and, quite unexpectedly, produced a box from seemingly nowhere, beginning to retrieve various tools. Wow, I wonder if that storage device has been reported to the Ministry of Magic. Light mused internally, his gaze riveted on St. Zhao's actions. Moments later, Street Zhao paused his work and addressed the waiting Light. Your assessment is correct. The two purified magical essences exhibit a notable distinction. The black potion is more potent and aggressive than the red one. It appears, as you suggested, that a unique medium has catalyzed its transformation. This altered magic can replace ordinary magic under specific circumstances. Before Light could respond, Garcia anxiously interjected, is it solvable? St. Zhao glanced at Garcia and raspingly replied, yes, by combining the purified essence of humanoid magic with a formula I am familiar with. It may be possible to retain rationality in werewolf form. Does this imply that we cannot revert? Garcia's question trailed off, but St. Zhao understood his implication. Light directly articulated the conclusion for St. Zhao. The magic has undergone a transformation, affecting the body, resulting in the werewolf transformation. Given the premise that wolfbane does not induce mutations in beings other than wizards, the core of the issue may extend beyond just wolfbane. It is perhaps a deeper problem. Can we extract the mutated magic within us to restore normalcy? Garcia asked, his tone laced with bitterness upon hearing Light's explanation. After a moment's contemplation, St. Zhao replied, "It is indeed possible. Isolating the mutated magic within you might be feasible." However, St. Zhao's voice trailed off as his hollow gaze swept over John, who was merely draped in a blanket, and the tattered Garcia in his black robe. Before he continued, "The costs involved are certainly beyond your means." Garcia's face turned ashen, while the recently awakened John fidgeted anxiously, completely oblivious to the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, having delivered his conclusion, Light fell silent, a torrent of thoughts swirling within him, as all his knowledge seemed to interconnect at that moment. The shared dilemma among all wizards might relate to the convergence of soul and spirit in human wizards, which gives rise to magic. Light approached St. Zhao, who was tidying up, and shared his thoughts. He also handed over the notebook in which he had previously penned his speculations regarding the origins of wizardly magic. St. Zhao accepted the notebook, and after hearing Light's conjectures, opened it, becoming increasingly engrossed in its contents. Observing St. Zhao's intense focus, Light refrained from interrupting and instead went to comfort Garcia, for this was indeed the source of crafting powerful magical potions. After a considerable time, Professor Snape closed his notebook and murmured, "The soul descends into a suitable vessel, and the spirit connects with the soul through extreme emotions, thereby generating magical power. Magical creatures, on the other hand, derive their powers from the connection between body and soul. Much like werewolves, would it not?" After deep contemplation, he called out to Wright, "Rags, come here at once." Hearing Snape's summons, Wright abandoned the despondent Garcia and the ever-bouncing John, swiftly rushing to Snape's side. "Professor, what is the matter?" Wright stood respectfully, awaiting Snape's directives. Gazing intently at Wright, Snape spoke with gravity. "I shall entrust you with a formula I possess, but you must not disclose it. It is solely for your personal research." Upon receiving this assurance, Snape meticulously wrote down the formula and handed it to Wright, urging him to commence the potion-making process. Chop the mandrake into fine pieces and add it once the red potion reaches a boil, then stir. Finally, when the potion changes color, introduce the roots of the phoenix tail. With a loud bang, the cauldron erupted, releasing a plume of green gas, signifying the failure of this potion attempt. Snape seized the failed concoction to analyze it, occasionally glancing up to inquire about the reactions of the materials from Wright as he stirred. Was an incompatibility of ingredients, a matter of temperature, or perhaps a flaw in the handling of the raw materials? Their spirited discussion and the ongoing potion-making process captivated even John, while a still somber Garcia looked on disdainfully at John, who was leaning forward with curiosity. "Do you know what they're doing? They seem so excited." John asked. "I don't know, but I feel as though what they are working on might resolve the werewolf issue," replied Garcia. Upon hearing John's assertion, Garcia did not mock him, but instead regarded him earnestly, gravely asking, "Do you truly feel that way?" John nodded affirmatively, just as a sudden clamor of footsteps echoed from above. Simultaneously, a greasy voice interjected, "What is all this commotion? And this smell? Are you concocting potions?" Everyone but Wright, who was busy brewing the potion, looked up to see Bojan, who cast a disdainful glance at John and Garcia. "What are you doing here, you little wretches? And what of your kin lurking at the shop entrance? It's preventing me from running my business." Garcia pulled John back, who was about to respond, and addressed Bojan. "We apologize, shopkeeper. We were invited, and shall take our leave shortly." Bojan begrudgingly accepted Garcia's explanation and turned to Snape, who was intently observing the potion's formation, remarking in a greasy tone, "Isn't this the renowned potion master, Severus Snape? What brings you here?" Ignoring Bojan's greeting, Snape furrowed his brow, fixated on the ever-boiling potion, muttering to himself, "This shouldn't be happening. There must be no issue with this." Just as the words left his lips, the bubbling potion reacted violently, spewing forth from the cauldron. Wright, quick to respond, extinguished the flame and stepped back from the erupting liquid. Once the potion settled, Snape hastily approached to investigate the cause of the failure. "This cannot be right. The formula should be correct." "The formula is not incorrect. It merely lacks a touch of stimulation. While I was concocting it, I could sense that success was almost within reach." Bojan, intrigued by Light's explanation, leaned closer to the cauldron and delicately dipped his right hand to taste a bit of the potion. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "This is a potion to sever connections, Perhaps you could utilize a sharper blade. Chapter 74. The Wolf Blood Potion. A sharper blade, you say? That might be feasible. The aberrant magic first manifests in the flesh before transmitting to the spirit, ultimately leading to a tainted mind that alters the body through this aberrant magic. If blood from a human state cannot forge a blade to sever the flow of magical energy, then let us craft this blade using stronger wolf blood. Light instantly grasped this inspiration and began to busily work at the workstation. First, he replaced the wolf blood and set it to boil. Seeing Light engrossed in his task once more, Teacher C turned to chat amiably with Bwajin, explaining the unfolding events to the proprietor like a proficient teacher. After their exchange, Teacher C kept a vigilant eye on Light as he prepared the potion, anxious about any potential mishap. Meanwhile, Bwajin pulled out his pocket watch, glancing at the time with furrowed brows, preparing to approach Garcia and John. "It's done," Light exclaimed, observing the unremarkable dark liquid in the cauldron. Receiving information from the stone tablet. Alchemy. 6. He could hardly contain his smile. Upon hearing Light's triumphant declaration, both Teacher C and Bwajin displayed indifferent expressions. However, beneath the latter's mask of composure was a glimmer of satisfaction, while Bwajin appeared genuinely unconcerned. John and Garcia, upon hearing the news, sprang to their feet and rushed over. Light held up the potion he had prepared. The deep black liquid in the glass vial shimmered with an enigmatic aura in the light. "Is this the potion that can resolve the transformation into a werewolf?" Garcia pondered, gazing at the dark concoction in Light's hands, feeling an inexplicable dread, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. "This potion does not bode well." John swallowed hard, his weakened body feeling as though it might collapse at the sight of the potion. "Based on your expressions, I can ascertain its efficacy for you. It is indeed a lethal poison for you. It will forcibly sever the connection to the aberrant magic, akin to killing another version of yourself." Light softly articulated the potion's effects. "I will. Allow me to do it," Garcia insisted, pressing down John, who wished to be the first to try it. However, as John attempted to voice his concerns, Garcia subtly shook his head, casting a discreet glance at the alert Teacher C and Bwajin. Light remained oblivious to their subtle gestures. One could easily surmise that if Garcia were to encounter trouble, the werewolves stationed at the entrance would storm in. Everyone present, aside from John, was astute enough to grasp the situation. The calmness exhibited by Light and his companions stemmed from Bwajin's faith in Light's prowess. While Teacher C was reluctant to abandon his student, and Light had confidence in the information provided by the stone tablet, Garcia stepped forward to take the potion from Light's hands, forcefully suppressing his inner fear. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and swallowed the potion in one swift motion. "Ah!" As the potion slid down his throat, Garcia let out a horrific scream and collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony. The excruciating pain coursing through his body felt as if he were being stabbed 1,000 times, and the once defiant Garcia yearned to scream even louder. Observing the blood-soaked Garcia, who was rolling on the floor and howling in torment, Light wore a contemplative expression, pondering deeper questions. "If I could discover a substance akin to wolfsbane, might I harness it to fulfill Animagus's promise of transforming into a magical creature? Yet, wolfsbane is merely a catalyst. There must be an underlying ailment that constitutes the true essence of becoming a werewolf." Light's gaze hollowly fixed on the now helpless Garcia. Humanity, transformation. Werewolf. Could it be that in their human state, they are but the juvenile form of a werewolf? Juvenile form? Is it possible that wizards are merely the immature forms of some magical creature? Light lifted his eyes to scan John, who was anxiously pacing, the worried expression of St. Chow, and the vigilant Bojin. What might become of wizards if they fail to awaken their magical powers? In that instant, a sudden clarity enveloped Light's mind. Silently, the information conveyed by the second stone of magical creatures confirmed Light's thoughts. What does silently mean? Noticing Light's vacant stare, St. Chow furrowed his brow and approached, softly inquiring. "Let me think," Light murmured, cradling his head. After a piercing scream, Garcia ceased his struggles, gasping for breath. "Garcia, how are you?" John rushed over, only to be met with another round of agonized cries. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Stay away from me. I haven't recovered yet." After shooing John away, Garcia tremblingly rose from the ground. Despite his body still twitching uncontrollably, he felt an inexplicable sense of release emanating from an unknown source, as if a burden had lifted. "Allow me to examine you." Street Chow, noticing Light was still lost in thought, stepped forward to address Garcia. "No need. I can feel it. Hey. Garcia's face radiated with joy as he gazed at his hands. After drinking the potion, I can sense another version of myself being separated. St. Chow glanced at the still distracted Light and the nodding Bojan, acquiescing to Garcia's request. Have you really succeeded? John watched Garcia with excitement. After bidding farewell to Garcia, John stood there somewhat bewildered, feeling socially awkward as he glanced at the impassive St. Chow and the dazed youth. Just as John began to feel uncomfortable, Bojan approached with an oily grin, eager to inquire about their lineage. At that moment, Light, who had been standing in silence, suddenly began to murmur to himself, "Perhaps I can utilize the blood of humans and magical creatures as a catalyst." As he spoke, Light moved to the workbench, commencing his operations. The red potion, representing the human form, and the black potion, symbolizing the wolf form, were blended together and cast into the cauldron. Following this, a copious amount of mandrake root was added, channeling the magical essence of the blood to circumvent the mind, thereby establishing a bond between body and soul. Then he added. At this moment, Light poured all his concentration into the cauldron, reacting simultaneously with the potion. Light's voice was not particularly loud, yet within the confines of the enclosed basement, all present heard him clearly. Steg and Boken fixed their gazes intensely upon Light at the workbench, a sense of inexplicable dread beginning to envelop their hearts. After a prolonged silence, the flames remained unextinguished, while the potion in the cauldron lay eerily tranquil. As if all heat had been absorbed, Light meticulously transferred the deep blue potion into a glass vial. Raising the vial in his hand, Light murmured, "Crafted with werewolf blood as the main ingredient, I shall name you Wolf's Blood." Chapter 75, The Oath. The deep blue potion emitted a faint magical aura, captivating under the illumination of the lights. The transformation of the world of magic was complete, and the progress point increased by 1. Light, entranced by the potion in his hand, paid no heed to the information relayed by the stone tablet. Lost in a daze, he exclaimed, "The potion that can turn muggles into wizards is complete, indeed. At this moment, the transformation of the world is within my grasp." That was enough. The previously expressionless Steg now wore a mask of panic and murderous intent. His gaze, filled with malice, first turned toward the still enraptured Light, before he took a deep breath, forcing himself to shift his focus to Boken, who had already grasped his wand, watching Steg and John with vigilance. John instinctively sensed the increasing danger emanating from the two men before him, yet he could not comprehend how the situation had escalated so abruptly. He wished to be on guard, but found himself entirely unarmed. Just as John contemplated surrendering for his life, a towering figure emerged, swiftly pulling John behind him for protection. The four men formed a triangular standoff. "How much have you heard?" Steg's voice was hoarse, his tone betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. Garcia gestured for John to remain silent, and after a moment of contemplation said, "What if I claim I just arrived? Would you believe me?" "Huh." Boken scoffed at Garcia, who was a patchwork of various alchemical devices, all radiating magical energy. After the scoff, silence reigned once more. Steg surveyed those present, feeling somewhat conflicted. If possible, he would desire to eliminate everyone here, thoroughly burying the potion that could grant muggles magical abilities. However, the individuals present were not easy targets. One was the proprietor of a dark magic shop, and the other was the head of a wolf pack adorned with alchemical devices. The former had survived in the back alleys for years, possessing countless hidden cards, entirely unknown to him. The latter had led a marginalized werewolf clan to establish a foothold in the back alleys. The storms he had weathered likely surpassed those of Steg, who had only experienced one wizarding war and had since remained a professor. Boken shared similar thoughts, although he had been ambushed by Light and bore many items for self-preservation. It was unrealistic to think he could eliminate two evidently formidable wizards. Among the three, Garcia found himself in the most precarious position. Having finally glimpsed hope and brought all his possessions, he inadvertently overheard such news that could upend the entire wizarding world. This was troublesome. Without access to healing potions, a moment's inattention could cost him his life. "What are you doing?" Light gazed at the three individuals before him, who appeared to be bracing for confrontation. John was not to be counted among them. He remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. The wizarding world had always harbored a disdain for the Muggle realm. Yet the rapid advancements of the Muggle society had compelled the magical community to reluctantly recruit Muggle wizards on a grand scale. This singular shift had incited a backlash from Voldemort. Now, the emergence of a potion capable of endowing ordinary Muggles with magical abilities threatened to unleash tumultuous waves, enough to drown even Dumbledore himself. If everyone were as uninformed as John, who had yet to decide what to have for dinner, it would be mere folly. However, the three adversaries before him were anything but harmless. Contemplating this, Light fell into silence, his mind racing to devise a solution. John had initially thought Light could break the impasse, yet he too had unwittingly become part of the stalemate, scratching his head in frustration. After a prolonged silence, Light finally proposed a resolution. "Let us swear an unbreakable vow." As soon as the words left his lips, the oppressive atmosphere lightened. It was evident to all present, save for John, that they were familiar with this magic. What manner of unbreakable vow? Sensing the tension dissipating, John breathed a sigh of relief, emboldened to speak. To further ease the atmosphere, Light elaborated. An unbreakable vow requires two individuals to grasp each other's arms while making a pledge, with a witness present. "I agree." Garcia was the first to respond, perhaps the most eager among them to see the vow established. He truly wished to spare his friends and family from a life consumed by werewolves and now embroiled in turmoil, threatening the entire wizarding community. "I can't." The headmaster exhaled, his vigilant gaze softening into emptiness. For him, it sufficed that the potion did not leak under his watch, or rather, that it remained undisclosed until he achieved redemption. "Under these circumstances, it seems I have no choice. Who shall serve as the witness?" Seeing the consensus among those present, Bojan realized that remaining silent would only lead to his own demise. "Ragus, you shall do it." After a brief contemplation, and with the agreement of Garcia and Bojan, the headmaster turned to Light. Light did not refuse, acknowledging that this matter was, after all, his responsibility. "Who shall go first?" he inquired, directing his gaze at the four individuals assembled. "I shall." The headmaster, casting a glance at the inactive Bojan, stepped forward to stand opposite Garcia, extending his hand to grasp Garcia's arm. Garcia reciprocated, grasping the headmaster's arm in turn. The vow's content was thus articulated: to disclose no information regarding the potion that grants muggles magical abilities. Upon seeing the two nod, Light raised his wand towards their arms. As Garcia's agreement resonated, a fiery tongue erupted from the tip of Light's wand, entwining around the arms of the two, binding them together. With a final flash of light, the vow was established. "Now it is your turn." The headmaster directed his attention to Bojan, clearly harboring reservations about the seasoned trickster. Once more, Light bore witness to the vow. A flash of fire marked the establishment of the oath anew. "And who shall I swear with?" Light asked, blinking inquisitively at the four. "No need. You are exempt. This suffices." Garcia interjected with a jovial tone, halting Light's actions. In a moment of hesitation, Wright found himself at a loss, prompting Teacher C to declare that there was no need for an oath. A glance at Bojan confirmed that he too was tacitly agreeing to forego the vow. Chapter 76, The Aftermath. The previously oppressive atmosphere in the basement dissipated. C and Bojan each retreated to a corner, seemingly lost in contemplation, while Wright inquired about Garcia. Garcia responded with a bright smile, stating, "Splendid. There are no signs of transformation whatsoever. It has been ages since I last strolled under the moonlight. However, the pain during this medication process was rather intense. Might it be possible to lessen it a bit? After all, many of my family members are rather frail." He looked at Wright with eager anticipation. "Certainly, I will modify it. I can obscure the pain while ensuring the efficacy of the medicine. However, my supply has run dry. This ingredient requires the blood of a transformed werewolf, which you must provide," Wright replied, handing Garcia another vial from the workbench. "And I have one more here. See if anyone else is in need." Garcia accepted the potion, curiosity illuminating his features. Previously, he had consumed it in fright, but this time he felt no such trepidation. After observing it for a moment, he suddenly turned and approached John with the potion in his right hand. John, lost in thought, was jolted by an overwhelming sense of fear, nearly losing control of himself. Wright paid no mind to their departure and walked towards Teacher C. As the sun began to rise, Garcia and John swaggered down the street of Upside Down Alley. "Speak up. Do not look as if you're holding back. It does not suit you," Garcia said disdainfully, casting a critical glance at John. "Why wasn't he made to swear an oath?" "We all took the oath," John exclaimed, agitated and gesticulating wildly. "Precisely because we have both sworn. We are two people, understand?" Garcia replied, casting a sideways glance at John, who still appeared bewildered. "We are two individuals. If I were to ensure my own well-being at the cost of your life, what would happen if that information were to leak?" "You would do that. You are Garcia? I believe in you," John asserted, full of conviction and pride. Garcia sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "That is your perspective. They do not share it. If I insisted on having the witnesses take an oath, we would likely be trapped in that place indefinitely." After hearing Garcia's explanation, John scratched his head, further perplexed. "How would they know if we broke our oaths?" Garcia looked at him with an expression of disbelief. raising his hand that had sworn the oath, and explained with resignation. The parties involved in the oath can ascertain, through previously established connections, whether the other has broken their vow. Otherwise, why wouldn't it be just you and me swearing? It is to avoid provoking them. As John absorbed Garcia's explanation, he abruptly halted, his face a mask of incredulity. He had never considered that there were such intricate nuances involved, appearing utterly bewildered. Let's go. There is still much to be done. Do not stand there like a fool. In the basement, Light approached the impassive Professor S., shoulders hunched and hands fidgeting, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. I am truly sorry, Professor. I did not intend for this to happen. Professor S. gazed deeply at the boy's ingratiating demeanor and replied flatly, It's quite all right. At least I have come to learn an astonishing piece of news. Accompany me, if you will. Professor S. appeared largely unperturbed, and after a moment of contemplation, he indicated his intent to depart. Hearing this, Light raised an eyebrow, realizing that Professor S. wished to converse with him privately. Very well. I shall escort you. Light readily agreed and took the lead. As they made their way to the exit, Light seized a few precious materials from the shop as parting gifts for Professor S., who accepted them without protest. Standing at the shop's entrance, Professor S. regarded the beaming Light, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. The potion you have developed is perilous. I trust you understand the consequences it may entail. I firmly believe that no secret can remain hidden in this world. Once more than two individuals are privy to a piece of information, it is destined to be revealed. It's merely a matter of time. Observing Light S. smile fade as he bowed his head in silence, Professor S. could not help but sigh, his tone imbued with sincerity. For this, I am truly sorry. Light, though it may be shameless, I still hope you will convey this information to Dumbledore. Light remained silent for a considerable time before quietly responding, I understand. Noticing that Light had neither acquiesced nor resisted, Professor S. bid farewell and turned to leave. It seems the negotiations did not yield the desired outcome. Came the oily voice of Boken from the counter. There are still some loose ends to address. Not a major issue, is it? Compared to the mess you've created, my troubles hardly amount to anything. The oily tone had dissipated, replaced by a somber demeanor. After a prolonged silence, Light could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, What is your perspective on this matter? Finally hearing the question he had anticipated, Boken cleared his throat and solemnly articulated his thoughts. As it stands, not a single soul here desires this information to be disclosed. Yet, everyone is acutely aware that it inevitably will be. Thus, they're all stalling, hoping the flames do not engulf them, especially those two werewolves. At this juncture, Boken paused, glancing at the furrowed brow of Light before continuing, They, along with myself, can evade the repercussions. However, you, as the epicenter of this turmoil, cannot escape, no matter the circumstances. As an elder, I am loath to see a remarkable young talent like you vanish. Therefore, I urge you to choose your allies wisely. After Boken's counsel, he quietly observed the stillness enveloping Light. Light exhaled deeply, his impatience surfacing as he retorted, So, whom do you represent? The purebloods? The Ministry of Magic? Or perhaps the Death Eaters who revere Voldemort? Maybe all of them. Those who cling stubbornly to their positions seldom survive. Has the world not always been thus? Observing Boken's oily smile re-emerge, Light had already discerned his true allegiances. The broker, a middleman maneuvering between various factions. Understanding the situation, Light narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke softly. So, have you decided to become embroiled in this tempest? Not at all. I merely wish to extricate myself unscathed before the storm arrives. After all, I am but a merchant. The smile on Boken's face grew increasingly greasy. Chapter 77, The Diary. Within the dimly lit shop, after hearing Boken's stance, Light made a bold decision. Indeed, it was to evade, having experienced the First and Second Wizarding Wars. Boken was acutely aware of the tensions and conflicts between wizards and muggles. The animosity between pure-bloods and half-bloods was merely a remnant of the former's discord. As a merchant and a master of dark magical artifacts, he possessed a deeper understanding of the technological advancements in the Muggle world than anyone in the wizarding community. Once a potion capable of granting Muggles magical abilities emerged, the upheaval would not be confined to the wizarding realm. It truly was a predicament. The waters ran so deep here that even contemplating it was terrifying. Boken couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, hastily making his way to the basement. Light plopped down onto a chair. Exhaling deeply, he felt troubled but not overly distressed. His gaze drifted toward the box containing the Horcruxes, and his heart grew steadier. At worst, he could die once more. Having perished before, what more could they do to him? He chuckled. As he stroked his chin, his thoughts churned, contemplating his next course of action. The forthcoming objective was to acquire the method of creating Horcruxes and to strive for strength. He aimed to reach at least Dumbledore's level before any information was exposed. As for forming alliances, he dismissed that notion. A group of deathly, unafraid Death Eaters were no match for Dumbledore alone. With a grand strategy in mind, Light clenched his right fist. He uttered a profound maxim. When others doubt your capacity to endanger the world's safety, it is prudent that you genuinely possess such power. Taking a deep breath, Light retrieved the wooden box containing the Horcruxes and extracted the diary within. Upon contact, a plethora of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind. Had it not been for his formidable dark magic aptitude, he would have been completely unaware of the lurking peril. Activating his mental shielding technique, he blocked all intrusive thoughts and slowly opened the diary's cover. On the first page, a name stood out prominently: Tom Riddle. The moment Light beheld the diary, he felt a delicate force begin to seep into his consciousness, siphoning information from within. Light exhaled softly, preparing to provide false intelligence to Voldemort while concealing his own secrets even deeper. Hello, I am Tom Riddle. Light was not taken aback by this development. It was an advanced application of legilimency, utilizing language to intimidate, deceive, and guide the other party, thereby breaching their psychological defenses to obtain desired information. This technique had been taught to Light by the most powerful individual in the wizarding world. Suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, Light picked up a quill and wrote a series of inquiries in the diary. Hello, who is Tom Riddle? Are you a master of alchemy? Why do you write? How were you created? Can you teach me? Light plunged straight into the matter, directly voicing his inquiries, eager to observe how this diary intended to deceive him. Simultaneously, he concealed his own memories, masquerading as a young wizard adept in alchemy. After a considerable pause, the script penned by Light on the diary vanished, only to be replaced by several new lines. I possess no profound knowledge. I am merely a diary, it inscribed. I am equally perplexed as to how I am suddenly able to communicate. Light curled his lip and wrote again in the diary. Then how do you know you are Tom Riddle? How can you converse with others without memories? I am uncertain. I awoke bearing his memories. Hence, our dialogue is possible. The diary, seemingly wary of being exposed, began to pose questions to Light. Are you familiar with Hogwarts? I was once a student there. How old are you now? Perhaps you should consider attending school there. Watching the diary feign ignorance, Light found amusement in its antics and continued to write. I'm already a student at Hogwarts, and by the next class, I will be in the second year. The script on the diary swiftly manifested. Is that so? What a wondrous coincidence. I must consider myself your senior. Feel free to inquire if you have any doubts. After a moment of contemplation, Light resolved to divulge significant information, hoping to elicit the method for crafting Horcruxes. Are you aware of Horcruxes? What do you know about them? Noticing the words on the diary, Light realized he had hooked it. I encountered a book in a restricted section. It mentioned Horcruxes, claiming they grant one power that transcends death. I'm not familiar with that. It must be false. I have never ventured into the restricted section. It is far too perilous. You should not wander there indiscriminately. Observing the rapid emergence of words on the diary, Light began to speculate about the location of books concerning Horcruxes. The tome resided within the restricted section. Those who had delved too deeply into the realm of dark magic would not maintain goodwill towards others unless driven by ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the book should have been removed. Otherwise, old Dumbledore would have long since known of Horcruxes. In the worst-case scenario, the volume might have been destroyed. Time flew by, and the following morning, Garcia appeared at the shop's entrance, bearing a large sealed container of blood and a beaming smile directed at Light. Upon examining the blood, Light found it remarkably fresh, likely preserved by some magical means. Meeting Garcia's eager gaze, Light understood he had consumed the potion previously provided. I have devised an improvement. By incorporating the roots of Devil's Snare, the mental paralysis will not pose a significant issue while maintaining efficacy. Light glanced around the shop and remarked to Garcia, Boken has run off again. Please keep an eye on the store. Seeing Light's intent to cast a spell on the blood container, Garcia hastily interjected, just lift it gently. It's an alchemical tool. It reduces weight and preserves the blood. Light complied, lifting the blood bucket with care, preparing to head to the basement when he suddenly remembered to ask Garcia, how many vials do you require? Currently, 12 vials. Garcia beamed with a broad smile. Light responded affirmatively and turned to enter the basement. Chapter 78, Before the School Year Begins. Upon entering the basement, Light commenced the preparation of magical potions, subsequently concocting a dozen healing elixirs. Glancing at the remaining assortment of black potions shimmering with arcane energy, Light's countenance brightened with delight. He planned to strike a deal with Garcia later, an unequivocal win-win. 2 victories for me. After securing the healing potions, he ascended to the first floor. Garcia sat languidly at the counter, idly toying with a small wooden box. Ahem! Upon hearing the sound, Garcia sprang to his feet, turning to see Light holding a small box, and his face instantly broke into a smile. Garcia eagerly approached, and before Light could utter a word, he raised the box he held to showcase it, enthusiastically declaring, "This box has been enchanted with a seamless expansion spell, containing a space approximately the size of a room, filled with various alchemical tools and materials. We estimated its worth to be around 50,000 galleons." Observing Garcia's earnest expression, Light remained silent, wordlessly handing over the box of potions while accepting the one from Garcia. Without pretense, Garcia examined each vial of potion with somewhat clumsy motions. Witnessing Garcia's diligence, Light realized the exceptional talent within his clan, even possessing individuals skilled in potion making. Light diverted his gaze to the small box in his hands, beginning to inventory its contents. Inside were numerous assorted alchemical tools, rings, earrings, robes, and even a wand. After a brief assessment, Light confirmed that the items were indeed valued at over 50,000 galleons based on market prices. After a moment, Garcia, now perspiring profusely, completed his inspection of the potions. He bowed deeply to Light and expressed, "Thank you immensely. This is akin to a new lease on life for us." Light raised the small box he held and remarked, "It seems we have both obtained what we sought, and the contents of this box shall rightfully belong to your possession." Garcia refrained from dramatizing his situation or engaging further. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "May I contact you in the future? I have friends who are also in need." "Certainly. Hogwarts Academy. Wright Luggas. Just send me a letter." Light replied as he stood at the shop's entrance, watching the robust figure of Garcia bounce away, a smile gracing his face. He then glanced at the box in his hands, promptly extracting its contents to begin selling them in the shop. Time flew by, and soon the day of the new school year arrived. In the basement workspace, after organizing most of his belongings, Light furrowed his brow, silently observing the box on the table, from which black mist continuously swirled. After a moment's deliberation, he resolved to converse with it one last time before incinerating it with fierce flames. Upon making contact with the black mist, a myriad of distracting thoughts surged into his mind, tempting Light to indulge his desires. He employed the mind-sealing technique to dispel all distractions before opening the box and unveiling the diary within. On the blank pages of the diary, faint ink stains emerged, seemingly feeble in appearance. "Let's strike a bargain. I can provide you with information regarding the soul instruments, but in return, I require your magical energy." Light remained still, quietly lamenting. Indeed, he is at the peak of his ambition and intellect. Sensing something amiss, he immediately launched an attack. Taking out a quill, Light began to write in the diary. "Where did you conceal the information about the soul instruments?" The words on the diary faded and then reappeared. "How did you come to know about the soul instruments?" "I have eradicated all related materials from the forbidden section." Is he testing me? How can I weave reality into my deception? After a moment's contemplation, Light decided to be straightforward, picking up the pen to continue writing. The diary seemed to be taken aback by such directness. After a lengthy pause, the words reemerged. "I have hidden the information in a concealed location. Specific conditions must be met to retrieve it. Let's make a trade." As Light read the newly inscribed words, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. He had found his direction. The secret chamber. There was no place more secure. Not only was it hidden, but entry required a specific serpentine dialect. Although he knew where the information was concealed, Light felt it prudent not to turn hostile immediately. There was still more to discuss. Just as he prepared to continue writing, his hand hesitated, a frown creasing his brow, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. At that moment, new words appeared in the diary, seemingly unable to wait any longer. "If you wish for me to reveal the conditions for acquiring the information, you must slay 3 lives before me and sprinkle their blood upon the diary." Before the diary could continue its revelations, Light instinctively shut it, placing it back in its box, securing it without locking it. Had he forgotten something? Light scanned his surroundings, becoming increasingly agitated. While pondering his troubles, a greasy voice interrupted him. "Boss, school starts tomorrow, and you're still studying alchemy? Truly diligent." The hunched figure of Bojan, clad in a black robe and dragging a suitcase, appeared in the basement. "No, I believe I have forgotten something. I'm searching for it." Light casually responded to Bojan, his thoughts still lingering on what he might have overlooked. Hearing Light's words, Bojan approached him nonchalantly, saying, "What does it matter? You've already offloaded your items. With over 50,000 galloons in hand, you shouldn't worry about any losses." And here, this is for you. Bojin stepped beside Light, handing him a suitcase. What is this? Light inquired, confusion etched on his face as he did not take it. Seeing Light's hesitation, Bojin remained unfazed, explaining while winking. This is a gift from someone as an apology. You have your share, as you know, and I procured some fine items for you. An apology? Ah. Light mulled over Bojin's words, suddenly enlightened. How could he accept such generosity? What is this? Light protested, yet his body was honest, accepting the suitcase. Bojin handed the box to Light, saying, inside lies a spell for seamless expansion, large enough to accommodate a basement. I have also included essential alchemical tools. Light opened the box, examined its contents, and then looked up, astonished at Bojin. This is rather extravagant. Many of these tools are crafted by masters and are practically priceless. Bojin waved his hand dismissively, generously replying, what of it? The 2 alchemical blueprints you provided me have set me on the path to success. You deserve this. Had I not seen the pained expression on your face, I might have almost believed you. Light rolled his eyes, commenting on Bojin's agonized visage. Chapter 79, Departure. Bojin paid no heed to Light's remarks, maintaining a facade of profound distress. Never mind, my dear brother, I am kind-hearted. I shall teach you another trick. Follow me. Light tossed his head, signaling Bojin to follow, simultaneously casting aside his previous concerns. Very well. Upon hearing Light's words, Bojin concealed his pained expression and eagerly trailed behind. Observing as Light poured a vial of magical creature essence into a cauldron, followed by minerals and plant roots, Bojin could not help but inquire, what technique is this? Are you concocting a potion? Without halting his task, Light explained, this is a method I discovered in an Eastern scroll for crafting ink. By employing ink of the same attribute as the magical script, one can enhance its effects and simplify the drawing process. If the same type of magical script is infused into the material, it can also reduce the failure rate. Upon hearing Light's explanation, Bojin's eyes brightened, and he immediately focused intently on learning. After successfully creating a relatively satisfactory ink, Bojin gazed at the vial in his hand, murmuring, what a brilliant idea. To reduce difficulty in such a manner. After his moment of reflection, Bojin lifted his gaze toward the direction where Light had departed, pondering. This child may indeed possess the potential to transform the wizarding world. Meanwhile, Light had finished organizing his belongings in the room, lying on the bed to review his information. Wright Luggas, Yo Young. Magic power. For the average value for an adult wizard is 5. Milestone points, 1. Magic, white magic, 3. Transfiguration, 9. Dark magic, 9. Skills, potion making, 7. Magical creatures, 3. Alchemy, 9. Magical script, 3. Milestone, soul of another world. World S Reformer, 26. After reviewing, Light nodded in satisfaction. In just a year, he had grown so strong. Surpassing old Dumbledore was no longer a mere dream. Thus, amidst pleasant fantasies of defeating Voldemort and kicking old Dumbledore, Light drifted off to sleep contentedly. The next morning, Light retrieved his diary, securely stowing it away. He then placed the box gifted by Bojin into the container provided by Garcia, subsequently using magic to tidy the entire room. After hastily consuming his breakfast, Light opted not to use the flue powder. Instead, he casually grabbed a box and made his way downstairs. At the entrance of Turnover Alley, he paused in front of a shop, turning to it with a ceremonious whisper, "Thank you for your kindness over the past 2 months." Without bidding farewell to Boken, who was notably absent, he proceeded towards Diagon Alley. Both were acutely aware that their relationship was far from amicable. They could merely be regarded as non-adversaries. The route was exceptionally safe, and the obliviousness of Turnover Alley had already become one of his dark magical artifact collections. Light arrived at King S Cross Station without incident, and upon merging with the bustling crowd, he successfully emerged at platform 9 3/4. Within the wizarding station, as he navigated through the platforms, he was abruptly jostled by someone, causing the decorative box he held to tumble to the ground. Accompanying this mishap was a derisive voice. "You can't even stand steadily. Truly a pathetic muggle wizard. Malfoy, why must you always be around?" Light shot an irritated glance at the smug Malfoy and his 2 lackeys. "What is the matter? Can't even speak without your impoverished friends?" Malfoy, upon noticing Light's displeased expression, grew more exuberant. Light chose not to respond, but instead pointed at their luggage, jesting. "Aren't you going to tend to your luggage? It appears to have grown legs and run off." Malfoy wore an incredulous look, while a startled shout from Goyle reached his ears. "How can luggage grow legs and run so fast?" Hearing Goyle's exclamation, Malfoy turned to see his luggage indeed scampering across the platform. The entire station erupted into chaos, with cries ringing out as the runaway luggage caused a commotion. Yet curiously, it avoided colliding with anyone. "It's you." Malfoy, momentarily bewildered, suddenly seemed to connect the dots and glared at Light across the way. Light raised his hands and feigned innocence. "I don't have a wand, nor can I perform the transfiguration to make luggage grow legs. How could it possibly be me?" "You." Before Malfoy could finish, Light pointed towards a group of uniformed staff. "Aren't you going to chase after your luggage? The station personnel are coming." Malfoy, unable to finish his threat, hurriedly followed his two companions to pursue his wayward luggage. "Huh, this little brat dares to compete with me. However, this magical artifact is quite useful." Light flicked the pendant on his chest and picked up the fallen suitcase, boarding the train. He then settled into a secluded, empty compartment, gazing out at the stream of wizards passing by, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease wash over him. The train's whistle sounded, and it began to move slowly, departing the station and leaving the mundane muggle world behind, venturing into the enchanting realm of wizards. As the train continued its journey, the towering buildings outside gradually receded, giving way to expansive fields beyond the window. Gazing out at the rapidly passing scenery, Wright bore no expression of joy, utterly devoid of the delight that should accompany the pursuit of magical knowledge. His brow furrowed in concentration, his right fingers rhythmically tapping on the table as he murmured to himself, "Surely, I have forgotten something." At that moment, the compartment door swung open abruptly, and a voice filled with surprise exclaimed, "Wright, is that you? I nearly lost track of you. Where are Harry and Ron?" The unexpected voice jolted Wright from his reverie, causing him to relax his furrowed brow and force a smile as he responded to the entering Hermione. "I have no idea. Perhaps they missed the train? I haven't seen them." Upon hearing Wright's words, Hermione's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. "Surely not. What are we to do if they haven't boarded? How will they reach school? Wait, look over there." Wright pointed out the window. Hermione approached the window, peering in the direction he indicated, and spotted a vague, dark shape approaching in the air. "What is that? A bird? Or an airplane?" she inquired, puzzled. "No, that is a flying car." Just as Wright's words fell, the airborne vehicle soared toward them. As the car drew near, Hermione recognized the faces of Harry and Ron, prompting her to hurriedly open the window and shout to them. Wright, noticing the terrified expressions on Harry and Ron's faces, felt a sudden jolt of panic, his pupils dilating as he frantically searched his person. After a prolonged moment, realization struck him like a thunderbolt. His Horcrux diary was missing. Chapter 80, Arrival. Amidst Hermione's shouts and the frightened cries of Harry and Ron, the flying car suddenly veered away, ascending into the sky. "Right, we must devise a plan to rescue them." Hermione's frantic voice roused the dazed Wright from his thoughts. "What do we do?" he stammered, momentarily at a loss, casting a hesitant glance at Hermione. Meanwhile, Hermione was pacing anxiously, muttering to herself, "What should we do? The professors are all at school. If only they had flown to us a moment ago, we might have been able to bring them back. Now they are out of sight." Drawing upon the chaotic workings of his mind, Wright began to extract the memories of the past 2 days, seeking clues from a third-person perspective. Was it when Malfoy collided with me? He pondered. Yes, the diary must have gone missing then. However, I was affected even earlier. As he rifled through the memories of the last 2 days, Wright finally identified the moment of his misfortune. It was last night, during his second exchange with the diary, that he fell victim. Gritting his teeth, he uttered through clenched jaws the Oblivion charm. Recalling the notebook from his memories, the initial word of each sentence formed a spell capable of obscuring memories. In that instant, a surge of malevolence arose within Wright. A terrifying thought pierced his mind. The Horcrux must be aboard the train. Perhaps he could incinerate the car with a fierce blaze. With a long exhale, he dismissed the reckless notion from his mind, seething with frustration at his predicament. "I never imagined that I would be the one caught off guard today after relentlessly pursuing others. Just you wait. Once I catch up to you, I shall ensure your downfall." Aware of the unfolding narrative, Light paid little heed to the safety of Harry and Ron. Instead, he found himself pondering the reasons behind his own predicament. Was it due to the Horcrux? That seemed unlikely, for the Horcrux did not possess such formidable properties. The true strength lay within the essence of Voldemort himself. Could it be that my resistance to dark magic is insufficient? No, for I, who can command even the fiercest flames, possess an astonishingly high resilience. Or perhaps my innate talent for dark magic is so pronounced that it renders me vulnerable. That too is implausible, as a heightened aptitude not only accelerates one's mastery of dark arts, but also enhances one's defenses against them. Countless possibilities swirled in his mind, only to be systematically dismissed. Ultimately, Light opened his eyes, having discerned the true cause of his affliction. It was the inadequacy of his white magic resistance, compounded by the unexpected realization that this Horcrux could indeed be countered with white magic. Thus, he had unwittingly fallen prey. Having unraveled the mystery of his condition, Light calmed himself. Fortuitously, his resistance to dark magic was sufficiently robust. Otherwise, he would have been confronted with the soul-stealing curse, rather than merely the temporarily obscuring white magic. With clarity restored, he glanced at his three-dimensional attributes and reconsidered his intention to allocate the final milestone point to white magic. In facing the ancient serpent creature and the unexpectedly formidable Voldemort, it would be prudent to retain some hidden strengths. As Light contemplated his strategy against Voldemort, the compartment door swung open. Hermione entered, her face a portrait of disappointment and anxiety, taking a seat opposite Light. Noticing her distress, he inquired curiously, "What troubles you?" "When I spoke to the upperclassmen about Harry and Ron, they laughed at me, claiming that cars cannot fly. Some even question what a car is." Hermione vented her frustrations, recounting her recent encounters. Light could only comfort her, assuring her that Harry and Ron were fortunate and would be safe. Moreover, there was little they could do at present. Upon hearing Light's words of reassurance, Hermione felt a slight sense of calm, yet her gaze incessantly drifted towards the window, despite the absence of any sign of the flying car. At last, the train rolled into the station, slowly coming to a halt amidst Hermione's anxious anticipation. As soon as it stopped, she hurriedly sought to follow Hagrid in search of the professors at Hogwarts. However, Light grasped her arm firmly. "Where are you off to?" he asked. Turning in confusion, Hermione replied, "I must go to Hogwarts to find the professors and urge them to rescue Harry and Ron." Observing the distress on Hermione's face, Light sighed softly before explaining, "Have you forgotten? When we arrived, there were no second-year students accompanying us. The upperclassmen have their own means of travel." Hermione watched as Hagrid led the first-year students away. Indeed, as Light had indicated, the second-year students were following their seniors in the opposite direction towards the station. With no other option, Hermione could only wear a reluctant expression and accompany Light in following the main group. The two of them joined the throng, arriving at an open area where an array of over 100 dark gray carriages awaited. Strikingly, there appeared to be no creatures harnessed to pull these carriages. They stood alone in the clearing, seemingly suspended in midair. "How did this carriage come to rest here? It appears there are no animals to pull it." Hermione, unable to suppress her curiosity, inquired of Wright as she observed the prefect beckoning the students aboard. "The carriage is drawn by a magical creature. It will commence its journey once filled with passengers." Wright briefly elucidated the characteristics of the Thestral to Hermione. Upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes widened in determination, as if striving to discern this wondrous creature. Wright gazed at the creature before the carriage, its physique resembling a gaunt black horse, with a dragon-like head and bat-like, yet expansive wings. Examining the Thestral, Wright's eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued by its elusive nature, unseen by those who have yet to witness death. "Never mind, let us board." After a moment of contemplation regarding the Thestral, Hermione relinquished her desire to clearly see it, turned, and tugged at the still curious Wright, leading him aboard. Responding to the call, Wright joined her, and they awaited the vehicle's departure. Shortly after boarding, two unfamiliar individuals entered the carriage. At that moment, the carriage began to move slowly, indicating that the presence of 4 passengers was the requisite for departure. The carriage's pace was leisurely, and the 4 occupants did not engage in conversation. Hermione was preoccupied with concern for Harry and Ron, while Wright pondered whether Thestral blood could be utilized in potion-making to acquire its unique, unobservable traits. The two newcomers, unfamiliar with one another, remained silent as well. Before long, the carriage halted at the stone steps before the castle. As soon as it stopped, Hermione leapt from the carriage and dashed towards the castle. When Wright caught up, he observed Hermione conversing with Professor McGonagall, who was waiting at the castle's entrance. McGonagall appeared incredulous, then impatiently summoned a prefect before hastily departing. Chapter 81. The second year begins. Wright, holding Hermione back as she sought to follow McGonagall, stated, "There is little use in pursuing her now. The professors will handle the situation." After soothing Hermione's anxiety, the pair entered the great hall, finding seats at the Gryffindor table. Wright raised his gaze towards the staff table. Both Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall were absent, and Headmaster Dumbledore had yet to appear. Meanwhile, Gilderoy Lockhart occupied the position originally held by Quirrell, grinning widely, displaying his prominent teeth, as though he were perpetually posing for a photograph. Curiously glancing at the vacant head seat, Wright wondered why Dumbledore had not yet made an appearance. As time passed, the sorting ceremony, which was traditionally overseen by Professor McGonagall, had yet to commence, with only the tattered sorting hat singing its indecipherable tune in solitude. This prompted not only the newly arrived young witches and wizards to fidget restlessly, but also students from the various houses to whisper among themselves, questioning the cause of the delay. Just then, the castle doors swung open once more. Professor McGonagall hurriedly approached the sorting hat, announcing the commencement of the ceremony. Upon her arrival, the sorting hat ceased its song, awaiting McGonagall's call of names. In the midst of the sorting ceremony, Wright spotted a somewhat disheveled Harry and Ron stealthily slipping into the Great Hall. Then, they were apprehended by Snape, who had been searching for them all along. What to do? What to do? Harry and Ron had been caught by Snape. Surely, they wouldn't be expelled. Evidently, Hermione also witnessed Snape seize Harry and Ron, her face a portrait of anxiety as she muttered nervously. With no other option, Light could only offer indirect consolation to Hermione, who was nearly as frantic as a gopher, rising and exclaiming in distress. At long last, the sorting ceremony concluded, and just as Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat away, Snape hurriedly approached her, his expression dark. He whispered a few words to her, prompting an initial look of shock from McGonagall, which swiftly transformed into anger as she departed with Snape. Shortly after their exit, Dumbledore appeared on the podium, much to Light's surprise. The headmaster wore a broad smile and, with a resounding voice, addressed the students. After delivering his remarks, he raised his right hand, causing a sumptuous array of food to materialize on the tables. With the announcement of the feast's commencement, Dumbledore hastily exited the hall. Upon seeing the lavish spread, Light was reminded of the earlier events and found his appetite completely diminished. Alongside Hermione, he felt utterly disinclined to partake in dinner. He recalled having warned him, yet somehow he had still fallen into the trap. The image of Dumbledore's ancient ring on his finger twisted Light's expression in dismay. With little desire to dine, Light retrieved several thermos containers from a box Garcia had given him, his face clouded with worry as he began to pack them up. After dinner, Dumbledore made another sudden appearance, sharing a few reminders before leading the school song, and then swiftly leaving once more. Perhaps the sorting hat truly possessed remarkable capabilities, as the students of Gryffindor were all exclaiming about their thrilling arrival to school on flying brooms, without a hint of criticism. Instead of mockery, many gazed at them with admiration, as though they had accomplished something monumental. Once Hermione learned that Harry and Ron were unharmed, her tense nerves relaxed, and she turned to Light, saying, "Show me." "What?" Light replied, perplexed as he looked at Hermione. "The dinner you packed." Hermione averted her gaze, slightly embarrassed. "Here you go." Without further inquiry, Light handed her one of the thermos containers, aware that she, like him, had hardly eaten. "Thank you." Hermione quickly accepted the container and found a spot to begin her meal. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were surrounded by their peers. Initially, Harry felt a touch of embarrassment, but under Ron's boasting, he soon loosened up, regaling everyone with tales of their exhilarating day. As they recounted their experiences to Neville and Seamus, the two were left in wide-eyed astonishment. Light listened to their exaggerated tales, disinterested as he consumed the food from his container. After washing up, he lay in bed, his mind racing with thoughts, tossing and turning until the early hours of the morning, when he finally managed to find some semblance of clarity before falling into a deep slumber. The next day, Light rose early, joining the throng as he made his way to the Great Hall, casting aside his worries as he began to indulge in a lavish breakfast. Harry and Ron, however, appeared far from the spirited selves they had been the previous night, their demeanor vacant, as if they sensed that something troubling was about to unfold. As Light was fervently replenishing his energy, he suddenly heard someone exclaim, "Goodness, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley have made it to the newspapers." The front page headline featured an action shot of a car soaring through the sky above the city, with two figures visible in the driver's seat. Light chose not to take the circulating newspaper. Instead, he extracted his wand, cast a magical earplug spell, and prepared himself for the spectacle. Shortly after completing the incantation, an elderly owl, trembling, fluttered into the hall, clutching a crimson letter in its beak. With a look of terror on Ron's face, the owl delivered the letter with a shaky flourish, only to lose its balance and tumble into a milk jug. The students, aware of the situation, distanced themselves from Ron, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. Harry, fully cognizant of the power of the howler, swallowed hard, his expression betraying his anxiety as he glanced at Ron. With the howler in hand, Ron appeared on the verge of tears, trembling as he tore open the letter. "Ron, how do you keep this from us? How could you possibly drive the car to school without permission? If the school expels you for this, I wouldn't be surprised at all." Just wait until I deal with you. You have no idea what it felt like when your father and I discovered the car was missing. Harry and Ron, closest to the howler, felt as though they might go deaf from the uproar. The commotion attracted the attention of all the students enjoying their breakfast, who turned to see who had been so audacious. It took more than 10 minutes for the echoes of the howler to fade, and only when the hall's occupants lowered their hands from their ears did light finally lift the spell. As the howler turned to ash, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, leaving Harry and Ron, the central figures, dejected and downcast. Just then, the infuriating voice of Malfoy broke through. What a delight this is! Weasley, your father might very well be expelled from the Ministry of Magic, losing his job. Your entire family might end up begging on the streets. Nothing could be better news. With a smug grin, Malfoy approached Harry and Ron, flanked by his two cronies. Enraged by Malfoy's taunts and contemptuous demeanor, Ron pointed his wand, wrapped in tape, directly at him. As Ron uttered a spell, a cloud of black mist erupted from the wand, much to the astonishment of everyone in the hall. Weasley, are you trying to be funny? Or do you think you know how to be a clown? Malfoy mocked, observing Ron's flushed face while sneering. Frustrated, Ron waved his wand again, but to no avail. Gritting his teeth, he stowed away the wand, ready to charge at Malfoy for a one-on-one confrontation. Before Ron could lunge forward, Harry and Neville restrained him. Hermione, standing nearby, persistently urged him not to engage in a brawl in the hall, warning that it could lead to serious consequences, potentially expulsion. Meanwhile, Light paid little mind to the squabble, having enjoyed the spectacle, returning to his meal while contemplating a chat with old Dumbledore. As the commotion subsided, it was nearly time for classes to commence. A group of students hurriedly made their way to class. Upon arriving at the greenhouse for Professor Sprout's herbology lesson, they discovered that the professor had yet to arrive, which immediately alleviated Hermione's anxiety. The temperature within the greenhouse was considerably warmer than the cool autumn air outside. The rich soil and relatively humid environment were evidently more conducive to the flourishing of plants. Numerous potted plants adorned the ground, their vibrant green leaves exuding vitality. Spotting the plants among the pots, Wright couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the mandrake, one of the primary ingredients for the Wolfsbane potion. "Good morning, Professor," Wright greeted shyly. Professor Sprout smiled gently, nodded at Wright, and proceeded to the front table, calling out, "Good morning, everyone. Welcome to greenhouse number 3. With a warm smile, Professor Sprout donned her earmuffs and small trowel, approaching the potted plants. She inquired of the students, "We will be repotting the mandrakes shortly. Can anyone tell me what a mandrake is?" Hermione, with unparalleled swiftness, raised her hand. The mandrake is used to revive those who have been petrified, restoring them to their normal state. Moreover, it is quite dangerous. The cry of an adult mandrake can be fatal. However, the cries of a young mandrake will only induce a fainting spell. As Hermione spoke eloquently, Wright internally supplemented her explanation. Not only that, the mandrake has a potent stimulating effect on the mind. Any potion that affects the mind to any degree must include it. Adult mandrakes are both precious and rare. Professor Sprout then elaborated on the growth conditions and handling methods of this herb. After the lecture, she distributed earmuffs to the students, clarifying their purpose and reiterating the importance of not underestimating the mandrake, even in its juvenile state. Wright adeptly fulfilled Professor Sprout's course requirements, successfully repotting several mandrakes and earning 5 points for Gryffindor. Although a few students mishandled the plants, causing them to cry out, fortunately, all were wearing earmuffs, and no one succumbed to the effects. Once class was dismissed, the group hurriedly made their way to Transfiguration class. As soon as Wright settled into his seat, Professor McGonagall arrived. She handed each young wizard a beetle and instructed them to transform it into a button. Wright casually waved his wand, effortlessly converting the beetle into a button, complete with the intricate pattern of the original insect, a task that posed no challenge for him. "Excellent transfiguration spell. 5 points to Gryffindor," exclaimed Professor McGonagall as she swiftly approached Wright, raising the button to draw the attention of the other students. Harry and Ron were already envious of Wright's skill, while Hermione, glancing at the button in Professor McGonagall's hand and then at Wright, felt a twinge of competitiveness. She resumed her incantation on the beetle, which had transformed into a rounded shape on her desk. Suddenly, Seamus accidentally exploded his beetle, startling Professor McGonagall, who quickly set aside her button to assist the students, though her help proved to be of little effect. After a plume of black smoke erupted from Ron's wand, the beetle continued to scuttle about, while Neville enlarged it considerably. Light, lost in thought, gazed vacantly at the chaotic scene unfolding in the classroom, his mind drifting far away. If I were to transform a human into an animal, would they retain their human spirit? Certainly not. the primal instincts of the animal would erode their humanity, a risk even for an animagus, let alone the ordinary transfiguration. But why do the animal instincts encroach upon human nature? Because to survive, one must adhere to the instincts of the animal, and in that subtle process, humanity gradually fades away. In that instant, Light's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. He swiftly grabbed his notebook and began to jot down his thoughts. The survival instincts of magical creatures intertwine with the essence of their souls, giving rise to magic. Wizards, too, embody the extremes of emotion and spirit, generating magical power. As he wrote, a wild idea surfaced in Light's mind. Could I employ something akin to Wolf's Bane to transform myself into a magical creature? This is not impossible. The path of the animagus is one direction, and werewolves, though a failure, serve as a reference. Pausing momentarily, Light began to delve into the origins of werewolves. Wolf's Bane activates the latent bloodline within a wizard, merging animal instincts with the soul, resulting in an anomalous form of magic that carries the essence of the animal, thereby encroaching upon the mind. If I can ensure that this nascent magic does not affect the mind, then transforming into a magical creature would be no issue. At last, Light penned his conclusion in the notebook. By enhancing the wolf blood potion through animagus principles, I could obtain the ability to metamorphose into a magical creature. Gazing at his written conclusion, Light could not help but sigh. Alas, if only there were more information on Wolf's Bane. My transformation into a magical creature would be within reach. Chapter 83, Lockhart. As the school bell rang, the young wizards in the classroom watched Professor McGonagall exit, collectively exhaling in relief as they began to disperse in pairs for lunch. After stowing away his notebook filled with peculiar knowledge, Light accompanied Ron, who was lamenting about his wand, along with Harry and Hermione, to the dining hall. However, during their meal, Hermione became animated, expressing her eagerness for Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class more than once. Although Harry and Ron harbored a certain disdain for Lockhart himself, they still looked forward to his class on dark magic. Listening to the trio's anticipation for the upcoming lesson, Light almost succumbed to the urge to interject with a quip. On their way to the defense against the dark arts class, Ron noticed Light's peculiar expression and could not help but inquire, Light, why do you look like you were trying to laugh, but can't? It's so strange. Oh, it's nothing, just a funny thought crossed my mind. Suddenly, a voice rang out, oh my, Harry Potter, the legendary savior. As the voice echoed, the young wizards in the corridor first glanced towards its source, and upon hearing Harry's name, turned to look at him. A small boy with gray hair, clutching a rather vintage camera, hurried towards Harry amidst the gazes of the crowd. Hello, Mr. Potter. I'm Colin Creevey, a new student this year. I'm also a member of Gryffindor. May I take your photograph? Colin raised the camera hanging from his neck, his eyes sparkling as he looked at a bewildered Harry. Taking photos? That may not be appropriate. Harry hesitated slightly, but his refusal did little to deter Colin. Instead, it seemed to awaken his inner gossip journalist, prompting him to enthusiastically recount Harry's legendary tales. He spoke of vanquishing the Dark Lord, the exhilarating escapade of high-speed flying from the previous day, and even the raucous howlers from that very morning. Watching Colin cling to Harry for photographs and signatures, Leighton felt an uncanny familiarity, as if a fervent fan had encountered their beloved idol. Just as Leighton and his companions were cornered by Colin in the corridor, a resonant and cheerful voice rang out, accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed man striding toward them. What are you all up to? The approaching Lockhart happened to catch sight of Harry signing for Colin. Initially buoyant, his voice gradually deepened, revealing his displeasure at someone else receiving signatures behind his back. Upon seeing Lockhart, Colin squealed and dashed toward him with his camera raised. Quick, let us go before we are besieged again. After Colin shifted his focus, Harry waved at Leighton and the others before hastily departing toward the classroom. Once they arrived, Harry's expression noticeably darkened, as if sensing that the upcoming defense against the dark arts class would not be an easy affair. As Leighton took his seat, he overheard several young wizards expressing their anticipation for Lockhart's lessons, while Hermione restlessly chatted with her classmates. Before long, amidst the eager anticipation of the students, Lockhart entered the classroom, his face adorned with a broad, gleaming smile that revealed his dazzling white teeth. He strode to the podium and began what resembled a self-promotional speech. Hello, everyone. I am the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart. At this, applause erupted, predominantly from the young witches, with Hermione particularly enthusiastic, nodding and clapping vigorously. Leighton observed with a bemused smile as Lockhart, brimming with confidence and eloquence at the podium, mused to himself, this man is undoubtedly talented, though perhaps misapplied. If he were to become a success coach, he could potentially build an empire of trillions. Once Lockhart concluded his self-introduction, or rather, his boastful monologue, he distributed a questionnaire, declaring it an assessment for everyone to complete. Even Leighton, who had braced himself for this, couldn't help but twitch his lips upon seeing the questionnaire. It spanned 3 pages, filled with numerous bizarre questions, such as, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What are Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambitions? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement? When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? After glancing through the questions, Leighton discreetly turned to observe the perplexed expressions of his classmates and quietly sighed, acknowledging that they were all quite normal. Even Lockhart's fan club appeared utterly baffled by the absurdity of the questionnaire. Gazing at the examination paper before him, Light succumbed to anxiety. Despite having perused all of Lockhart's books and memorized the knowledge contained within, the esteemed professor's interests lay far beyond the realm of academia. While Lockhart did not prohibit the use of reference materials, Light found himself disinclined to engage, as if he had embarked upon a rebellious phase. An idea sparked in Light's mind. He turned his gaze towards Hermione's questionnaire. What are you doing? Hermione, fervently scribbling away, keenly sensed the 3 pairs of eyes upon her, laden with mischief. Hermione, we merely seek to draw inspiration. We are utterly unmotivated to write. Light pleaded. Moreover, Lockhart has not disallowed collaborative efforts. He glanced furtively, joining Harry and Ron, who exchanged sheepish grins, all wearing expressions of shared reluctance. With a resigned sigh, Hermione spread her questionnaire across the table for all to see. Unabashedly, the trio began to reference her work. As their enthusiasm grew, they called upon Neville to ascend the platform and portray a troll, demonstrating how to subdue the creature, much to the astonishment of the younger wizards, who feared he might enact the scenario for real. The young wizards anticipated a grand display of magic from Lockhart, only to be met with an entirely different spectacle, an awkward skit devoid of enchantment, filled with clumsy lines and stilted movements. Hermione stared blankly at the farce unfolding on stage, murmuring to herself, this cannot be happening. It is simply unbelievable. Surely, our upcoming defense against the dark arts class cannot be like this. Harry and Ron mirrored her look of utter dismay. Having mentally prepared himself, Light remarked, this is entirely acceptable. Alas, if only there existed a profession for actors within the wizarding world, Lockhart would surely have found his niche. Observing Lockhart's fervent engagement on stage, Light couldn't help but lament that he was misplaced in his vocation. As the bell for dismissal chimed, Lockhart hurriedly departed, leaving Neville, still clad as the troll, amidst a sea of disappointed young wizards. Chapter 84. The Study of Transfiguration. How could this be? Must this year's defense against the dark arts class be rendered utterly pointless? Hermione pondered, desperately seeking a justification for her idol, yet finding none that held water. His teeth are quite white, and his smile is dazzling. He would make a suitable actor. Light decisively categorized Lockhart, effectively terminating the discussion. After completing his homework and dining, Light declined Ron's invitation to a game of wizard's chess and sought out Professor Snape. In the dimly lit office, Snape, as ever, wore an impassive expression while observing Light concocting potions. The bubbling elixir gradually melded together under Light's careful stirring. After a considerable interval, the flames extinguished. Light filled a glass vial with the potion and handed it to Snape, who awaited by his side. Is this the wolf's blood potion you have created? Snape inquired, examining the potion with scrutiny. Indeed. However, I have not conducted any experiments. All of this remains mere conjecture. Light replied cautiously, glancing at the preoccupied Snape. That depends on whether others choose to believe it. May I destroy it? Snape refrained from elaborating on the matter, instead lifting the potion he had just tested. Yes, if that is your desire. Silence enveloped the room as S. Teaching did not utter a word, but instead proceeded to destroy the potion in hand. What brings you here? Came a hoarse voice, rousing Wright from his contemplation. Faced with the impatient demeanor of S. Teaching, Wright promptly retrieved the notes he had penned that day and presented them to the figure shrouded in darkness. What peculiar concoction have you devised this time? S. Teaching queried, a hint of displeasure evident as he accepted the notebook and began to peruse its contents. In the dimly lit chamber, silence reigned, broken only by the faint rustle of turning pages. After a considerable duration, the sound of flipping pages ceased. With a tone tinged with resignation, S. Teaching remarked, so, you intend to delve into the intricacies of transfiguration? Wright paused for a moment, then nodded gently. This is no mere fantasy. In truth, the use of wolfsbane serves to stimulate the latent bloodline within a wizard, thereby forging an entirely new form. The existence of werewolves stands as a precedent. Moreover, the influence of heterogeneous magical energies on the psyche can be constrained through potions and rituals, allowing for control. After a brief pause, Wright glanced at the contemplative S teaching and continued, by utilizing the original reference of an animagus and activating the bloodline with wolfsbane, one can connect to the soul and construct a new lineage. Ultimately, employing a potion made from wolf's blood will stabilize the transformation, integrating the foreign magical energy with one's own. This way, one can achieve stable control over the form of magical creatures. Upon hearing Wright's conclusion, S teaching remained silent for an extended period, seemingly weighing the feasibility of the proposition. The silence stretched on, long enough for even Wright to sense the futility of the endeavor. If it were merely a potion, I could ascertain its efficacy, but since it involves a magical ritual, I'm unable to provide an accurate assessment. Moreover, engaging in such rituals is perilous. I cannot endorse this course of action, S teaching declared, his hollow eyes suddenly shimmering with intensity as he gazed earnestly at Wright. I implore you to abandon this notion, despite the formidable advantages it may offer. At this juncture, it was Wright who fell silent, pondering for a moment before ultimately deciding to disclose a fragment of information, driven by the urgency of securing funding. We are running out of time. Dumbledore has been cursed. I've seen his hand. S teaching, upon hearing Wright's words, withdrew his penetrating gaze and sighed deeply, speaking with a bittersweet tone. Indeed, it seems there is no concealing this from you. Wright refrained from responding, and after S teaching's statement, he too lapsed into silence. Subsequently, he turned toward a corner of the office and retrieved a set of documents. This is for you, encompassing all research on werewolves, including the information on wolfsbane that you seek, S teaching said, handing over the documents along with a list of books. Ensure your safety, even with full confidence. Do not proceed recklessly. Lastly, inform me when you undertake the transformation. Listening to S teaching's admonitions, Wright respectfully accepted the materials. I will. Thank you immensely for your assistance, Professor. Having achieved his objective, Wright expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. At that moment, S teaching's hollow voice resonated behind him, if necessary. It is permissible to abandon the endeavor. Do not cling to the illusion of guaranteed success. I understand, Wright replied. Light turned around, his face beaming with a smile. Holding the documents in his hands, he cast an illusion spell upon himself and, taking advantage of the night, made his way to the House of Requests. As he opened the documents, he discovered a meticulous study on werewolves, detailing everything from their origins to their evolution. There were also accounts of the effects and consequences of wolf venom entering the bodies of wizards versus muggles, alongside an extensive analysis of the venom's components, which piqued his interest. After perusing the materials, a torrent of inspiration surged within Light's mind. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. The components of wolf venom possessed potent hallucinogenic properties, capable of igniting mankind's inherent aggressive instincts. This primal urge intertwined with the latent bloodline, connecting to the soul, ultimately giving rise to a foreign magical essence that transformed his corporeal form. With a surge of insight, Light took up his pen and inscribed his understanding beneath the werewolf documentation. The vessel is merely a container, while the spirit is akin to water. The container can alter the shape of the water, but from whence does the water originate? It flows from the soul. Intense emotions transform the nature of the water, thus manifesting magic. This is the genesis of the wizarding essence. After articulating the origins of wizardry, Light paused for contemplation before continuing. Magical creatures differ from humans. They generate magic through potent instincts birthed from their physical forms. However, the magic intertwined with their instinct cannot be wielded freely, as it is incompatible with other forms of magic. In contrast, human wizards can harness more magic by adjusting their mental states. As he penned these thoughts, Light's inspiration flourished, prompting him to write fervently. Perhaps I could directly utilize a magical ritual to solidify this foreign magical essence within my body. This may prove to be the most effective solution. After documenting his ideas, Light meticulously reviewed his work and nodded with satisfaction. It was time for him to acquire an animagus and to seek out numerous tomes on magical rituals. He needed to design a ritual capable of solidifying the power of the corresponding magical creature. Chapter 85, Animagus. In a castle shrouded by night, only flickering candlelight illuminated the path as a shadow, barely perceptible, glided toward the restricted section. Under the cover of darkness, he swiftly arrived at the forbidden area. Producing the book list provided by his mentor, Light began to gather the texts listed on the shelves. Titles, such as 100 Ways to Die in Transfiguration and Humorous Cases of Transfiguration Gone Awry, caught his eye. As he continued to peruse the list, Light found himself increasingly befuddled. Goodness, it seemed his mentor was genuinely concerned for his well-being, deliberately preparing this list to prevent his potential misadventures. Light silently lamented. Yet he deftly collected the books as instructed, ensuring to include several volumes on ancient rituals. Having completed his gathering, Light carried the books back to the House of Requests, where he commenced his reading with care. Instead of diving directly into Animagus studies, he chose to begin earnestly with the precautions of transfiguration and methods for addressing any anomalies that may arise. The following morning, Light rubbed his weary eyes, contemplating over breakfast his resolve to never again stay up all night. The thought flickered in his mind, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed he had experienced this scenario before. Lost in thought, he was hastily urged by Hermione to eat quickly, as class was imminent. The four of them rushed to their seats just before Professor Binns arrived. After catching up on sleep during History of Magic, Light immersed himself in a book on transfiguration during the subsequent charms lesson. Through relentless study, he gradually solidified his hypothesis regarding the distinction between a wizard's magic and that of magical creatures. He also prepared to concoct a potion for Animagus transformation for analysis, laying the groundwork for his next step in transforming magical creatures. After several days of diligent study, Light resolved to delve into the ultimate mystery of transfiguration, Animagus transformation. At the end of a long day of classes, he made his way to the Room of Requirement, retrieving the forbidden tome on species transfiguration and began to peruse its pages. The practice of becoming an Animagus was no simple task. It first demanded a profound understanding of transfiguration to master it and avert peril. Moreover, one must maintain a humble heart, eschewing the blind arrogance of believing oneself a genius, and refrain from the overconfidence of thinking one can become extraordinary or that one can transform into a magical creature. Lastly, this magic required a stroke of luck. Should the attempt fail, one must not try a second time, for such was the choice of fate. After absorbing the author's warning about the consequences of ignoring the rules, Light frowned at the animated illustrations within the book, depicting individuals who had defied the warnings of transfiguration. Each image showcased a grotesque being, half human and half creature, with distorted bodies and sinister expressions. The earlier warnings were comprehensible, yet he questioned why a first failure precluded a second attempt. Fate's choice was something he was reluctant to accept. After a lengthy contemplation, Light continued reading, hoping to uncover answers in the subsequent potion-making instructions. The first step in practicing Animagus transformation required holding a leaf of mandrake in one's mouth from one full moon to the next, without allowing it to leave one's mouth, lest one fail. The second step involved crafting the leaf into a potion and burying it in a place completely isolated from the outside world, shielded from sunlight. Subsequently, just before a thunderstorm, the potion must be retrieved. If it appeared a deep crimson, it indicated that the previous steps had been successful. Finally, the potion should be consumed immediately upon retrieval, coinciding with the onset of the storm for transformation. Yet, questions lingered. Why must one hold a mandrake leaf? Why transform amidst the tempest? After making his decision, Light rushed off to gather supplies. Under Professor Snape's hollow gaze, he managed to acquire several potion ingredients, securing an extra dozen mandrake leaves. With Snape's gruff dissatisfaction echoing in his ears, Light was promptly dismissed from the office. Clutching a trove of potion materials, he hastily made his way to the potion preparation room within the Room of Requirement, arranging his supplies with care. Then, Light eagerly placed the leaves of the mandrake in his mouth. As soon as the leaves entered, he felt nothing particularly special. Yet with each swallow, Light acutely sensed a subtle force permeating from the leaves. Thus, he spent the day with the leaves in his mouth, enduring considerable discomfort. He feared swallowing them while sleeping and was cautious during meals. However, the data collected that day had unveiled to Light the entirety of Animagus' secrets. That night, Light visited the office of the professor, beginning to articulate his comprehensive understanding of the magic and potions, reporting his progress. The mandrake possessed a remarkable ability to absorb mental energy, yet, having lost its roots, it could not store this vitality. After 30 days of this cycle, the leaves encapsulated all the information of the body and spirit. Upon hearing Light's explanation, the professor crossed his arms and rested a finger on his lips, contemplating deeply. Soon, his vacant gaze fixed upon Light, and in a hoarse voice, he remarked, "I recall you promised to inform me before conducting experiments." Upon hearing the professor's words, Light's proud expression faltered, and he awkwardly replied, "This is not an experiment, merely the preparation of raw materials." The professor looked at Light with an impassive demeanor, evidently unconvinced by his words, and spoke in a low tone, caught in a sensitive spot. Light hastily defended himself. This is to analyze why one must hold the leaves during a full moon. Why is it not feasible at other times? Besides, merely holding the leaves poses no danger. After listening to Light's defense, the professor did not linger on the matter, but probed further. Then why commence preparations during the full moon? Realizing he could not easily evade this question, Light felt a surge of joy and proceeded to report his conclusion. During the full moon, both the mind and body are more active. The resistance to the mandrake's absorption of mental and bodily information is weaker. Chapter 86, Advancing Further. As for why the potion must be buried in a place isolated from the outside world, hidden from the sun, I trust the professor does not require my explanation. Stealing a glance at the professor, who continued to ignore his words and fixate on him, Light felt compelled to continue. On one hand, it shields the potion from external influences, allowing it to ferment. From the perspective of magical rituals, being hidden signifies life developing and taking shape in secrecy. Thunderstorms represent nature's witness. Consuming the potion under its observation symbolizes the birth of life and its connection to nature. Just as he finished articulating his thoughts, the professor abruptly inquired, "Why can this magic not be performed a second time?" Without much deliberation, Light immediately provided his answer. It is not that a second attempt is impossible, but rather that the failure rate is exceedingly high. Observing the professor's slowly furrowing brow, Light continued, "The crux of this magic lies in the mandrake leaves' capacity to gather information from the mind and body. If the magic does not succeed on the first attempt, the mind and body will have already developed resistance to the leaves. Once resistance is formed, the complete collection of information becomes perilous during transformation, rendering failure inevitable." St. Joseph listened quietly, while Wright elaborated on anima magis, remaining silent for an extended period. At length, St. Joseph spoke slowly, his voice somber. "What do you intend to do?" After a moment of contemplation, Wright gradually articulated his direction, to extract the spiritual blood from magical creatures as corporeal information to activate the latent bloodline within. Subsequently, I shall blend my spiritual blood with that of the magical creatures and the leaves of mandrake, which bear mental information, to concoct a potion. This will amalgamate heterogeneous magical power with that of the wizard. Utilizing the appropriate magical ritual, I shall attain a novel form and re-emerge into the world. His fervent declarations failed to sway St. Joseph, who retorted in a grave tone, "And who do you plan to use for your vivisection?" Silence enveloped the room. Wright's persuasive rhetoric faltered. Uncertain of how to further convince the figure cloaked in shadows before him, he waited. After a prolonged pause, St. Joseph exhaled softly, his voice hoarse. "Very well. Even if I disapprove, you will proceed clandestinely. Tell me, how shall the potion be blended?" Wright, startled, raised his gaze to the still impassive St. Joseph, hesitating before replying. "Professor, there is no need for such urgency. I can elucidate." Before he could finish, St. Joseph interrupted with a stern tone. "How will you resolve it? Will you, like a dark sorcerer, forcibly experiment on others? Do not presume that your talents allow for unbridled recklessness. At present, you are of no consequence to me. Now, immediately relinquish all your knowledge." Observing St. Joseph's intent to continue his verbal assault, Wright hastily interjected, "I am more than willing to share my knowledge, yet I currently lack the necessary materials, which poses a challenge." "Do not fret." St. Joseph waved his hand, summoning 2 vials of radiant red liquid from a shelf in the office corner, which floated to his hand and were then handed to Wright. "This contains the essence of the troll's spiritual blood and that of a wizard. Use them to concoct your potion." Taking the 2 vials from St. Joseph, Wright swiftly approached the workbench, seizing the wizard's spiritual blood to commence his task. He first treated the mandrake leaves to enhance their capacity for information absorption, then introduced them into the wizard's spiritual blood to ensure it garnered sufficient information. As he spoke, Wright deftly manipulated the tools at hand. St. Joseph remained silent, observing intently, without a hint of distraction. Next, he added the erythrina flower to the troll's spiritual blood, which would activate its instinctual emotions. Once the preparatory work was complete, Wright turned to St. Joseph and stated, "These components require a week of fermentation and reaction before we can proceed to the next step." St. Joseph gazed at the 2 vials on the table, now enriched with leaves and petals, and without uttering a word, he turned and retrieved a small box from a corner. "What is this?" Wright inquired, regarding the unassuming wooden box placed on the table with curiosity. "This box can expedite the fermentation and reaction time of the potion." After succinctly explaining the box's purpose, St. Joseph fell silent once more. After a brief exploration of the usage, Wright discovered that this apparatus was surprisingly user-friendly. akin to a microwave. Simply place the contents inside and select the desired time for acceleration. Once he placed the potion into the chamber and adjusted the reaction time, he commenced documenting the errors and improvements he encountered while concocting the spiritual blood. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed. A sudden chime startled Wright from his notes. He retrieved 2 vials of spiritual blood from the chamber. Noticing that the leaves and petals within had thoroughly amalgamated, their vibrant crimson hues now dulled. He re-established the crucible and ignited the flame, pouring the refined essence of mandrake juice into it. Subsequently, he added the petals of the cursed moonflower into the mixture of the 2 vials of spiritual blood, stirring them together. Countless ingredients melded in the stirring process, while Wright's spirit intertwined with the potion in the crucible, brewing in harmony. After approximately half an hour, exhausted, he ceased stirring, gazing at the potion which continued to froth even after the flame had been extinguished. The crimson concoction surged within the crucible, resembling a lively flame, each undulation releasing subtle waves of magical energy. Have we succeeded? Came the deep voice of Professor C, laced with certainty despite its interrogative tone. Not yet. It must be concealed in a place devoid of external interaction to mature for a week, and it must be consumed at a specific moment. Wright explained while transferring the potion into a glass vial. Intriguingly, the potion, which danced like fire, was cool to the touch. Thank you, Professor, he said, handing over the vial. C remained silent, accepting the potion with a gentle nod, indicating all was well, before ushering him out. With a smile, Wright bid farewell to C and exited the office with a light step. Inside the dimly lit office, C examined the merged potion in his hands, remarking softly, "You seem quite invested in his research. Do you hope he will save you?" Suddenly, an elderly figure clad in white robes emerged from the shadows. The pallid-faced headmaster Dung addressed the fidgeting C, saying, "I do not fear death. I merely dread a death devoid of purpose." C, upon hearing this, remained silent, turning to retrieve a vial from a shelf and handing it to Dung. "This is the dosage for the week. He is aware of your curse." Dung accepted the potion with no hint of surprise, but his expression turned grave as he broached another matter. "This is of little consequence. The critical issue is that the information has leaked, though fortunately, it remains mere rumor." Chapter 87. The potential of synthesizing magical creatures. In the pitch-black night, within the oppressive atmosphere of the office, C furrowed his brow, questioning, how could this be exposed? Headmaster Dung sighed, his face etched with resignation. "I have investigated. The information originated from the cured werewolf. While it did not explicitly state that it could grant muggles magical abilities, the prospect has already been perceived by some." C pondered for a considerable time before dryly asserting, "I have warned him not to bring forth any products. As long as there are no results, it shall remain a mere rumor." Headmaster Dumbledore remained silent, his demeanor unmistakably indicating acquiescence. Professor Snape chose not to linger on the topic, raising the potion of fusion in his hand and turning his gaze towards Dumbledore. "What shall we do then? Shall we destroy it? If there are no results, I shall not relent. If left to my own devices, I would inevitably leave traces." Upon hearing Snape's insinuating remarks, Dumbledore's expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "I shall take care of it. This potion is meant solely for the one who provides the blood of the spirit, which you have supplied, therefore." At this juncture, Snape paused, then elaborated on the conditions for the potion's use. The timing of its consumption was also crucial, intertwined with ancient magical rituals that must be adhered to alongside the potion. "Understood, understood. I shall handle it. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Dumbledore responded promptly to the series of admonitions, feigning busyness before vanishing into the flames. Observing Dumbledore's disappearance, Snape leaned wearily against the wall and murmured, "Indeed, there is no wall that is impenetrable to whispers. May our secret remain concealed. Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome." The castle at night loomed with an eerie presence as Wright walked quietly through the corridors, lost in deep contemplation. If given a choice, which magical creature would I select for transformation? A dragon? A unicorn? A thestral? A giant? A boggart? Each option held its own allure. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his steps growing lighter. These magical creatures could be procured with Hagrid's assistance, and then, at that moment, a bold thought surged within Wright, causing him to halt abruptly. What if he attempted to create a hybrid creature? Hagrid had successfully bred a blast-ended Scrut. Could he enlist Hagrid's help to cultivate a magical creature possessing dual traits? If successful, my options would abound. However, he needed to inquire with Hagrid first to see if it were feasible. If so, his choices would multiply significantly. With this notion in mind, Wright felt a surge of excitement, his desire to seek out Hagrid intensifying. Just then, a cat's meow jolted Wright from his reverie. Taking several deep breaths to quell his rising enthusiasm, he prepared himself. The hurried footsteps of Filch approached, prompting Wright to cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. Upon returning to the dormitory, he stealthily penned a letter using Harry's owl while his friend slept, notifying Hagrid that he would visit the following afternoon. Watching the owl soar into the distance, Wright made a mental note. He could formulate several combinations during morning classes. The owl's hoots snapped him back to reality. After a few affectionate strokes and a small treat for the owl, he climbed into bed, drifting into slumber with eager anticipation. The following day, in a dimly lit potions classroom, the conditions were clear. Without meeting the criteria, one could not perceive the elusive Thestral or the Boggart, which could transform into the very embodiment of another's fears. This combination could yield a creature invisible to those who cannot confront their fears, while simultaneously taking the form of the deepest terrors of others. Perhaps, the sphere-like birds capable of instantaneous teleportation and the formidable dragons, endowed with immense magical strength, could together forge an infinite power of translocation. Moreover, the treasure-seeking Niffler and the storm-controlling Thunderbird might conjure a lightning force capable of pursuit. Under Professor Snape's announcement, all the young wizards in the classroom commenced their potion brewing. Observing Light as he drifted into daydreams while concocting potions, Snape refrained from reprimanding him. Instead, he circled around him incessantly. Amidst the worried gazes of Harry and his companions, and the distractions posed by Snape's constant movement, Light, in a daze, presented his completed potion for grading after class, under Snape's disapproving stare. Without greeting Harry and the others, he dashed straight out of the castle, eager to consult Hagrid about the possibility of cross-breeding magical creatures. Exhausted and breathless, Light arrived at Hagrid's hut, bending over with his hands on his bent knees, gasping for air, contemplating that he should perhaps take some time to master apparition, otherwise relying on the No. 11 bus for travel seemed rather unbefitting for a wizard. Just as Light regained his composure, Hagrid opened the door and emerged. As the enthusiastic Fong leaped towards him, Light greeted Hagrid with a smile before delving straight into the matter. Was cross-breeding magical creatures possible? And if so, could the advantageous traits of both parents be inherited by the offspring? Hagrid, patting his belly as if freshly satiated, burped and pondered for a moment before sharing his thoughts. I have researched this. Cross-breeding magical creatures is indeed possible. However, while it is feasible for the offspring to inherit the abilities of both parents, there will be a degree of dilution. Upon hearing this, Light felt no sense of loss. This outcome had been anticipated. Subsequently, he presented the plan he had drafted earlier that morning to Hagrid for evaluation regarding its feasibility. Hagrid took the notebook with his large hands, and as Light had applied the enlarging charm to it, he began to read it meticulously. Light chose not to disturb him, and instead engaged in playful antics with Fong. After a considerable duration, Hagrid closed the notebook and, with a professional demeanor, elucidated, many of the proposals you've considered are unviable. The crux of cross-breeding magical creatures lies in the absence of bloodline conflict. If one parent is too powerful and the other too weak, it will not work. Additionally, conflicting attributes are also detrimental. Chapter 88, Mudbloods. Beyond the secluded, forbidden forest. Outside a large hut, Light's brow furrowed in disappointment upon hearing Hagrid's conditions for successful hybridization. However, Hagrid suggested that one particular plan might hold promise. He then revealed a page from the notebook to Light. Nightmare and Boggart? Why those? Light was taken aback, as these two had been impulsively jotted down by him, and he was astonished to discover their potential. Hagrid flipped the notebook and began to explain to Light in a low voice. These two possess minimal conflict and share a similar dark attribute. In accordance with your request, the characteristics of the two creatures do not present any significant conflict. The ability of the Thestral to become invisible is attributed to its unique hide, whereas the Boggart has fewer requirements. After making this observation, Hagrid appeared to have an epiphany, suddenly brimming with excitement as he gazed at the contemplative Wright and exclaimed, "I've just had a thought. A Boggart is a shapeshifter, which simplifies the breeding process considerably, eliminating the need for external assistance." "What do you mean, Wright?" Whose knowledge of magical creatures was not particularly advanced, seemed puzzled by Hagrid's implication. To produce offspring between two species, a specific potion must be concocted for them to consume, allowing them to transform into the same species for the next step. However, since the Boggart possesses inherent shape-shifting abilities, I merely need to induce fear in the Thestral towards its own kind. As Hagrid elaborated, his excitement grew, as if he had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. By administering the potion, I could compel the Thestral to mate with the transformed Boggart. Then, separating the genders would be straightforward. Wait. With the barrage of technical terms spilling from Hagrid's lips, Wright felt compelled to interrupt. What if I desire a creature that can only reveal its true form under certain conditions, or one that can transform? Is it possible to create such a magical being? Hagrid, momentarily taken aback by the interruption, scratched his head and replied, "That is entirely feasible. We just need to add some enticing potion to the mix. Could you assist me in procuring such a magical creature? I require it." "That's no problem at all," Hagrid replied boisterously. Observing Hagrid's confident demeanor, Wright felt a twinge of hesitation and inquired further, "How long will it take?" "It won't take years, will it?" "Not at all. As long as the Boggart is plentiful, it can be done within a week. After all, there are plenty of Thestrals at Hogwarts," Hagrid assured, thumping his chest with conviction. Seeing Hagrid's unwavering confidence, coupled with the allure of the powerful invisibility and shape-shifting abilities, Wright resolutely declared, "All right, I am committed to this venture. Let us start with a round number. How much for 10 Boggarts?" As Hagrid began to refuse upon hearing Wright mention payment, he was swiftly interrupted. "I will give you 30,000 galleons up front, and if that proves insufficient, I will add more. Please do not turn me down. Your assistance is already greatly appreciated." Noticing Wright's earnest expression, Hagrid mumbled, "That's more than necessary. The market price for a Boggart is merely 1,000 galleons. If I order in bulk, we can negotiate further." Wright raised an eyebrow at Hagrid's unexpected bargaining skills, realizing that appearances can be deceiving. Without dwelling too long on the matter, Wright continued to explain. "However, the costs are not calculated solely based on quantity. We must also consider shipping fees, the necessary potions for the process, as well as the care required during production and after the offspring are born. 30,000 galleons may not suffice. If funds run low, please inform me immediately." Hagrid looked momentarily bewildered, his expression reflecting a dawning realization that this entire process would indeed incur substantial expenses. After speaking, Light couldn't help but sigh, shaking his head slightly as he thought to himself, "Indeed, I am far too benevolent. There is no client as accommodating as I." After his sigh, Light retrieved 3 bags filled with galleons from a small box and handed them to the still dazed Hagrid. "Here, this is your initial funding." Hagrid rubbed his large hands, somewhat hesitant as he accepted the 3 hefty bags. Observing Hagrid's acceptance of the funds, Light continued to emphasize the importance of acquiring the magical creatures he desired. Hagrid, with a thump of his chest, assured with utmost seriousness that he would fulfill the objective. Satisfied, Light nodded in approval, then bid farewell to Hagrid and Yaya before turning back toward the castle. Amidst the throng, Light spotted Harry and his companions standing at the center. Seemingly at the heart of the matter, frowning at the sight, he maneuvered through the crowd to approach them. After much effort, he finally reached the center, where he saw Harry and Ron passionately arguing with Malfoy. Leaning towards the bystander Hermione, he inquired, Hermione, what has transpired?" Initially startled, Hermione's expression brightened upon recognizing Light, and she began to recount the events. It turned out that Malfoy had been his usual insolent self, hurling insults, calling people mudbloods. Hermione nodded repeatedly, then hesitantly asked, "What does mudblood mean?" "I'm not quite sure." Light reassured her, slowly explaining, "A mudblood is a derogatory term used by pureblood families to refer to wizards whose parents are muggles. It implies that their blood is tainted with the dirt of the underground. It is a vile insult. Is that so?" Seeing that Hermione still appeared somewhat perplexed, Light continued, "It is akin to calling a Chinese person a pot person or a British person a Hair Nation person." "Ah, I understand now. So that is the meaning," Hermione exclaimed, although she remained unsure about the prior comparison. Nevertheless, she grasped the latter part. As the argument escalated, more onlookers began to gather around. Observing this, Light drew his wand. Somewhat exasperated, "If you can draw your wands, why must you bicker so incessantly?" Silencing charm, a dozen beams of light struck accurately, rendering all the shouting Slytherins voiceless. "Enough!" A youthful yet resonant voice emerged, silencing the still rowdy Gryffindors. In the fearful and furious gazes of the Slytherins, Light calmly stepped out of the crowd, facing their wrathful, murderous stares without flinching. "Let those who can speak for you come forth. We shall have a conversation." Addressing the 10 or so individuals before him, Light's voice remained unwavering. Chapter 89, The Bet. On the expansive playground, the Gryffindor and Slytherin houses stood opposed, as if on the brink of conflict. Among the Slytherins, a tall, buck-toothed man stepped forward, his cold gaze fixated on Light. "Very well." Observing the individual before him, Light lightly waved his wand, lifting the silencing spell. As the spell was dispelled, Marcus Flint erupted in fury, his booming voice intent on unleashing his pent-up anger. What do you mean by publicly wielding magic? We shall not let this go unpunished. Do you wish to compete with me in volume? The magically enhanced voice of Wright resonated powerfully, rendering the members of Slytherin momentarily deafened. After regaining their senses, the Slytherins gazed at Wright with renewed fury. Marcus glared at Wright, his teeth clenched, words spilling from between his gritted teeth. What do you intend to do? It appears you are quite dissatisfied, feeling wronged. Wright chose not to respond to him, instead casting a sardonic glance over the assembly of Slytherins. Before Marcus could speak again, he continued, I have no desire to engage in rational discourse with you. You are not worthy of it. What exactly do you want then? Having regained his composure, Marcus inquired once more, narrowing his eyes like a serpent ready to strike. As he observed that the Slytherins, with the exception of Malfoy, had calmed down, Wright chuckled lightly, continuing his taunting. I have no particular aim. I merely find your presence irksome. Is bullying others truly entertaining? Just as Hermione was about to interject, Wright interrupted her. How amusing, several of you brandishing new broomsticks, surrounding a single girl. What are your intentions? Before Marcus could retort, Wright stated bluntly, I do not wish to impart any grand philosophies. You would not heed them anyway. Let us make a wager. The loser must apologize. How does that sound? Fair, wouldn't you agree? Huh, you shall not escape my grasp. Wright could not help but scoff, his expression turning serious as he regarded Marcus, who had made such bold declarations. From his pocket, he withdrew a substantial bag. Dare you to raise the stakes? I possess 10,000 galleons, and you have 7 Firebolt 2001s. Are you brave enough to challenge me? With that, Wright raised his wand, nullifying the magic of all Slytherins present. This not only incited a commotion among the Slytherins, but also stirred the Gryffindors, who began murmuring amongst themselves. Observing the Slytherins' chaotic chatter, Wright continued to bait them. Or perhaps you cannot even afford a wager. At that moment, Malfoy, with reddened eyes, shouted, his sharp and agitated voice cutting through the Slytherins' discord. I provided those brooms. I agree. Simultaneously, bolstered by Malfoy's support, the Slytherins ceased their internal strife and united against their common adversary once more. I consent to wager the Firebolt 2001s. I wish to see whether your galleons are genuine. The golden galleons, glimmering and clinking, cascaded to the ground like raindrops. Not only were the Gryffindors taken aback, but even the wealthy offspring of Slytherin were rendered speechless. Almost everyone was captivated by the coins now scattered upon ground. After all, no matter how affluent the Slytherin parents might be, they would never bestow such a sum of pocket money upon their children. Is that sufficient? Do you believe us now? We agree. What do you propose for the wager? Marcus exhaled deeply, casting a complex gaze upon Wright. What shall we wager? Wright muttered while shaking the bag in his hand, the sound of clinking galleons echoing within. How about we wager on the upcoming Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin? Victory is ours, or shall be otherwise. However, one cannot barter a gallon for a broom. Marcus, unfazed by the excitement, calmly made his request. No problem. I only hope that you refrain from deliberately damaging the brooms. Light also raised a condition. Marcus promptly acquiesced, his face alight with joy as he hurriedly departed, wary of any stringent demands from Light. As the Slytherin members gradually distanced themselves, Light could not help but smirk. Betting against the protagonists, and you wish to triumph? Perhaps elevating your pillow while dreaming might increase your chances. Yet, my funds deplete at an alarming rate. The savings of a werewolf clan amounting to 12 souls, and I have squandered nearly all in a single day. Could it be that I possess the traits of a spendthrift? Contemplating this, Light felt a pang of discontent. Light, is this wager not excessively grand? Harry pulled Light aside, with Hermione and Ron wearing expressions of concern. No worries, Light reassured Harry, turning to the Gryffindor players with a booming voice. The moment has arrived. Let us vanquish the oppression of Slytherin. The Quidditch championship belongs to Gryffindor. Without our own flying brooms, our foes graciously provide them. Defeat Slytherin, and let us share the Nimbus 2001. Suppressing the urge to voice his thoughts, Light fervently inspired the eager youths, the spirited young lions. Fueled by Light's encouragement and the jovial taunts of the Weasley twins, became fervently animated, beginning their aerial drills. This fervor even reached the distant Slytherins. Malfoy, sensing the palpable energy, hurried to Marcus, whispering, Can we win? They seem rather confident. Marcus, too, felt the momentum, yet remained unperturbed. He gently patted Malfoy's shoulder, offering solace. Fear not. Our skills surpass theirs, especially with the Nimbus 2001. Their reliance rests solely on the new seeker. We shall block him with 3 of our own. I am eager to witness how he intends to fly. Thankfully, we are swift. Otherwise, if he remembers to prohibit the use of new brooms, it could pose a threat. Malfoy, reassured by Marcus's confident demeanor, felt a weight lift from his chest. Chapter 90. The match commences. On the vast training grounds, young wizards clad in crimson robes soared through the air on their brooms, diligently practicing tactics. Seated in the stands were Light, Hermione, and Ron, observing the Gryffindor team's intense preparations. At that moment, a figure approached Light, standing beside him. Our chances of victory seem rather slim. Their Nimbus 2001 is formidable, making it challenging to devise suitable strategies. Without turning, Light recognized the voice of the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. Really? Wood's eyes brightened at the remark. Though Light's recent oration was indeed stirring, as captain, he was not easily swayed. Of course, I am not lacking in funds, Light replied nonchalantly. Upon receiving Light's affirmation, Wood's eyes reddened, breath quickening with excitement. Observing Wood, who resembled an amorous bull, Wright found himself perplexed. After all, was it merely a few brooms? He shook his head, indicating his lack of understanding, yet expressing respect. After a considerable period, Wood, still flushed with excitement, managed to regain his composure. He contemplated for quite some time, ultimately concluding that the possibility of defeat loomed large. Thus, Wood directly made a request to Wright, the principal party involved. Seeing Wood's beaming smile, Wright couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, wealth does corrupt the heart. I must admit, I preferred your previous rebellious demeanor." After a moment's reflection, Wright decided to retain a measure of caution. Realizing he could not place complete trust in the unfolding narrative, especially considering the staggering sum of 10,000 galleons. He then addressed Wood. "I shall enchant the brooms I provide to you. The outcome will rest in your hands." As Wright extended his hand, Wood hesitated briefly before passing over the flying broom. Upon receiving it, Wright effortlessly discerned its entire structure. The tail provided propulsion, while the handle controlled speed. He harbored no thoughts of hindrance, for the individual before him was capable of nonchalantly producing 10,000 galleons. If the broom were to be damaged, he could always request additional investment for replacement. Returning to his senses, Wood gazed at the broom, which appeared largely unchanged, and hesitantly inquired, "What enhancements have been made?" After a moment of silence, Wright, with a profound gaze, replied, "I have infused it with technology." Noting Wood's continued bewilderment, Wright elaborated, "I have introduced 3 speed settings. At the highest, its velocity will be several times that of its maximum speed. However, this will diminish the broom's lifespan. Additionally, there exists a nitrous boost option." Wood pondered the term nitrous boost. Though uncertain of its meaning, it seemed impressive nonetheless. Without further delay, Wright clarified, "The nitrous boost allows for speeds exceeding the 3rd setting, yet it cannot exceed 3 minutes, lest the broom risk disassembly." Upon hearing this description, Wood looked incredulously at the broom in his hand, struggling to believe that something so ordinary could possess such extraordinary capabilities. "You may give a try." Noticing Wood's skepticism, Wright encouraged him to take flight. Perhaps it was true that those from Gryffindor were inherently bold. Wood, without any doubt, mounted the broom and ascended. Before long, Wood's exuberant shouts echoed throughout the training grounds, accompanied by the thunderous sound of rushing wind. All the players in training stared in astonishment at their captain soaring through the air. The terrifying speed, leaving even Harry momentarily speechless. Wright, witnessing this, was equally amazed, marveling at how quickly Wood had mastered the nitrous boost, truly a leader worthy of his title. Once Wood completed his exhilarating flight, he was surrounded by his teammates, who eagerly bombarded him with questions about the source of his remarkable equipment. They wondered why such an impressive tool had only just been revealed. Guided by Wood, the players rushed over, expressing their desire for improvement. Light did not refuse, deftly modifying the broom while also tending to its maintenance, thereby enhancing its performance. The players who received the new brooms, under Wood's guidance and supervision, were able to adeptly utilize the nitrogen boost. Watching his teammates soar through the sky, Harry glanced at his own Nimbus 2000, which only had a 3rd gear enhancement, and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. In response, Light remarked that the Nimbus 2000 was inherently excellent, but the safety of the nitrogen boost was difficult to guarantee. After training, the players confidently patted their chests, assuring that victory was inevitable. The Weasley twins eagerly approached Light, imploring him to teach them how to modify their brooms. Light replied that he would definitely do so, but only after the match concluded. Seeing the disappointment on the twins' faces, a clever little plan began to form in his mind. As the match approached, peculiar rumors began circulating among the Gryffindor team, such as tales of Slytherin looking down on Gryffindor, or that Slytherin students did not wash their hands after using the restroom and spat everywhere. The Gryffindor students were incensed by these bizarre rumors, and a storm of tension brewed secretly. Time passed swiftly, and as the players prepared intensely, the Quidditch match soon arrived. This time, Ron and Neville crafted a massive banner from bedsheets, raising it high to cheer for the Gryffindor team. The fervent atmosphere seemed infectious, and Light began to survey the crowd with keen interest. With the covert assistance of the Weasley twins, numerous cheerleading paraphernalia were sold. When the players of both teams took the field, the undercurrents erupted at Light's instigation. Let us crush those Slytherins and show them what happens when they spit everywhere. Gryffindor will surely triumph, and let those who neglect hygiene learn their lesson. With the secret sale of these props, the voices of the Gryffindor students resonated throughout the arena, accompanied by a dazzling display of fireworks proclaiming Gryffindor's victory. The Slytherin students, thoroughly subdued, wore grim expressions, feeling utterly powerless. On the field, the Slytherin players glowered at their cheering adversaries. As the starting whistle blew, both teams' players swiftly raced toward the hovering quaffle. To the astonishment of all Slytherin players, the speed of Gryffindor's chaser, riding a broom, exceeded their own Nimbus 2001, enabling them to seize the ball at the first opportunity. In the midst of the exhilarating Quidditch match, the audience remained intently focused on the fierce competition unfolding below. Witnessing three Slytherin players attempting to impede Harry, Light smiled slightly, confident in his preparations. Thanks to Gryffindor's secret weapon, Slytherin was caught off guard and quickly conceded the first score. Ever vigilant for any unusual behavior, Light thought to himself, Voldemort, your chosen host must be here. At that moment, the chase between Gryffindor and Slytherin intensified, with neither side willing to yield. What astonished the members of Slytherin was the fact that their opponent's dilapidated Nimbus broomstick could rival the latest model, the Firebolt 2001. On the field, in a similar situation, immediately accelerated with a burst of nitrogen, forcefully breaking through the defense to score. Goodness, what is this? The instantaneous acceleration is simply extraordinary. Commentator Jordan continued to exuberantly cheer for Gryffindor, while the audience in the stands erupted in applause. As Wood initiated his maneuver, other players swiftly accelerated upon receiving the ball, breaking past the goalkeeper to score. Following the pre-match strategy, they aimed to leverage their modified brooms to gain an early lead and draw attention. The objective was to create opportunities for the Seeker and conclude the match before the brooms became inoperable. Likewise, Slytherin executed their plan, rapidly gathering all players to counter the overwhelming offense. Aware of the time constraint, Harry patrolled the field, searching for the golden snitch, with only Malfoy, another Seeker, as his adversary. However, Harry's upgraded Firebolt 2000, set to its third gear, left Malfoy trailing in his wake. At that moment, the bludger veered sharply in the air, hurtling towards the high-speed Harry. Amid Jordan's astonished exclamations, Harry suddenly halted, narrowly evading the attack. Strangely, the fleeing bludger made a quick turn and continued its assault on Harry. This unexpected turn of events caught the attention of Wright, who had been distracted from the match. In the Quidditch Stadium, Harry executed a daring backflip to evade the incoming bludger. In that fleeting instant, he caught a glimpse of the golden shimmer of the snitch beside the soaring bludger. With immense wagers at stake, teammates filled with hope, and his own inner trepidation, Harry's thirst for victory consumed his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his unwavering gaze on the snitch. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Harry soared directly towards the approaching bludger. Just as the bludger was about to collide with him, he abruptly shifted his body, dodging the bludger while extending his hand to grasp the snitch that flew alongside it. In that moment, the Quidditch Stadium fell silent for an instant, followed by an eruption of cheers from Gryffindor. Just as Harry raised the snitch in triumph, reveling in the sweet taste of victory, the unnoticed bludger, undeterred, turned and charged at Harry once more. Just as the bludger was about to strike him down, a burst of orange light appeared, accurately hitting the high-speed bludger with no margin for error. Instantly, the bludger lost all momentum, plummeting from the sky like debris. Witnessing this spectacle, Wright admired his wand with great satisfaction, marveling at its ability to track and strike the bludger with such precision. A high-speed target could be pursued, and a multitude of targets could be locked onto, exceedingly impressive. Few possess the skill to manipulate the game, and certainly the students lack such capability. However, the professors are a different matter entirely. Let us proceed, light Hermione. We shall confront those Slytherin rascals. The thought of their grim expressions fills me with exhilaration. Ron's voice, brimming with delight, roused Light from his contemplations. Having identified their target, Light, too, felt a surge of joy as he, alongside Ron and Hermione, made their way to the backstage. Upon arriving backstage, they encountered a jubilant gathering from Gryffindor, who had cornered the sullen members of Slytherin, initiating negotiations. As the trio approached, they beheld the Slytherin players reluctantly surrendering their Nimbus 2001 to Gryffindor. At that moment, Ron, amidst the newly arrived trio, shouted, "Hurry, Malfoy! You still owe Hermione an apology." His exclamation captured the attention of all present, creating a clear path. Malfoy stood at the center, his face flushed with embarrassment. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he approached Hermione with deliberate steps, his visage oscillating between shades of green and red. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Upon delivering his apology, Malfoy's expression contorted in discomfort. With Ron wearing a bemused grin, Hermione nonchalantly accepted Malfoy as contrition. Once the stakes were settled, Slytherin departed in disgrace amidst the cheers from Gryffindor. Declining the players' celebratory invitations, Light resolved to directly probe the professor who might possess a Horcrux. He traversed the castle's corridors alone, arriving at the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, where he began to knock while calling out, "Professor Lockhart, are you in?" Upon entering the office, Light found Lockhart seated behind his desk, hands resting at his sides, adorned with a broad smile. "Hello, student. What brings you here? Seeking my autograph, perchance? I would be delighted to assist." As he spoke, he produced a vividly colored feather quill from his lowered hand. "No, thank you. I am here to convey something important." Upon hearing the refusal for an autograph, Lockhart's smile seemed to falter, becoming somewhat strained as he replied, "Very well. I wonder what business you have with me." Chapter 92. Dobby. Inside the office, once Lockhart realized that Light was not seeking an autograph, he waved his hands in a somewhat frantic manner. Light's gaze flickered, yet he maintained his composure, smiling as he said, "I shall be brief, Professor Lockhart." As Lockhart's expression shifted toward dissatisfaction, Light paused to adjust his robes and continued, "To my knowledge, the Defense Against the Dark Arts position at Hogwarts has been cursed by a powerful wizard. For many years, no professor has remained in this role for more than a year." Upon hearing this alarming revelation, Lockhart's forced smile froze in place, and he inquired stiffly, "What do you mean by that?" Light chuckled lightly, disregarding Lockhart's demeanor. "Every professor has been compelled to leave for various reasons, some not even surviving their first year. For instance, your predecessor, he perished." Lockhart's face turned ashen, his forced smile faltering. After speaking, Light did not linger but turned to leave the office. In his wake, Lockhart sprang to his feet and hurriedly exited, making his way toward the principal's office. In a now empty office, a tiny insect took flight from the spot where Light had just stood, eventually settling in a corner of the ceiling, poised to gather information about the happenings within. The unseen puppeteer traversed the castle corridors, extracting the information recently acquired from Lockhart's mind. In his recollection, Lockhart had cast a tracking charm on the rogue bludger while inspecting it. After the spell was cast, he had switched the Horcrux with her while signing autographs. The memory abruptly ceased, clearly erased. The identity of the fan remained obscured, but her voice was distinctly female. Upon reviewing the memory, Light drew a conclusion. Lockhart had indeed tampered with the bludger, but the Horcrux was not in his possession. Pausing to reflect, Light dismissed his initial thoughts. Just because a memory was deleted does not imply the Horcrux was not in his hands. The ability to erase memories also allows for modification, albeit with difficulty. Nonetheless, he had installed surveillance in Lockhart's office, ensuring that any unusual activity would not go unnoticed. With this in mind, Light produced an object resembling a mirror and gazed into it, only to find not his own reflection, but the scene from the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Capturing Lockhart's hurried exit, Light sighed, contemplating the possibility that the Horcrux might genuinely be absent from Lockhart's grasp. If it were, he would not have rushed out so hastily. It seemed the memory held truth. The Horcrux was now in the possession of some girl. This made sense, as a girl entering the ladies' restroom would attract no attention, while a man would easily be noticed. With that thought, Light, lacking any clear leads, decided to focus on Lockhart for the time being. After all, based on the extracted memory, Lockhart, despite his incompetence, was capable of casting other spells. Perhaps installing surveillance at the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets would be a prudent direction to pursue. Yet, caution was paramount. Although monitoring an abandoned girl's restroom posed minimal risk, discovery could lead to dire consequences. With newfound purpose, Light's steps grew lighter. In the midst of Harry's wary and curious gaze, the house elf Dobby interjected, insisting that Harry Potter must leave immediately. Terrible events were about to unfold at the school. Harry bristled at the sharp tone of Dobby's voice. Sensing Harry's displeasure, Dobby trembled as he attempted to persuade him, explaining that a bludger had relentlessly pursued Harry during the match, an ominous sign. Despite having sealed the station's walls, Dobby wondered why the threat could still reach him. Tears welled up in Dobby's eyes as he spoke. Upon witnessing Dobby's tears, Harry was initially taken aback, his face flushing with anger as he trembled and pointed a finger at Dobby. "It was you who caused me to miss the train. I almost got expelled because of this. How dare you show your face before me again?" Dobby, scolded by Harry, wept even more profusely. "I merely wish to save your life. It is perilous here, do not linger." He continued, "I intended to use the bludger against you, but it has already arrived." Observing Dobby, who was shivering and clad in nothing but a tattered cloth, his eyes brimming with tears, Harry's tone softened slightly. Upon hearing the gentler tone from Harry, Dobby cried even harder, and with a hint of excitement, he exclaimed, "I overheard my master at home. He said he had given that item to a wizard about to attend Hogwarts. It was once left to him by the Dark Lord. I sought to retrieve it, but I could not find it." At this point, Dobby abruptly halted, and in Harry's puzzled and astonished gaze, he began to bang his head against the wall. "Bad Dobby, bad Dobby." Seeing this, Harry rushed forward to prevent Dobby from harming himself, urgently inquiring, "Who is your master? Is the Dark Lord Voldemort? Who possesses that item? Tell me quickly." Dobby cannot say. Please do not press him further. Do not question poor Dobby any longer. Dobby gazed at Harry with tear-filled eyes, pleading, "All I can tell you, sir, is that this school will become exceedingly dangerous after today. Someone has already fallen under its control." Harry, in a state of panic, shook Dobby, asking, "What should we do? Do you know anything else?" Just as Dobby was about to respond, he seemed to sense something, extending his right hand and snapping his fingers, vanishing before Harry's eyes. At that moment, Filch appeared around the corner, wearing a malicious grin. Finally, Professor McGonagall had agreed to dismiss Filch, using the pretense of celebrating the victory of the match to send him away. Chapter 93, Lessons. That night, in the dimly lit castle, outside the door of the abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor, Wright pondered by the entrance, deliberating for quite some time. Yet he could not summon the resolve to enter. Internally berating, is there something wrong with the founder of Slytherin placing the entrance within the girls' restroom? After much contemplation, Wright sighed and ultimately abandoned the intention of entering. Having completed all this, he made his way to the room of requirement, continuing his studies in preparation for the future. The following morning, Wright sat in the great hall, enjoying breakfast when an owl hovered before him, hooting insistently. Looking up, Wright noticed a letter clutched in the owl's beak and reached out to take it. It was a piece of parchment, folded but without an envelope, and signed. Yet the hasty handwriting revealed the sender's identity to Wright. "Dear Wright." Upon reading the letter, Wright found no reason to decline Hagrid's invitation. After a moment of contemplation, having glanced at the class schedule and realized there were no afternoon lessons, he readily agreed to come by. Following breakfast, Wright, accompanied by 3 companions, made their way to the classroom for defense against the dark arts, preparing for the lesson. Initially, Wright had thought that after being reprimanded the previous day, Lockhart might exhibit a modicum of restraint. However, to his surprise, Lockhart entered the classroom today brimming with confidence, brandishing a large cage shrouded in a cloth, striding in with an air of self-importance. Could it be that someone had bolstered his confidence? Was it Voldemort or perhaps old Dumbledore? Observing the self-assured Lockhart at the podium, Wright muttered his confusion under his breath. "What are you saying?" Hermione seemed to have caught his murmurs and turned to him with a puzzled expression. "Nothing. Just focus on the lesson." At the podium, Lockhart, leaning against the large cage, once again recounted his illustrious deeds and accolades before adopting a grave demeanor to intimidate the students. "Now be cautious. My duty is to teach you how to defend against the most sinister entities in the wizarding world. Here, you will confront the most terrifying creatures." Lockhart lowered his voice, appearing exceedingly credible, and continued, "But fear not, for I am here, and as long as I am present, you shall not come to harm. Now, I need you to remain silent and refrain from screaming, for that would only provoke them." With an air of pretense, Lockhart lifted the cover to reveal the creature within. "Behold, the Cornish pixie I just captured." The entire class held their breath, gazing at the creature in the cage. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Lockhart cleared his throat and boomed, "All right, let us see how you handle them." He then flung open the door of the large cage. The pixie, confined within, burst forth like a child finally released from confinement, wreaking havoc throughout the classroom. They tore down the posters adorning the walls, shredding them into fragments, grabbed books from the tables and tossed them about, and splashed ink upon the little wizards. As the mischief of the pixies escalated, The young witches and wizards began to fidget restlessly, the earlier admonitions from Lockhart losing their efficacy. Obstacles arose. An ethereal shield intercepted the splattered ink, and Wright retaliated, sending several pixies that were tormenting Neville flying. As the situation spiraled out of control, Lockhart hastily shouted, "Help me drive them away. They are merely a bunch of pixies." Before he could cast a spell, the pixies snatched his wand and hurled it out of the window. "Your weapon." Harry brandished his wand, repelling a pixie, while Hermione swiftly cast a freezing charm, immobilizing another that had come flying at them. Observing the disheveled Lockhart, beleaguered by the pixies, Wright felt a pang of exasperation. Petri Ficus Totalis. A multitude of beams erupted from Wright's wand, each light homing in on the pixies flitting chaotically in the air. Under the precise application of magic, the pixies gradually slowed, coming to a halt midair. Subsequently, a cacophony of clattering ensued as all the suspended pixies plummeted to the ground. The classroom fell into a profound silence as the young wizards gazed in astonishment at Wright, even Lockhart displaying a look of sheer surprise. However, Lockhart quickly regained his composure, unabashedly flashing his dazzling smile as he exclaimed, "As expected from my student, Gryffindor earns an additional 50 points. It appears that only one of you has managed to complete this task, and remarkably so. Now, tidy up this place, and then you may engage in self-study. I have other matters to attend to." With that, Lockhart hastily exited the classroom, leaving one to wonder if he was off in search of his wand. Observing Lockhart's flustered retreat, Wright couldn't help but scoff internally. "I thought you had received some form of support, given your confidence. Alas, it seems you remain as inept as ever." With Lockhart's departure, the responsibility for the disarray fell squarely upon the shoulders of the students present in the classroom. In a flash of brilliance, several spells emanated from Wright's wand, restoring the chaotic classroom to its former glory. The surrounding young wizards watched in awe as Wright wielded magic so adeptly that their eyes sparkled with excitement. Encouraged by their enthusiasm, Wright reluctantly assumed the role of instructor, imparting the shield charm to them. During the defense against the dark arts lesson, many desks have been transformed into small, golden, snitch-like spheres that whirled through the air. "Your task," Wright instructed, "is to use the shield charm to deflect the oncoming spheres. Fear not, being struck will not hurt. It will merely leave a colored mark. Now, let's begin." With Wright's command, the floating spheres surged toward the young wizards, and the classroom erupted into a cacophony of shrieks and laughter. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, the spheres danced in midair, while the young wizards below cast their shield charms to fend off the incoming projectiles. Those who successfully defended themselves cheered with glee, whereas those who faltered let out cries of dismay, marked by the colorful impressions left upon their bodies. Wright skillfully managed the aerial spheres, ensuring that less proficient wizards were given additional chances to practice. Except for Ron, the unfortunate lad whose wand malfunctioned, emitting clouds of black smoke with each incantation and occasionally rebounding him away. Ding-dong! The bell signaled the end of class. Upon concluding their magical practice, the young wizards surveyed one another, their faces and bodies adorned with various marks, eliciting a chorus of laughter. Reflecting on the upcoming Transfiguration class, Wright glanced at the disheveled, yet giggling young wizards. With a flourish of his wand, he cast a restoration charm, returning their attire to its pristine state amidst their astonished exclamations. Simultaneously, Wright received an unexpected notification from the stone tablet. Milestone achieved in teaching, earning an additional point. This fortuitous event provided an opportunity to elevate his potion's score to 9. Noticing that the classroom was nearly empty, it became evident that Professor McGonagall's authority weighed heavily in the hearts of the young wizards. Under Harry's guidance, Wright hurriedly followed, narrowly making it to the classroom just before the next lesson commenced. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wright gathered the assignments assigned by Professor McGonagall, bid farewell to Harry and his companions, and rose to depart from the library. Upon exiting the castle gates, he made his way towards Hagrid's hut. As he hurried along, he spotted the towering figure of Hagrid, intently arranging 10 large boxes in front of his dwelling. Upon seeing these boxes, Wright's expression brightened, and he hurried forward, calling out, "Hagrid, I'm here." Hagrid, hearing the voice, looked up abruptly, pausing his task, and turned to wave joyfully at Wright. "How's the boggart?" Wright inquired eagerly as he approached. Hagrid, equally elated, began to introduce the boxes, gesturing toward the 10 large containers set before the hut. "These are the boggarts. I've injected them with a specially formulated potion. Once we open the boxes, they will stabilize into nightmares." Gazing at the 10 dark boxes, Wright instinctively swallowed hard and asked, "What shall we do next? How can I assist?" Hagrid burst into hearty laughter, his demeanor light-hearted and jovial. "Help me open the boxes, then inject them with the potion that ensures they can conceive." He handed Wright a smaller box and reassured him, "Do not worry. Their condition is stable, and they won't change due to fear for the time being. However, we must release them one by one to administer the potion, or they will scatter." After imparting this advice, Hagrid turned to bring over the nightmares. Following Hagrid's instructions, Wright cautiously and attentively opened the first box. A plume of black smoke billowed forth, materializing into a fearsome horse-like creature, resembling a nightmare, save for its somewhat smaller wings. Wright grasped the vial filled with potion and approached the boggart. Although it appeared that the vial had pierced its body, it felt as though he had struck air. Without hesitation, he gently injected the potion into the boggart. Strangely, as the potion coursed through it, the boggart's ethereal form began to solidify, taking on a tangible texture of flesh and fur. At that moment, Hagrid led over a nightmare, and before he could act, the creature, having seen the newly solidified boggart, eagerly approached and leapt onto its back. The boggart, now ridden, remained utterly still, quietly enduring the situation. Wright was taken aback and turned to Hagrid, exclaiming, "Is it really that straightforward?" Hagrid, with a satisfied expression, replied, "Indeed, it is quite direct. Let us proceed. They will not tire so quickly." Observing Hagrid's nonchalant demeanor, Wright said nothing further and moved on to the next box, repeating the process. This sequence continued for 9 more boxes, and fortunately, no unexpected occurrences transpired. After completing their task, Hagrid and Wright stood nearby, awaiting the conclusion of the events. Watching the pairs of boggarts and nightmares frolicking in the clearing, Wright couldn't help but remark, "Is this a free show? Technically, I'm still a minor. How outrageous." Hagrid seemed to have caught wind of Wright's grumbling and curiously inquired, "What's the next course of action after they finish?" Wright refrained from elaborating, instead abruptly shifting the topic, evidently reluctant to dwell on the matter. Indeed, in contrast to Wright's complaints, Hagrid was far more eager to discuss the breeding of magical creatures. With an excited tone, he elaborated on the forthcoming procedures. Once they had completed their task, it would be imperative to continually administer potions to the boggarts in order to stabilize their condition and facilitate the birth of embryos. This phase would not take long, as boggarts reproduce swiftly. However, constant vigilance over their state was essential to prevent any mishaps. Before Hagrid could finish his thought, a thestral had concluded its joyful interlude, its legs trembling as it stood beside the boggart. The moment had arrived. Hagrid swiftly approached, administering the prepared potion directly into the boggart's body. The creature's form began to contort, flickering in and out of existence, exhibiting extreme instability. After injecting the potion, Hagrid remarked, meeting Wright's puzzled gaze. Observing the situation, Hagrid hurriedly injected the potion again. This time, the boggart showed no change, indicating a clear failure. Subsequently, the remaining 8 pairs gradually completed their tasks. As twilight descended, outside a spacious little cabin on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, 10 invisible thestrals stood in the clearing. Before 10 large crates, Wright looked at the 6 unsuccessful boggarts and then turned to Hagrid, asking, "What will happen to them?" Hearing Wright's question, Hagrid chuckled. "They will spend their lives together with the thestrals." Hagrid spoke earnestly, his small eyes glimmering with hope and blessing. Seeing Hagrid's expression, Wright realized that these boggarts would take up residence in the Forbidden Forest, making the area even more perilous. Surely, this must be my responsibility, Wright thought, shaking his head inwardly. Casting aside his chaotic musings, Wright glanced at the 4 successful crates, murmuring to himself, "Next, we simply await their successful births." Upon hearing Wright's soft words, Hagrid nodded in agreement, then shifted the conversation, "But we cannot celebrate just yet. The birth of a new species entails many considerations." Observing the thestrals leaning against one another, a question arose in Wright's mind, prompting him to ask Hagrid, "Is this operation absolutely necessary? Can it be simplified?" Not at all. In the realm of magical creatures, the union of the two is more of a special ritual, bestowing greater vitality upon the newborns. Hagrid replied, his voice low yet his eyes sparkling with wisdom. This extraordinary day-s experience led Wright to forego his usual nighttime escapades, opting instead for a restful night. The following day, in the potion classroom, shrouded in darkness due to the curtains blocking the sunlight, Professor Snape had returned to his usual demeanor, no longer focusing on Wright, but instead fixating on Harry, waiting for any misstep to unleash his venomous wrath. This left Harry in a state of distress, struggling to endure the potion class, only to be penalized with a deduction of 20 points. As the class concluded, Professor C glided past, Wright like a silent bat. leaving behind a note on his desk before vanishing from view. Upon picking up the note, Wright discovered it contained but a single line: "Tonight at 6 o'clock. Come to my office." Upon reading the message, a brow arched involuntarily. The awaited experimental data had finally arrived. With a flutter of anxious anticipation, Wright spent the day and promptly arrived at Professor C's office. After taking several deep breaths to calm his excitement, he knocked on the door. Knowing that Professor C had a habit of not inviting anyone in, Wright pushed the door open after knocking. The office remained dimly lit, as usual, shrouded in an eerie darkness, yet strangely allowing visibility of everything around. "Good evening, Professor," Wright greeted, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his wand and began to cast a spell. An array of shimmering silver dots erupted from the tip of his wand, ultimately coalescing into a bird-shaped apparition that flitted around him. "Haven't you practiced? Why does it still look like this after so long?" Professor C's expression was impassive, yet his tone clearly conveyed dissatisfaction. After dispelling the conjured guardian, Wright sheepishly scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile. Professor C said nothing, turning haughtily to the corner of the office, where he tapped the wall with his wand. The spot struck by the wand vanished, revealing a storage chest. Before Wright's eager gaze, Professor C retrieved a substantial dossier from within the chest. After pondering briefly, he handed the documents to the expectant Wright. Before Wright could peruse the materials, Professor C spoke first. "Your direction is sound. However, it poses certain challenges." Upon hearing this, Wright ceased his examination of the documents and directly inquired, "What challenges?" Professor C appeared to be organizing his thoughts, and after a moment's contemplation, articulated his insights. "The potion itself is not the issue, but the accompanying ritual poses a bit of a quandary." "How so?" Noticing the lingering look of confusion on Wright's face, Professor C continued to elucidate. "The fermentation of the potion is no concern, as you have established. It lies buried in isolation, patiently awaiting its time. The crux lies in the ritual associated with the potion. The challenge is that the required ritual differs for each potion." At this, Wright grasped the essence of Professor C's words. In essence, each potion was bespoke, and the rituals varied accordingly. Acknowledging that Wright had comprehended his meaning, Professor C continued, "Indeed, the test subject's stability during the designated ritual is precarious. They merely manage to fulfill the original design, leading to fluctuations. From this, it could be inferred that each potion necessitated a unique ritual, at least until a sufficient number of cases had been refined." Wright discerned the underlying message within Professor C's words. He was being urged to exercise patience. Even though Professor C maintained an expressionless demeanor, Wright was aware of the concern woven into his words. The dilemma, however, was that there was no room for delay. The looming threat of a Horcrux diary lurked in the shadows, ready to disrupt at any moment. The foresight to grant muggles the means to wield magic is fraught with peril. After all, death only restrains those who fear it. Neither Garcia nor John appeared to be cowards in this regard. Although there are no concrete instances to substantiate the claims, the tales persist. The wizarding world is governed by its own rules, eschewing conventional logic. After considerable contemplation, Light took a deep breath and bowed profoundly to Professor S, refraining from uttering a word. Observing this gesture, Professor S understood the intentions of the young man before him. "Do as you wish. You have already acquired what you sought. Depart now." Without offering further counsel, Professor S issued a dismissal. After respectfully bidding farewell, Light exited the office. "What is your perspective, Severus?" In the dimly lit office, an elderly man with a white beard suddenly appeared. Professor S regarded the unexpected arrival of Dumbledore with no surprise, but rather with a look of displeasure. "Could you not change your opening line? Why must you always inquire about my opinion? Such is the nature of things. I, too, am curious about your thoughts." Dumbledore chuckled lightly. "I possess no particular insights. His decisions were surely within your expectations. Who will be appointed to test the potion? How is the design of the ritual conceived?" Professor S decisively thwarted Dumbledore's probing and countered with his own inquiries. "Designing the ritual according to necessity poses challenges for me, yet is not insurmountable." Chapter 96. An unexpected turn of events under the silver moon. Two figures stood opposed in the shadowy office. One, aged yet kindly. The other in the prime of life, yet bearing a somber expression. With a grave demeanor, Professor S spoke first. "Will you assist him? Perhaps he requires no assistance. He is far more capable than you, and I presume." At this, Professor S could no longer contain himself and asked pointedly, "So you still choose to be a mere observer?" Lily was the same, Harry too, and now Light follows suit. Noting the evident distress in Professor S's tone, Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before responding in a dry voice. I fear I may only exacerbate matters. Professor S regarded the most powerful wizard in the realm with a cold gaze, slowly articulating, Do as you wish. Your decision is yours alone. I can only hope you will not regret it. Perceiving the implication of dismissal in Professor S's words, Dumbledore made no further delay, vanishing in a burst of flame from the office. Watching the dissipating embers, Professor S murmured, Who among us has not made things worse? Upon exiting Professor S's office, Light made his way to the room of requirement. There he perused the experimental records concerning potions, which meticulously detailed the conditions of the subjects before and after the potion's administration. Furthermore, the documents elaborated on the origins of ritual magic and the significance of the materials involved. By harnessing the affinity between ogres and the earth, a potion was devised that would allow the imbiber to be engulfed by the swamp for a day and night, ultimately culminating in transformation at dawn. The outcome of the final experiment was indeed promising. The subject had successfully acquired the ability to morph into an ogre. The final summary echoed the sentiments expressed by S, highlighting the considerable instability of the entire experimental process, which barely managed to achieve success. Setting aside the experimental data, Wright retrieved a book titled Man and Nature. Upon realizing that the key to transforming into a magical creature lay within ceremonial magic, he fervently immersed himself in acquiring knowledge on this subject. Regrettably, despite perusing a plethora of texts, he could not discern a coherent pattern. The significance attributed to the same object varied across different regions. Each ritual was peculiar, rich with local customs and the inventive imagination of its creator. The tome in Wright's possession offered a rather generalized amalgamation of natural phenomena alongside various attributes of magical flora and fauna, tenuously expanding the use of ceremonial magic, originally intended for solitary applications, into a more universal context through the duality of light and darkness. After reviewing the book once more, Wright, utilizing his own knowledge, precariously constructed a ritual. By harnessing the dark attributes of both the boggart and the nightmare, he planned to consume a potion on a moonless night, concealed within the shadows. Upon the rise of the full moon, he would undergo transformation, thereby acquiring a new form. However, as he contemplated the ritual he had designed, Wright felt no joy. Instead, a peculiar unease washed over him. Something felt amiss, though he could not articulate what it was. With no clear direction, he reluctantly set aside the disquieting magical ritual, as the new magical creature he had commissioned Hagrid to cultivate had yet to materialize. With this thought in mind, Wright organized his materials and rose to return to his dormitory. The corridors of the castle were enveloped in profound silence during the late hours of the night, illuminated only by distant flickering candlelight and the moonlight streaming through the windows. As he walked, his thoughts surged like a tide, attempting to devise a more fitting magical ritual. Yet his musings were perpetually interrupted. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears, reminiscent of a gentle breeze rustling through leaves or the subtle friction of objects against one another. Wright immediately halted, tilting his head and straining to listen, yet found only silence surrounding him, devoid of any change. Was it merely an illusion? Or had something truly gone awry? Surveying his surroundings, aside from the distant candlelight and the moonlight by the window, he discerned nothing unusual in the corridor. Something felt distinctly off, an unsettling sensation swelling within him. At that moment, a chilling thought struck his mind. Could it be that the basilisk had emerged? With this apprehension, Wright swiftly produced his surveillance device, his expression shifting dramatically. It had repeatedly alerted him in the past, yet he had been oblivious to its warnings. Rapidly flipping through previous footage, he drew forth his wand. The images revealed a giant python slithering out from the lavatory door, its head rising as it fully emerged, continuously flicking its tongue, seemingly in search of prey. It was near. Wright tucked away the device, wand in hand, remaining vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. Focusing intently on the subtle sound, he made no noise, cautiously advancing towards the source of the sound. As he approached the source of the sound, the friction of objects became increasingly distinct, as if a malevolent beast lurked in the shadows, poised to pounce on its prey. Suddenly, Light's foot landed upon something damp, nearly provoking a fiery outburst of alarm. Before he could investigate whether the liquid was the serpent's saliva from a recent meal, a sharper sound resonated through the air. Swiftly advancing towards the noise, Light remained vigilant of the potential appearance of the serpent. At that moment, he felt little apprehension towards the creature. His wand possessed a tracking effect, and unless ambushed unexpectedly, he was confident in a direct confrontation. As he quickened his pace, he dismissed the possibility of an ambush. He understood that the serpent would not make noise without reason. It was undoubtedly hunting, perhaps already feasting on some unfortunate soul. Every second of delay signified the extinguishing of a life. Jogging along, Light soon reached the corridor's end, where he discovered a half-open door. An inexplicable unease washed over him, and he instantly recognized that behind that door lay the serpent's lair, with armor shielding him and a formidable protective barrier in place. He cast an invisibility spell upon himself. Closing his eyes, he left a slight sliver of vision and cautiously approached, slipping through the half-open door. Before he could thoroughly observe his surroundings, the persistent sound of friction echoed before him. Light dared not gaze at the serpent's head, but instead lowered his eyes to the ground, attempting to discern its position based on the creature's immense form. In the dimly lit chamber, the feeble moonlight streaming through the window outlined the serpent's colossal silhouette. Squinting, Light discerned the serpent extending its head, flicking its tongue as if in pursuit of prey ahead. Witnessing this, a wave of relief washed over him. Suddenly, the serpent gaped its jaws wide and lunged towards a dark corner. With a thunderous explosion, Light abandoned the notion of a lethal strike. His eyes narrowed. He did not aim, yet the wand's enchantment allowed the magic to autonomously track and accurately strike the serpent as it lunged for its prey. Boom! A tremendous blast diverted the serpent's head. The disoriented head swayed slightly before turning towards Light's direction, seemingly unharmed. To his astonishment, Light realized the serpent had seen through his invisibility spell. Suppressing the instinct to confront his foe directly, Light kept his gaze lowered. Yet his magic did not falter. The spell of silent death. The magic struck, but only partially succeeded, merely severing the serpent's venomous fangs. The serpent, sensing the deadly threat of the recent magic, emitted a low, guttural roar and charged towards Light. Cursed be the obscured vision. Even the auto-aim faltered. Light muttered a curse under his breath and swiftly sidestepped to evade the impending strike. Squinting, he saw that his previous position was now occupied by the massive serpent. In the darkness, the creature slithered restlessly within the room, continuously constricting Light's avenues of escape. Silent death. With a flick of his wand, Light summoned invisible waves that surged towards the elusive serpent. The absence of a scream or the sensation of flesh being cleaved made him furrow his brow. The serpent possessed an astonishing ability to evade. Suddenly, he heard the sound of scales scraping together, a wave of unease washing over him as he squinted at the creature's position. He observed its body coiling, poised to pounce, with its head aimed directly at the path he was about to take. Alarmed, Light abruptly halted, forcing himself to stop in his tracks. A torrent of thoughts raced through his mind. There's no other choice. You seek your own demise. Inferno summon. An array of fierce flames erupted from his wand, forming a protective barrier around him. The serpent, on the verge of launching its attack, instantly froze, seemingly aware of the Inferno's might. Light narrowed his eyes, gazing at the serpent as if it had encountered a formidable adversary. It hissed incessantly, taunting the flames. With a flourish of his wand, the protective Inferno transformed into a colossal lion, its fiery mane swelling as the flames surged from the wand, enlarging the already formidable creature. The serpent's hissing grew louder in response to the ever-growing infernal lion. A decisive strike was imperative, otherwise this massive entity, thrashing about in flames, would pose a dire threat. Confronting the serpent, Light contemplated for a moment before swiftly making his decision. He commanded his wand, directing the fiery lion to leap and bite at the serpent, which, unable to contain its primal instincts, lunged at the infernal lion of comparable size. Upon contact, the flames immediately coiled around the serpent, and a piercing shriek echoed throughout the room. The infernal lion, as if it possessed physical form, pressed down on the serpent while relentlessly tearing at its massive body. Each bite left the serpent's flesh ablaze. Just as Light believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, an orange glow burst forth from the doorway, enveloping both the infernal lion and the serpent in a radiant net. Light, unconcerned with the dying flames licking at the serpent, raised his wand towards the entrance, shadowless divine arrow. Upon witnessing the severed door, he realized the arrow had been deflected. As he prepared to cast another spell, an eerie howl resonated from the doorway. The serpent, barely clinging to life, suddenly stirred. The ancient serpent's call. Hearing this strange tone, Light's pupils contracted as he swiftly turned, lowering his head and squinting. Once more, the Inferno surged to safeguard him, standing guard against the serpent and any lurking ambush. After a considerable pause, with the Inferno shielding him, Light felt no assault and cautiously peered towards the spot where the serpent had just been. To his dismay, he found the serpent had vanished. With careful deliberation, he began to search the room for any sign of it. Feeling a sense of unease, he commanded the inferno to sweep through the room, transforming into a fiery net that covered every corner, even the entrance. After a thorough search, Light found no trace of the enemy, yet his apprehension lingered, and he remained under the protection of the inferno. As he entered, the serpent creature prepared to consume its prey. Light cautiously approached and discovered an elaborately robed figure lying on the ground, his trousers damp. Lockhart. Light furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have come. How could he possibly be here? Could it be that two individuals, both tainted by Horcruxes, had conspired to engage in mutual slaughter? Staring at the figure on the ground, Light was utterly perplexed. While lost in thought, he noticed Lockhart's eyelids fluttering, signaling that the man was about to awaken. With a swift glance, Light cloaked his form in a fiery illusion, transforming into a towering figure of 2 to 3 meters. Where am I? Lockhart groaned, clutching his head as he crawled up from the ground, oblivious to his surroundings, only to feel a sudden chill in his trousers. Before he could react, a hoarse voice echoed, "Why are you here at such a late hour?" As he turned towards the source of the voice, Lockhart was about to boast when he beheld a flame-like being towering before him. The presence was unmistakably sinister, causing Lockhart's legs to tremble involuntarily. The creature, visibly impatient, raised its voice. "Do you not wish to speak? I possess considerable skills in bone extraction." At the mention of such a gruesome phrase, Lockhart's heart raced, and he frantically protested, claiming ignorance of his situation and asserting that someone must be plotting against him. Hidden within the fiery guise, Light absorbed Lockhart's memories, confirming that he indeed knew nothing. A portion of his memories from that night had been erased. Realizing the futility of engaging with this man, Light dismissed Lockhart's incessant chatter. He donned a disillusionment charm, extinguished the flames, and departed the room, leaving Lockhart to continue his empty boasts. Chapter 98. The Horcrux, the Diadem of Ravenclaw. Light tossed and turned in bed, utterly unable to find sleep. The events from earlier replayed relentlessly in his mind. The serpent's sudden appearance, the deviation from the original narrative, and the enigmatic puppeteer orchestrating it all. This turmoil left Light feeling profoundly overwhelmed. Despite his body's exhaustion, his mind refused to relent, contemplating his next course of action. With a wry smile, he reflected on how a single incident had spiraled out of control, leaving him feeling like a headless chicken. He pondered how Professor Dumbledore had managed to persevere amidst the chaos of war. Perhaps it was time to study Horcruxes more thoroughly. Gradually, Light's thoughts began to unwind, and his eyelids finally succumbed to fatigue as he drifted into slumber. The following morning, awakening from a restful sleep, Light stretched luxuriously, only to be beset by an overwhelming sense of anxiety that soured his mood. After considerable deliberation, he resolved to retrieve the Horcrux, the Diadem of Ravenclaw, from the room of requirement. Cautiously examining the surroundings, Light pondered the possibility of creating a Horcrux tracker. After his class concluded, he adeptly made his way to the room of requirement, requesting a storage room. Upon pushing open the door, Light was taken aback by the scene before him. Countless items lay haphazardly piled together, resembling immense and continuous mountain ranges. He swallowed hard, suppressing his urge to retreat, and stepped forward toward the location of the Horcrux that lingered in his memory. He recalled that Ravenclaw's diadem was situated beside an old, half-broken statue of a wizard, adorned with intricate embroidery. Despite possessing this knowledge, finding the Horcrux amidst the clutter would prove challenging. In the days that followed, Light dedicated himself to searching for the Horcrux, balancing his classes with visits to Hagrid, who was nurturing a new life in the form of a boggart. It was somewhat unfortunate that out of the 4 boggarts, 2 had failed to gestate. After numerous attempts, just as he was on the verge of giving up, Light finally discovered the object he sought. Wearing gloves that nullified magical influences, he picked up a rust-covered diadem. It was peculiar, possibly affected by the diary. The moment Light laid eyes on the diadem, he knew it was the item he had been searching for. Grasping the rust-stained diadem, Light marveled at Voldemort's skill in concealment. Indeed, hiding in plain sight was an art he had mastered. Simultaneously, he sensed a hidden magical disguise enveloping the diadem. Aiming his wand at it, he cast a spell to dispel the illusion. As the magic shimmered, the rust fell away, revealing an exquisite piece. The diadem transformed, resembling a magical raven in flight. Adorned with several sapphires, its silver-white metal radiating brilliance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed it was engraved with Ravenclaw's motto, Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Perhaps due to the removal of its disguise, the Horcrux began to exude a dark aura. A torrent of whispers and chaotic thoughts flooded Light's mind, incessantly tempting him to don the diadem to attain wisdom beyond mortal comprehension. However, fully equipped, Light remained impervious to the influence of such dark magic. He placed the diadem into a wooden box he had prepared specifically for Horcruxes. This box not only insulated against all external connections, but also automatically dispelled any mental magical control. As the lid closed, the whispers that had surrounded Light vanished instantly. With the box containing the Horcrux in hand, Light exited and made another wish. He desired a secure laboratory for studying Horcruxes and re-entered. The room appeared smaller and more confined, yet every corner was etched with intricate magical inscriptions, designed to repel and suppress the forces of dark magic. Observing this, Light did not let his guard down. Instead, he meticulously donned various protective gear before opening the box containing the Horcrux. Indeed, on the workbench, the power of the Horcrux was constrained to its utmost limits, devoid of any intrusive thoughts or whispers. As the influence of the Horcrux waned, Light grasped his tools and commenced the examination of its properties. In the past few days, whenever he found a moment, Light would visit this place to delve into the mysteries of the Horcrux, achieving modest but meaningful progress. Firstly, he discerned that the ritual for crafting a Horcrux necessitated the sacrifice of a human life. This was no mere act of murder. It involved the cruel application of dark magic to utterly drain the sacrificed individual of their essence, thereby creating a wellspring of magical energy capable of sustaining and nurturing a spiritual existence. Moreover, Light stumbled upon a rather intriguing characteristic. As long as the primary Horcrux remained intact, the activation of other Horcruxes would not occur. Furthermore, each activation would only permit the emergence of a single Horcrux at a time. Based on his studies and calculations, he concluded that the life resurrected through a Horcrux was inherently incomplete. This incompleteness was peculiar, akin to the absence of a vital component. It was not merely a lack of magical or life force, but rather a deeper, more elusive power. After diligently documenting his findings, Light realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently mastered the dark magic required to siphon life force. Troubled by this newfound taint upon his soul, he invoked a protective spell to ascertain that he had not been corrupted. Unfortunately, his anticipations were dashed. The Horcrux radar had utterly failed. There existed little connection between the dormant Horcruxes, as vigilance was necessary against those who sought vengeance. Having secured his notes and hidden the box containing the Horcruxes, Light departed from the House of Requests and made his way back to the dormitory. An owl hovered before him, incessantly hooting in a seemingly urgent manner. Raising his gaze to the bird, Light deftly accepted the letter and began to read. Light, are you free? The boggart is about to give birth. A new life is about to emerge into this world. If you have the time, I hope you can witness this miraculous event. Upon swiftly finishing the letter, Light could no longer contain his overwhelming joy. Chapter 99. The newborn on a desolate path. A youth raced forward, as if in pursuit of his own destiny. With fervent haste, Light bent down, hands resting on his knees, gasping for breath, contemplating the use of apparition. The wooden cabin where Hagrid resided was now within sight. Concerned about disturbing the boggart during its birthing, Light suppressed the urge to shout and instead approached the clearing in front of the small cottage with utmost caution. There lay 4 large boxes, where the failed boggarts had been relocated to the nightmare's habitat, awaiting their guiding caretaker, Hagrid, whose towering figure anxiously paced before the boxes like a father in a hospital corridor, awaiting the birth of a child. Light called out softly, then stepped closer to inquire, "How is it going? Is there anything I can assist with?" Upon hearing the voice, Hagrid turned around as if he had found a long-lost family member. Although his voice remained boisterous, it was significantly softer in tone. "What's the situation?" Light asked, perplexed. In the realm of single-threaded Hagrid, the anxiety etched upon his face diminished significantly following the arrival of a companion for conversation. Boggarts, in essence, reproduce through a process of division, rendering the birth of this new life perilous. Before Hagrid could elaborate further, Light interjected, stating that the condition of the newborn would disrupt the reproductive state of the boggart. Hagrid nodded vigorously, in profound agreement with Light's assertion. "How can we assist them?" Light asked directly, foregoing pleasantries as he awaited Hagrid's excited conclusion. Without any pretense, Hagrid responded, "When they can no longer endure, we must administer a potion to provide support." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 large boxes began to tremble violently, and the doors that confined them swung open abruptly. 3 plumes of black smoke erupted from the boxes, coalescing in the open space, resembling a swirling mass of ever-shifting dark vapor. "Something's amiss," Hagrid exclaimed, hastening forward while brandishing the prepared potion, casting it into the air towards the transforming black smoke. The 3 clouds, now infused with the potion, began to slow their metamorphosis, initiating the process of division. As Light and Hagrid anxiously awaited the outcome, the 3 clouds of black smoke completed their division, resulting in 3 large and 3 smaller clouds. Just when Light believed the ordeal had concluded, the newly formed small black clouds began to transform once more. Ultimately, under Light's watchful gaze filled with concern, the trio of smaller black clouds solidified into the shape of a foal. As the 3 larger clouds descended, they enveloped their respective foals. Even as mere smoke, Light could sense their joy from the rhythm of their movements. Hagrid, with tears glistening in his eyes, was profoundly moved by the tender scene of maternal affection, nearly reaching for a handkerchief to dry his tears. Witnessing this moment, Light, though touched, remained focused on the primary objective. "Is this a success?" Hagrid, sniffling and still somewhat choked up, replied, "At present, it appears the initial concept has failed." With that, he stepped forward to examine the new species, which oscillated between the tangible and the intangible. After a lengthy inspection, Hagrid turned to Light with a look of disappointment, stating, as it stands, "The goal has not been achieved. They possess form but cannot transform. They can merely oscillate between visibility and invisibility, akin to a cloak of invisibility. In essence, they resemble nightmares more than bogarts. However, they can freely choose to appear or vanish." With a heavy heart, Hagrid conveyed the conclusion he had drawn from his examination. Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, Light gazed toward the last box, which remained eerily still, murmuring, "So, my last hope resides within?" Shortly thereafter, the final hope began to tremble, and a similar plume of black smoke emerged, swirling in the air before it too commenced the process of division, giving rise to a small black cloud. In the midst of Wright's disappointed gaze, the emerging smoke transformed into a small foal. Alas, it seemed to be a failure. Is it true that life seldom unfolds as we wish? Just as Wright was about to discuss with Hagrid how to care for these 4 newborns, another transformation occurred. The foal, ensconced by a boggart, suddenly morphed, revealing a serpent's head and tail beyond its confines. Upon seeing this resemblance to a newborn basilisk, an overwhelming joy surged within Wright. Could it be that I have succeeded? As if echoing his thoughts, the creature seemed to express dissatisfaction with its wrapping. It began to shapeshift again, this time resembling a diary, which it then hurled to the ground, breaking free from its mother's embrace. Upon encountering the familiar diary, Wright couldn't help but emit a peculiar cackle. Simultaneously, Hagrid seized the morphing newborn, interrupting its transformation while commencing an examination. Wright felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing yet another disappointment. Soon, under Hagrid's adept handling, the newborn continued to change forms, unable to escape his grasp. Observing the creature's relentless metamorphosis in Hagrid's hands, Wright's smile grew increasingly unsettling. With eager anticipation, Hagrid concluded his inspection and excitedly nodded at Wright. Amidst the creature's whinnies, Wright retrieved a vial of blood and began analyzing it with his detection equipment. After Hagrid finished feeding the 4 newborns, Wright's analysis yielded results. The findings indicated that the blood contained formidable magical power. Even this ordinary blood possessed qualities comparable to that of a magical lineage. Wright turned to Hagrid, who was preparing their nest, and inquired, "May I extract a portion of this magical blood? Will it have any adverse effects?" Hearing this, Hagrid paused, hesitantly responding, "Are you referring to its high-purity blood?" Not wishing to deceive Hagrid, Wright candidly replied, "Indeed, I need its magical blood." Chapter 100, Potion Brewing. Beside the large cottage, a tall figure stood before the 4 foals, hesitating as he regarded the young boy ahead. Casting a glance at the 4 new lives nestled together behind him, Hagrid conflictedly said, "Must it be done now? It is still so young. At this moment, the blood contains the most potent magic, and the effects would be maximized." Without hesitation, Wright articulated the reasons for his immediate need for the magical blood. Observing Hagrid's lingering uncertainty, Wright continued to persuade him, "I sincerely apologize, Hagrid. My intention is solely to obtain its magical blood. I require it." Seeing the earnestness in Wright's expression, Hagrid grimaced and reluctantly conceded, "Very well. But you must ensure that it does not come to harm. Of course, you may observe closely." With Hagrid's agreement, Wright felt a weight lift from his heart. As Hagrid rushed to soothe the newborn, Wright prepared the tools for extracting the magical blood and approached the creature. Hagrid held it steady, his large hand gently stroking its back, his expression filled with reluctance as he watched Wright draw the magical blood. The blood, imbued with immense magical power and vibrant vitality, pooled within a specially designed container. Under the aegis of Wright's technology, this new life ought not to experience suffering. Yet, as vitality ebbs away, it still struggles restlessly, emitting pitiful cries. After swiftly extracting enough spiritual blood for his own use, Wright paused his actions. He gently extended his hand, soothing the child. Now, so weak it could scarcely stand. Sensing that its life force had ceased its decline, the creature let out one final mournful wail before slipping into slumber. Observing this unconscious little being, Haig could not help but shed tears anew. Noticing his distress, Wright, holding the vial of spiritual blood, bid farewell to Haig and turned to leave. Wait, Haig called softly, as if fearing to awaken the sleeping child. Its birth owes much to you. Will you not name it? After a long moment of contemplation, Wright shook his head, declining Haig's suggestion, his tone heavy with sorrow. I'm afraid it still belongs to them, born from my own desires. I seem unworthy to leave the first mark upon this world for them. With those parting words, he hurriedly exited the cottage, leaving Haig in bewilderment. Arriving at his workspace, he gazed at the freshly extracted spiritual blood in his hands, murmuring to himself, I thought I could remain indifferent to everything, yet it seems rather challenging. He first extracted his own spiritual blood, then purified 2 vials of it, enhancing their vitality and magical essence. Simultaneously, he added prepared materials into each vial and utilized borrowed tools for a week-long fermentation process. During this interlude, he commenced preparing the ingredients for the potion. Once the materials were ready, the borrowed tools signaled that fermentation was complete. Extracting the pure, spiritual blood, he set up a crucible and ignited the flame beneath it. As the fire danced, he added the ingredients according to the formula. Rather than stirring immediately, he delved deep into his mind, readying himself to enhance his abilities. He intended to harness the surge of thoughts that would emerge post-enhancement to engage in the potion-S reaction, thereby constructing an appropriate magical ritual. This method was fraught with risk, yet it was worth the endeavor. In the depths of his consciousness, Wright's spiritual essence beheld a colossal stone tablet. Allocating his final 2 milestone points to alchemy, the scene before him distorted slightly, ultimately rendering his alchemy level to 9. Countless thoughts surged within his mind, leaving Wright's gaze vacant. Nevertheless, he remained committed to crafting the potion. His vibrant spirit immersed itself in the potion-S reactions, capturing the myriad complexities and transformations of the concoction. In that instant, a ritual uniquely suited to Wright was woven together. On a moonless night, he placed the prepared potion within a tree that had flourished for over a century. After a month of fermentation, just before the sun's ascent on a full moon, he enhanced the shape-shifting spell and drank the potion. Guided by the sun, he completed his transformation. As his spirit detached from the reaction of the potion, Light gazed at the meticulously prepared elixir in the cauldron, accompanied by the intricate magical ritual that danced in his mind. He nodded in profound satisfaction. Upon calculation, he realized that today coincided perfectly with the new moon, glancing at the encroaching nightfall outside his window. After securing the pale red potion, he cloaked himself with a disillusionment charm and ventured directly into the forbidden forest. Throughout his journey, Light continuously analyzed his magical ritual. The ancient trees, having stood for a century, symbolized the flourishing of life and the steadfastness of self. The moon embodied the state of the spirit, with the new moon representing void, while the full moon signified chaos. In mysticism, the full moon is characterized by abundance and overflow. This night is often the most tumultuous for living beings. Conversely, the rising sun foretells guidance and the growth of life. As he contemplated the ritual, Light soon arrived at the forbidden forest, where, through his studies in magical creatures, he quickly discerned which trees had stood for over 100 years. To enhance the efficacy of the ritual, he specifically sought a tree by the river that faced the moon directly. Using transfiguration, he hollowed out a small cavity, placed the potion within, and then restored the tree to its original state. Observing the tree as it returned to its former glory, he reflected on the effort he had invested in that vial of potion, leaving a mark nearby. Enhancing his transfiguration skills was intended to heighten his perception, thereby garnering more experience, though neglecting to do so would not be disastrous. Nevertheless, he aspired to excel further. Within this month, should he fail to achieve a milestone, he would relinquish the soul artifact. Perhaps the basilisk was too severely wounded by the fiend fire, for it showed no signs of emergence. Light could only proceed cautiously, as no one was injured. Indeed, there was no one who believed him. Even if someone were harmed, he had already disclosed the location of the chamber to Professor Dumbledore. The likelihood of Dumbledore addressing the chamber was not high, perhaps even non-existent. Chapter 101, Apparition. In Potions class, Professor Snape strode purposefully to the blackboard, his voice low and grave as he began to elucidate the knowledge of potions. The swelling solution, a potion that induces rapid and noticeable swelling upon contact, could also cause objects to grow and expand, and is utilized in the restoration of severed limbs. Its creation is no simple task, requiring a high level of brewing skill. As he surveyed the students below, Snape issued a stern warning to one particular dreamer. I must reiterate, any disregard for potions is wholly inadvisable. The swelling solution primarily comprises 3 ingredients: dried nettles, bat spleens, and pufferfish eyes. After detailing the potion's components, Snape commenced his explanation of the brewing process and essential precautions. During the class, he inadvertently splattered Harry with potion, and then, with an impassive expression, awarded Light an excellent rating for his potion. As Snape continued to vex Harry, a thought emerged in Light's mind. Was not the very instructor who could teach him apparition standing before him? With newfound resolve, Light promptly took action, scribbling a note. At 7 o'clock this evening, I have a question to ask you. He discreetly slipped the note to Snape as the professor patrolled the classroom. Upon receiving the note from Professor S., Light's brow furrowed slightly, yet he chose not to discard it immediately. Instead, he tucked it away. As night fell, under the dim glow of the lights, Light carried a box along the corridors of the castle, making his way to Professor S.'s office. After a gentle knock to announce his arrival, he pushed the door open and entered. Seated behind the desk, Professor S. was engrossed in grading assignments. Without lifting his gaze, he inquired, "Well, what brings you here? Have you exhausted my supplies?" "Indeed, I have. I've brought more," Light responded, raising the item in his hand. He placed the box, designed to expedite fermentation, onto a nearby shelf. Professor S. remained silent, continuing his task of grading. Noticing this, Light's curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Professor, aren't our classes supposed to be practical? Why are we still grading assignments?" After a brief silence, Professor S. replied thoughtfully, "Fifth-year students must prepare for the OWLs, which include a theoretical component. For you, it may still be premature. So, what is it that you truly seek from me? Perhaps overwhelmed or disinclined to engage in circumlocution?" Professor S.'s tone was noticeably off. Observing his busyness, Light hesitated before stating, "Professor, I wish to learn apparition." "Learn apparition? The time is not yet right for you." Professor S. lifted his gaze to meet Light's, instinctively inclined to refuse. The complexity of apparition demands not only a commendable mindset, but also considerable control, making it a skill typically reserved for students age 17 and above who begin their training under the guidance of a teacher. "Professor, I genuinely wish to master this magic." Light's earnest expression momentarily left Professor S. indecisive. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I can teach you, but you must disclose your reason for wanting to learn." Light promptly conveyed the rationale he had prepared. "I needed to retrieve something." Upon delivering this ambiguous justification, he perceived a hint of disbelief on Professor S.'s otherwise stoic face. Light was not surprised by the professor's eventual consent, as Dumbledore had placed considerable trust in him. Once Professor S. completed his grading, Light eagerly led him to the room of requirement. After wishing for a space to practice apparition freely, Light stepped through the door first. What greeted him was an exceptionally spacious arena, clearly suitable for the practice of magic. Professor S., entering behind him, remained silent, but then, with a sudden twist of his form, he appeared at the center of the arena. Standing there with a serious demeanor, Professor S. called out to Light, "Come here. Do you know the incantation for apparition?" As Light approached and stood before him, he answered, "Yes. I have specifically studied it, but I'm concerned about the risk of splinching." After hearing Light's understanding of the magic, Professor S. nodded and began to instruct him. "If you grasp the principle of this magic, it will be straightforward." With that, he drew his wand and addressed Light. "The magic in question bears little relation to skill. It is predominantly a matter of unwavering determination. Envision the destination you wish to reach, allowing this thought to invigorate your entire being with magical energy as you utter the incantation. It is imperative to remember your intended location, for this is the essence of apparition." After imparting this pivotal insight, Professor S. earnestly cautioned Light, "Concentration is vital. This spell demands your full attention. Should your focus waver, it is all too easy to become fragmented, scattered in different directions. Without the assistance of a proficient apparition instructor, one risks perilous consequences. Following his stern admonition, Professor S raised his wand and executed a series of motions, creating a crater in the ground. Commit this to memory, and then journey to it. Light gazed at the newly formed pit, ensuring he had firmly lodged it in his mind before beginning the incantation. Apparition. As the words escaped his lips, Light felt as though he were being drawn into some unseen force. The surrounding space constricted, rendering his body nearly immobile. A sensation that soon dissipated. Had he succeeded? Light glanced at the location of the pit, only to discover he had made no progress whatsoever, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It seems you have begun to grasp it. When you enter that state of compression, that is when you should initiate your apparition. Professor S encouraged him to try again, to remember that feeling, promising to guide him through the next phase. Observing Light's initial failure, Professor S remained unperturbed, urging him to continue casting the spell. Once Light had internalized the sensation of being compressed, Professor S placed his hand upon his shoulder and instructed, "Hold on to that feeling." After a brief pause, allowing Light to prepare, he guided him through the apparition once more. This time, Light did not experience the sensation of compression. Instead, he felt a weightless emptiness, as though devoid of any grounding. After several demonstrations, Professor S stepped aside, permitting Light to practice independently. It took numerous attempts before Light could transcend the feeling of compression. Yet he found himself stalled in that vast emptiness. After persevering through more than 10 tries, he barely managed to seize the sensation, beginning to overcome the ethereal lightness. Once he grasped this feeling, he continued to practice extensively, free from the confines of spatial compression, with his mind resolutely focused on the destination. Light's steadfast belief propelled his magical energy throughout his being. He soon sensed he had surmounted some barrier. As his feet shifted, he realized he had arrived at his intended location. Chapter 102, the second Halloween Eve. In the open expanse, Professor S looked on, his expression slightly astonished as Light suddenly vanished and then reappeared. Having successfully executed apparition, Light turned to Professor S with uncontainable excitement. "Excellent. Your talent surpasses even my expectations. However, further practice is essential. Many wizards encounter mishaps at this stage." After offering this mild praise, Professor S urged Light to continue practicing, even without Professor S's admonitions. Light understood that his accomplishment was merely a stroke of good fortune. As Light persisted in his practice, gradually adapting to the sensation of weightlessness, Professor S provided timely guidance. What you must do is to heed your instincts, much like swimming, gliding through the water rather than rushing forth. The former boasts a greater success rate and safety. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Wright's form constantly vanished from one spot only to reappear in another. The magic of shadow displacement, once awkward, now flowed with grace and ease. "Excellent. You have mastered this spell. Next, I shall instruct you on how to execute separation. So now, cleave yourself." As Wright flitted about, the instructor realized he had indeed grasped the art of shadow displacement. Thus, as Wright prepared to move, the instructor intervened to disrupt his casting. Abruptly distracted, Wright found himself split in two at the waist, his upper body tumbling toward the target location while his lower half remained stationary. Never before had Wright encountered such a predicament, and he could not suppress his startled exclamation. The instructor, well prepared, swiftly approached and knelt beside Wright's upper body. Speaking urgently, "Cease your outcry. Now, calm yourself and follow the thread of magical connection to move your lower half. If you fail this time, I will assist you. However, until you learn to resolve this on your own, you shall remain in this divided state." Heeding the instructor's admonitions, Wright forced himself to regain composure, taking deep breaths and closing his eyes to concentrate. Enhanced by innate talent, Wright quickly discerned the subtle magical link. Yielding to this connection, he activated the shadow displacement once more. Upon reopening his eyes, Wright realized his perspective had shifted. He was no longer lying on the ground, but standing upright. After glancing at the instructor, who was crouched in the distance, he hopped about joyfully, relieved that he had not misaligned his body. At that moment, the instructor's voice echoed, "Continue the separation until you acclimate." Under the instructor's guidance, and through relentless practice, Wright even managed to reassemble his body while retaining only half a head. Naturally, practice was fraught with challenges. The most perilous incident occurred when he mismatched his upper and lower halves. Fortunately, the instructor was vigilant, dismantling and reassembling him before the magic could stabilize. By treating himself like building blocks, continuously disassembling and reconstructing, Wright ultimately mastered shadow displacement. After enduring such extensive training and numerous trials, he was utterly exhausted. and he held no objections to the instructor's words. In the dimly lit castle, illuminated by feeble candlelight, two cloaked figures moved about. Professor, if I master shadow displacement thoroughly, will I be able to utilize it in combat? Seemingly anticipating this inquiry, the instructor promptly dispelled Wright's hopes. It would be best not to attempt that. This spell is easily disrupted during casting. A moment's distraction could lead to separation. After a brief pause, the instructor glanced sideways at Wright and inquired, "Are you aware that some individuals can shadow displace in the midst of battle?" Although Light remained silent, the expression on his face conveyed to Professor Snape that he had already deduced who possessed such capabilities. Thus, Snape added, "There exists a significant disparity among individuals. You are not him, so do not imitate recklessly." Hagrid retrieved countless meticulously prepared pumpkins from his modest garden, skillfully carving them into a myriad of lanterns, which he then placed throughout the castle. Amidst the puzzled gazes of Hermione and Ron, Light elucidated the concept of the Death Day Feast. It is a gathering convened by a ghost of considerable stature on the anniversary of their demise, akin to a human birthday celebration. I must attend. The Hogwarts feast is dreadfully mundane. Upon concluding his explanation, Ron readily acquiesced and began to persuade both Light and Hermione. However, sneaking out during the feast may not be wise. Hermione appeared increasingly intrigued by the notion of the Death Day Feast. Before long, Hermione too succumbed to the persuasive charms of Harry and Ron, deciding to join the festivities. I advise against your attendance. Such gatherings belong to the ghosts, whose customs differ vastly from those of humans. You might not find it enjoyable. Without waiting for the trio to convince him, Light promptly countered with his own admonition. Surely not. Hermione and Harry hesitated. At that moment, Ron stepped forward, bolstering their resolve. Let us just go and see. It's a feast after all. How unpleasant could it be? Seeing that persuasion was futile, Light left them with a parting remark. Since you've come this far. He then departed swiftly, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 103. A Startling Halloween. The moon hung high in the sky as witches and wizards from the four houses gradually entered the great hall. As the throng moved into the hall, Light positioned himself at the Gryffindor table, awaiting the commencement of the feast. At that moment, Neville leaned in curiously, asking, "Where are Harry and the others?" "I haven't seen them. They have other commitments and likely one team make it," Light replied, omitting any details regarding Harry's whereabouts. "Is that so? What a pity. I heard Dumbledore has arranged for a skeleton dance troupe." Neville lamented upon realizing that Harry would not be present. "Indeed, quite unfortunate. But is the skeleton dance troupe truly a reality?" Light adeptly shifted the topic to a matter of personal interest. "It should be. The entire school is buzzing with such rumors." Neville responded earnestly, now engrossed in the conversation. Just as the two debated the potential appearance of the skeleton dancers, Dumbledore, adorned with a black pointed hat and pumpkin-shaped spectacles, emerged from a side door and ascended the stage. With a flourish of his right hand, an abundance of delectable dishes materialized upon the long table. As the surrounding witches and wizards realized the feast had commenced, their disappointment over the absence of the skeleton dancers swiftly transformed into appetites, and they began to indulge. Observing the plethora of culinary delights before him, Light produced a thermal container he had prepared in advance, simultaneously dining and packing, astonishing Neville in the process. After a satisfying repast, the feast approached its conclusion. Under Dumbledore's guidance, everyone sang the school song in unison, concluding the banquet amidst a fervent atmosphere. In the throng, Wright carrying a thermos, accompanied Neville as they made their way to the Gryffindor common room. However, just as they exited the hall and ascended the staircase to disperse the crowd, the raucous noise ahead abruptly ceased. Observing this scene, Wright's expression shifted subtly, as if a realization dawned upon him, silently thinking, could it be? Nothing has changed? What is happening? Neville, bewildered, gazed at Wright, whose demeanor had soured. It's nothing. I'll go check what transpired ahead. Please hold on to this for me. With that, Wright entrusted the thermos to Neville and pushed forward through the throng. As he reached the front, Wright beheld a wall where Mrs. Norris, the cat cared for by Filch, hung suspended, her tail ensnared in a torch bracket, her body unnaturally rigid, as if she had been lifeless for an eternity. Above her, in bold red paint, words were scrawled, "The chamber has been opened. Beware of the air." Just then, Malfoy forced his way through the crowd, stepping forward with a menacing grin. Addressing the anxious trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, "Beware of the air. You will be next, mudbloods." "So, the incident with Mrs. Norris was your doing." Wright emerged from the crowd, positioning himself beside Harry, directly attributing the blame to Malfoy. Upon hearing this accusation, Malfoy's arrogant smile faltered. As he felt the weight of the collective gaze upon him, he was about to defiantly confess when Filch, drawn by the commotion, aggressively pushed through the crowd. Upon seeing Mrs. Norris, as if she had been dead for ages, Filch covered his face in horror and screamed, "My cat! My Mrs. Norris!" At that moment, Filch noticed Wright and his companions at the forefront and shouted, his face contorted with rage, "It must be you! I will not let this go! Enough!" A resonant and commanding voice interrupted Filch's threats, as all the students parted to make way for the arrival. Dumbledore, accompanied by the professors, emerged from the crowd. After briefly surveying the situation, he moved directly past Wright to retrieve Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. Who discovered this first? Professor McGonagall took over from Dumbledore, initiating inquiries. Harry and his friends quickly raised their hands. "Then follow me. Filch, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, and you, Mr. Wright." As Professor McGonagall called the names, Dumbledore, who had been examining the cat, added another name to the list. At that moment, Lockhart stepped forward with a bright smile, saying, "My office is nearby, Headmaster. We can proceed directly." "Thank you, Gilderoy," Dumbledore replied, making his way along the path cleared by the students toward Lockhart's office, leaving Professor McGonagall to manage the evacuation of the students. Wright, glancing at the bewildered and shocked Neville, nodded slightly to reassure him that all was well. Upon entering Professor Lockhart's office, Dumbledore disregarded the numerous photographs adorned with Lockhart's radiant smile. He approached the desk directly, placing Mrs. Norris atop it, and began to examine her with meticulous care. Meanwhile, Lockhart boasted nearby, declaring that such a cruel curse would surely not have occurred had he been present. Hearing Lockhart's self-aggrandizing claims, Filch, already on the brink of despair, was instantly overwhelmed and burst into tears. The surrounding photographs seemed almost programmed, their smiles growing even more brilliant in response to his boasting. "She is not dead, Filch." Just as Filch gasped for breath amidst his sobs, Dumbledore interjected, interrupting Lockhart's grandstanding. But why?" Filch stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. "She has been petrified." Before Dumbledore could speak again, Wright, unable to bear the scene, chimed in. Dumbledore, after a long absence, produced his wand. A flash of light illuminated the still, rigid cat. At this moment, all eyes turned to Wright, who continued to elucidate. "This is an extraordinarily powerful petrifying curse. It requires a potion crafted from mature mandrake to restore her." As everyone pondered the veracity of Wright's statement, Lockhart interjected with unwavering confidence, "I can brew that potion. I have concocted it no less than 100 times. So proficient that I could brew it while signing my name." His declaration shattered the silence in the office. "Pardon me, but I am the potion's master here," Snape retorted coldly, then shifted his gaze to Harry and the others, asking, "Potter, you were the first to arrive at the scene, correct?" In the brightly lit office, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, broken only by Snape's accusatory inquiry. Harry, feeling the weight of Snape's scrutiny, felt a twinge of unease but responded softly, "Yes, that is correct." Dumbledore, however, opposed this notion, asserting a second-year student could not wield such potent dark magic. "My cat has been petrified. I demand someone be held accountable for this." Hearing Filch's accusations, Snape seemed to glimpse hope, fanning the flames of suspicion in an attempt to see Harry punished. In response to the questioning, Harry's hesitant demeanor made it appear as though he tacitly accepted guilt. The office erupted into a cacophony of voices, threatening to spiral out of control. "Severus, Filch, it is unwise to blindly declare a student guilty in the absence of evidence," Dumbledore stated with resolute firmness. Ultimately, Dumbledore momentarily quelled the rising tensions between Filch and Snape. "Thank you, Neville," Ron exclaimed as he took the thermos from Neville's hands, beaming with gratitude. Neville, hearing this, quickly waved his hands, stating, No, it was Wright who brought it. I merely held it." "Thank you, Wright." Harry and his companions expressed their gratitude as they enjoyed the takeout. "It was nothing, merely a matter of convenience," Wright remarked, observing the trio devouring their food, and could not help but inquire, was the feast for the occasion truly that dreadful? Not just dreadful, it was absolutely abysmal. Hermione instantly became exasperated, refusing to eat as she began her tirade. "Do you know, at that banquet, 100 ghosts floated about, and we were the only 3 living souls present. Moreover, some of their appearances were quite unsettling. Even the food on the table was rotten and moldy." After venting her frustrations, Hermione cast a disdainful glance at Ron, who was ravenously devouring his meal, and continued, "You have no idea. This fellow Ron seems to be cursed. How could he possibly eat that food? He was stuffing his mouth with moldy cheese while muttering that since he was there, he might as well enjoy it. I was utterly dumbfounded." Neville looked at Ron with pity and timidly inquired, "What happened next? Was Ron all right?" Hermione rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, "If it weren't for Harry and me holding you back, you might have even eaten maggot-infested meat." Upon hearing this, Ron immediately protested, "I had moldy cheese, and that was fine. I could manage the maggot issue too." Sensing a potential argument brewing between them, Neville hurriedly intervened to mediate and calm both parties. Light observed this amusing scene with interest. A glance revealed Harry silently eating, lost in thought, prompting him to ask, "Harry, what's wrong?" Suddenly called upon, Harry looked up in confusion towards Light. "It's nothing. You just seem troubled, so I thought I would ask," Light explained, noticing Harry's heavy demeanor. After a brief silence, Harry shook his head, indicating all was well. Light chose not to press further and turned to comfort Hermione and Ron. Once he had soothed Hermione and Ron, Light glanced at the clock in the common room and noted the unfinished food before Harry and the others. Saying, Hermione looked at the retreating figures of Light and Neville and could not help but say to Harry, "Shouldn't we tell them about the strange noises you heard in the corridor? Perhaps Light might know something." Harry paused for a moment, then shook his head softly, replying, "I almost dragged Light into this. It has nothing to do with him." Hermione was instantly convinced by this reasoning and did not dwell on it further, picking up her utensils to eat instead. However, the commotion surrounding this incident did not fade with time. For several days, students discussed the attack on Madame Lauriers. The Slytherins were consistently issuing statements, broadcasting that the heir of the chamber had emerged, seeking to cleanse the school of all Muggle-born wizards to prove the glory of pure blood. Furthermore, Filch, with reddened eyes, was scouring the school for potential culprits, detaining many young wizards who were laughing and playing in the corridors. Consequently, nearly all young wizards avoided Light and Hermione, fearing they might be implicated by the heir of the chamber. After Transfiguration class, Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione and Ron, nodded to Light, and they departed together. Observing the trio that had collectively vanished after class, Wright discerned their intention to address the matter of the Chamber of Secrets independently. This approach could prove advantageous. Perhaps the allure between Horcruxes would expedite the identification of the culprit, he mused. Paying no heed to the departing trio, Wright made his way directly to the room of requirement. Upon his arrival, he retrieved the surveillance device he had previously placed at the entrance of the abandoned girls' restroom and commenced his inspection. Over the past few days, he had scoured the footage multiple times, yet had failed to catch a glimpse of the basilisk. After a thorough examination, he found no anomalies. Ultimately, he even disassembled the device, but still uncovered nothing amiss. Exiting the room of requirement, Wright noticed a swarm of spiders frantically scurrying along the edges of the window, hastily fleeing along the silken threads outside. Chapter 105, Renewed Assault. On Sunday evening, after exhausting himself practicing various combat spells, Wright stepped out of the room of requirement, feeling somewhat fatigued. With a basilisk lurking in the shadows, roaming the castle, he could not afford to deplete all of his energy. However, reality had a way of proving that the more one feared something, the more likely it was to materialize. Having preserved some stamina, Wright had just descended the staircase when, at the corridor's bend, he encountered a wizard cloaked in an oversized black robe, emanating a familiar dark mist. If this sight did not convey enough, the massive serpent coiled beside him, marred with burned scars, unmistakably revealed the identity of the figure ahead. Realizing that he was confronted by Voldemort and the basilisk, Wright instantly lowered his gaze and drew his wand. Sectum Sempra, an invisible wave erupted from his wand, slicing through the air towards the cloaked figure. Yet, the wizard was no slouch. Upon noticing that his wand draw was slower than Wright's, he emitted an unintelligible hiss. The basilisk darted forward, instinctively sensing the trajectory of the invisible wave, and forcefully blocked the attack with one of its poisoned fangs. The severed fang crashed to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Parseltongue, faced with the basilisk, which was fixated on him, a torrent of flames surged from Wright's wand, intercepting the creature's deadly gaze while simultaneously consuming the spell unleashed by the cloaked figure. Yet, something fell amiss. The intensity of the flames was unnaturally heightened. Observing the increasingly ferocious fire before him, Wright sensed impending doom. The crafting of Horcruxes augmented dark magic, and the spell conjured by the figure ahead was amplifying his flames. Did this imply that the person before him had been utterly consumed by the Horcrux, becoming a vessel for Voldemort? Before Wright could ponder further, amidst the basilisk's terrified hisses, an orange web of light extinguished his flames. As the fire was snuffed out, Wright promptly closed his eyes and employed the strategy he had meticulously devised for such a scenario. Thunderous explosion, shattered to pieces, fragmented, thunderous fury. Chain reaction. 5 terrifying and lethal spells, aided by the wand's precise aim, sent the basilisk, which had been serving as a meat shield, hurtling through the air. Subsequently, propelled by a chain of explosions, it crashed heavily behind the figure clad in black robes. Despite the basilisk's formidable resistance to magic, it endured the brunt of the 5 dreadful dark spells without succumbing to death. Instead, it writhed on the ground, bloodied and emitting anguished cries. Having effectively neutralized the basilisk's combat prowess, Light remained vigilant, promptly opening his eyes to cast a defensive spell upon himself. Barriers sprang forth, armor enveloped him, and he became as steadfast as a fortress. Simultaneously, he kept a watchful gaze fixed on the vessel of the Dark Lord before him. The object of Light's vigilance stood motionless as the basilisk was blasted away, resembling a statue, utterly still. Sensing impending danger, Light's heart sank, yet his wand continued to act. All petrify, fall unconscious. 2 spells struck the unresisting figure in black, rendering the sorcerer limp upon the ground. Meanwhile, the basilisk, which had feigned death, seemed to receive a signal and immediately rolled away, swiftly darting into a narrow crevice. The sudden turn of events left Light utterly unprepared. At that moment, the frenzied voice of Felch echoed from a distance. Who is it? Clearly, the commotion from the recent battle had drawn him near. It was the perfect opportunity to test whether the figure in black had indeed fallen. Glancing at the fallen sorcerer, Light cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, erasing his traces and scent, and quietly concealed himself in a corner to observe the unfolding events. Felch, accompanied by the axe-wielding ghost Nick, appeared before the prostrate figure in black. Upon seeing the fallen sorcerer, Felch's eyes turned crimson, akin to a hunting dog spotting its defenseless prey, almost eager to pounce and tear into the fallen figure. However, Nick positioned himself with his axe to restrain Felch's movements, evidently wary of the downed individual. Felch quickly summoned the professors. He is not someone we can confront, Nick urged. In response to Nick's warning, Felch exhibited no concern, instead erupting into frantic screams. It's him. He must be the one who harmed my cat. He attempted to rush forward, but was thwarted by Nick. At that moment, a distant scream pierced the air. Felch, are you here? Hurry. A young wizard has been harmed. Peeves shrieked, darting through the air towards Felch. Not only was Felch bewildered, but Light, concealed nearby, was equally taken aback. Damn it, it must be this figure in black. Felch clenched his teeth and turned to block Nick, instructing Peeves to unveil the disguise of the fallen sorcerer. Initially, Peeves was disinclined to heed Felch, but Nick's admonition spurred a rebellious spirit within him. He zoomed over and pulled aside the cloak, revealing a tangle of red hair. Light, who had been attentively monitoring the figure in black, instantly recognized the identity of the fallen individual. Ginny Weasley. Why did I not feel more surprised? It could be said that the situation was both unexpected and yet entirely within reason, for both Ginny and her mother were fervent admirers of Lockhart. Even in the wake of Lockhart's downfall at school, as ardent fans, they were not quick to accept this harsh reality. Observing the increasingly chaotic scene and the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, Light let out a soft sigh and turned to depart. The soul artifact had merely begun to exert control over Ginny. Thus, in confronting me, it could only rely on the basilisk. The use of the spell, all was ended, was likely its utmost limit. Reflecting on the basilisk's swift escape route, Light felt a twinge of regret for not seizing the opportunity to eliminate the injured creature. The soul artifact controlling Ginny must have been transferred to the basilisk when it stood in front of her. The following day, news spread of another attack. This time, 2 individuals fell victim, Ginny Weasley and Colin Creevey. Now, not only were muggle-born wizards gripped by fear, but even some of the less illustrious purebloods found themselves in a state of panic.